Whatever they did to us, our own was that let them kill us and reduce our population. But at least they still know that we are significant politically, and they allowed us to maintain some position. But in the case of Yorubas, they were sliced out of the whole system. So or not so. That was how Tinubu and
the issue of Boko Haram, if we have to talk about Boko Haram, it's not from the south now. I
am coming now. Let me forget about Boko Haram now. We brought about the Yoruba politics. Now, Tinubu and the Yorubas generally carried what happened to them and went to Kaduna and met them in Kaduna and begged them that we have to put our head together. Look, sir, let me tell you the truth and find out. At a point, the Yoruba, being humiliated under Jonathan, were even considering to cut off and put their Oduduwa Republic. But they realized if they do that, the Igbos were completely in charge of finance, civil service, security, and everything. If they dare do that,
now you can not enjoy
exactly. I'm coming now. The Yorubas now.
You didn't benefit at all.
I'm coming, yes. The Yoruba at a point, the Yoruba intelligence at a point realized that if they cut off, the Igbos will finish them. If they stay as it is and Igbo continue ruling, they will be completely finished. Before Jonathan, significant part of the economy, who are the accountants are Yorubas, who are the judiciary and lawyers are Yorubas, who are the civil service are Yorubas. Today you can't find any one of them. So or not so. So that's why the Yorubas say, even if we want to leave this country, we must get this power out of the hand of the Igbos and reposition ourselves.
The Northerners really benefited from that Jonathan too much, Alagi.
Hey,
we have the calculations of the government.
We agree. What can he do? He must now. He must. He wouldn't do to us that. He must. He knows that we can do it. He must deal with us. So that was why the Yoruba said no. Whatever it is. So, but what I assure you,
let's keep on praying for President Buhari.
We have learned our lesson.
We have been in our area here now. They be praying for him.
We have learned our lesson. Kule.
We pray for the prophet because and even our prophet.
No, to tell you the truth, the northern people, notwithstanding the presidency, honestly, the trust at least of the southeast is finished. And I assure you too, in Yoruba land, listen to me. I am coming.
Recently helped Northerners in 1979.
I am coming, please.
They helped Shagari.
Listen to me. Not that they help themselves, gentlemen, please. We don't need anybody in this country. They help themselves. Let me ask you a question, sir. Let me ask you a question. Between cars, industries, and human beings, who are more in number?
I did not answer.
Not number. I'm not talking of population. I'm talking of economy now. I'm talking of cars, the motors that we drive.
Yes.
And industries that we have. Yes. If you put them on one part and you put human being on the other part, who are more in number?
Cars are more.
Cars are more than human beings?
Human being.
Good. Two, if you put fuel and food by the side, which one is consumed more?
It's food now.
Good. And we have food. So Igbos are actually helping themselves. Let me tell you, even in Yoruba land, let me tell you what they will do to Igbo this time. What Oba of Lagos said that we are pushing them to the ocean. Most of these markets that are banning in Lagos, look at it, they are Igbo-dominated markets. You get me? In fact, some Yorubas were telling me when I was in Lagos last weekend that it is we, the Northerners, when we are in charge of Lagos as federal capital, that open room for Igbos to come and dominate them. And it's over now. And it's over. All the businesses Igbos are doing, we are going to bring it and do it. You get me? Fashola for the past 5 years have refused to approve any industry, especially pharmaceutical, to Igbo people. Find out.
You are right. I get you.
Do you get me? Right. So the Yorubas in these 4 years, that's what we are telling ourselves. If we in the North want to be useless again, let us be. But the Yoruba people in the 4 years, they want to control their land completely. That's why Buhari have to sign that Lagos is going to be given special status. We are going to have a kind of semi-regional system. Lagos is going to have special status. It means nobody again will control Lagos. The indigenes of Lagos are the ones that are going to control Lagos. They can form. Do you get me? They may decide to say, you as a Yoruba man in Lagos, you will pay 5,000 naira per annum for.
We have gone past the stage of lamentation. We no longer lament. They kill us, they invade our homes, they do everything humanly possible to dehumanize us. But we are carrying on regardless, because we are, quite frankly, unstoppable. They are incapable of stopping us. That is why this evening, regardless of where you are, you must participate. Get your pen and your paper ready. If you're a Janjaweed, you get your chalk and your slate. Because this evening we are going to lecture, we're going to teach, we're going to enlighten, we're going to bring knowledge to you. And if you are discerning, if you are the discerning type, believe you me, you ought and should be able to learn a lot this very evening. Morning, noon, or depending on where you are. This very broadcast is going out to the whole world. Everybody is listening all over the world. Heads of governments are listening. Social media giants are listening. Everybody wants to hear what we have to say. It is a gospel, a message given to us from heaven itself, and we must preach it to the living. First of all, before we proceed, you must understand that we are in a season of prayer with intermittent fasting now and again. We are reading the book of Psalm from number 1 to 150. Today is our 7th day, and I am going to pray my prayer this evening as it is customary for us to do on this noble platform. And I'm going to pray the prayer of David from the book of Psalm chapter 7. And I will pray in English because a lot of people are listening all over the world. I mean, a lot, millions are listening all over the world. And I want them to follow our proceedings this very evening. Very, very critical, very, very important that we do so. O Lord, my God, the creator of the heavens and the earth, we take refuge in you. Save and deliver us from all that pursue us. Because if you look away from us, they will tear us apart like a lion and rip us to pieces with no one to rescue us. Because the world is against Biafra for no reason. We are hated, we are despised for no discernible reason. Only you, Lord God Almighty in heaven, is our Savior, not man. You must come to our rescue, because you are our Lord and you are our God. If we have done this, if I have done anything, if there is guilt on my hands, if I have repaid anybody, be it friend or an adversary, with evil or without cause, have done wrong to any man or woman, then let the Fulani Janjaweed pursue and overtake me. Let them trample down my life to the ground and make me sleep in the dust. Arise, O Elohim, Adonai El Shaddai, in your anger, rise up against the rage of the Fulani Janjaweed Caliphate and the Zoological Republic. You will rise and you will fight for your children. You will awake, O Heavenly Father, Lord God Almighty, the creator of the heavens and the earth, the owner of the universe, for you must decree justice. Let your children and all men and of goodwill gather around you while you sit on top of your throne in the highest of the heavens, the habitation that only thee can ever occupy. Only you, O Heavenly Father, will judge the people. You will vindicate me, O Lord. You will vindicate IPOB. You will vindicate your children of Biafra according to our righteousness, according to our integrity. O Most High, bring an end to the violence of the wicked, bring an end to Fulani Janjaweed violence in our land, bring an end to their abductions, bring an end to their kidnappings, bring an end to their extrajudicial slaughter of the innocent, bring an end to their forced conversion of Christians into Islam, bring to an end their mediocrity, bring to an end their senseless feudal rule, bring to an end their evil and their deception. Come and secure the righteous, because only you, O God Almighty in heaven, can see in the dark. Only you know the hearts of men. You are our shield. We have nobody. Between 67 and 1970, the whole world ganged up and fought against your children. We did not steal anything from anybody. We did not go after anybody's possession or inheritance. We were on our own in the land that you gave to our ancestors. They conspired, they connived, they colluded to kill us. Over 5 million people. We are dead at the end of it. You are our shield. We do not trust in any man or in any state. We trust only in thee, because you are God and you always save the upright at heart. Anybody whose heart is clean, oh Heavenly Father, to those you do not abandon to their enemies. That is why you cannot abandon IPOB. That is why Biafra can never be abandoned. Because your words are yea and amen. You are God, you're not human. Facebook may have been bought over by Nigeria, and we pray that Twitter will not succumb to their threats and their violence. You are God and you are upright and a just judge. But you are also a God that displays his wrath every blessed day. If Fulani Janjaweed do not relent in what they are doing, if the Fulani Caliphate continues to pursue this scorched earth policy of abductions and murder and mayhem, then you, O Lord God in heaven, you will sharpen your sword, you will bend and string your bow, you will prepare your deadly weapons, you will make ready your flaming arrows. Whoever is pregnant with evil conceives trouble and gives birth to disillusionment. That is what is happening in the zoo called Nigeria. Nigeria is pregnant with evil because it conceived trouble and it has now given birth to disillusionment. All the holes that the Fulani Janjaweed are digging for us into that pit, they are falling into one after the other. The trouble that they have caused will always rebound on them. Their violence will come down on their own heads. O Heavenly Father, for we shall give thee thanks always, all the days of our lives, because only thee is righteous. We shall sing songs of praise unto your holy name, O Most High. For as long as there is a child on this earth of Biafran descent and heritage, O Heavenly Father, we shall worship your name and your name alone, now and forevermore we pray. He said, that was our prayer this evening. We are now going to proceed without further hesitation to bring to you the gospel which I have been mandated by heaven to preach to the children of men. First of all, this evening, morning, or night, depending on where you are, I want to congratulate Twitter for standing up to the Fulani bullies. They are bullies, that is who they are. They came into Gobe, which is today's Sokoto. They bullied the Hausa people. In fact, they convinced Hausa people to fight themselves. At the end of the day, they became the beneficiaries. The Hausa kingdom of Gobe became Fulani Emirates, called Sokoto. Facebook, I must say, capitulated. Facebook came to Nigeria, made their headquarters in Africa, if I'm not mistaken, or is it West Africa, in Nigeria, and proceeded to receive huge sums of money. The entire staff of Facebook in Nigeria are under the payroll of the Ministry of Information and Culture. They are all compromised. Facebook capitulated because of money and threat from the dead dictator that the Fulani cabal are now ruling in his name. Therefore, I say to Almighty God, thank you very much that Twitter chose Ghana instead of Nigeria, because sometimes I imagine what would have become of Twitter had they made their headquarters in Nigeria. By now, I am sure Lai Mohammed, the entire Fulani Caliphate, awash with vast sums of money, would have bribed the entire staff of Twitter as they did to Facebook. And their mission, rather than being one where thoughts and ideas are shared over the social media, they would have gone straight on into censorship and restriction, the same thing that Facebook is now doing today in Nigeria. Because Facebook's mission today is to stop free speech and every article that is critical of the government of Nigeria. That was why I tried to argue yesterday with some of my people that the Attorney General of the Federation of Nigeria, Malami, ordering the prosecution of offenders is not only laughable, but it is the height of unforgivable idiocy. Before we came on air, my good friend Fanny Kayode and a few other people like Obi Ezekwesili and ex-governor of Ekiti, Fayoshe, they tweeted and damned the consequences, because Twitter ban in Nigeria cannot be effective because it is not backed up by the full weight of the law. It is an executive pronouncement. It does not have the backing of the law. This evening, Nigerians must understand that they do not understand the law. But here we are going to teach you how to understand it. Malami said he was going to prosecute offenders. In other words, if you tweet, you will be prosecuted. But all the Buhari support group, all the Janjaweed spokespeople, they are still on Twitter tweeting. That is the double standards of the Fulani. When we say that, Lai Mohammed will say, Nnamdi Kanu is spewing hate speech. It is not hate speech. All I'm trying to do is to highlight the double standards of the ruling Fulani Caliphate. Because Fulani Caliphate are the people, they are the people ruling Nigeria. There is no Buhari, that is the fact of life. You can deceive yourselves all you like from now till the kingdom come. The truth of the matter is that Buhari is dead, buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia. That is the truth of the matter. Sue me anywhere if you like, but of course not in the zoo court, because anyway they're on strike. I want to ask Malami, under which law of the Federation of Nigeria are you banning Twitter? Under which law? Are you now saying that executive pronouncement by whoever is the head of state or the president of the zoo becomes law? Is that what you're trying to imply? If that is the case, then that means you don't understand what Montesquieu went through in order to put to paper his treatise on separation of powers. It means you did not go to school, you're not an AGF. It means, of course, you're a quota lawyer, so you know nothing. Under which law, I asked the Fulani Janjaweed, including those in Asarok, because I know Buhari is not there, so maybe I will address Garaba Shehu, Femi Adesina, maybe El Rufai, running the show from Kaduna, and of course Malami, and what's his name again? The so-called secretary to the government, or chief of staff. What's his name again? The man from Kwara State. I don't know his name. I want to ask these people, Nigeria has 3 ways of making laws. The one in the Constitution of Nigeria, the one that they make at the National Assembly, and any judicial pronouncement in a court of law. These are the only 3 means by which any law can come into existence under the current jaundiced democratic rule that you have in Nigeria. So I'm asking them, where is it in your 1999 Constitution or any statute of state that using Twitter is a crime? I want somebody to please try and tutor that very janjaweed, the Attorney General of the Federation of the Zoological Republic, called Malami, that an executive directive is not a law binding on the people. That is something some of you don't understand. When they say, come and register for me, all of you run and register for me, go and do BVN. It is not backed up by the weight of the law. Therefore, it is not binding on everybody. I give you a very simple example. Remember most of the laws, that most of the executive decisions that were taken by Donald Trump, how quickly they were reversed, and in most cases, some courts said they will not even uphold it. It was turned down. It is not binding on the people. It is an executive decision. It is not a law. You can't wake up in the morning and say, oh, I am banning Twitter because of that. Nobody should use Twitter. Are you mad? Who are you? If Nigeria does not want Twitter in their territory, all they need to do is to go to the National Assembly and pass a law or a bill saying, we no longer require the presence of Twitter in our land. That now becomes law, punishable by whatever thing that the law courts may deem fit. Only then will the use of Twitter be prosecutable. You cannot prosecute somebody based on executive fiat. It is not done anywhere in the world. But because they are bullies, they do not understand the niceties of the law. Therefore, any instruction by those claiming they are Buhari or the Attorney General of a Buhari to arrest and to prosecute Nigerians still using Twitter is null and void, because there is no law criminalizing the use of Twitter. And nobody, no president in a democracy has the prerogative to make laws by virtue of his or her pronouncements. It is not done anywhere in the world. That is why you have a democracy. But of course, some of you in the Cow Republic, you don't understand what we are talking about. Some of you are not learned enough to appreciate what we are discussing this evening, or this very gospel that I'm bringing to you, but that is a fact. You can be a president. You can issue directives. But you do not make the law. That is why you have the National Assembly. That is their job. Once they make a law, that law now becomes binding on everybody. That is how civilized people behave. You cannot ban anybody. There is no law in the zoo criminalizing the use of Twitter. And whoever claims that he is Buhari cannot make any laws. He is an executive, or the head of the executive branch. Their job is to implement and execute the laws. The duty of the courts is to interpret the law. I don't even know if these elementary government is, if people are actually aware of it in Nigeria. I'm not even sure that people are aware of this very simple fact. The policy of this administration in the zoo to suspend Twitter's operations in Nigeria is not law. It is a policy. The constitution, the flawed constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria guarantees all Nigerians the right to free speech and freedom of association, freedom of expression. That is what I'm doing tonight, speaking my mind. You may disagree with it. Of course, the Janjaweed will, but the majority have over the years accepted it to be gospel and the fact. That is my opinion, and I am entitled to it. Something that the Fulani Janjaweed do not understand. When I speak, they say it is hate speech. It is not hate speech. I am stating the obvious, and I'm stating all these facts. I will buttress some of them with evidence as we progress this very evening. Therefore, everybody, if you are in Nigeria, please ignore the stupid threat that you will be prosecuted if you go on Twitter. And all of them, they're on Twitter. They are on Twitter. All of them, they're on Twitter. They're still tweeting. When they call me all manner of names, when they were calling IPOB miscreants, they called us every vile name under the sun. Nobody complained of hate speech. When that fool on bleaching cream with 2 dots on his forehead were writing nonsense and calling me names, nobody pulled his tweet down. Nobody complained. Not at all. I don't complain because I take as much as I give, so I don't complain. People are entitled to the opinion, and I don't expect anybody to agree with me all the time. It is impossible. These people, because we stood up to them, because IPOB said enough is enough, because we formed Eastern Security Network to safeguard our land, our forest and our bush and our farmlands for our people to go and farm, because we said to Fulani, you cannot conquer this land of the ancients. That is the only crime we committed. That is the only crime we committed. They went overboard. We are going to speak in a language you will understand. But Boko Haram, ISIS in West Africa, Ansaru, Miyetti Allah, Fulani foreign bandits, Fulani local bandits, Fulani terrorists in general, Al-Qaeda in the Maghreb. These are all terror franchise run by Fulani people in Nigeria. That is a fact. It is not hate speech. It is a fact. These people in Aso Rock never spoke the language that Boko Haram understood. They never spoke the language that Fulani headsmen, the same people. What I find astonishing is that these people, they will ignore the timber, the tree in their own eyes, and they'll be looking for the tiny speck of dust in their own. I want to ask Fulani Janjaweed, have you dealt with Boko Haram in their own language? Did you go to the north massacring people, abducting people, killing them, basically committing genocide in broad daylight as you're doing right now in the east? The answer is no. Throughout the years of Fulani rampage through the Middle Belt, have you ever read the riot acts to them? The answer is no. But the whole world, what I find astonishing is the hypocrisy of man. BBC, Twitter, Facebook, all the rest of them, New York Post, everybody, Sky News. All of you are witnesses to this march of the Janjaweed across from the Sahel into the Middle Belt part of Nigeria, killing, slaughtering and maiming people. All of you are aware. Nobody will ever say to Garba Shehu, why did you not read riot acts to Boko Haram to Fulani, your fellow Miyetti Allah, that you gave 100 billion to? Why didn't you read it to them? Hey, he read a riot act to IPOB. He read, can't he, the president has spoken. And when I say it, sometimes people take offense, but it is a fact of life that there is something fundamentally wrong with us. I've said this many times because I know that the owners of Twitter, they are listening to my broadcast this evening via that very platform. I want them to understand that I am also self-critical. We are our own worst enemies because of the way we reason, because of the way we think. And that is why black people are at the bottom of the pile all over the world, wherever you go to, because of how we reason. the same person trying to address the issue of insecurity in the East in the language they will understand, failed to address his own people in the language they themselves will understand. Now, I believe that you're following what I'm saying. Please pay very close attention. When it comes to Biafrans, the Easterners, to Igbo people in particular, there is this great understanding, there is this unity of purpose, that an Igbo man should be hated and killed if need be. It didn't start today. It started all the way back in 1945. And as most scholars and commentators have noted over the years, anywhere you go and you find hardworking people, people who are blessed by God, they attract envy. The only reason why those idiots like Gareba Sheikh will be mouthing all their rubbish and saying, oh, we are going to speak the language they understand, is because of their natural hatred for Biafran people. Is there anywhere in the world, even the Armenian massacre has been recognized by the US Congress as being a genocide worthy of note? We lost 5 million people. Some of you don't even ask yourself questions sometimes. How come Biafrans lost 5 million people yet nobody's talking about it? It's because of that palpable hatred all across the board for no reason. These are the demons that we are fighting on a daily basis. Now you want to teach Biafrans a lesson or speak to them in the language they will understand, which is the language of genocide. That was the reason why the tweet purportedly made by Buhari was taken down by Twitter. But let us just go back a little bit and at least put on our thinking cap this very evening, morning, noon, depending on where you are, and ask ourselves a very simple question. Who brought insecurity into Nigeria? Bandits killed 91 people. By bandits, I mean these are Fulani people. Fulani terrorists killed 91 people in a place called Danko, Wasagu, local government area of Kebbi State. And I want you to listen very carefully to what I have to say. I want all the people listening all over the world to pay attention to what I have to say. The same people threatening to go and unleash genocide and mayhem in the East, in their own backyard, their own people, those referred to as legitimate stakeholders in the government, or should I say the governance of Nigeria, we are busy slaughtering 91 people in Kebbi State. Now it doesn't stop there. Who are those they are killing, you may ask? Is it not the North? Kebbi State is mainly populated by Hausa people. The Fulani people are killing Hausa people in Kebbi State. They are killing the Lena people. They are killing the Busawa people. They are killing the Dukawa people. They are killing the Bakakari people. They are killing the Kambari people. They are killing the Gungawa people. They are killing the Kamuku ethnic nationality in Kebbi. Are you listening to me? Later on I will tell you why they are obsessed with dividing us. South, Niger Delta, Igbo, and other rubbish. Because in the North, I'm telling you the truth, they are not one. Forget all the rubbish, because what the Fulanis did very cleverly was to emasculate the political, economic, and social space within Nigeria. All the, should I say, media outlets in the North only have one agenda: to throw out the Fulani narrative on a daily basis. Daily Trust, Premium Times, NTA, Channels Television, to an extent AIT, they are using Punch newspaper. Intermittently they will use Vanguard, they will use Nation newspaper. as they will, now and again. In Kebbi State, as they are busy telling you about Southeast and South, Niger Delta and Igbo, Delta is not even another rubbish. I want to tell you that in one single state in the north, the Fulani is a minority, and in that place that the Fulani people are a minority, they have gone on and killed 91 Hausa people. Are you feeling what I'm telling you? They have killed 91 Hausa people. You will not hear anybody ever. If it is anywhere else, they'll say, oh, they're killing Fulani. What is happening to Fulani? But Fulani went into Kebbi State, which doesn't belong to them, and killed 91 Hausa people. This happened 2 days ago. No, in fact, basically on Saturday, very early morning on Saturday, it happened yesterday, to be honest, the 5th of June. The police command in Kebbi State on Saturday confirmed that bandits, they don't want them to be called terrorists, because once they're called terrorists, Boko Haram, ISIS in West Africa, Al-Qaeda in the Maghreb comes to mind, and Saru and Yetiala will come to mind. So you know what the government of Nigeria did through Lai Mohammed, their Minister of Information? They said to media houses, do not call them Fulani terrorists anymore, just call them bandits. So that way the eyes of the people and the attention of the world will be deviated or deflected away from the real identity of these murderers and killers. It's a very simple strategy. Maybe it was Britain that advised them to do that. Maybe it's Katrina Lang that advised them to do that. I am telling the whole world only yesterday, as they were shouting about Southeast insecurity, we're going to kill, we'll bring in the army, we'll land airplane, we'll bomb everybody. In their own backyard, this same government is aiding and abetting the Fulani slaughter of Hausa people. It's here now, it's not very clear. Bandits kill 91 people in Danko, Wasagulo, confirmed by the police. And who confirmed it? The public relations officer, the PRO. His name is DSP Nafiu Abubakar. He confirmed the figures and said all the victims were killed in 8 different communities in the local government area. He said 8 different communities. These are Fulani people killing Hausa people. Telling you the Hausa Fulani. That is why I keep wondering, I keep asking Nigerians all the time, what is in your brain? What sort of substance is in your brain? Is it the white matter that God created, or is it something else that is there? As they have now corralled all the media houses in the zoo to focus on the East, Fulani are busy killing Hausa people. They'll come out and they'll say, oh, we are Hausa Fulani. But behind closed doors, they are slaughtering Hausa people. It is here now. Go and ask the DSP Nafiu Abubakar of Kebbi State. He is the public relations officer of the police in Kebbi State. He confirmed it. According to him, the command has so far recovered 88 bodies and dispatched a detachment of operatives to maintain law and order in the affected communities. There is no bombardment. Like all, no, not at all. Because they are all the Fulani, they know what they're doing. There is no bombardment. There is no shoot at sight order. There is no abduction of young men with tattoos on their body. No rape of women. No, not at all. This is in a state where 88 Hausa people were slaughtered by Fulani terrorists. Now tell me why any decent person would want to belong to such a country. Concern to them. Are you following me? Are you following what I'm saying? I hope that people are following what I'm saying sequentially. A country where 91 people were slaughtered only yesterday, their concern is the East. Do you see how they roll? Because Fulani has an agenda. The agenda is to conquer all of you. But some of us are so foolish and so idiotic we don't understand what their game plan is. If they do not have it in mind to conquer all of you, how come something as massive as the slaughter of 91 people did not elicit any comment from the so-called presidency? Tell me in which country anywhere in the world that such idiocy obtains. Only in Nigeria. When I say it, they say his insightful tweet, he's inciting violence, and you are the ones committing violence. Fulani, you are the ones that killed 91 Hausa people in Kebbi State. You get a message and say, oh, we are Hausa Fulani, you're killing them. 88 bodies were recovered. Now, let me tell you that all the people that I mentioned earlier were being killed. The killings took place in Koro, Kimpi, Gaya, Dini, Zutu, Rafindora, Igwende villages, and in all Danko Wasagulo government area of Kebbi State. Are you following me? Now, the question that Twitter, I'm sure you people are listening to me this evening. The question you need to ask Lai Mohammed is this. Who killed those people in Kebbi State? What is the identity? Because any time anything happens in the East, it's ESN, IPOB, ESN. You even find the Yoruba newspapers. Without any investigation, they will say it's IPOB, ESN, IPOB, ESN. I want to ask you, Yoruba media, Yoruba journalists, you evil people, have you ever wondered or asked yourselves the people behind the slaughter of the innocent in Kebbi State? Why couldn't you say it's Mietiala? The way you quickly say it's IPOB, it's ESN. It is that hatred. It is in your bone marrow, you cannot get rid of it. I am not talking about the freedom fighters we have in Yoruba land. I am talking about their journalists. Journalism from Yoruba land is pure venom, designed to paralyze your thinking faculties and to render you useless. By the time they are done with you, Fulani will just walk you over. I want to ask Yoruba newspapers, how come you are saying it is bandits that kill people in Kebbi State, whereas anything that happens in the East is ESN, IPOB? Why? Do you see why I hate Nigeria? Do you see why I agitate for Biafra? Because you hate me for no reason, for speaking the truth. That is the only, do you hate me for no reason? Then why should I not seek a country of my own? Given the level of hatred you have towards us, Daily Trust newspaper will be somewhere in Kaduna. Something will happen maybe in Okigwe, and he will write it is IPOB, ESN. He has never been to Okigwe before. I want the world to listen to what I'm saying, to understand the level of hatred directed towards Igbo Biafrans especially. To all Biafrans anyway. The other ones, they are treating them as if they are normal, but of course they are not. Fulani killed Hausa people. The same newspaper is writing Hausa Fulani. I want to ask the whole world tonight, who are the people responsible for the killing of 91 Hausa people in Kebbi State? The answer is Fulani. And they know that they are terrified to write the truth. They are terrified to speak the truth. That is why I cannot be in the same country with you people. You people are evil. You are evil. You see evil and you support it. You keep your mouth shut. You want Tinubu to be president. And you are paying dearly for these mistakes you're making. As we proceed, I am going to bring to the attention of the world the damage that Yoruba journalism has done to Yoruba people. I will prove it tonight. On this noble platform, what we preach is the truth. You may not like it, but if you go back and reflect upon everything that I say, you will come to the realization that it is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You may not like the way I deliver it. I give you that. I'm not too bothered about it. But ask yourself this question: is Nnamdi Kanu speaking the truth? This evening, am I preaching the truth or not? Why is it anytime something happens without proper investigation, it is IPOB or ESN? But only yesterday, all of you in the zoo called Nigeria, you reported the massacre that took place in Kebbi State. My simple question tonight is to Punch newspaper, to Nation newspaper, to Vanguard, all the rest of you that are basically trotting out the Fulani narrative every blessed day. I want to ask a simple question. Who are the perpetrators of that heinous crime in Kebbi State? Once you answer it truthfully, you will now understand why I am pursuing a sovereign state of Biafra. Because all of you are hypocrites. I want also, Twitter, are you listening to me? Because they want to listen. Like Muhammad told them, go and listen to him. You hear his hate-filled speech tonight, and you ban him on Twitter as they bribed Facebook to try and suppress my page. And Twitter, you're listening. My happiness is that Twitter is owned by a white man, and white people are more objective when it comes to issues of this very nature. I don't want to go into the background of Mark Zuckerberg. That will take care of itself in time to come. But I'm sure that the owner of Twitter is a white man, so he is bound to be objective, at least. I want to also let the whole world understand what is happening in the north, in Fulani-controlled northern part of Nigeria. The core north, I call them the Arewa, the Janjaweed frontier of the north. What is happening? Do you know that Islamic leaders who are Fulani people are abducting Hausa people who are Christians and forcibly converting them to Islam and forcibly marrying them off to whoever that wants to take a Hausa Christian bride? Are you aware of that? No, you're not aware of it. Because some of you erroneously think that in the north they are all Muslims. Is that what you're thinking? No, you're wrong. Islam is in the minority in the north. You'll be shocked to know this. Now, let me explain something to you. And I must thank Inter-Society for bringing this to the attention of the world. Because they actually called for the prosecution of some Islamic leaders in Katsina State. The same state that they claim the dead Buhari, whoever is there, comes from. Asking Buhari, of course the late Buhari comes from Katsina. Do you know what they're doing in Katsina State? Fulani Caliphate Islamic people there are kidnapping people, young women, most of them Hausa Christians, and forcibly converting them to Islam. It may sound far-fetched, but it is true. And I'm going to shock most of you this evening. There is a group in the north. They are called the Hausa Christian Foundation. HACFO for short. The Hausa Christian Foundation reported incidences of indiscriminate abduction of underage girls by Islamic leaders in Katsina State and forcing them to renounce their Christian faith to take up Islam. What they did to Leah showed to tell you that they are all in it together. This is what I want Yoruba media to understand. I know that some of them are Muslims. I understand that very well. But at least they are educated. They went to school. They are not quota products as you have in the north. Not at all. You have in the Janjaweed north, that is. Do you know what the group said? Hausa Christians, what they said. The Nigerian government must sanction the Katsina Islamic leaders for indiscriminate abduction and forceful conversion of scores of Hausa Christians, especially girls of underage, to Islam. This is according to a statement issued on the 15th of April 2021 by the Hausa Christians Foundation. According to the group, there has been indiscriminate abduction of hundreds of Hausa girls and their forcible conversion to Islam. The abducted Hausa Christian girls who are under the school age of 16 are also forced into early marriage done outside the consent of their parents. This is happening in a place called Nigeria. These are the people that want to ban Twitter. These are the people that bought over Facebook. The same people that bought over Satlink in Israel because they were carrying our signal. These people. I'm asking all of you Nigerians, for goodness sake, when will you begin to reason and to learn? They claim, are we not upholding the rule of law? So the rule of law in the north stipulates that you must abduct a little girl. For goodness sake, when will you begin to reason and to learn? They claim, are we not upholding the rule of law? So the rule of law in the north stipulates that you must abduct a little girl and forcibly convert her to Islam. This is happening. It is a report. Let me also ask those in Asorok, have you spoken to people of Katsina abducting little children about the need to understand a particular language that you're about to speak to them? Have you done that? I want the world to understand how despicable, vile, and evil Nigeria is. That's what I'm trying to do. To let you understand what is happening in Nigeria as at this very present day. People must understand the game plan of the Fulani, and I want Twitter to understand it. They will come with harassment. They will try to buy shares in Twitter. They will try to impose their own people as directors of the board of Twitter. They will try to get you to change your policies towards Nigeria. Because the Fulanis have a long-term goal. They know what they're looking for. They want the total Fulanization and Islamization of the geopolitical space called Nigeria. That's what they want. And they will never stop until they get it. They will never ever stop. This is something that I want Yoruba people to understand. This is something I want Middle Belt on. In Middle Belt, you will be taken. You will be swallowed alive. I'm telling you, you will be taken. The only reason why this demonic Fulanization is not in full swing is because of the activities of IPOB and Eastern Security Network. That's what is stopping them. If not, by now, we would all be gunners. The time now is 5 minutes to 8 p.m. in the land of Biafra. We are live and we are direct. It is also the same number, say 3 minutes to the top of the hour, regardless of where you are. We are preaching a gospel that heaven asked us to speak and to preach about this very evening, and we must do so. People are saying, ESN, IPO, not people anyway, of course, the Janjaweed and those that hate Biafrans, naturally, that's what they always do. They've been doing it since 1945. It's not new. The demonization of the East didn't start today. It's since 1945. And it's never going to stop. Even when we get our Biafra, it will never ever stop. It is inbred. How did we get to where we are today? I want to ask, people must listen very attentively, please. I want to ask the whole world. You're talking about ESN, you're talking about IPOB agitation and all that rubbish, the way we speak, our violent utterance. I want to ask the whole world, please. How did we get to where we are today? Number one question, I want to ask the Zoo media, Nigerian journalists. In 2014, what did IPOB do to warrant the massacre of people in Onitsha and Enugu? I hasten to add. In 2015, let me also ask, what did we do to deserve being massacred? on October and November of 2015. People talk about Nigeria as if it is one normal country or nation. No, it is not. Nigeria is a gangland. It is run by gangsters, basically, masquerading as politicians. This is something that Twitter must understand. The world must understand it. It is a fact. Let me ask you. You see the Shia people, Shia Muslims of El Zagzagi. What did they do to deserve to be massacred in Zaria? Were they violent? Were they carrying arms? Let me leave Shia. Let me come to IPOB once again. In 2016, I was in detention. I was in detention in Abuja. People gathered to remember 30th of May 2016. We got together in a place called Mpo. Or should I say at a place called Mpo? I have to be grammatically exact. To pray, to remember the dead, exactly what we did a few days ago. Do you know what happened? I want the world to understand. I hope Twitter can follow what I'm saying. I want mankind to understand. On the evening of the 29th of May 2016, Nigerian Army, Nigerian Police went to a place called Mpo and killed over 1,000 people. Now you'll be wondering, what did they do? What's their crime? Their only crime was to gather together to try to remember those that died between 1967 and 1970. The army went there and shot over 1,000 people dead. Am I lying? Nigerian journalists, am I lying? After all, Amnesty published a report about it. A report was published by Amnesty International on this very massacre. I want to ask everybody then, was there any ESN, any arms anywhere? Was anybody carrying any guns or anything of that sort? It's only the flag. You shot people dead. Have you all forgotten? You zoo people, have you all forgotten what you did in 2016? Let us go to Aba. If you doubt me, go and look at the clip, and I want it everywhere tonight, please. The clip of that Al Jazeera journalist interviewing the late dead Buhari when the idiot was still alive. You know, sometimes I want to sound statesman-like, but it's not possible. I'm dealing with animals in a zoo. How can you wear a suit and you be playing with monkeys? It's not possible now. You'll get dirty. So it's better you take off everything now and be naked like them and be swimming in the mud. Isn't that the best thing to do? Sometimes I come on air and I want to sound very statesman-like, but it's not possible because we are dealing with vagabonds, to be honest with you. Why did I call them vagabonds? Listen to my reasons, please, before you castigate me. Those you massacred at Mpo in 2016, what did they do to you? Were they violent? Were they armed? Those that you criminalized for asking for self-determination, do you know that it is a deliberate policy of the Nigerian state with their neo-colonial handlers to be calling us secessionists? Sky News published an article a few days ago and called Sky News in the UK called IPOB a secessionist group. New York Post made the same mistake. Reuters, everybody calling us secessionists. Now I want to ask them a simple question. Why is it that you don't refer to Scottish agitation for self-rule a secessionist movement? Oh, because they are white. Okay, sorry, I do apologize. They are white. What do we know? We are black monkeys. We know nothing. Nicola Sturgeon can agitate for a separate homeland for the Scottish people. Sky News will not call it secessionism. New York Post will never ever target a secessionist movement, neither will CNN. But because in Africa, Biafrans are asking for the same thing that Scottish people are asking for, you now tag them secessionists. This is what is called very sublime racism. If you don't know, I will teach you and you will know. In Europe, it is called ethnic nationality. In Africa, it's called a tribe. For a reason. I'm asking the whole world this evening, why is it that Nicola Sturgeon, the leader of the Scottish people, asking for Scottish independence makes her, they don't even have a name for her. If I ask for the same thing that Nicola Sturgeon is asking for, Nnamdi Kanu becomes a secessionist. How did we get to where we are today? Go and publish, please, everybody publish that very interview. I think it was Denise that was interviewing the late Buhari then. We were praying in Aba National High School in Aba. Twitter, are you listening to me? Before they ask you to ban me tomorrow morning. So you want to understand why we are upset, why we are angry, why we address Nigeria as a zoo. I'm not telling you the reason why. Or should I say the reasons why. We gathered in Aba to pray. National High School in Aba to pray. These your newfound friends now, Nigerian police, they came, they opened fire and killed people. And I want to ask the Nigerian police that killed people, those playing inside National High School in Aba, were they carrying any guns? It's a simple question. Ibazu is that the governor of Abia State. All those people you shot dead, were they? In fact, they were even running away your position and killing them. You packed some of them, you thought they were dead, and you put them in a pit along Aba Iguacha Expressway, and you poured that seed on them. Luckily, one person survived that very ordeal. And I hope that Yoruba journalists are listening to me tonight. I hope you're listening very carefully and attentively. You want to understand why we're upset? I'm not telling you why we're angry and why we want Biafra. You thought they were dead. You shot so many people dead. You packed their bodies and dumped them in a borrow pit. In order to make their identification impossible, you pour that seed on them, on their faces, to disfigure them. True or false? We have a survivor of that very ordeal, and his plight was well publicized. I even think that CNN even carried the news at some point. But you know one funny thing? Yoruba media never carried the news. But we're in one Nigeria. They wanted to be good Nigerians. We all need to be good, but they never carried the news of this grave injustice being done to a people. Are you following me? Why did we form Eastern Security Network? Why? You know, ESN, if you go now, ESN, the militant wing of IPOB, the armed wing of IPOB, that's what they're saying. That is why, to be honest with you, I don't give a damn who bans me or who doesn't. I don't give a toss. I must preach that which heaven have asked me to preach. How and why did we form Eastern Security Network? Why and how? What happened? Are you following me? What happened? We formed, I think his name is Jack and of Twitter. Jack, the reason why we formed Eastern Security Network was because our mothers were being raped when they go to the farm. Our daughters were being slaughtered, cut into pieces. Why did we form Eastern Security Network? Because our mothers were being killed and raped in the farms. Our fathers were being slaughtered. We can no longer go to the farm. Our forests and our bushes were unsafe. Was that not the reason why ESN was formed? I'm asking Yoruba journalists. Is it not the same reason why you formed Amoteku? Is that not the same reason why? Don't Amoteku carry pump action? is Amoteku not armed? Is anybody remotely suggesting that Amoteku is the armed wing of Yoruba liberation movement? I'm asking this question. Now, the thing is, you people, you are Southerners, you are black people. Some of you are well read. But what I don't understand is, why do you keep gravitating towards evil? Why do Yoruba journalists always want to support evil? I can't understand it for a life. I don't know why they do that. Amoteku is armed, clashing with Fulani headsmen in your forest. Is that not correct? Anytime we drive away Fulani from our forest, you now come back to us and tell us that we are armed wing of IPOB. Forgetting the reason why we formed it in the first place. What is happening in Oyo? There is massacre going on in Oyo. I'll get to that later on. Do you know my happiness today? Miyetti Allah opened their mouth and said, we are no longer in the southeast. That's what they said. And our people keep forgetting those that made it possible for these terrorists and murderers to leave our land. It is Eastern, it's because of Eastern Security Network. Eastern Security Network. That's the reason why. In case you don't know. IPOB made it possible. Do you know that it is only in the East, in Biafra land, that Miyetti Allah openly confessed and said, we no longer have a presence there in the whole of Nigeria. Only in Biafra land. Do you know why they said it? Because we drove them away from there. Eastern Security Network drove them away from there. Do you understand? They said that insecurity has persisted despite the fact that we are no longer in the East. This is Miyetti Allah, the fourth most deadly terrorist group in the world, in the whole world. And I want Twitter to understand what I'm saying tonight. The fourth most deadly terror group in the world is Fulani headsmen. According to the Global Terror Index. Go and Google it. The only place Fulani said we are no longer moving our cattle, raping and killing people is on Biafra land. And which people made it possible? Who are the ones that made it possible? Intellectual among them, who made it possible? I'm asking you. Something that all of them couldn't have done. We formed ESN December of last year, and by May of the next year, Fulani confessed we are no longer in the southeast. Now tell me who is there killing people? Fulani soldiers, Fulani policemen, Fulani DSS. Because we defeated their foot soldiers, Miyetti Allah, they got upset. That is why you are seeing this level of disproportionate deployment of soldiers and police in the East. Fulani is upset. They have taken over parts of Yoruba land. They are comfortable. Can't you see that they are not worried about Yoruba agitation? They are not worried. They know where the problem is in the East. Are you following me? They are not in our forest, so if we find them, they are gone. They cannot be there, and they understand it. Fulani must know that we are more stubborn than they are. The only reason why it seems sometimes that Fulani, they have the leeway is because the Yorubas are afraid of them. Yoruba, not the Sunday Igbohos of this world, they are very brave. Not the Ghanaians of this world are very brave. Fani Kayode, given what has been very brave. Fayoshe, a very brave man. Yinko Dumakin, my late friend, a very brave man. And of course, Paya Debanjo, very, very brave. When that man speaks, I want to borrow him and bring him down to the East. Paya Debanjo. They have brave people there. But the rest, I don't know. I have no idea. Today, what they are doing by attacking Twitter and and buying over Facebook. They want to change the narrative. The Fulani Janjaweed, they want to change the narrative. Every blessed day, they want the world to believe that we in the East are the aggressors, that they are just victims. And I want the world to ask them a simple question. Who were the sponsors and founders of Boko Haram? Who are the sponsors and founders of ISIS in West Africa? Before then, who are the founders and sponsors of Al-Qaeda in the Maghreb? Who are the sponsors of Ansarud? Who are the sponsors of Fulani headsmen, Miyet Yalam? Who are the sponsors of even the foreign bandits that I'm talking about? How many terror groups have I named for you now? All exclusively Fulani owned. Yet, their focus is in the East. I want the world to understand something today, because all of you are listening. Nobody hates the police or the army anywhere in the world. But I need you to understand something, that in Nigeria you don't have an army. What you have is a fully Fulanized terror machine in uniform. A gang of murderers in uniform. That's all you have. I'll prove it to you later. We are not going to allow the Fulani to change the narrative. That is why they're upset. They have managed to subdue everybody else in the zoo, apart from IPOB and ESN. They cannot, and they know they cannot. It doesn't matter how many people we lose. We don't care. We keep going. I lost my mom and my dad, and we are still marching on, aren't we? I lost 28 men, very close. We are still marching on. I lost a cousin, Adako, to Nigerian army. We are still marching on. We are not going to stop. So you understand it very clearly. Now listen to me, please. The reason why anytime you see them, IPOB, what they're doing, they want to break the country. The elders must rise up and speak. All those fools. Let me tell you something you don't know. We are the way we are because you made us so. Your hatred for me is what conditioned me over the years to react to you the way that I'm reacting to you, because you are evil. Nigeria is an evil entity. Very, very satanic. You want to change the narrative. It's IPOB, they're the aggressors. I saw some women, was it yesterday? Give them their Biafra. We don't want to die. Look at murderers calling other people murderers. Can you believe such nonsense? The Fulani leaders, you cannot win. You cannot defeat IPOB. You people were the ones that established many terror organizations in Nigeria in a bid to overwhelm the country and take over the territories for your Fulani people. IPOB became a stumbling block to that very Janjaweed expansionist tendency. True or false? Am I lying? You were ruling Nigeria before, doing everything you like, controlling NNPC, controlling the seaport, customs, everywhere you ever. Now, finally, because you felt that you've subdued everybody else, now you can now march on with your foot soldiers into the East, because you've taken over Yoruba land. Of course, I know that very well. You came and we said, no, you can't come into this land to take it. Come and do your business and go. You said no. Now, because we defeated Miyeti Yala, you now brought in police and army with official uniform, official badge to come and kill people. And I also want to remind Twitter, because they are listening. Twitter, please. Do you know that in the Nigerian army and police there are terrorists there? Are you aware that Nigeria actively recruited terrorists, killers and murderers and rapists, and gave them army and police uniforms? Are you aware of that? How can anybody, Yoruba journalists, how can you people in your infantile stupidity refer to Nigeria as having an army or Nigeria police? Or where are those terrorists that they conscripted into the Nigerian army and Nigeria police? Where are they? People without shame, where are they? I'm asking you. Fulani, you want to change the narrative? Of course not. They want to put the blame of insecurity in Nigeria on IPOB. Can you believe that? Can you believe these people? Can you believe them? Can you believe these people? And luckily, as God will have it, they are slaughtering themselves in the north. But IPOB securing the east are the ones to be blamed for the insecurity in the east. There is a clip I want everybody to play, please. Who opposed them opened his mouth and said, I invited the army to come into Olo. There was nothing happening. Fulani, who opposed them gave Fulani land in Olo to do Ruga, Fulani settlement. And we said no. We drove the Fulani murderers and terrorists away. Who opposed them now invited his friends, his masters from the north, to bring in their army and heavy machinery into Olu to kill us. That was how all these things started. All of you have forgotten. My black people in this UG, black, you have all forgotten the Genesis. The same way that all of you that are blaming Boko Haram is a terrorist group, Boko Haram, what they're doing. But when Nigerian police were busy killing their leader and killing everybody else, all of you were just there drinking Fradenunu. Or doing betting on Chelsea versus Man U. Or Liverpool versus Man City. Nigeria army and police will go out and commit atrocity upon atrocity. All of you will be there, you keep quiet. Any day, those people out of anger rise up and retaliate. All of you baboons and monkeys will start writing rubbish. Do you know why? Because you have no conscience, you have no soul, you're a black person, you are the embodiment of evil. Is the truth. I don't care who bans whoever or whatever, I don't give a toss. I must preach the truth. Black people are wicked. By nature, very wicked people. That is why you forget the atrocities that your police and your army always commit. You forget. In a twinkle of an eye, you forget. Our army, our police. Now listen to me very carefully, please. You are blaming ESN. Whereas it is the same Fulani terrorists masquerading as headsmen that are responsible for orchestrating all the insecurity in and around Nigeria. Fulani, you have Boko Haram. Fulani, talking about insecurity in the east. Hey. Whereas 91 people were slaughtered yesterday they were killed yesterday. You have the guts. You people have no shame. You have the guts to stand up and be talking about insecurity in the east. And you're a senator from Kebbi State or Kebbi, whatever they call it. And 91 of your constituents were slaughtered. You didn't see it. You are talking about east. Fulani, who formed Boko Haram. Fulani, who formed ISIS in West Africa province, ISWAP. Fulani, who formed Miyetti Allah. Fulani, who formed Ansaru. Fulani, who formed these headsmen and bandits you claim are foreign. Fulani, who brought out murderers and killers and terrorists from prison and gave them military and police uniforms. It is you people. You have now spread them around the country, causing mayhem, abducting people from schools. These are the same place. Hi, these people. Fulani, you think everybody's as stupid as you are? You go, you kidnap students from their schools in the north, you get ransom, you buy more arms, you embolden yourselves. You have the guts to conduct a live press conference talking about insecurity in the east. Don't you have shame? Anyway, you don't. Who are the bandits, or should I say terrorists, taking hostages of school children and demanding ransom? Are they not Miyetti Allah? Miyetti, the chief negotiator. Who are the people destroying farms, raping and killing their victims daily around Nigeria? Fulani. Fulani. You know how they manage to convince some of you is what I find astonishing. Despite the overwhelming evidence, how they manage to convince you people that they mean well for you is something I can't understand. It was in Nigeria that I discovered the reason why the black race were enslaved and colonized at the same time. After slavery came colonization. After colonization, now we are in the era of neo-colonization. If you want to know why a black man is easier to control than an animal, come to Nigeria, you will see it. You see, Punch newspaper is a Yoruba newspaper. Tribune is Yoruba. Nation is Yoruba. In fact, most major newspapers, they have this Yoruba leaning because most of them are based in and around Lagos, including Sun, Vanguard, all the rest of them. Unbelievable. They know that their forests and their lands have been taken over by the Fulani. The journalist writing their rubbish for Punch newspaper, he cannot go back to his village. Most of them in Ogun State are refugees in Benin Republic. The person, you will have the guts to come on national television to talk about insecurity in the East. Whereas your fellow Yoruba people, they are in Benin Republic as refugees driven away by Fulani. But because I said that no Biafran will go and dwell in a refugee camp anywhere, instead we all perish. You are calling me the instigator of insecurity. Let me tell my Yoruba journalists one thing they don't understand. If we had behaved like you people, by today we will have Biafrans in Ambazonia as IDPs. If we had allowed the Fulani to come into us playing this one Nigeria, good one Nigerian card, our land and our forests would have been taken over by the Fulani the same way they have now taken over swathes of Yoruba land. Are you following? In your land, the Fulani people are massacring you. In our land, it is we have defeated their foot soldiers. They now brought in, gave them army uniform, official army uniform, to come to kill in our land. That's what we are facing now. Because the Fulani they think they're clever, but they are not. One day we will get one terrorist with uniform, and we will show the whole world what they have been doing. Fulani terrorists are everywhere, you must understand. They are the military and the police. Nigeria has no military, it has no police. What you have are terrorists, Fulani terrorists in uniform. That's what you have. No Fulani leader. I have never come across any Fulani leader condemn Yetiala. Never, ever, ever. But one of them says, hey, the East must speak up. Silence is no longer golden. Speak up now. Speak up now. Have you ever spoken up against Yetiala? Have you spoken in the past against them? Against your friends in Boko Haram and ISIS in West Africa that are considered even more deadly than Boko Haram? No, you have not. But you want Eastern leaders to rise up and speak against those that drove away your terrorists from our forests. Does that make any sense to you? Of course not. No Fulani leader has ever condemned what their people are doing. The same people are today threatening us. Fulani rulers trade with genocide. Activities of ESN is the reason why we are coming. You are angry because we defeated your foot soldiers in the forest. We drove you terrorists away from our land. That is why you upset. Once in a while, you give them uniform, army uniform to come and kill people. That's all you do. Any day we respond now, we capture them or we kill them, you run to Twitter. Can you see they are killing Nigerian soldiers and the police, our security architecture? But you cannot speak the truth by telling the whole world that these same people were once terrorists, or are still they are all terrorists even till now. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you see why we are agitating for Biafra? Why we don't believe in Nigeria? Why Nigeria will be destroyed beyond repair? Because Nigeria is a criminal enclave. It is not a nation, it's not a country. It's a place full of black people who cannot reason properly. It's as simple as that. Because if you can reason properly, please, you can see the handwriting on the wall. Who are the terrorists in Nigeria? Who brought insecurity into Nigeria? Is it not the Fulani? Without Fulani people raping and killing in our land, also one, in case you have forgotten, Nimbo, in case you have forgotten, in Ebonyi, in Cross River, in rivers, everywhere they were killing, pillaging, raping and looting. Have you all forgotten why ESN came? You have all cleverly forgotten. Black people, the COG. And they are so-called political elites. Everybody wants to be politically correct. Everybody wants to be politically correct. Everybody wants to please Fulani because of 2023. Because they control INEC, they control CBN, they control everything. Your political future. In fact, if they can put this on in power, what can they not do? All of you were there claiming, this is our nation, Nigeria, without shame. You people, you disgust me. Supreme Court of Nigeria imposed a ban on the people of Imo. A man that came forth during election. He was imposed. And they asked Supreme Court of Nigeria, where did you get all this number of voters, given the fact that INEC register doesn't tally with the figures you're pronouncing? And by law, the same INEC they claimed they met a few days ago, we are not happy, our offices are being burnt, what is happening now is not good. The same INEC that you charged by law to conduct elections went to Supreme Court and said to the judges, the figures you're using, they are wrong. The judges said our decision is final. Hope Uzodinma is the governor of Imo State. And you want people to accept that rubbish? You must be mad. You must be mad. What we are doing is to teach the next generation how to defend their lives. ESN was born out of the need for self-defense. And we have done a very marvelous job. That even Mietiala confessed. Anywhere you see people claiming they are Fulani, these are terrorists that they brought in and gave them uniform to go and kill. That's all. To go and kill. And I want Yoruba media to listen to me very attentively now, please. You see, there's a prayer I always pray, and I will say it in Igbo language, the oldest language in the world. Maybe that is why Britain hates us so much, because we are the oldest people on the face of this very earth, in the Igbo, ancient people. And that is the center of the world as well. I'm sure you know that by now. 0 longitude and 0 latitude. You know that the Greenwich Mean Time is 1 hour to the left. Is not the proper central time of the world. The proper central time of the world is where the 0 longitude line meets the 0 latitude line, which is in Biafran waters, for your information. So you know, we are the center of the world. That's why we have Ihechiowa, the very first place that the light of God had to shine on this very earth. Gani Adams, Gani Adams, the RA Onakakamfo of Yoruba land on Sunday said, that's today, with the killing of over 50 people in Iganga town, Ibarakwa, Okogun area of Oyo State, it is evident that war is imminent in the country. Please, Twitter, listen to me. Who killed Yoruba people in Oyo? Are they bringing... You know, sometimes some intellectuals and efulefus, they prefer, they look for their own to blame all the time. I want to ask them a question. The RA, the war commander, the generalissimo of Yoruba land is Gani Adams. Earlier today, he said that war is imminent in the country. A Yoruba man. Why is he saying it? Because 50 people were slaughtered in Oyo State, in Yoruba land. But a Yoruba journalist writing for Punch or writing for whoever is still talking about one Nigeria, our country, Nigeria, this is our nation, let's move forward. But in his village, people are falling down like flies. Are you following? I want to ask the world now, Who are the people responsible for the slaughter? Yesterday was 91. Today is 50. You know, one Nigeria, isn't it? Let's move our country forward. We Nigerians, we have to attack Twitter. We Nigerians. Fulani is singing the mantra of one Nigeria, and you're joining them, facing the altar, singing one Nigeria from the back. They are slaughtering you from the back. They are slaughtering you from the back. When you speak, it's hate speech, it's incendiary, it's insightful. They bought over Google, you know. Nigeria bought Google. They put in so much money in Google. You don't know that because of IPOB and NNAMDI Kanu. So much money in Google. If you go to Google now, the number one, if you Google Nnamdi Kanu, if you go to Google and you write in Nnamdi Kanu, the first thing you will see, Nnamdi Kanu's tweet removed for insightful statement. Up to 4 or 5. Every other thing I said, no. Mankind is evil, honestly speaking. I'm telling you the truth. Even Google was bought over. They bought over. That one loves money. They gave him money, Zuckerberg. And he took money and handed over Facebook to Lai Mohammed in the zoo. Anything you write. If they kill us, you publish the pictures, no, they ban you. You talk about it and they ban you. That is why everybody must be on Twitter. I've told you that before. And the events of the past few days have justified my call for each and every one of you to go and open a Twitter account. Be on Twitter. Everybody must be on Twitter. That's where you do the damage to the zoo. That is why they are crying and complaining and lamenting every blessed day. I will not let him go. Forget all the nonsense, all the noise on the pages of newspapers and all that rubbish and on channels. Ask about bunkum. As if it will matter to us. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to me what you write, what you say, what you gossip is irrelevant to me. You know that very well, don't you? Eba Gani Adams said he condemned the gruesome murder of innocent residents of the town and warned Fulani headsmen and bandits to stay away from the southwest or be ready to face stiff resistance. Aha! Tomorrow now, when maybe OPC, when they now get together to resist the Fulani, you claim that OPC is looking for war. But Fulanis are there now slaughtering them, isn't it? All of you are hypocrites. The killings happened in the early hours of Sunday and brought the entire Igaga town and its environs to its knees, with over 50 people dead, cars burnt, and over 20 houses burnt. That's their signature. Burning of houses. Do you people know who actually brought in burning of houses into the, should I say, the thinking or mindset of Nigerians? Do you know who brought it in? It's the army, Nigerian army. They are the ones. They go to your house. They kill you. If you escape, they burn your house down. The same barrister Joffo, they attacked his house again last night to kill him. They came, was it not last year, and burnt his house. Do you know that the Nigerian army went to Fela's house in those days? People talk about unknown gunmen, unknown goat, unknown cow, unknown pig. Who started the phenomenon of unknown? Nigerian government under Obasanjo. They sent soldiers to go and kill Fela and his mom. They went to Fela's house after causing the death of the mother, of course. They burnt the place down. Nigerian army. They asked them who did it. They said unknown soldiers. All of you have forgotten. These are black people that don't read. You don't even know history. They asked Obasanjo who were the people responsible for invading Fela's home, Fela and Nicolas Bokuti, his home. They said it's unknown soldiers. Oh, dear me. Nigeria. You see Obasanjo tomorrow. This insecurity is getting out of hand. Obasanjo, did you not start insecurity by sending soldiers to go to Fela's house? What crime did Fela commit? He was singing, and expressing his natural, his God-given right to speak his mind. Obasanjo, you today talking rubbish, insecurity, and we need the bitterness in the land. Why did you send soldiers to go and kill fella and the mom? When they failed, they burnt the place down. Nigerian army, yes. It was Nigerian army that started this very, the concept of burning down people's houses. Nigerian army, yes. Nigerian army, yes. The army of Nigeria. Our boys, as some of you will foolishly claim now and again. They killed Yoruba people 50 yesterday. The same way they went to Benue State and killed Igbo people the other day. When we go there now to confront them, people say, hey, ESN is here. They are destabilizing the polity. They're talking rubbish. Why is it that when Fulani people are killing people, all of you are quiet? When the people rise up to retaliate, you start talking rubbish. All of you. You start writing to Twitter. Lai Mohammed was upset because he wrote to Twitter on 4 occasions for Twitter to ban my account. And Twitter said no. You don't know that? 4 times they wrote Ministry of Information and Culture, signed by Lai Mohammed, to Twitter, ban Nnamdi Kanu. Twitter said no on 4 occasions. But they called Facebook, Facebook, they have Nigerians working for them. Bribery and corruption, gave them money. Anything you see that is Biafra, pull it down. And the idiot doing work for Facebook, pulling all Biafran posts down in his village in Ibarak, but they have killed 50 people. I can see I can see that hand with which you have used to write that poisonous epistle on the pages of Punch newspaper. You will put it inside your mouth and you become contaminated. Ibarak is an example. Yoruba land is under siege by the Fulani. And you're writing about the East. I know that Ibagani Adams will do the obvious. They even destroyed the palace of the Oba of Ashigagan, of Igaga land. Oba Adewusi Olaoye. His house was not spared. And the monarch has been whisked away by the bandits. They even took a Yoruba traditional ruler, an Oba in Yoruba land, Fulani. Your friends, Your friends in one Nigeria, keeping Nigeria one, moving ahead, yes? They took your Oba. Fulani bandits took your Oba. In the East, you have their soldiers disgracing our traditional rulers, as they did in the coastal region. They know what they're doing. Can they do that thing to an emir in the North? Can they try it? Of course, the answer is no. Because all of you people, you tolerate Fulani Janjaweedism under the guise of one Nigeria. They are flying your flag, green, white, green in front of you, but inside inside they're destroying you. But you don't know. Very, very sad indeed. It's very difficult to sound presidential or to sound statesman-like when you're discussing Nigeria, because the whole place is disgusting. Nigeria is disgusting. They never spoke the language that they're terrorists. Why don't you now come out and say the killing in Oyo State is bad? We are going to treat them in a language they understand. Why not? It's only in the East. And Yoruba journalists, they support this junk coming from these people. That is the reason why they come to your land and they massacre people. Because you support evil. Tinubu has to be president. You people are jokers. That Biafrans are not in IDP camps today or refugee camps is because of the immense work that ESN is doing. And for record purposes, please, ESN is in the bushes and forests of Biafra land. We are not out on the street. All of you trying your best to link ESN with unknown gunmen, you're wasting your time. If you want to know how unknown gunmen were born, go and look at all the atrocities of the Nigerian army and police against young people in the East. You'll understand that. ESN is inside the bush, making it possible for you to sleep at night. ESN is not and will never be unknown gunmen. And without myself excusing the activities of these angry youths that have had their relatives murdered by the Nigerian state, it is the same Nigerian police and army that are complaining today that brought this brutality and lawlessness. And I'll ask them again, oh, what did those people do to you? Onisha, MNK in Enugu, have you all forgotten? Mbama River in Bayelsa. All the massacres you have carried out against young people in the East. What was their crime? What offense did they commit to warrant you to go to where they are praying and kill them? Nobody can answer that question. You think because you have money, you can bribe Reuters and bribe AFP and bribe Sky News and CNN and bribe the Yoruba media and all that rubbish. You silence us, you're mad, you are insane, you cannot do it. There is something called the internet. Even if you ban us here, we go somewhere else. It doesn't matter, our message will keep going. Our message will keep going. Nigeria will buy over every company in the world, and our message will still be passed down to the people that need it most. ESN is not unknown gunmen and can never be. But we know how unknown gunmen started. Every day you kill people and you go scot-free. Today they have gone to Joffor's house. They have shot dead a young man there today. When his relatives rise up tomorrow, pick up arms and start killing police, you start talking rubbish. You'll be talking jazz from your stupid, stinking Zoom out. You'll be talking rubbish. Nobody has condemned the killing of a young man in Barrister Joffor's house last night around 2:30 a.m. In fact, this morning, early this morning. Have you written about him? Now, the family of that boy will be asking, what did he do wrong? Did he commit any crime? So his crime is that he's in Barrister Joffor's house and you killed him. Tomorrow, when his brother or sister will pick up arms and start fighting the police, all of you, I don't know how to describe you demons. All of you demons will start talking your usual crap and rubbish. Zoo animals. They came to Joffor's house and picked up people for no reason. Now, Joffor is a barrister registered with zoo courts and all the rest of it, doing his work as an attorney. What crime did he commit? What was his crime? I'm asking you. You want to kill him because he's Nnamdi Kanu's attorney. These are the people you want to be in the same country with. When they have an issue with you, they go and kill your lawyer. Look at Barrister Okorafor, that exposed the abduction, that exposed the genocide that took place in Obibo. They threw a hand grenade into the mother's car and blew the woman up. Okorafor went to go and bury the mother. They came there and they shot him as well. Luckily, he managed to escape with a bullet wound on his foot, his right leg. Are you aware of it? Tomorrow they say, our police are being attacked. Our army are being attacked. All that rubbish. When your army is busy attacking innocent people, all of you demonic animals in the zoo called Nigeria, you call... Oh, should I come on better? Next time you see Obasanjo, please ask him who brought unknown into the killings in Nigeria. He will tell you he did. Unknown soldiers going to Fela's house. Who bombed Fela's house? Is it Calcutta Republic or whatever it's called? Unknown soldiers under Obasanjo. That's Nigeria for you. They started the insecurity. Fulani, this very regime of nepotism, this regime of backwardness, this feudal regime of mediocrity, they are the ones that started insecurity in Nigeria. Wicked souls. Wicked souls. Every time they deny. Let me tell you something about, Ahmed Gulag that was killed. Anyway, I'm not going to go into it because there was a man in the vehicle He is an Ogoni man. An Ogoni man was with Ahmed Gulag in his vehicle. You know, they don't do research, but we do. You know the Ahmed Gulag, the reason why they're killing everybody in the East. He was with another man riding in the vehicle. Where is that man? And I want him to speak publicly and tell the whole world what he told the police about the identity of the killers of Ahmed Gulag. There was a man riding, I don't want to mention your name. If you don't make a public statement within 2 days, I will mention your name. This man witnessed the assassination of Ahmed Gulag firsthand. And the man said to the police, he told the IG of police, the assassins were not Igbo. I want somebody to ask the police commissioner of Imo State to also ask the IG of police of Nigeria, did they get a first-hand account of what happened from a man that was riding in the same vehicle with Ahmed Gulag? Yes or no? It's a simple question. You know, zoo journalists, they are very lazy. I want them to go and ask the IG of police, was there any man riding in the same vehicle as Ahmed Gulag when he was killed? Did that man give you a statement? And what did his statement say? I am telling the world today that the man told the IG of police that those that killed Ahmed Gulag are not Igbo people. True or false? But all of you are busy writing rubbish. Daily Post, all these idiots writing junk. You think you want to stifle Biafra. You think you want to delay the coming of Biafra. You think you can stop Biafra from coming, but you're wasting your time. The more you write rubbish, the more your village is being taken over by Fulani people. Hausa people, remember when you used to be called Hausa Fulani? We Hausa Fulani, but Fulani, they went to Kebbi State and slaughtered Hausa people. But they're doing Hausa Fulani as brothers. We Hausa Fulani, but in Kebbi State, Hausa people were murdered by Fulani. You people don't learn anything. As I said, there is something wrong with the brain of black people, especially those of you from Nigeria. There is something definitely wrong with your brain. I'm telling you the truth. You are not normal. You can never be with the way you reason. I don't want to mention names, but that man, you must come forward to tell the world what is going on and to tell you how clever the Fulani think they are. You know, Britain helped them to suppress Biafra by denying Ojukwu access to world media then. Okay? They are secessionists. You know, the Oyibo are very clever people. No? They are very clever, I'm telling you the truth. There are people in California, in America, called Cal Exit. They want California to break away from the USA. They are not being called secessionists. They block Quebecois in French Canada. Nobody's calling them secessionists because they are white. But a white man came to my land and formed a country for me without my consent. And I'm saying to the Yibo man, Beture, this thing you formed here is not with my consent. I want to leave it. He's saying I'm a secessionist. I should be killed. He is a secessionist. Kill him. Beture said I should be killed because I challenged him and I said, this thing you created here is not a country for me. I can't go to Europe to create a country for you, white man. Why must you come to Africa to create a country for me? And give me a very useless name, Nigeria. It doesn't make any sense. In fact, it's a racial slur word. He's telling me you are a secessionist. But Scotland wants to be free from England, and very soon Wales will join. Why is it that Scottish people are not called secessionists and the armies of Britain there slaughtering Scottish people? Why not? And then I realized they are white. That's the way it is. No wonder people put on bleaching cream. Sometimes when you look at black people, you know the way we reason is a bit strange. You can buy one unku cream and add bleach to it and be rubbing it on your body to be white. Because I don't blame them, to be honest with you. I just don't blame them. The way we reason is quite astonishing. Nobody can ask them, Punch newspaper, that hardened Yoruba or Fulani Janjaweed paper, can never ask anybody, how come Nicola Sturgeon is not a secessionist? She's not being called a separatist. Why not? After all, IPOB is a peaceful movement. All we asked for was for a referendum, the same thing that Nicola Sturgeon is asking for. But Nicola Sturgeon, a white woman, is I don't know, a Scottish nationalist. But Nnamdi Kanu is not a Biafran nationalist, but a secessionist. Because I was created by a white man. And who are you, black nigger, to say no to what a white man created? Who are you? That's the stage we are in right now. I like Michael Jackson now. I love his music. He was the greatest entertainer in the history of man. The best dancer ever. When Michael Jackson was bleaching his cream and straightening his nose, I didn't blame him. I never did. How can I blame him? With what is black, Nisioji? How can you stay in a country where people claim they are learned, that they went to school? They brought in somebody who did Sharia, Kotma, Alekali in a local Sharia court, and made him the Chief Justice of the Federation. And all of you are there. If I have a knife, I'll cut off. If it's possible, I'll just cut off my own skin completely. Cut it off. Black people, they make me sick. Because of the way we reason. We do not reason like human beings, I'm telling you the truth. And that is why I am upset. I am as upset as I am. Do you know that the same Punch newspaper, Punch, you know, I've been mentioning their name, you will hear what will happen to them. Punch newspaper. Go and ask her. If I lay a curse on you, you're finished. Do you know that Punch newspaper published what a terrorist, the fourth most deadliest terrorist group in the world said? Secessionists, not headers, responsible for security crisis. A terrorist saying that people who are seeking, they don't even want to say that we are a group of people seeking self-determination. No, it's not for you. You're black. A white man created Nigeria. A white woman named it, gave it the name that is bearing today. Who are you, a black nigger, to go and change it? Who are you? You're black, you're a nigger. So that is why you're a secessionist. Not somebody who is agitating for self-determination. Unbelievable. Miyet Yala said that people asking for freedom are responsible for security crisis, not them. But they are in Benue State slaughtering people. The same people, Miyet Yala said that Benue is theirs by right of conquest. No DSS invited them. But today, DSS invited Father Mbaka. And some of our people are clapping. You know, the foolishness, I mean, I don't know what is wrong with some people, you know. Mbaka is a cleric. Gumi is a cleric. I won't call him sheikh because he's not Arab, so I can call him a sheikh. Gumi is a cleric. Quran, a scholar of the Quran. Gumi can go and sit down with murderers and killers and rapists and discuss with them. Nothing will happen to him. Father Mbaka only criticized the government and they invited him. And that is the type of country that you want me to be in with you people. You must be joking. You must be joking. Our land is under siege because we are in a state of war, undeclared war. And in the coming days and weeks, a state of emergency will be declared in our land because, and I want our people to understand this very, very clearly. I want them to understand this very, very clearly, that a meeting is being held. A meeting is being held or will be held in Owerri or in Enugu in the next few days, on Tuesday. I think they said that their defense minister is coming to address them with some governors and some politicians from the East. Is coming to address them. Very, very sad indeed. And under this very climate, they have declared a state of emergency already because they are killing people. They went to a Jofor's house last night. They are killing people. And it is very, very sad indeed. Extremely sad that they are killing people in our land. And the so-called powers that be, those they claim we are leaders, are encouraging them to keep killing. Look at the words of George Obiozo. My goodness. Some people are not even fit to be fathers, talk less of being elders. I'm telling you the truth. Very, very shameful. Very, very shameful indeed. Very, very shameful. I have a very important announcement to make this evening. And if you like, you listen. If you like, don't listen. That is your business. But I must make the announcement anyway. And it is for our young men and women across Biafra land, because right now we are in a state of war in Biafra land. This evening we heard that a Hercules C-130 Air Force plane landed at Samambako International Airport, and they brought in more murderers and killers, more terrorists from the Sahel to come into our land to kill us wearing police and army uniform. Any policeman you see on the streets, any soldier you see on the street is a terrorist. And you must approach them the way you would approach any terrorist group in the world. The Nigerian Army and Nigeria Police in the East, they are essentially a terrorist organization, only that they are wearing official state-sanctioned uniform. Now listen to me carefully. If you are in Anambra State especially, I am advising every young man, woman, boy or girl to leave Anambra State or to go into the bush. I'm warning you. I warned you during NSAS regarding Obibo. Some of you didn't listen, and today you are in the grave. I'm warning people in Anambra in the coming days, within the next 48 hours, very heavy rain is going to fall across the entire East. If you're a young person, prepare right now to either go to the bush to join your fellow men or to leave Anambra State completely, because what these people do is that they set up their roadblocks or their checkpoints. Any young person they see, they kill. They abduct you and they kill you. Bend the road, no more road, no more they're doing the same thing. Every checkpoint, they stop every vehicle. If you're a young man or a young girl with a tattoo on your body, you are dead. And your organs will be hacked off and sold to the British and to Indians. You'll be dead. If you have a tattoo right now on your body anywhere in the East, you might as well start wearing a suit or dressing up like a priest. Because if they see a tattoo on your body, they will kill you. That's what they've been doing. Some of you are also aware of the dead bodies in the mortuaries all across our land. You are aware of it, don't you? Those are the dead bodies of young men and women across our land. In the coming days, the terrorist army of the zoo and their police will intensify the second phase of their ongoing genocide in Biafra land. Abductions, summary executions, kidnappings, and rape by these Fulani terrorists are on the rise, and do not say I did not warn you. If you're in Anambra, you must leave as a young man or as a woman. Go to a neighboring state if you have to. Things are about to happen in Anambra State. Don't say I did not warn you. All able-bodied men must enter the bush. No more sleeping at night. Some of you are still sleeping in your homes. And I want young men in every village to form a defense force in that very village. Any vehicle in the middle of the night coming to that very village, you disable it. There are many ways to do it. And I will tell you, but not live here on air, to be communicated off air. That is what we must do, because our land is under siege and we must defend it. And with that, we have come to the end of our presentation this very day, and I thank you all for listening. And for those of you, the Twitter staff that are listening to us this evening, I want to tell you something that maybe the whole world knows, but Garba Shehu would not confess to knowing about, is this. You may call Biafra a secessionist, whatever you like, from now till the kingdom come. It doesn't make any difference to us. Because to us, Biafra is not just a nation, it's not a country, it's not a home. It is our religion. The same way people die for Christianity, people die for Islam, is how we are dying for Biafra. Biafra is our religion. The sooner our enemies understand this, the better for everybody. We cannot give up. Biafra is our religion. Here on Radio Biafra is where we worship. Because Elohim is our God. I thank you all for listening this very evening. Until next time, from me, from here, it is good evening. Good evening, wonderful people, great Biafrans, wherever you are on the face of this very planet. We welcome you once again to our live presentation on this very day. Today is Wednesday, the 24th day of March in the year of our Most High Elohim 2021. The time now is 2 minutes past 7 p.m. in the blessed land of Biafra, and the same number of minutes past the top of the hour, regardless of where you're domiciled and where you're listening to us from. This is the Most High Elohim, a servant of the wonderful people of Biafra. After this very broadcast this evening, your life can never ever be the same. Never. Because we are about to reveal to you all those things that they have been keeping away from you. That the zoo is in the state that it is today. And for those of you who are joining us for the very first time, when we say the zoo, just Google it. Ask Google which country is called the zoo, and they will tell it is the damnable Zoological Republic of Nigeria, a place where nothing works, a place where evil obtains, a place where every manner of idiocy and stupidity is on display. Cast live on Facebook this very evening, morning, noon or night, depending on where you are. As I said, we are live, we are direct, and heaven is bearing us witness as ever. My name is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, the largest mass movement of its kind anywhere in the world. I am the director of Radio Biafra and Biafra Television, and by the very special grace of the Most High Elohim, a servant of the wonderful people of Biafra. After this very broadcast this evening, your life can never ever be the same. Never. Because we are about to reveal to you all those things that they have been keeping away from you. That the zoo is in the state that it is today. And for those of you who are joining us for the very first time, when we say the zoo, just Google it. Ask Google which country is called the zoo, and they will tell it is the damnable Zoological Republic of Nigeria, a place where nothing works, a place where evil obtains, a place where every manner of idiocy and stupidity is on display. And also, they say that our community radio is looping. It is looping. It's an old broadcast and it is looping. I don't know what that is supposed to mean. We will try once again to connect and see if we are going to be live. Thank you very much for informing me, Mr. Amachunek. Mr. Amachuku, thank you very much for that. I believe that we are now live and direct on that very platform. I don't know exactly what happened, but as I said, we happen to be on Twitter as well, and we are on Instagram. If you have difficulties listening on one platform, please try and switch to the other one. People are sending me messages, of course. Very clear. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, wherever you are. Thank you very, very much, wherever you are. We are live and we are direct. And if you go on our community radio app, IPOB Community Radio, we are live on that very platform at this precise moment. I do not know what happened, but thank you very much for bringing this to my attention. Some of you should stream this on your pages on Facebook, please, because Facebook doesn't want us to preach this very gospel. They have failed and failed very woefully, and this evening we shall preach it. But before we proceed any further, and as it is customary with us here, we must hand over our proceedings to the Most High, the creator of the heavens and the earth, the same God that created Israel, the God that created Biafra, the same God that created Russia, the same God that created Germany, the same God that created the United States of America, the same God that created England, the same God that made Scotland and all the rest of the natural nations upon the face of this very earth. In Africa, especially in the Zoological Republic, Nigeria was created by a white man and a white woman, not even by Africans. Nigeria is the finest example of the stupidity of a black man. They never created their own country, and they are willing to die for the creation of a white man. That tells you the extent of their stupidity and idiocy, but we're here to cure it this evening. After all the raging agitations right across Nigeria is as a result of that led by IPOB. Without IPOB, nobody will be talking about freedom as boldly as they're doing today. We are the trailblazers, and we are happy to say that this very enlightenment, this very teaching, this very impartation of knowledge to those who hitherto we are very ignorant is pivotal to the collapse of the zoo as it is now happening before our eyes. We must pray, because I believe that all our platforms are now okay. Let us hand over ourselves and our proceedings to the Most High, and we must pray, of course, in the ancient language, in the oldest language upon the face of this very earth, that incidentally nobody has come out to try to dispute. That is why they are called Indigo, ancient people, very old people. We must pray, because that is the language of heaven itself. Right now, the angels, including those of them that we fondly refer to as unknown gunmen, they are worshiping Elohim, because they are spirit, of course. They are worshiping Elohim in this very oldest language known to man. Chineke MNK pụrụ ihe niile. Onye bịara ya na ngọzi ya na-adịgide mmadụ mgbe ebighị ebi. Onye bụ naanị ya mazuru ihe niile. Onye dị ngọzi site n'ebighị ebi na ruo n'ebighị ebi, nke mere ndị gboo ji wee na-etu ya na ọ bụ naanị ya bụ ebighị ebi. Nna ndị nsọ, onye anyị dabere, anyị na-akpọku aha nsọ gị n'uhuruchi ụtụtụ ehihie abalị, n'ihi na ụmụ gị gbasasịrị ka ụkpaka ụwa niile gburugburu, wee na-arịọ gị na mma gị na ebere gị, amara gị na ọmịiko gị ebe ndị gị nọ, ka iru gị wechaa n'ebe anyị nọ, ka igwe mere anyị amara. Anyị wee na-arịọsi gị ike sị ka ha arabụ ndị kụrụ ka ha wee megide anyị, nna nke ebere dị ngọzi, n'aka nsị ndị dị etu agabakwa ha ọnụ, na ka ha arabụ imirikiti bụ ndị kụrụ wee sị na Biafra agaghị abịa, ndị dị etu agaghị adị, n'ihi na ọ bụ gị onwe gị bụ onye kpebiri na Biafra ga-abịarịrị. Ebere mmadụ, ọ bụ naanị gị bụ Chineke, na ọ bụ naanị gị ka anyị na-efe wee na-aja mma. Ma o nweghị ihe ọzọ ga-eme ka iwe nye anyị Biafra kwee, n'ihi na anyị anaghị efe arụsị, anyị anaghị efe anụkpa ahụ nna nke ebere, anyị anaghị efe arụsị ọbụla apịrị apị. O nweghị ihe ọbụla bụ nke aka mmadụ mere nna nke igwe nke anyị na-akpụ isi ala nye. Ọ bụ ya mere eji wee na-asị na ọ bụ naanị gị bụ Chineke nna nke pụrụ ihe niile, ọ bụ naanị gị bụ eze. Ọ barịrịọ ka anyị na-arịọ, otu ka anyị na-eto gị, nsọpụrụ ka anyị na-asọpụrụ gị mgbe niile ebighị ebi. Anyị wee na-asị ya nna ndị nsọ, biko lekọta ụmụ gị bụ ndị IPOB n'ụwa niile, ezinụlọ Biafra ebe ọbụla ha nọ, nna nke ebere, ka ngọzi gị wee chọta ha, ka i wee were anya ngọzi nke gị wee lekwasị ndị dị etu a, n'ihi na ndị iro karịrị akarị. Lekwa ebe niile nna nke igwe, ka ndị iro wetụrụ ụmụ gị ebe ahụ okirikiri, kama na anyị mara mmeri bụ nke anyị, n'ihi na Biafra bụ ihe ikwere anyị na nkwa na ọ ga-agara na mgbe nke anyị nna nke igwe. Ọ bụrụ ile nkwa nke ikwere anyị ka anyị gbakwasịrị okwu wee na-atụkwu ha nsọ wee n'abalị a, wee na-asị na ọ bụ naanị gị bụ Chineke nna nke pụrụ ihe niile, ka mara gị na ebere gị, ịma mma gị na ụmụ iko iwe eziokwu n'ime ndụ anyị, ka iweleta ezinụlọ bụ IPOB n'ụwa niile, bụ ndị dị onwe gị rụpụtara sị na ha ga-agara gị ozi, ha ga-agbasa ozi ọma nke gị nna nke igwe, nke ga-eme ka alaeze gị wee si n'eluigwe lọta n'elu ụwa nke a, ka ụwa niile wee meghe ọnụ wee si n'ezie n'ezie na ụmụ Biafra bụ ụmụ Chineke. Anyị wee na-eto gị wee na-aja gị mgbe ụwa na-agọzi aha nsọ gị, na-asị n'etito n'ụmụ nsọpụrụ gị, iji ama niile mbuli elu niile ga-abụ nke na-agba mara mgbe niile dị ebika. Ise, the very language of heaven itself. That is the language of prayers, and we have prayed this evening, and we must continue to preach this very gospel. it is not a particularly very fine evening for me because I have a very critical announcement to make later on, but we are going to do the best we can this evening to bring this knowledge to the world over. Before we proceed, I want everybody to go to Google. Those who can, go to Google, please, and Google this very news if you want, because every news that we analyze, every issue that we bring to your attention is verified, not just verified, but carried by zoo newspapers and media in general. By zoo, I mean Nigeria, because Nigeria is not fit for human habitation. Not even animals can live there. This evening I'm about to prove it to you. I want to showcase to the entirety of humanity the stupidity of your average Nigerian. I want to prove to the world that your Nigerian, so to speak, is lower than an animal. I want to prove it to you. There anybody you see shouting one Nigeria, our country, let's move the country forward. I want to prove tonight with facts and figures coming from Nigeria itself that that very person is lower than a dog. I want to prove to the world that Nigeria is the embodiment of the stupidity of a black man. The existence of Nigeria lends credence to the fact that black people are inferior to white people. This evening I shall prove it to you with facts and figures. As most of you may know, I am not a sentimentalist. I don't believe in all those useless sentiments. If you claim that black people are equal to white people, that God made every man equal, then you should be able to reason the way that Caucasians reason. You should be able to do the things that they have done. You should be able to should I say, build and organize your societies the way that they too have done. We have never ever done any of these things. All we do is we beg, ask for handouts. When they are killing us, we run to the white man. When we cannot feed ourselves, we run to the white man. When things are going wrong, we run to the white man. Even the zoo, everybody is waiting for Britain, Daddy Britain, to speak before we know, should I say, the importance or the inevitability of the realignment of the political structure of Nigeria itself. Where everybody is waiting for the Queen to speak, waiting for Boris Johnson to speak. Black people in Africa cannot do it. Everybody's waiting for a white man. And now let me prove it to you why I say that anybody calling him or herself a Nigerian is the most idiotic idiot in the world. Google this news, please. Leah Shuaibu gives birth, that's her second baby, in Boko Haram captivity. Leah Shuaibu, her name is Leah, L-E-A-H, if I'm not mistaken. Her surname is Shuaibu, I think S-H-U-A-I-B-I, or Sharibu as the case may be. Just Google Leah Shuaibu. She's a Christian girl from the same middle belt. I want you to follow what I'm saying this evening very sequentially and methodically. If you don't have a pen and paper, you shouldn't be listening. I'm telling you, if you don't have a pen and paper this evening, I'm telling you the truth. You should not be listening. My contention is that as you're Googling this very name, Leah Shuaibu gives birth to her second baby in Boko Haram captivity. I want you to have this thing at the back of your mind. That's Nigerians, wherever they are, they're like Leah Shuaibu. Who is Leah Shuaibu? She is a Christian girl from the Middle Belt. By Middle Belt, I mean where Gowon comes from. The man that rejected restructuring, the man that could have preempted everything now happening in Nigeria. That idiot, to call him an idiot is to insult the animal called idiot, because he's lower than that very idiot. His name is Yakubu Gowon. He was the one that went to Aburi to go and negotiate a new Nigeria, so to speak, in 1967. He went to that very place. Britain asked him not to agree to the terms that he had previously agreed in front of Ankara, who was then the Ghanaian head of state. He agreed as a gentleman. They call him an officer and a gentleman. But that idiot idiotically came back to Nigeria and reneged on all the agreements he reached with Ojukwu at Aburi. And that is symptomatic of what is happening in Nigeria today. And I want people to pay very close attention to what I have to say. Leah Shuaibu was abducted from her state, Yobe State, Dapchi. According to, of course, everyone knows that. There's this people, because the reason why you hear about her is because a lot of white people in America have taken up her cause. And I think that Reno Mokri and all the rest of them have been fighting to put her name out there in the limelight so that the world can understand what is happening. They call her a heroin Christian. People must pay attention. A lot of people will be very angry this evening after this very podcast. But as you know me very well, I don't give a damn. She's a Christian. The Pope has not called for her release consistently. The Archbishop of Canterbury, these are all Christian, frontline Christian leaders all over the world. None of them have consistently called for the release of Leah Shuaibu because she is a Christian. And the lives of Christians do not matter. Only the lives of Muslims. Only Muslims matter. Because, can you imagine, I want people to please ponder this for a second. Can you imagine that, say, a militant group or a group identified, let's say a group from the South, for instance. Imagine that a group operating in the South went to a school or went to one Gariki market somewhere and abducted a Muslim virgin girl who is Fulani. Took her to a camp, let's say in Olo, let's use Olo for example, and took her to a camp in Olo, held her hostage, continuously raping her until she fell pregnant. Mind you, she was a virgin. She gave birth in captivity to the first child, and now she has given birth to another child in captivity. I want you to ponder for a second. You took a Fulani girl to a forest to the bushes in Olu. Not that they don't know where this girl is. All of them, they know. The Fulani Janjaweed, they know. They took her into a forest. And they're raping this Fulani girl there every blessed day until she fell pregnant. What do you think will happen to Olu? It's just a very simple question. Because I want to bring home to people why I hate Nigeria with but I despise the soul and any idiot that calls himself a Nigerian. This evening I want to prove that your average Nigerian is the most idiotic, is the most useless thing ever to walk the face of the earth. What do you think will happen to Olo? Fulani girl. What do you think BBC will do? What do you think the US ambassador will do, or even the British High Commissioner? They will say the entire Igbo land will be leveled. They will bomb everybody to smithereens. Or should I say to the kingdom come? Are you following me? Imagine a Fulani virgin girl, a Muslim, being held hostage in Umaya. A forest somewhere in Umaya. What do you think will happen to Umaya? What do you think Muslims will do all over the world? They will start slaughtering anybody who is not a Muslim. If you're Biafra, if you're from southern Nigeria, they will slaughter you wherever you are in the world. Now, this is why I hate Nigeria. People wonder why. I have my reasons. Because Nigerians are the most foolish, idiotic people in the world. Useless to the core. They thrive on gossip, on stupidity and silliness. They have no class, they have no shame, they have no grace. Nigeria is the most useless thing that man ever made. Do you know why this girl was taken? It is called comeuppance. She was taken from a region that's the person responsible for the mess that Nigeria is in today, which is Yakubu Gowon. He's from the Middle Belt. This young lady, I believe, is also from the Middle Belt. You have idiots on social media writing about Middle Belt. Middle Belt is really about that. A Middle Belt Christian in a country called Nigeria has been held hostage now for nearly 3 years. She was a virgin, a little girl. They raped her to the point whereby she fell pregnant. I don't want to talk about the girls that they raped and they had to cut out her womb only last week in Lagos. Nigerian army. I want people to understand, when you're talking about one Nigeria, listen, I want you to understand that you are an instrument of Lucifer. Satan is using you to perpetrate and to perpetuate evil. Only somebody from the bowels of darkness can ever say that Nigeria is viable. Only if you're working directly for Satan. And that Satan will destroy all of you. Because people are evil. Evil beyond human comprehension and contemplation. I'm telling you the truth. You people are beyond evil. Every idiot, it doesn't matter your political coloration. Every animal in the zoo, it doesn't matter how you think acceptable, you think people will see you, view you, or take you. As long as you wake up in the morning and you say, I'm a Nigerian, I swear to Almighty God, may God punish you, punish your generation forever and ever, because you are evil. Only an evil person can support a country where a little girl, a virgin, was abducted from her school, held in captivity for over 3 years. Rape after rape. Now she has her second child. And you people are not even ashamed of yourselves to be reporting it. She has her second child in captivity. Very flippantly, very dismissively. You people are evil. Do you see why God condemned black people? Because you're evil. You are evil. You are satanic. There is something satanic inside you as a black person. No wonder the white man painted the devil black. You people are wicked beyond human reasoning. Because she is not a Muslim. The stupid Pope, Roman Catholic Pope, that idiot, I don't know where he comes from, cannot talk about Leah Shuaib. But he was busy praying and campaigning for Rohingya Muslims to get justice. Those fools in Canterbury, that idiot, Archbishop of Canterbury, those fools there, that you contribute your money every Sunday and send to. Yeshua, who is a Christian, they cannot speak because Muslim interests hasn't been threatened. The whole world is there. American ambassador is in Abuja, a woman. I don't think she has any children. Because you cannot tell me that people that wield such influence, that has such clout, will keep quiet and a little girl. But they can find American soldiers who are kidnapped, or American aid workers. They can send Delta Force to release them. But you cannot send Delta Force. The US ambassador, a woman, cannot write to her government to say, we need to free this little girl. She has done nothing wrong. A very brave girl. She said, I will not renounce Christianity, my faith. Because of that, she's being raped by Muslim Islamic terrorists. And people are reporting the news as if it is just a joke. Yashua now has second child. If God does not destroy Nigeria beyond recognition, I will stop believing in God. I'm saying it tonight. What I'm saying is terrible, it is awful, but I'm telling you the truth. Nigeria is the creation of Satan for the habitation of evil people. The highest concentration of Satan, the highest concentration of the most wicked people on the face of the earth are Nigerians. They are in Nigeria. They are in Nigeria. Some of you, when your stupid baby Nigeria will come, you watch it. Sometimes when I look at these people, I say to myself, why did God even bother creating these people? God shouldn't have created black people. That was a waste of time. People without conscience, you have no conscience. Nobody is saying, how about if this little girl is my daughter? Nobody is thinking, how are the parents feeling? No. So you're telling me one Nigeria, let's work for our unity every day. It was the same one Nigeria that put Leah Shuaibu where she is. Without your stupid, idiotic one Nigeria, what happened to her could not have happened to her. You ask me why, and I will tell you. Because had Nigeria been divided, or there was this kind of understanding that independent ethnic groups should coalesce to form whatever federation or nation that they like. What right does a Fulani Janjaweed from Senegambia to come all the way to Yobe State, and by the federal government of Nigeria, yes, they said it with their open mouth, they said it themselves, the guns given to them by the Nigerian government to come and kidnap a Christian girl, to hold her in captivity, raping her every blessed day. Now she has given birth to a second baby, to a terrorist, basically. Had Nigeria not been one, do you think, it's a very simple question. Do you think anybody will have any idiot, who full of idiot can come from Mali to come to your village, to your forest, to stay in your forest, telling you what to do? You have Yala, a terrorist group running the country? It's a simple question. I want those fools, both those who are illiterate and those that claim that they are academics, I want them to reason for once, because they are foolish. That's why they don't have no electricity. They have no good roads. They have no hospitals. They lament. They lament. All they do is they lament. Do something to get yourself out of the mess you're in. You cannot. You have a bunch of idiots with decorated fingernails every day. Three simple felony on Arise News. One idiot or a couple of them. Three simple, everything is still one felony. How do you classify or quantify the crime against Leah Shuaibu and Christianity at large in Nigeria? That is why this evening I am calling for the disbandment of Christian Association of Nigeria. It shouldn't exist. It should not exist. It has no role. It has no purpose. It has no meaning. Christian Association of Nigeria should be abolished. And I would not have Christian Association of Nigeria hold any meeting anywhere in the East. They cannot hold, and from what we have done to Hanese, we're going to do to Khan because of this little girl. Leah Shuaibu. Leah Shuaibu is the personification of everything wrong with Nigeria and Christian Association of Nigeria. You can go to your churches and pray, do whatever you like in your churches, that's fine. But you cannot gather under the umbrella of Christian Association of Nigeria anywhere in the East. Try it and see what will happen to you. You people are fools. Your foolishness is beyond foolishness. You claim you're a priest, the man of God. You people you are leeches, you are criminals. And God will punish all of you. You are criminals. Do you think that if you're holding a Muslim Fulani girl, a virgin, anywhere in the south, be it in Yoruba land or in Biafra land, seriously speaking, do you think the imams in the north will keep quiet? Even the imams in Niger Republic will complain. Those in Sudan will complain. You have pastors running up and down with their private jets telling you, so see the plant flower, do this, water it, all you idiots. Idiotically, you are following people who are blind and foolish, and above all, that has no conscience whatsoever. I don't want to hear about Khan meeting anywhere in the East. That useless, idiotic Christian association, rubbish, as useless as Nigeria itself. Look at Leah Shuaibu. What did she do wrong? Her only crime is to profess her faith. Britain is there, America is there, They know where they're holding her. The world cannot say this girl has suffered enough. Let's go and rescue her. Because we are living in a very evil and wicked world, where money rules. Fulani has all the money in the world. They have stolen all the money in the zoo. That is why even more idiotic are those calling themselves Niger Deltans, one of the most foolish people ever on the face of this earth as well. That oil that belongs to all of us, our oil and gas, because of your stupidity, the Fulani took it. And you're still living in that stupidity like we'll get in tomorrow morning. That is where they made all their money. They can bribe Google to put up bad news about Nnamdi Kanu or IPOB or Biafra. They go to America, they buy over the whole of Capitol Hill in America, identify corrupt US politicians and give them money. When we talk about the pain and suffering of the likes of Leah Shuaibu, they say it happens everywhere. They go to Britain and the EU, they buy them over. Their war chest is now $34 billion US. 34 billion that they're willing to spend. Is the world going to listen to somebody with 34 billion or somebody who has nothing? Look at Bill Gates, for instance. He can do whatever he likes and get away with it. Look at this idiot Zuckerberg, whatever they call the idiot. Look at him. They have money, they can do whatever they like. They can give you culture, a virus in a lab in Wuhan in China and give it to you and still sell the vaccine to you. Because they have money. I'm asking you, who do you think the world will? I want all these idiots, I'm Niger Delta, I'm from South. I want you to, in your foolishness, to understand what you're doing to yourself. Oh, because of your bickering, I'm this, I'm separate. Fulani is taking all the oil. They can kidnap Leah Shuaibu, they can get her pregnant, it's nobody's business, they buy over the whole world, nobody will talk. They have the money. Britain will just say to them, oh, these are the guys with the money, these idiots from the north that are the ones with the money, and they go to them. And that's what's happening to you today, isn't it, in the zoo? That is why Leah Shuaibu is there. They're holding her. She has given birth to her second child. A world without conscience. Human race right now is just not fit for purpose. Not fit for purpose. All that people are concerned about is that let us legalize gay marriage, let us, how can I put it, let Islam continue to advance unchecked. That's what I concern. The life of this little girl that is innocent. They said it was a virgin that gave birth to Jesus. This girl was a virgin. Destroyed. Completely destroyed. And every Sunday, every Saturday, we go to temple, to the synagogue to pray. Every Sunday, we go to the church to pray. Some of you, Islamic faith with conscience, every Friday, you go to pray. How many of you remember this girl? This girl is like you. The same way that terrorists are holding her hostage is how Fulani Caliphate is holding all of you hostage. You are like Leah Shuaibu. The world can see what is happening to you as an average Nigerian. You have no hope, you have no future. Everywhere you go to, if you're a high-ranking officer in any parastatal, they remove you, they put Fulani there. They put Fulani there. All of you are looking sheepishly talking rubbish every blessed day. 2023, from Nigeria, from South, our oil, our gas, all these idiots everywhere. Fulani have done their homework. And you're dancing to their tune. You're like, every Nigerian is like Leah Shuaibu. All of you, you are being held hostage. The world can see that you are no longer in control of your future. But there is nothing you can do about it. Are you telling me, tell me where else in the world that this will happen? CNN will have it on their front page every day. Ask yourself, why are the likes of CNN, CNBC, Fox News are not carrying it? Because they have taken money from Fulani. They know how to share money very well. And you're telling me that this world is fair. You're telling me, can you even imagine what the parents are going through? Some of you with children, if you have a little girl, go back to your bedroom. I'm sure some of them are sleeping. Look at that, your little girl. Imagine that some boy invades your home and takes the little girl away from you. In the next 3 years, you hear that your daughter, your 14-year-old daughter now has 2 kids. Not by high choice. How would you feel as a father and as a mother? That is how the parents of this girl is feeling this evening. Spare the thought for them. All of you shouting one Nigeria, one Nigeria, one Nigeria, one Nigeria. Have you seen the mess you put this girl in? Because the more you continue to talk about one Nigeria, the more the Fulani terrorists will come. They're never going to stop. Do you think they're stupid? Every head of security is them. Are you foolish? Majority of police commissioners are them. Are you daft? They control customs. They even control fire service, civil defense. Sometimes I wonder the type of school some of you went to. Are you that foolish? You were there when Onoyen was removed. I didn't hear anybody shouting Niger Delta or South. He's our man. Nobody. Every person who says that he is a Nigerian, believe you me. In fact, no idiot. I have never seen anybody. When I was in the US, I was when I see somebody, I'm from Oduduwa, I'm Yoruba. Nobody said I'm a Nigerian. Nobody, not a single soul. I travel extensively all over the world. I have never met anybody say, "Oh, where are you from?" They say I'm a Nigerian. Never. They tell you the ethnicity where they come from, as God intended. They are busy convening. The convener of the US Nigeria Law Group. In a country where there is no law, you have lawyers. Isn't that a shame? In a place where there is no law. Are you telling me that should CIA or MI5 or MI6 put their mind to it, they cannot tell you where Leah is? Is that what you're telling me? That you've managed to find an American hostage, they cannot find where Leah Shuaibu is. And Leah Shuaibu is being held by people who come out openly to say that they own Nigeria. You even today, I'm coming to the news. Mietela said, yes, we are the bandits. But a chief of army staff cannot go after them. No, they want to come to the south to look for Nnamdi Kanu, Sunday Igboho, and whoever they say they want to look for. And all of you read the paper like a bunch of clowns and idiots. None of you will ask yourself this question: why don't you go after those holding Leah Shuaibu? Why don't you go after them? All of you are usually. I think that Nigeria has a way of turning some of you has turned all of you into those that with Nobel Prize and those professor. Everybody is a fool in Nigeria. Is a complete idiot in Nigeria. Complete fool in Nigeria. Look at Leah Shuaibu. Can this nonsense happen elsewhere in the world? I'm asking you. Can this rubbish happen elsewhere in the world? Every Sunday you go to Catholic Church, you contribute money, you give to the Pope. You go to Anglican Church, you donate money, you give to Archbishop of Canterbury. You go, you give Methodist Church, they send it to heaven knows where. Baptist Church, God knows where they send it to. Pentecostal goes to the pocket of the idiot standing in front of you, shouting, God, Jesus, God, Jesus. Leah Shuaibu, where is she? She is in captivity because of her faith. What have you done? Nothing. Has there been any protest for her? All these bishops, all these men of Satan, monk, where are they? Can do nothing. All they want is money, using the word of God to deceive the idiots and the gullible. All of you are there in the zoo answering Nigerians. I hate you people with them. I can't want to see you. You're a fool. You are a creation of Lugard and what's her name? Shaw. What's her name again? Flora Shaw. You are the creation of your fellow human being. I feel sorry for you people. Animals in the zoo. Zoological Republic, people without shame nor honor. What is going on? I'm heading a prayer group. Abdul Salami Abubakar looks like a Calibos monkey. He's busy telling you I'm the reconciliation of you. Reconcile what? So Fulani can take my land? So you can conquer me? And you're one Nigeria? That's the only purpose that Nigeria serves. Is to head, it's like, have you seen where they call them the shepherd dogs, where they're heading sheep into a pen or into a circle? Go and Google it. I used to watch it on BBC. on Country Life program, they train the dogs to be shepherding the sheep. Only one dog will be heading a whole sheep up to 50 until they get them into the pen and they lock it. The more you shout one Nigeria, you're like a sheep being headed by a shepherd dog. For them to kill you, you have to be in one Nigeria. For Fulani to take your land, you have to be in one Nigeria. For Fulani to destroy your future and your hope, you have to be. Why don't you understand it? It's like putting people into a stadium and then bombing that very place. They say, oh, come into the stadium, come in. Nigeria is like a stadium of death. They are heading you into one place to destroy you, because if there is Biafra, Fulani cannot come without visa. If there is Oduduwa, they cannot come. Have you ever wondered? Our mothers are crying in Igbocha, in Eleme crying. Fulani are everywhere. And I'm asking you, if you had Biafra, people are crying in Bayelsa. Oh, we are dying, they're killing us. And this question is simple. If you had a Biafra, can Fulani be in your forest? They can never answer that question, because most of them are Nigerians. Foolish by nature. Very foolish. God gave man brain so you can reason and think. That is why a white man can sit down and devise solutions to problems. But a black man will superstitiously be hoping on one native doctor or one miracle from God from somewhere, failing to do that thing that will practicalize, or should I say, trying to practicalize the solution to his problem. Never. It's the quote you, John chapter 8, verse 19. Ignorance and superstition. Leah was in captivity. And you have Christian Association of Nigeria doing nothing. Nothing. All that concerns is a private jet. No wonder the Jagjawood are slaughtering us at will. Very sad indeed. Very, very sad indeed. And as if, sometimes there's some news you come across, you think it's a joke. Until you pinch yourself and you're not dreaming. Let me ask all of you one simple question. You idiotic Nigerians, the most hopeless, useless people on the face of this earth. Who started carrying AK-47 in Nigeria? Who are the people that started carrying AK-47 in Nigeria? They are not the police or the army or navy. Who are they? Answer my question. Who are the people that started carrying AK-47 in broad daylight? If you go to YouTube and Google it, Nnamdi Kanu at Izu River. How many years ago was that? I want to ask all of you now shouting, hey, they have militia, they are forming militia. I want to ask you, who were the first people to have a militia in Nigeria? Miyetiala. Were they arrested? They said, if you see anybody with AK-47, shoot that person. How many Fulani terrorists have they shot since last week or 2 weeks ago? I feel, and I keep asking, people I shouldn't say, but I have to, honestly. In my next life, I cannot be a black man. I cannot come close to Africa. I'm telling you the truth. Your stupidity is second to none. Your stupidity is second to none. God is my second to none. I have never seen a bunch of more idiotic people on this earth. Today they're shouting. Because now that we have what they have, they are angry and they're shouting, and all of you are idiotically playing their line and their narrative. Because you're a Nigerian, and by nature you're very foolish. Especially those of us from the South. Very, very foolish, and very more than foolish. You see how the Fulani are organizing themselves, all their governors, they are in tandem, everybody knows their job. Their job is to conquer every ethnic nationality. That is their job, and they are singing from the same sheet. All of them, from Atiku Abubakar to the last person, claiming he or she is a moderate. They know what they're doing. And all of you, as always, from the south, you're shouting your one Nigeria, and I'm thinking, what sort of school did some of you go to? Yet Yala finally accepts that their so-called headers are bandits terrorizing Nigeria. Yet Yala. Why did they accept? Because of the consistency you find here on this platform on Radio Biafra. Because of the consistency of the indigenous, no other person, no other group. I'm telling you, and of course they know it. Nigeria, that Nigerians, those that were saved, the few people that we have managed to save so far, across ethnic divide, is because of this platform, Radio Biafra, and what IPOB has been doing. When we are screaming and shouting that they will take you over, you are dreaming, it cannot happen. We are in the 21st century. What is happening today? It was because IPOB punctured their plan. That is why they're incensed. That was why they came to kill me. That was why they killed 28 people in my compound. That is the reason why my parents are dead. That is the reason why my relatives, those who suffered the trauma, some of them are still dying till today. I have an announcement to make later on. Because IPOB discovered their plan and destroyed it 2 years in advance. That's why they're upset. That's why they're angry with us. That's why they say, proscribe. When they write, proscribe IPOB. Even the Yoruba journalist in Lagos writing proscribe, the idiot knows very well that Mileti Allah are the real terrorists in Nigeria. You know, in those days in Aba, when we see as children, we used to observe people be shouting, hey, Tifo, Onyoshi. They want to stone or kill that very person. They want to met out the kind of a mob justice against this individual. The individual will turn around and starts, will now join the mob to be shouting, Tifo, catch him. So you don't know who is the thief anymore. That was the game, the clever game that Fulani Janjaweed played on all of you. Once you rise up to point them out for who they are, they say, no, he's never following me, kill him. And all of you from the south, as idiotic as you always have been, because had Azikiwe and Awolowo got their acts together, this nonsense will be happening. The same idiocy then is now, of course, we've destroyed it. It's no longer happening. Do you understand? Are you now beginning to see why I told you that tonight's program is like no other? You know me, I don't take prisoners, I don't give a damn, I don't give a toss what you think, what you might gossip about tomorrow. That is your useless business. It's not mine. You know, I don't give a damn. I don't care. Who are the bandits terrorizing people? Yet have been telling it from the one. Today they opened their mouths to say we are the terrorists in Nigeria. And on the same day that Mietiana is saying we are the terrorists, that same day that the army is saying we are going to the south to bomb everybody, to kill everybody. Not to bomb Mietiana or to arrest them. No. I said by their own admission, from their own mouth. I'll read it for you. It's news from the zoo. Do you see where we formed ESN? Eastern Security Network. It is because of ESN, that is why you have not been colonized. You can see what they're doing. Do you know that Yoruba people are refugees in the Republic? It seems to you, some of you don't even know what is going on. Out of shame, some Yoruba people don't want to carry it. Out of shame. Because if they carry it, they will say that this is a fulfillment of the prophecy carried out by Nnamdi Kanu many years ago. I told them, you will suffer. You will suffer it. The same thing we suffered in Biafra, you will suffer it. Get your acts together. Do you know that Yoruba people in the Republic has refugees in refugee camps? And they are busy, they are idiotic editors in Lagos writing proscribed. Whereas his relatives are in the Republic as refugees. Who sent them there as refugees? The same person that is telling him, oh, please call IPOB proscribed. The same idiot telling him to and he write it is the same person responsible for sending his family on should I say, into refugee camp in the Republic. But the editor of maybe Punch or all these idiotic papers in the West, they went to school, they're intellectuals. You know, the version of intellectualism in Nigeria, sometimes I wonder, seriously, I'm perplexed. You're a journalist and you went to school. And you're an intellectual, yes? Somebody from Abuja, Fulani Janjawood, will call you and say, I saw your report yesterday. You did not say that Nnamdi Kanu is a fugitive, that IPOB is proscribed. Why? You say, okay, sir, all correct. Fulani will rule forever, sir. Yeah, no problem. Okay, your money is on the way. You get a lot soon. A lot of 4,600 naira. And then that same phone you're using to answer a call from a Janjawood from Abuja, you get a call from your village to tell you that your mother has been killed, your uncle killed. Your relatives have now fled to Benin Republic as refugees. And you're an editor in Lagos, Punch newspaper, writing prescribed. Whereas the same people have now proscribed your village. And you are now in Benin Republic. Who's the fool? I feel sorry for these people. 4,600 naira a lot. How? Can't you see? I told them proscribed yesterday. Can't you see? I said that Nnamdi Kanu is a fugitive. Didn't you see me? Fulani is just playing ping pong with her. You people are fools, beyond fools. I'm telling you the truth. People are idiotic. Idiotic beyond idiocy. Useless Nigerians. Animals thinking that you are assuming they're human. You people are not human beings. You can't reason very well. No bunch of human beings can reason the way you do. Nobody challenge you, nobody on this earth. Embodiment of stupidity. Let me tell you the news in Nigeria. If you're dreaming and you hear this type of news, you say, yeah, it's a dream. I shouldn't be bothered. But it's reality. The fourth largest and most deadly, in fact, now number 3 in the world, Fulani terrorists. They are the people that started bearing AK-47 in open broad daylight with the help of the army and the police. Now ask yourself this question. A Fulani pastoralist, as they call themselves, who gave you the gun you're carrying? Nigerians are very foolish. They don't ask simple questions that they cannot ask. This gun you're carrying, you've been carrying this gun since the year 2013. Who gave it to you? You claim you don't have money. Even if you sell one cattle for 150,000 naira, where did you buy this gun from? That is the simple questions that Nigerians are not able to ask themselves. Now you understand it? This is why they want us killed. This is why they want me dead. This is why they demonized IPOB and Biafrans. This is the truth we want you to hear. It's a simple question I'm asking the Chief of Army Staff, Chief of Naval Staff, Chief of Air Force, Chief of Asorok, Chief of Gombe, all these idiots. I'm asking you, where did an ordinary poverty-stricken Fulani pastoralist get AK-47 from? A very uncomfortable question. By the time, even if you begin to ponder this question over and over, by the time you begin to provide answers, it leads back to Fulani government in Asorok. Fulani soldiers commanding 32 battalion artillery. It goes back to Fulani police commissioner. They are all in it together. All in it together, all of them. One accord, they know what they're doing. You see, intellectual, talking rubbish. Speaking grammar, they don't understand. Whereas Fulani is in their forest. I warned my Yoruba brethren, stop supporting Fulani. They said, no, you're a rebel rouser. You're hitting up the polity. You're a rebel. The action is treasonous. The grammar, treasonous. But now there are Yoruba people in Benin Republic as refugees. Who gave them this new refugee status? Is it IPOB? Or is it the same people that IPOB has been warning you over the years about? Now who is the fool? Who is the idiot in the house? These are the things that Nigerians don't sit down for 1 second to ponder. Just think about it for a minute. Who sent Yoruba people to the Republic as refugees. Who? Those people are the real terrorists, isn't it? Let me read it for you. The umbrella body of headsmen in Nigeria, the Miyetti Allah, Kotal, or Hore, whatever that means, or Horror, I should say, says headers are facing so many challenges from hostile host communities, including vigilante groups and other criminal elements who rustle cows in the country. Now listen. The group said some displaced herders in the country who were dispossessed of their cows end up becoming bandits. You see how that's going to justify it? You know the way that Britain tried to justify the slaughter of 5 million Biafrans. The one idiot the other day said during Okupe, one fool like that made the same mistake of saying what Britain had in store for us. Because you killed Sadwana of Sokoto, they said. Who killed Sadwana of Sokoto? His name is Chukwumanzogu. And where is he from? From Panama. In a place you call Delta State. In a place you say is not Southeast, it's not Igbo. They are Deltans. Look at how they are playing. I told you they are playing ping pong with your brain. Somebody you claim is not Igbo killed Sadwana of Sokoto. You said Igbos killed him because of that. Let us kill Igbo people. When I go to Panama and I say, Panama people are my people, you say, no, they are not. They are Delta. Don't come here with Niger Delta. But the person you claim is responsible for the punishment that you're now giving out to all Igbo people, all Biafran people, by extension. He's not an Igbo man, according to you. You said his is from Delta. His name is the Niger Delta. As useless MNK is. And now you're killing Igbo people because of a Niger Delta person. Yet they're not supposed to be together. And we accept all the Zoo. God have mercy. I'm just trying to point out how foolish a Nigerian is. That's what I'm trying to do. Nigeria is the most idiotic thing on the face of this earth. Somebody from the Ukraine is Delta. He's a Niger. Don't come here. We are Niger Delta, so don't come here. But John Lokupa is saying that Igbos are suffering because they killed Sadwana. And who killed Sadwana? Chukwumanzogu. From where? From Niger Delta. And you're telling me that we are okay. No, seriously, no. Jokes about are we normal? People that listen this way. Are we okay? He's not an Igbo man. But when you want to kill Igbo, he becomes an Igbo man. He said that the bandits terrorizing you, those that took Liya, because everybody's now doing everything under Boko Haram, which of course is a lie. It's not Boko Haram. These are Fulani bandits sponsored by Fulani governors and politicians. And when you want to say, look, our unity is in danger. Go to our unity. You know, when you want to, in those days when we were very small, if you want to, let's say you're there, because people wonder why we say everybody's our brother and why we have this camaraderie in us. Because as children, our parents, so to speak, or guardians will put a sauce in one pot. We eat from one plate, all of us, from one. People think it's a sign of poverty. No, it is bonding beyond bonding. You know, when let's say there are 4 of you eating this or soup, or bitter leaf, or vegetable soup, and the meat, as you're eating, you know, I never knew the fingers can be so sensitive. As you're eating, the middle one finger is checking where there's obstacle. Any obstacle is either fish or meat. You know that for sure. Let's say you check it and it's only 2, and there are 4 of you, and you want to eat the meat. Everybody who grew up in the village will identify what I'm telling you now. You will tell them, oh, can you see that cockroach on the wall? As they all look towards the wall, you take the meat and put it in your mouth. You reduce the number of the meat or the piece of meat in the pot to 1, from 2 to 1. You quickly chew it and you swallow it. The reason why you were able to do that was because you distracted their attention by pointing them to something that caught their interest. And as they looked towards that very place, you now managed to take the meat And you, so every boy in the village acts now, all over the world, they know what I'm telling you. They know it. Now, let me tell you how it happens, because I want to tell you how stupid Nigerians are. That's what I'm doing, nothing more. Do you know how foolish Nigerians are? Fulani brought AK-47 into Nigeria, gave it to the bandits. Here, it is proof. Fulani opened their mouth to say, those who are doing banditry are Fulani cattle raiders. Understand this very clearly. Now, in order to stop us from getting together to challenge them, anything you do becomes treasonable felony. That's the trick. It's a very clever trick. So anything, Nigeria is breaking our unity, our founding fathers, they keep pointing you to unity of Nigeria, and they being the idiots that you are. As you're looking at unity of Nigeria, they are busy in your forest kidnapping, raping, pillaging, destroying. It's a very simple trick. They occupy you with that thing as American ambassador came with her diversity rubbish. There is strength in diversity. We are telling you that Leo Shuaibu is in captivity. Second child now. We are telling that Fulani is in my forest. They're telling me about unity in diversity. And I'm story. Fulani, they are raping my mothers. In Eleme, they are killing them. We are an idiot is who claims he's not Igbo, he's a United Delta. What idiot serving Fulani? Are you listening? Our mothers are being raped. Our land is being destroyed. Invaders, they claim from Futojano, invaders from Mali are in my village, raping and killing our women. When I rise up to challenge them and tell me, remember the unity of Nigeria, one Nigeria, nobody should, you're hitting up the polity. Hey. And some of you brought into that nonsense. Because you're foolish. You as a Nigerian, you're an idiot, you have no brain. I challenge you to an open debate. Come, I travel all over the world. Come out and debate me. Shoinka never uttered a word against Fulani bandits until their cattle ate his cabbage and carrot. Until they ate his cabbage and carrot in his farm. Now he started speaking up. Typical black people. That's the way we are. Typical, very typical. But we are changing that mindset and mentality. That is our job. And we're going to, the time now is 3 minutes past 8 p.m. in the land of Biafra. That's how you know we're live. Anywhere you are, if you look at your timepiece right now, it is 3 minutes past the top of the hour. Imagine if they had succeeded in killing me. Can you imagine that? How will this gospel be preached? That is why I owe my life to Elohim and to gallant men of the volunteer command of IPOB. They said I have to leave because you have to preach this gospel that the world may hear it. If not, by now I'll be a dead man. And all of you in Nigeria, being as idiotic and useless as you are, by now you would have forgotten. You people is the principal reason why I believe that black people are mentally defective. We are not. All of you in Nigeria, being as idiotic and useless as you are, by now you would have forgotten. You people is the principal reason why I believe that black people are mentally defective. We are not sound mentally. You may cry and curse and complain. In the next 6 months, you come back and tell me, oh, but you're right, oh. Nigeria is the reason why I believe that the black race is cursed. Because the bundle of stupidity in the brain of somebody who calls him or herself a Nigerian is enough to convince me that black people are useless. Children are listening, and I want parents are going to answer difficult questions tonight after this program. Your children will ask you, but daddy or mommy, what are you doing? What did this little girl do? that is being held in captivity now for nearly 3 years. What's her crime? What will you tell your child? It's the crime of Leah Shwaibu. What did she do wrong? What crime did Leah Shwaibu commit? Her only crime is to be born a Nigerian. That's her only crime in life. And those responsible for her plight are the ones telling you, don't break Nigeria, because they know if you break Nigeria, Fulani will have no hold over you. Do you understand? It's a simple trick. Fulani understands. Britain, that is working for Fulani, they understand. Once Nigeria breaks, a Fulani man cannot come from Timbuktu to Zombe forest. It's not possible. How? These are the things we've been trying to get you to understand for years. For very many years. But your idiocy and your natural black stupidity will not allow you to. Some of you will be upset tonight. You know me now. Do I give a toss? Does it bother me? You can, maybe tomorrow you gossip, or success won't be. You can never be me. Not now. Not even in your next life. Ugochinyere. If you don't know, let me tell you. Miyetiala are the terrorists. They said it. In the southeast, we support any policy by the government that seeks to stop the clashes between, because we have said enough is enough. That was why we formed ESN. Enough is enough. We're not going to have it. Now they are saying we will abide by any law. And we are saying it is too late. I don't want to see Fulani moving cattle around, no. They will be chased and they will be destroyed. It's an order. I'm saying it. Copy me and send it to the whole world. I don't care. Anywhere, my order to ESN is this. Anywhere you see Fulani in the open grazing their cattle, destroy them. One Nigeria, yes? So that's the gift of one Nigeria. The only thing we now gained from one Nigeria is our Yoruba brethren in Benin Republic as refugees. They are now occupying our forests. Because what we did by the actions of IPOB, what we did was to get them to act 2 years before they plan to strike. 2 years. What they wanted to do is in 2022 they would rise up and destroy everywhere. BBC will not carry it. CNN will not carry it. America will just say it's about multiculturalism. They need to live together. And our land is gone. Our identity is gone. After all, Nigeria is seen as an Islamic state. A whole terrorist coming out to say we are the bandits. These are the same people that Asorok, the so-called presidency of Nigeria, said that they are legitimate stakeholders in the governance of Nigeria. Go and Google it. Miyetiala is a legitimate stakeholder in Nigeria. Go and Google it. By Garuba Shehu. I don't know if it's the acting Buhari now. I don't know. All of you are Nigeria. We Nigerians. This is our polity. We Nigerians. We are Nigerians. Stupidity on top of stupidity. Terrorists are the ones ruling you. They are the ones that shout, treasonable felony. Now tell me, what is more treasonous than bandits? What is more treasonable than what Fulani did to Leah Shwaibu? Please explain to somebody. Please explain to me. What is more treasonable or treasonous? As the love to treasonous. He's treasonable. Do you know what it is? He's treasonable, Fulani. He's treasonable, idiots. I never went to school. This UG, I feel sorry for you people. Black. Tofiakwa. People who cannot reason very well. A terrorist group came out in the open. We are the rulers of Nigeria. Terrorist group, terror. Mietiala. They travel with a motorcade. We shall deal with them in the land of the rising sun. We have started, we're not going to stop. We will sacrifice everything sacrificable. We are about to teach them a new dimension of madness they have never seen before. If they bring this war to us, I told you people many years ago, and I'm repeating tonight, for every one suicide bomber you have in Boko Haram, I'll give you 10 in Biafra land when the time comes. Fulani cannot take our land, not while I'm alive, it cannot happen. God is my witness. Fulani cannot take 1 inch of Biafra land or send us into exile, it can never happen. Terrorists are in charge of your lives, and you're busy speaking grammar. They're treasonous because you're on television. They're like a retired prostitute with her finger painted on the Arise TV talking rubbish. Treason level. Is that not Umokoko? Akonakawan Kochita Jesus. There are idiots everywhere. We will kill all non-state actors in the forest, says Chief of Defense Staff, Major General Lucky Irabo. He will kill all non-state actors. They have not killed Boko Haram. This is, sometimes, I don't, is it, are you sure it's not the pepper, the amount of pepper we put in soup back home that is making us this foolish? It could be the pepper, because other people that don't eat that much pepper, they're not as foolish as this. When we eat pepper soup, we'll be sweating and we'll still be eating it. Maybe that pepper is going to our brain to scatter it. This idiot is Major General Lucky Irabo. He is the Chief of Defense Staff. He has not defeated Boko Haram in tiny Sambisa forest. We will kill all non-state actors in the forest. But ordinary Sambisa, you cannot take Sambisa. So if you make this statement, we'll all be shaking. Hey, they're about to come. We're asking them to come. Come now. We are waiting. Come and take our forest. Let's see. For your Fulani masters. This idiot is married to a Fulani Janjaweed. This fool, Lucky Irabo. He's from Niger Delta. Any day they sack him now, they say he's an Igbo man. Oh dear. I have seen enough stupidity in Nigerians that I don't think that, no wonder the rest of the world is doing very well. God packed the whole foolishness in the brains of people that call themselves Nigerians. Wild beasts, animals everywhere. Chief of Defense Staff who will kill all non-state actors in the forest. In a country that it claims they're not at war, where they have the law court. So there is no, what it's telling you is that Nigeria has no laws now. Imagine an American general, Chief of Defense Staff in America coming out and saying, we will kill everybody in the forest in America. They will tie the idiot and put him in a mental home and say, you're not well. But this one is Chief of Defense Staff. Because who's around? Chief of Defense Staff. I will kill everybody. But ordinary Sambisa, you cannot take Sambisa. Ordinary Sambisa forest, you can't take it. Sambisa held by a ragtag band of illiterate Islamic terrorists. You want to come and take over. Is it that there's one stupid fake video I'm seeing that said they have brought plane? I mean, maybe you can be up now. You drop your bomb and you fly away. Come down on foot. KKU Nebu. You people will not cry. Stupid sort of idiots. He said it's a Lucky Irabo. The military has concluded arrangements to neutralize non-state actors and other agents of violence in the country. Look at this idiot. Sambisa, ordinary Sambisa forest, Sambisa forest, you cannot take it. It is the whole of Nigeria you take. These people are jerks. So when they say it, we'll be afraid. We'll be shaking. Oh, they are coming. Oh, they are coming to do. Come now. Come. They will bury you there. You think that now is like before. You talk all this nonsense and people will be panicking. They have not seen war. We have seen war. There was war. In my compound, there was war. I have seen it. And when the time comes, I will release a videotape of when they were shooting at me at Obakala Junction, Nigerian army. Chukwu Kabema said I will not die, and I didn't. But at the right time, I released the video. We will kill on non-state actors. But Boko Haram is busy sacking your barracks in the north, in the Sharia Janjaweed north. You cannot stop Boko Haram from sacking your barracks. You have not taken Sambisa Forest. Then you are making a bold claim. We will neutralize. Come and neutralize now. As you are leaving the barracks, people are taking it over. Come out now and neutralize. Let's see. You people come into our lawn looking like a vulture soaked with rainwater, hiding. Some of you read the reports on Sunday. What did I tell you? ESN is active everywhere on the ground in our land. Even today, Sahara reporters that loves writing about Southeast. Today they said that ESN is also in the South, We're everywhere. If your village is under siege, we are coming. I assure you we are coming. And our people are responding very well. They have woken up at last in America. As I told them that they will. I cursed them in America for eating too much hamburger and drinking so much soda. And I said, after saying what I said, you people will still fund the defense of our land. And now they are doing it. They will fund it. All of you, you will fund it. We will defend our land. You want me to leave my land to Fulani to take over? Is that what you seriously? Is that what you think? Whilst I'm alive? That's rubbish. No, it can never happen. This general, I don't know, his name is a rabble. I want to tell him something. I want people to understand very carefully. That is why I say all the time, when you're coming to listen to us, bring a pen and a paper. What I told the Zoo army will happen to them is now happening in Niger. What happened in Niger, I will tell you, is a very simple story. The Niger government, because Nigeria has never won any war on its own before, not even a battle. Nigerian government went to Niger Republic and Chad and Cameroon begging them to give them soldiers to fight Boko Haram around Sambisa Forest. Niger Republic stupidly agreed and sent their troops south. As they sent their troops south, bandits of Fulani went now and they took over their land. There's something, our people should not panic. There is a method in our madness. I said we will draw them to the east. This army of the few Janjaweed left, they will march to the south. And as they are marching to the south, they will leave a vacuum in the north. The terrorists will take over. And the north will no longer be habitable for the next 92 years. If you doubt me, go to Syria, to Yemen. Go to Somalia. That's what's going to happen. You call them bandits, but we know they're terrorists. So as they move the Zoo army into our land, their flank at the back will be open. I don't want to bore you with military terminologies now this evening. Before they will start saying, when did he go to military school? When did he go to military school? But their army, because they are very foolish, they are fallen, they are Janjaweed, they are very hopeless, they will come down south. They will come. And when they come, they open their back to terrorists from the north. And I have never seen, this idiot is talking about bombing every forest, which is impossible militarily. Any army, anywhere, no matter how powerful you are, if you're on a battlefield, you only face one direction. If you're fighting an enemy at the front and another one at the back, you're finished. But he claimed he's a general. He went to Sandhurst, he went to Moms, all these stupid places he claimed they always claim they went to. This is a general talking like a kindergarten fool, like somebody who never actually been into a classroom before. You're a military man. You want to move your army down south. When you have a formidable Boko Haram at your back, you are coming to meet us in the east. You are coming, you will see us. Of course you will see us. You meet resistance in the west. And you are in the middle. Boko Haram is chasing you from the north, from your rear flank. We are chasing you from the east. Odudu was chasing you from the west, and you claim you are an army that you will survive, and you're a general. Oh dear. I know that Nigerians are stupid, but your generals are even more stupid. You can drop bomb from air, that is true. But also as a general, you know you must commit troops on the ground to win any war. You can drop as much bombs as you like from the air. You must come down. You must place boots on the ground. That's why we're waiting for you. And you allow me. Come, we are waiting. I said before that people think I'm just fighting for Biafra, no? The strategy we're deploying is very simple. At the end of the day, there will be no Nigeria. The name Nigeria will be erased from history books. Let their army come. Some idiots who don't understand are thinking, we cannot fight a guerrilla war in the terrain we don't know. These fools who are saying we should be offensive all the time now, we should attack them in the north. No, of course not. They will come to our land. We know the terrain. Had our eternal leader allowed Timothy Onwatuegu to take the second army of Biafra, the buff, into the bushes, by now Biafra will be free. To sack a government is very easy. You can come and that away from the office. But to win a guerrilla war is almost impossible. Impossible! It's impossible to win. Ask Americans in Vietnam and they will tell you. And as the French diplomat said during the war in 1968, a white man said, I have never seen a more braver army than the army of Biafra. The French deputy ambassador. Go and ask, Google it. Before I came here, I was told that Biafrans fight like warriors. But having been to Biafra, I can tell you that warriors fight like Biafrans. As Nixon said, had you people stayed on for 6 more months, America would have come in. But everything is for the will of God to prevail in our lives. But our time has come. If we miss this opportunity, as a race, we are finished. Remember when I told you that they will come? None of you believed me. Or most of you did, of course. IPOB, this very wonderful family did. I said they will come. If we do not rise up now to kill Nigeria, Nigeria will kill everybody. That is why I commend what the Duduwa agitators are doing. It's the Middle Belt. They've been ravaged now. They have been ravaged. I don't know what God wants to do with Middle Belt. Maybe he wants to destroy them completely. I have no idea. The time is also now for them to rise up and join the moving train. Look at Niger Republic, so don't panic. When they write all this nonsense, we are coming to bring this stupid army. Bring it down, let us see. Don't you bleed as well? Don't you bleed? I'm asking them. You will die. Niger Republic made the mistake of coming to the Lake Chad region to come and fight alongside Nigerian troops against Boko Haram, which they cannot even defeat. They left their back open and bandits moved in because nature abhors vacuum. That is why every sensible person must invite them to come. Let them come. There will be no more Fulani. You see the Sultan, it's the same bandits that will kill him. Sultan Sokoto, bandits will kill the idiots. They think they are smart. We are live and direct. The time now is 24 minutes past the top of the hour, regardless of where you are. We are preaching the gospel of heaven, that the truth may prevail. I asked you a simple question from the beginning. Do you see what is happening to Leah Shwaibu, a Christian virgin girl from the Middle Belt, taken by terrorists, fallen terrorists, impregnated, now twice? Let me ask you again, do you think that you can take a Fulani virgin, Fulani girl, selling Fulani money to your forest in your village, raping her, getting her pregnant, she's given birth? Do you know what happened to your village? They will level it. The entire place, they will level it. This is the mistake the likes of Obasanjo have been making for years. All these idiots shouting one Nigeria, either in PDP or APC, all these idiots, all these Iran boys, glorified Iran boys, shouting one Nigeria. You don't know how foolish you are. You have no idea I remember when I told World Igbo Congress that Fulanis were coming, they said I was a madman. I said they are coming. They said, oh, he's a madman. He doesn't know. He's trying to cause war. He did not see the war. He was a child during the war. He did not go to war. Has the war not come to you now? Has it not come to you now? Who is the fool? But of course, they are not anymore, because World Igbo Congress is doing very well to support the efforts we are making on the ground. Biafrans all over the world, everywhere. You heard about evangelism in Akwa Ibom. Evangelism, hey, glory be to God in heaven. Everywhere the message, the gospel, we are preaching it, either on radio or on the streets. Those that received it gave their life to Christ, and they're with God now for judgment. I raised the dragon flag. People don't know the meaning of it. You don't. Some of you don't understand the meaning of the dragon flag. You don't have no idea. From the day we raised the dragon flag, from that day we stopped writing to UN about what they're doing to us in the zoo. Because the world doesn't give a damn about you. They have bought over, almost every diplomat in Nigeria has been bought over by the zoo. All corrupt, all of them. US ambassador has been bought over. UK ambassador, UK, all bought over, all of them. All corrupt human beings. Very corrupt to the core. We write letter. Bring my evidence, you bring my evidence. Bring my evidence, we bring. Bring more, we bring. Okay, I want to see live interview. We show them. Bring more evidence. Bring the girl. We brought the girls to them that the army raped. Nothing till today, nothing. Which means, if you don't know what to do, please stop coming to us. And now, we know what to do. We have come to die for what we believe in. Are you prepared to die for Nigeria? Then come down to where we are. Stupid idiots. You think now it's 1967? You must be dreaming. They send their fake news. Army killed 16 IPOBs, Eastern Security Network Cooperatives in Abia. A lie. So if you write it now, so we'll be panicking. Oh, they're killing us, so let us stop. Oh. Let me tell you one thing about us you don't understand. The more you kill us, the angrier we become. You see, that is one thing that these idiots don't understand. Let me tell the Fulani one thing they don't know, because they are foolish. They are not sensible. Leave all these things that Britain is doing. If the only reason why it appears as if the Fulani Janjaweed are doing very well is because of the foolishness of people from the south. Very foolish set of people. That's all. If not, Fulani can. Let me tell you something you don't know. I want to let Fulani understand something this evening. You see your hand. Take your right index finger. Look for any part of your body. Use your finger to be rubbing at that same spot all the time. Keep rubbing it every blessed day. Keep rubbing that. Keep disturbing that very place. After a while, that place will become harder than the surrounding skin. It's in nature. I repeat, use your right index finger, not your thumb, index finger, the second one following it. Be rubbing it on any part of your skin you like. Every day, keep rubbing that same spot. Keep rubbing it, keep rubbing it. After a while, your skin will rebel and say enough is enough. It will develop hardness. It becomes very tough. That is why, even when you're putting on a shoe, maybe a new shoe, and that shoe keeps rubbing at a particular place on your foot, after a while, that place will grow tough skin to meet the challenge that the shoe is bringing to it. That's how life is. So all those years you were killing us at Mpo, at everywhere we go to, you shoot us, we die at Haba National High School. Oh, you thought that will make us become cowards and we'll run back. Ah, no, you're mistaken. It's human nature. We rise up and we fight back. And we are coming with a force you don't even understand. And I'm saying it on live broadcast to the whole world. By the time we are finished with you, your children will also die. You don't know the amount of hatred you have built up. People think we're just doing IPA out of normal, that we are normal. No, we are not. Not anymore. The level of anger inside us, you cannot fathom. You don't even begin to understand it. You have no idea. The more our people die, the angrier we become. The reason why we surrendered after the war, or should I say, Obasanjo came and said he took surrender, was this. Let me tell you one thing you don't know.
or people don't know about the Biafran war. The reason why we gave up was because we felt that God had abandoned us. Because some of you are, of course, most of you are very young. You don't know, there's a song called Nkosinwam. It was played after the war. I can't find it. I can't find it anymore. It says Nkosinwam Obogeniki Nebe Aquarity. Because our people sat down and felt that God had abandoned us, that God cannot be in heaven and such a thing is happening on this very earth. That was why we gave up during the war. But God knew what he was doing. Then we were not ready, mentally and spiritually. I didn't say physically. I said mentally and spiritually. But now we are. And that is why Biafra will come. All these lies. If they like, let them publish tomorrow that they killed 40,000 ESN operatives. Babash. Instead, are the ones who are dying, and they'll continue to die. Ndara. And as I said, I'm warning them now. You see all those your children schooling abroad, some are in the UK, some are in the US. We have people that will go to prison in the US, waiting for them. When I give the order, you will hear what will happen. When I give the order, you will hear what will happen. We have reconnected on our app is wobbling because they are panicking. They are panicking. This broadcast some are in the UK, some are in the US. We're exposing them. We have people that will go to prison in the US, waiting for them. When I give the order, you will hear what will happen. When I give the order, you will hear what will happen. So as I'm quoting it, I want people to please note this down, please. And write it, and I'm Googling it as I'm talking. You know, I can multitask. As you have made women childless. Because we are children of light. Anything we are doing, Elohim, is the book of Samuel. Because we are First Samuel, children of light, chapter 15, verse 33. Doing, Elohim, that is this, the book of Samuel. First Samuel, chapter 15, verse 33. That is this, every day. A complete failure at HT division in Enugu. He's not the one talking, you're talking rubbish. As if we don't know him. A complete failure. He went to fight Boko Haram and came back in disgrace. Is the way they made him from staff and he's talking nonsense. That is the scriptures. I want to read a verse in the Bible, something that in the Torah, the original Bible, something that Samuel said. Not this one, the Europeans added their own to it. The original word of God, the Torah. And Samuel said, as your sword has made women childless, so will your mother be childless among women. And Samuel put Agag to death before the Lord at Gilgal. I want Fulani Janjaweed to understand, as you have made many mothers childless and turned women to widows, so shall you also be childless. Your children will pay. As I said, you see, by the time we are done with what we are doing, the world will record IPOB and Nnamdi Kanu as mad people. That's what I want. You people are about to see madness, the type you've not seen before. All that money you're saving, you're accumulating and stealing and depositing in Dubai, UAE government will eat it. All the money you have stolen and put in England, the Bank of England will take it. Your children cannot eat it. Oh, you think you can kill other people's children and you're only walking about very free? You people are jokers, honestly. You people, you are mad. You are insane. We don't forgive. We're not going to forget. You see, everybody you killed at National High School, at my house, everybody you killed, we are going to avenge all of them. We are going to avenge all of them. That you may see madness. And then after that, let your children come and enjoy now. Let's see. You think you're smart. You can kill other people's children and you're only be enjoying going to Cambridge and on stolen wealth. You must be dreaming. Let me tell you what Samuel said. Shmuel, of course, correct pronunciation. As your sword has killed the sons of many mothers. I think the New Living Translation is better. And I want this quotation everywhere, tonight, all over the world. The first book of Samuel, chapter 15, verse 33. Use the New Living Translation. This is for foreign generals and police commissioners in our land. As your AK-47 has killed the sons of many mothers, now your own mother will be childless. Ponder over it. Very, very important. As they are doing all these announcements, they're saying the North cannot be threatened. These are the people threatening us. You know, that is one thing sometimes I wonder the type of journalism you have in Nigeria. The people threatening us, they're in our forest, killing us, and now turning around and saying you cannot threaten us. They're called Northern Elders Forum. It's from their news today. The North can't be threatened into submitting to separatist agenda. That foolishness of IPOB, everybody is now foolish. That thing we saw many years ago, and they killed us for it. They campaigned against us for it. Now everybody has seen it. Isn't God wonderful? Do you see why I say that IPOB, they are the only chosen people? I'm being honest. They are the only people who we saw many years ago, or some of you are saying it just last night. The Northern Elders Forum has said no amount of political maneuver by secessionists in parts of the country will threaten the North's political fortune ahead of the 2023 elections, which means they are telling you that we hold the key to Nigeria. That's what I'm telling you. People who are in our forests raping and killing our people, they are telling us that we're the ones threatening them. And newspapers will carry this junk. No, his name is Dr. Hakim Baba Ahmed. And my name is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We are not relatives. I don't know who this man is. By blood, by genetic disposition, by religion, by culture, by social inclination, I don't know who they are or where they came from. Just that Britain decided that we say a bunch of monkeys in Africa. Let's put them together as one country. That's what happened. He described the wave of irredentism. Not the wave of Fulani banditry, no. They think they're clever. And some of you make Fulani feel that they're very clever. They're very foolish. Fulani, you people are the ones threatening us. You are the ones in our forest. Fulani, you are the ones that sent Yoruba people on exile as refugees into Benin Republic. Fulani, it is you. Yoruba young people are rising up. You are now claiming we are separatists, irredentists, or whatever garbage you call it. Because you think we are fools. Because you will use daily trust, you use all these stupid Nigerian media houses to drown everybody out. No, but not us. I will come on air to preach. And millions all over the world will listen. Because what we are preaching is the truth. The whole truth and nothing but the truth. Fulani, you are the problem. But you're the ones complaining because you think we're all foolish. Of course, most of us are in the southern part of the zoo. That is why we must continue to tell the Fulani Janjaweed that they cannot succeed. Nigeria must fall. The zoo must fall. There is no alternative. You must go back to where you come from. Even the Hausa will reclaim the there, which is Sokoto. Mark my words somewhere. Hausa peasants will rise up against Fulani Janjaweedism. They think they're smart, but no, they are not. They have come to the end of the road. They have come into the land of the rising sun, the land of the ancients, where God in his infinite wisdom saw it fit to plant the first human being on this very earth. That is your end. If you don't know, let me tell you now. Let me tell you one thing you don't understand. Ojukwu is our Moses. All God did between 67 and 70 is to show us there is a land he prepared for us called Biafra. That's all he did. And now this generation is here to get it. And the walls of that Jericho must fall. The zoo must fall. I have a very, very critical and sobering announcement to make this evening. I regret to announce that I lost my mother-in-law, Mrs. Anyang I lost her. She was ill for some time. And it is not unconnected to the fact of the invasion that happened in my house and the fact that the zoo has made life for me and my family very difficult. Of course, her very beautiful daughter, my beloved wife that I'm married to. I announce this evening with very heavy heart and deep sorrow and sadness the passing of my mother-in-law. Very, very sad indeed. Another price I have to pay, and I'm begging Chukwuka to please stop. I have paid so much price, so much. I have committed so much. I have sacrificed everything sacrificable. And today I announce that my mother-in-law is no more. Very sad indeed. But you see, in everything, as David reminds us in the Holy Book, we give thanks to the Almighty in heaven. They are attacking our system as I made this announcement. In all, we give glory to Elohim. Because he brings and he takes. Who are we to challenge him? You know, sometimes, as Job went through, sometimes I feel like I'm Job, you know, so that I can speak against the Holy Spirit. But I can't. Because as David said, you are God, you bring and you take. Anything you say must come to pass. And upon that, we anchor our faith and our belief that everything that happens does so to give glory and honor to your holy name. My mother-in-law served you in truth and in every honesty, and today she's no more, but we shall mourn her deeply. And as she advised me that this march must continue until Biafra is restored. And on that note, we have come to the end. Of course, as time goes on, I will, of course, brief you as to the burial arrangements. I thank you all for listening. From me, from here, good evening.
Good evening, wonderful people, great Biafrans, wherever you are on the face of this very planet Earth, this very day, the 24th day of May, in the year that Chukwuka created, 2021. The time now is exactly 3 minutes past the top of the hour, regardless of where you are domiciled, and we are welcoming you to this very live, hopefully uninterrupted broadcast this very day, going out to the entirety of humanity. People are listening to us from all over this very planet Earth, and I must welcome each and every one of you. And as I do so, please endeavor to tell other people as well that we are live and that we are direct. And the heaven that sent us is here to preside over our proceedings this very evening. Therefore, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to some of you. Especially those who are under the siege, the bombardment, the torture, the abductions, the kidnappings, the murder that is going on every day in the land of Biafra. I want all of you to endure, because ultimately that is going to lead us to our freedom. We are not going back, because we do not understand what retreat means, nor surrender. The only way we have to go is forward, and ultimately the very glorious land of Biafra will be ushered in our time. This very evening, do not forget your pen and your paper. For those of them of the Janjaweed disposition, do not forget your chalk and your slate, because here we educate, here we impart knowledge, here we make sure that we connect all the right nerves and sensory organs in your body, but especially your brain. Here we make sure, we are going to make sure, as I tweeted earlier, that your frontal lobe, which is the part of your brain responsible for reasoning, is connected to the rest of your body, that you may be able to do the right thing. Please go out and tell the whole world that we are live and that we are direct, and heaven is bearing us witness as always. My name is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, the largest mass movement on the face of this very planet Earth. I am the director of Radio Biafra and Biafra Television, and by the very special grace of the Most High, now and forever I would remain a servant of the wonderful people of Biafra. This evening we are going to preach this very gospel that we have been asked to preach. This evening we are going to bring enlightenment. This evening we are going to make sure that some of the things that you were unable to understand nor discern, this evening will be laid bare for you to appreciate the enormity of the mess that the damnable zoological republic has fallen into. But before that, we are going to pray a very brief and a very short prayer in the language of the ancients, because our land is the very oldest habitation of man on this earth. Chineke na nke pụrụ ihe niile Chukwu okike abịama. Onye ihe niile ekereke na-agba aka ebe ịhụnanya ya na ebere ya mara ya na ọmịiko ebe ndị ya nọ. Onye anyị na-aja mma wee na-efe mgbe niile n'ihi na ndị Igbo tụrụ ya ebighị ebi. Ọ bụ ugbu a ka anyị onwe anyị bụ ndị dị ndụ ghọtara n'ihe nọ n'ime aha gị nna nke ebere dị ngọzi, n'ihi na ịdịghị anwụ anwụ. Ọ bụ naanị gị bụ okike, ọ bụ naanị gị bụ mmalite na ọgwụgwụ, ọ bụ naanị gị bụ Chineke nna nwanne otu onye na-adịghị agharịpụ ndị ya, onye mmeso ọma ya na-akarị n'ime ndụ ndị niile bụ ndị ji enwe ntụkwasị obi. Ọ bụ n'ihi ime anyị ji wee dị ndụ ruo n'ụbọchị nke taa. Ọ bụ gị onye ime anyị ji wee na-eme ọnụ wee na-anya isi wee na-aba mba si na Biafra ga-abịarịrị. Ọ bụrụ n'ike aka nke anyị onwe anyị, n'ihi na ihe ọbụla nke gị ọbụghị dị nsọ dere idewe ya ebe ikpebiri n'ime mmụọ nna nke ebere dị ngọzi na Biafra ga-abịarịrị. Onye nna Chineke nna nke iwe onye mmadụ dị ndụ pụrụ ime. Ọ bịa mere ka ha rapụ ndị kụniri wee na-ekwutọ wee na-akọtọ Biafra nna nke igwe. Ndị etu ọ bụ ndị ji ala wee na-ezere mmiri n'ụbọchị nke taa. Onye ọwụla pụtara wee sị na Biafra agaghị adị, onye dị etu agaghị adị, n'ihi na ebu Chineke. Ọ bụ naanị ka anyị na-efe, anyị na-efe arụsị. Anaghị na-efe arụsị ọbụla nke ndị ọcha butere nna nke dị nsọ. Anaghị na-efe arụsị ọbụla ka anyị na-akpụ isi ala nye. Ọ bụ iji wee na-aza anyị okwu mgbe ọbụla anyị kpọkụrụ iwe eze anyị okwu. Anyị wee na-abịaghị mgbaghara mmehie, anyị wee na-abịaghị ịhụnanya gị, wee na-asị gị onye kere eluigwe maka ele ụwa, Chukwu okike abịa ma biko bịa ka iwe leta ndị gị, n'ihi na ụmụ gị na-atakwana ahụ wee na-atabighị ya oke. Ndị na-abatakwa ndị ime ala nsọ obodo Biafra, onye nwe m na Chineke na kama tupu isi gbachi azụ na mgbe gara aga tinye ọgbaghara n'etiti ndị dị etu a. Ị ga-etinye ọgbaghara n'etiti ndị iro bụ ndị janjaweed eze ebube dị ngọzi, n'ihi na dịka anyị si wee rie ime ụka kasị ha wee baa ha ọnụ. Ha niile ga-abụ ndị alara n'iyi. Onye nwe m rọpụtara ụmụ gị ngwa agha, nye anyị ọgụgụ isi, nye anyị amamihe, nye anyị ezi nghọta nna nke ebere. Okwu anyị ka anyị wee ghọta anya nke arara ara nna nke igwe, n'ihi na ọ bụghị ndị niile bụ ndị nwe ọgụgụ isi dịka ndị Igbo si nwe ọgụgụ isi. Anyị wee nye arịọghị Chineke nna nke pụrụ n'ihe niile ka i wee mee ha ụbụrụ ụmụ mmadụ, wee mee ha obi ha, ka ha wee hụ ihe ọma nke Biafra ga-ewetara onye ọbụla, ma ọ bụrụ sọsọ na bụ ndị Biafra. Onye nwe m, kama na onye ọbụla nọ n'ebe ọbụla n'elu ụwa nka ihe ọma wee na-amasị ihe dị etu ahụ, nna nke ebere biko kwe ndị etu a wee kwe ka Biafra wee bịa, ka ndị isi ojii n'ụwa niile wee hụ ihe gị na ịma mma gị n'ime ndụ ndị anyị wee na-arịọ ezi ebube dị ngọzi ka iru wee chaa n'ebe anyị nọ. Anyị gwara gị chi ọzọ ewezuga gị, onweghị onye ọzọ nke anyị na-akpụ isi ala nye ma ọ bụrụ naanị gị. Anyị wee na-arịọ gị n'abalị nna nke ebere n'ụtụtụ ehihie abalị, n'ihi na ụmụ gị gbasara ka ọgbaka n'ụwa niile, ka i wee kpọkọta ndị gị n'oge niile mgbe nna ọbụla ga-alaghachi na-akpụ ya dị nsọ. Biko mere anyị amara bịa ka i wee nye anyị Biafra na ndụ na-abụghị n'ọgwụ. Onye nwe m na Chineke nna, lekwa aja niile ka anyị na-achụrụ gị ezi ebube dị ngọzi. Anyị wee na-asị gị onye nwe m na Chineke na onye bi n'ime igwe, onye ọbụla anya na-ahụ na nzuzo, onye na-ahụ obi mmadụ dị ndụ nna nke igwe, onye dị n'ozi nke anyị nwe anyị na-aga, nara otuto niile na ọrụ gị isi niile, nara ịja mma niile, ikpu isi ala. Onye nwe m, nara otuto n'ebe otuto nna nke ebere dị ngọzi, ka ọ ga-abụ na ikpete mazụ ụwa niile ga-asị n'ezie na ụmụ Biafra bụ ụmụ Chineke. Anyị ga-aja aha nsọ gị mata oge ma gọziere onye kere eluigwe n'ụwa ugbu a ma ruo mgbe niile ebighị. Ha na-arịọ gị ise 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 We are here to preach the gospel of heaven, the gospel of truth and redemption. Because as always, we are incorruptible. Incorruptible without blemish. Whiter than white and whiter than snow. That is why we defend the truth with every vigor. That is why you cannot go anywhere and hear that these people at one time they derailed. Because Elohim is with us. We must proceed this very evening. We must proceed to preach this very truth. I am starting this very day with a very simple warning to those of you that occupy government houses in the entirety of Biafra land. I know that your masters and your lovers in the north, the Fulani Janjaweed, I know all of you are under pressure to try to do the bidding of the oppressor, to try to do the bidding of your masters, but I must warn you and warn you very, very imminently. Hope Uzodinma of Imo State said that he has arrested over 400 suspects in Imo State alone. 400 suspects. And I want Hope Uzodinma to understand this evening that we know where you're holding them. You have converted part of Ikonso House into prison cells. And I want people all over the world to understand what we are trying to explain this evening very, very clearly. Hope Uzodinma, the Sarkin Fulani of Imo State, the Supreme Court Administrator of Imo State, imposed by Abakiari, the late Abakiari, a servant of the Janjaweed Fulani Caliphate, is arresting our people and locking them up inside government house in Owerri. Before tomorrow you start complaining and start talking your rubbish as usual, I want you to ask Hope Uzodinma, if you feel that those who are arrested right now, over 400 of them in government house, including 3 pregnant women, 3 pregnant women inside the Ikonso house, which is the government lodge in Imo State, 3 pregnant women are being held by Hope Uzodinma. Because tomorrow some of you is suffering from the very advanced form of HAUSA syndrome. I don't call it Stockholm syndrome anymore, because HAUSA syndrome is even worse. When Fulani conquer you, they subjugate you, they oppress you, you wake up in the morning and you start loving them. I call it HAUSA syndrome, not Stockholm. Stockholm is too foreign, too western, it's too mild. If you are close to anybody serving in the Imo State government, if you are close to any APC high-profile politician in Imo State, you must warn them and warn them tonight. Hope Uzodinma is holding our people in Communicado. These are Biafrans, some of them with no link to IPOB, no link to ESN, nothing. 3 pregnant women are in Imo State government house, Ikonso house, this very day. Invitation in our land. Women born in our land, married in our land, 3 of them are pregnant. Out of, it is over 700, he's saying it's only 400. They are keeping in government house. They think we will forget them, so they can slaughter them and sell their parts, as they usually do. He has surrounded himself with Fulani Janjaweed. They have come in the guise, even including terrorists in the guise of army and police. But we know that these are the people they call repentant terrorists. As I asked the other day, during my interview that some people have said is a landmark interview with Dr. David Masanga, I made it very clear that nobody anywhere in the world, including the British High Commissioner, can distinguish between a normal patriotic Nigerian soldier and a Fulani terrorist in uniform. Nobody can make that distinction. That is why they must all be regarded as terrorists, all of them, regardless of who they are. Because some of you have very shallow reasoning, and this evening, as I said earlier, we are trying to connect. There is a part of the brain that the other animals do not have. It is called the frontal lobe of the cranium. The frontal lobe is not the part of your brain in front of your skull. It is called the frontal lobe. That is where every critical thinking takes place in a human being. Other animals do not have it. Even if they do, it is not of the same mass. The quantity is not as that you find in human beings. We are reasonable people. And I want to represent him to understand that he is holding people incommunicado, holding them. You are not the law court. Citing Fulani of Imo State, you are not a law court. You people claim you operate a democracy. You arrest people, you don't try them, because you know you have no case against them. That is why you cannot present them before any properly constituted court. What you do instead is to hold people, to kill them extrajudicially, and then distribute their body parts all over the world in the name of profit making. Oh, President Man, you are traveling with 400 soldiers, policemen, helicopters, and armored tanks. That is the life of a condemned prisoner. There is no difference between you and a high-profile prisoner on death row anywhere in America. You are exactly the same. I want you to go and see when they are moving condemned men to court in America. The high-profile ones, the serial murderers and killers. The same way you went to church yesterday is how exactly they transport murderers and killers in America. There is no difference. Armored cars, U.S. Marshals everywhere. In the case of the zoo, it is the police. Even the National Guard or the army, they come out to sometimes escort the very dangerous criminals. You went to church yesterday as the criminal that you are. And that is going to be your life as long as you live. You are holding over 400 people hostage inside Imo State, the government house, and inside the council house. You are holding them hostage because you believe they are part of Eastern Security Network or the wider IPOB family. In your stupidity and hopelessness, as your name implies, because you are hopeless, you are not hope. I want you to understand that ESN, we are in the bushes dealing with Fulani terrorists and their cattle. That is our job, and that's what we're doing. Anybody you see on the street is not and cannot be ESN. Every ESN officer operative is inside the bush, safeguarding our land from the ravages and excesses of Fulani Janjaweed Caliphate, intent on colonizing and subjugating us. And we're doing their work for them. I am not the one that said this. This is a statement from the Imo State Chief Press Officer. His press secretary, they call him. His name is Ogurike Nwachukwu. According to the Imo State government installed by the Fulani Caliphate, their own mouth, they said over 400 people that caused mayhem or attacks in the state have been arrested and charged to court. You see the way they lie, but the courts are not working. The courts are on strike. I want them to understand that they're dealing with people who are infinitely more intelligent than they are. These people are being held in cells and in prison holding centers inside the government house itself in Owerri. And I am highly disappointed that somebody as venerable as Archbishop Obinna, a man I love and respect immensely, and you know me, it doesn't matter how close you are to me, when you do wrong I will tell you. And this very evening, I am respectfully telling Archbishop Obinna that he got it wrong by allowing this murderer into Assumpta Cathedral. Unless he went there to confess. Let me repeat. As much as I love and I respect Archbishop Obinna, allowing Rob Uzodinma to enter the house of God, Assumpta Cathedral in Owerri, is a desecration of that very place. He's a murderer. Not too far from Assumpta Cathedral, they are holding over 700 people hostage, including 3 pregnant women. And Archbishop Obinna allowed this criminal to come to church. And let me be the first and the last time any church will allow Hope Uzodinma to, should I say, defile their presence or their altar. Any pastor, any archbishop, I swear to God Almighty in heaven, any idiot who as much as invites Hope Uzodinma to his church anymore, God is my witness in heaven, you will pay very dearly for it. Hope Uzodinma is a murderer, is a killer. I don't want Archbishop Obinna to repeat this type of thing again. Hope Uzodinma is a killer. The era of seeing nonsense and tolerating it has come and gone in our land. We confront evil when we see it. How can you allow this man to come to your church to confess his faith or whatever he was doing in your church? You allowed a murderer, somebody who called terrorist army of Nigeria into his own state to kill his people. And an archbishop allowed him to come to church, Roman Catholic Church for that matter. It's an abomination. A desecration of Assumpta Cathedral in Owerri. Archbishop Obinna is a very intelligent man, a skilled theologian. I don't know for the life of me why he would allow this vagabond criminal, X419er, to enter into Assumpta Cathedral. I have no idea why he would allow it. Is it because of money? You tell us and we'll give you money. If the Catholic Church wants money, IPOB will give them money. What Archbishop Obinna did is wrong. You allowed a murderer of his own people to enter into a supposed house of God. It's an abomination before God and before man. And such nonsense should not repeat itself. I'm begging you, please. Shouldn't happen again. From today, any pastor anywhere, if you want to try us, you go ahead and do so. I don't care if you're Anglican Church, if you're Catholic Church, if you're Methodist, if you're Baptist. I don't care whatever reason Hope Uzodinma has to give you. I'm telling you this. No pastor should welcome, as I want every community. No community should allow Hope Uzodinma to inspect anything to come to that very village. No community, I say no community in Imo State. The same way I'm telling you this evening, no pastor, no archbishop, no priest, no dibia, no native doctor is allowed to invite Hope Uzodinma to go, or should I say, to do whatever he wants to do with them. I don't care. But in secret. No more open attendance of church in Imo State for Hope Uzodinma, because that very church will receive the anger of the people. We have all this nonsense you are doing before with Flamijanja, with that era has come and gone. We are not going to tolerate any idiot anymore. We cannot tolerate any fool anymore in our land. All we want is to be free. The Fulani can try as much as they can to plant every idiot in every political office. We are not going to give them the space to operate. It is impossible. It is impossible. I want to understand this. Absolutely impossible. If you want to know if you are joking, I want to see the next stupid pastor to invite Hope Uzodinma to his church in Imo State anywhere. You're not ashamed of yourselves. Your people are being killed, and you're inviting the killer. You are inviting the murderer into the church to come and do what? I'm asking you. To do what with Assumpta Cathedral? I'm asking you. A murderer. A killer of his own people. All of you are ashamed of yourselves. You're not ashamed of yourselves. And I'll be in good terms with somebody. Every day you mess up, I will shred you. I don't give a damn who you are. If you're on the side of righteousness and truth, I will always extol you. And also, any day you deviate 1 inch to the right or the left, I will shred it to pieces. Let me see the idiotic pastor that will try that rubbish again in Imo State. God will punish you. You want to invite the killer of women and children into your church to come and do what? I'm asking you. By their own mouth, they are holding over 400 people hostage. Because the courts are not working. They think if they issue a statement, oh, refer them to the court, it will solve the matter. No, because the courts are not working. You could not have referred them to any court. And in your stupid, 1999 constitution is clearly stipulated. Once you're holding on to somebody for 2 months without presenting them before any competent court of law, they should be set free on bail. That is what the law says. In case you don't know, it's in your stupid, useless, idiotic, janjaweed constitution of 1999. By their own mouth, I will tell you what they said. Listen very carefully. Over 400 of those who carried out the threats on the state in the past has been arrested. And I'm asking them to publish the names of those they arrested before they cut up their bodies and send their penises to China for wonton soup. He went on to say the good thing is that 70% of them are not Igbo. They think they're dealing with children. They have no brain. That's what I think. We're not reality children. If 70% of them are not Igbo, where are they from? They are from Chad or from Mali, or they are from Niger Republic. Why can't you make a public? After all, when you arrest people, you parade them. Why don't you parade those in government house right now as prisoners of opposition? A pastor will see all of this, an archbishop, a learned man will see a murderer and allow a murderer to come to his church. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Let me see another pastor that will invite him. Then you will see. 3 pregnant women are among those being held by Hope Uzodinma right now as I'm speaking to you. And somebody who claims he worships God invited such a demon to his church. I don't blame some of these people. I blame those that support them. I blame those that brought this very barbaric, almost satanic government of Fulani Caliphate, APC, into power. People that knew that these same people, Fulani Caliphate, are masters at shielding their own murderers and killers. Who formed ISIS in West Africa province? I'll come to that later. Who were the earliest sponsors of Boko Haram? Isn't that Samuel Nduma that is talking rubbish about restructuring and self-determination? Who are the owners of killer headsmen? Who brought bandits into the country called Nigeria, the zoo? Who brought them in? Why is it that police cannot stop Fulani headsmen killing people anywhere? Even as we speak in Benue and in Plateau states, right now as I'm talking to you, they are killing people, sacking villages. You will not see the army, you will not see the police. And people read these things every day on the page of newspapers and they take it as nothing. There is nothing. They kill people in Benue, okay. This country now, wow, that's all you can say. In the night, you call yourself a human being because you cannot reason. You are in a country where the government is actively supporting people that they themselves brought in to kill you. You say nothing. You are not agitated. You are not upset. You are not angry. All you do is you lament and you do nothing afterwards. And somehow, miraculously, and in our idiocy, we think, oh, the problem will just go away. Who told you that? Instead, they are redoubling and intensifying their efforts to conquer you. I don't blame them. The army doesn't work when it comes to ISIS in West Africa, when it comes to Boko Haram, when it comes to killer headsmen, which is Mietiala, when it comes to bandits. No, they are not terrorists. And all of you are there, 200 million idiotic people just moronically just looking every blessed day. None of you has the courage to call upon the powers that be in Asorok, which is essentially Fulani Kaba, because there is no Buhari, to say to them, oh, why don't you label your own people terrorists? That is why Hope Uzodinma gave them the impetus to come to Imo State, to bomb Imo State, to kill people, to put us through exactly the same thing we went through between 1967 and 1970. And somebody as learned as Archbishop Obinna allowed that fool into Assumpta Cathedral. Lord, have people you expect to know better. Elders and learned men you expect to know better. By allowing Hope Uzodinma into Assumpta Cathedral, it means that you are condoning the killing of the people. That's what it means. Because as an idea will come from, if you see evil, you condemn it. You will joy, oh, I say. How can you allow Hope Uzodinma into Catholic Cathedral in the world? What for? I'm asking you. A murderer and a mass murderer and a killer of his own people. Dear me. An Archbishop, Desmond Tutu, was fighting against apartheid regime in South Africa. from the pulpit. He was saving ANC activists from apartheid killers and murderers. You as an archbishop, the people you are saving are those who have come to murder their own people. And you want me to respect you? Of course, it's impossible. Absolutely impossible. I cannot. It's impossible. I don't support evil. Oh God. I want people to understand something. The Nigerian army and police are part and parcel of the entire Fulani terrorist caliphate package, designed to put fear into you to allow them to take over your land. I will come to that later on as well. But very, very sadly, in our land, they have found willing accomplices in the likes of Hope Uzodinma, in the likes of Yusuf Wike, the likes of Dave Umahi, a very poisonous man. Very, very poisonous man. I'm telling you. The people they are serving is this same Fulani government. That no matter what happens, no matter how much you cry, federal character, all of you are there. From Lagos all the way to Bakassi to Calabar. From the island of Bonny, all the way to heaven knows, maybe Katsina Allah somewhere, or to Jos. All of you are just there. You complain every time federal character, they want to obey federal character, every position is compared. The next day they appoint another Fulani man to another position. And after 4 or 5 hours you tell me, let Nigeria move along together in unity. And this evening I want to ask you, does your frontal lobe work? You know that part of the brain that has to do with reasoning, critical thinking and reasoning. Are you sure it's working in your brain? Are you sure it's working? Because I am no longer sure that it is working in most of you. This same Fulani government that went as far, only you people, are you sensible at all? I'm asking you. Does it mean that you have no brain? Is that what it means? You have no brain, you cannot reason? You have no brain. You can no longer reason. Is that what you're telling me? Is that what you're telling me? I'm asking you. Is that what you're telling me? I am seriously shocked and surprised. Shocked and surprised at some of you. Fulani is playing ping pong with your brain. They are the ones that supported Boko Haram. They are the ones that built ISIS in West Africa. Some of you have forgotten. You know, I was hoping that somebody will refer back to the notes they took whilst listening to our broadcast, our lectures, to make reference to when I told you that they are the ones that formed ISIS in West Africa. Buhari, when he was alive, was the person that singularly brought in ISIS into the zoo. And I told you that he went and took the child, the first son of Mohammed Yusuf, the founder of Boko Haram, and gave him leadership of ISIS in West Africa. And I told you that they did it in order to try and divide Boko Haram. Did I not tell you that many years ago? How come some of you don't even make reference? When I ask you to bring your pen and paper, some of you even forget, you don't even bother bringing them. I warned you and I told you what they are trying to do, or what Buhari tried to do when he was alive, was to divide Boko Haram into two. He failed. He went and brought ISIS, released al-Banawi from detention, and made him the overall commander of ISIS. Do you know that Nigerians are coming, people that claim they want one Nigeria, Fulani people that claim they're opinion leaders, they come out on the basis of newspaper and say the government should support ISIS to defeat Boko Haram. I can't. And there is an intelligence that I have, I will give you people later. You'll be shocked. You will marvel at what is happening in Nigeria. You will be shocked to your bone marrow as to what is happening in that zoo called Nigeria. I'm telling you the truth. This same Fulani government that is so biased, to the extent that they are the ones paying their own criminals, they call them bandits, these are murderers and killers, these are terrorists, sacking villages even as we speak. They give them money, they give them everything, they give them police protection. And I want to tell you what happens to the police also, where Fulani people had in the past ravaged and sacked villages. They are also burning down their police stations in the north, but they will report it. It is now very clear to everybody that Nigeria police and army, they are part and parcel of the problem that you're going through. But you are too foolish, you are too myopic, you are too blind, your brain is not working. That is why you cannot connect all the dots to understand what the Fulani government has in store for you. Who are the ones that started paying bandits in Nigeria? Isn't that this APC Fulani government? Who are the people that said don't call them terrorists anymore, call them bandits? Isn't it the same APC government? Who are the ones that changed the name of refugees into IDPs? Isn't it the same APC government of the Fulani Janjaweed Caliphate? And all of you are just there, moronically and idiotically defending your stupid one Nigeria on a daily basis because you are foolish, because your brain cells are not working properly, because you are incapable of reasoning, because you lack discernment, because you lack the ability to reason properly. The same people that cannot do anything in the north are busy bombing. Let me give you an example. They are bombing Imo State. Is that not correct? Every bombardment everywhere. Around this world, Opo, Mbano, Etiti, everywhere is under bombardment by Hope. The same man that somebody like Archbishop being allowed to visit his church. Oh, Chineke. Even Archbishop being of all people. You allow the murderer, a killer of his own people, to come to your church. My goodness. As they are busy bombing and bombarding Imo State, ask yourself, all this, I tweeted it earlier today, you can see that ISIS is now holding open community meeting in the north. No bombardment from anywhere. And later on you will hear that angry youths in Niger State are burning police stations because they now know that the police, they are also part and parcel of the security problems they are having. No bombardment. Only in Imo State, only in our land. And somebody is telling me that Hope Uzodinma should be forgiven. Is that what you're telling me? Of course not. They can never ever be forgiven. They must understand that. Nigeria is a place where real terrorists, killers and murderers, rapists are being pardoned and reintegrated into the army and the police. Whereas in Biafra land, once you're a young man or woman, you are a suspect marked for death. And people think we can see all of those things and somehow we keep quiet. You think if you're ranting and writing your rubbish every person on social media, somehow will become swayed, somehow will stop. No, we're not going to stop. We are dreaming. For how many years now? What have you people not tried to stop us? Has it worked? Maybe will live to Kenya. The more you write all this your junk and all this your rubbish, this your Sokosuwanti, all this nonsense that you keep writing all the time, the more enthused and energized we become. We know that what we are doing is working. I want you to search every police station. Now, Hope Uzodinma said that 70% of those responsible for the so-called insecurity in his caliphate, Imo State, they're all foreigners. Now, let us do a very simple experiment. I want people, he said that 70% of those that are arrested so far are foreigners. And we know they are. But I want to ask you a question. Has anyone seen any foreign inmate of any prison in Imo State before? You claim they are foreigners, you've arrested them. Are you saying that if we go to Imo State prisons tomorrow, all the prisons in Imo State, we will now find these foreigners there? Is that what you're saying? Because if we go there tomorrow, there is no foreigner there, that means you're lying. That means that you are killing your own people in order to please your masters. If there is no Fulani man in any prison anywhere charged with terrorism, or let us be very specific, anywhere in Nigeria serving any prison sentence, that tells you all you need to know about Fulani people and their mindset and how they intend to make your life a misery. If you keep on shouting as idiotically as some of you do sometimes, one Nigeria, the unity of our country, our great nation. Who told you Nigeria is great? No one aware how. Because you're living large in Abuja and in Lagos, that makes it great. Typical black people. Now, this evening, please, I want you to pay very close attention to what I have to say. In Nigeria, both their presidency, whoever is wearing Buhari mask, the military, the police, and the Miyetti Allah leadership are all in this game together to protect Fulani killers and murderers. I have asked our people this, especially Igbo people. I want to ask you this thing time and time again. When Ozowani was attacked by Fulani people, hundreds of people slaughtered, was there any Air Force raid of the nearby bushes? It's a simple question. When Nimbo massacre and slaughter occurred, did the Air Force take off from Enugu to go and search for them and destroy them? Did the governor of Enugu State ever open his mouth to say, oh, destroy them, or go and crush them? No, never. That tells you all you need to know about the mindset of these people that you call your political leaders. But in Biafra land, they have been killing innocent people. Nobody will ever say anything. They went to Mpo, I think about 4 years ago, 2016 at Mpo, for no reason. This is one thing that the Fulefu Brigade, or somebody called them the multi-purpose Fulefu, and their Yoruba counterparts, the sophisticated morons, the idiots in Yoruba land that keeps writing rubbish all the time. The Igbo Fulefus, the intellectual, very hopeless and very useless. No one has ever asked the police and the army the question, all those people you killed at Mpo in 2016, what did they do to you people? A simple question they cannot ask. Without provocation, an atrocity documented by, and you know they hate every of these, of course they hate Biafrans, they hate Igbo people, we know the reason why. For Amnesty to write about that massacre tells you all you need to know. Has anyone ever asked the army or the police, why did you go to go and kill people? What did they do to you? All of you stupid, hopeless, animalistic, one Nigeria idiots, you can never reason very well. I want to ask you again, those people you killed at Mpo, what did they do to you? National High School, about those that you murdered in Aba National High School, what did they do to you? They were in a school, they were praying. Did they do anything to you? I believe you know the answer to that question. Those that you killed during Trump rally in Iguacha, did they do anything to you? It's a simple question I'm asking you. What did they do to you? Nothing. Now that some people, although I don't support what they are doing, now that some people have risen and they are very angry, and they are avenging the death of their own people. All of you are busy yapping your rubbish all the time. Hey, insecurity here, there be security. When they were killing innocent people, was there security? What do you call it? I'm asking you a question. What do you call it? When they were busy slaughtering innocent people out of hatred, hatred, just sheer hatred. My Yoruba brothers and brethren, they have been rallying with Yoruba flag. So they do what flag? Has there been any mass murder there? What is it about to do the war flag that protects them, yet once you see Biafran flag, you want to kill anybody carrying it. Even those with muffler, you want to kill them. Those with t-shirt, with Biafran t-shirts, you want to kill them. Those with Biafran bangles, you want to kill them. And after doing all these things, you expect them to go and fold their hands and be saying hallelujah every day? You are insane in the head. You see, there was something that Sir Arthur Boma Harris said. He was the chief of Air Force staff during the Second World War. He's a British man. He was the commander of the Royal Air Force. He died in South Africa because there was so much condemnation after the Second World War because of the way he bombed Dresden, that the criticism made him to travel to live out the rest of his life in South Africa. His name is Arthur Harris. They call him Sir Arthur Boma Harris because he commanded the bomber squadron or whatever brigade of the British Air Force. You know what he said? When Hitler was bombing London, bombing everywhere, bombing Exeter, bombing Norwich, bombing Cambridge, everywhere, Nobody said anything around the world. When he assumed command of the Royal Air Force, he said about bombing Germany. I remember his quote. He said that Hitler sowed the wind, now they will reap the whirlwind. You know what a whirlwind is? No, there is wind, breeze, breeze. Then there is whirlwind. Ikuku, the real one. They sowed the wind, now they reap the whirlwind. All of you in the army and police killing people over the years, you're all going to die, all of you. No, all of you are going to die. It's only a matter of time. You are all going to perish, all of you. People want to be politically correct. Oh, don't say this, don't say that. But you are there. Hope Uzodinma is arresting pregnant women, putting them in detention. Whereas his Fulani counterparts are celebrating with their bandits, with AK-47. I want you to put what I'm saying into context. Put it into context, please. Have you ever heard any Fulani governor in the north, in the Sharia north, call for the bombardment of hideout of terrorists or bandits ever before? But in our land, in the land of God itself, in Biafra land, in the bosom of Biafra land, Imo State, somebody who calls himself the administrator of that state is locking up pregnant women. Pregnant women. I want everybody, those of you close to Uzodinma and the Imo State government, go and ask them. Do you have 3 pregnant women in custody, in detention, in government house or not? In Imo State right now, go and ask him. 3 pregnant mothers. Now you understand the same hatred that Israel is going through, isn't it? They just hate the children of God for no reason. Just sheer hatred that is there. If you ask them why, they don't know. They just, we have to hate you. Because you are blessed. And Chukwukikabiama is your God. That is the reason why. The DSS are in our place, flexing, kidnapping people every day. Whereas their own Fulani terrorists are going about killing innocent citizens without any interference from the government. All of you read a few days ago, somebody opened his mouth and said, "Oh, ISIS killed Shekau. The government the government plan with ISIS." You know, that is the reason why I've not even had, I kept thinking, I kept praying and asking Elohim, did you make a mistake creating these people? A government official is saying that we collaborated with ISIS, the deadliest terror group in the world, in order to defeat Shekau. I mean, come on. I'm sure some of you didn't even notice, did you? Go back to your news, it is there. Go back to your news, it is there. They have Hope Uzodinma, Wike, and Umahi have helped their masters from the north to turn our land into a shooting range where they test their new weapons on innocent people in our land. Imo State today, it's just, you can see the scars of battle all over Imo State. They call it show of force. But today in Zamfara, people were kidnapped, no show of force. People are dying in Niger State, no show of force. So people are being slaughtered in Plateau, as I will tell you later on, no show of force. Only in our land that is show of force. What does that tell you about those you are in your one Nigeria with? They hate you with a passion. They hate you with a passion. What the Fulani people are doing, I will tell you now before it happens, is to take over our land by force. What they have done is to say, since you have managed to neutralize Shekau, we now give you the license to march the Atlantic. That was what Buhari planned before he died, from the issue from the beginning. When he called Shekau and asked Shekau to stop attacking military formations in the north and mosques, Shekau said no. That was all. They went, I remember when they tried to bribe me in detention and I said no, they formed the reformed the IPOB. That was what they did. ISIS came. Before Buhari died, he was a supporter and promoter of ISIS. And I want to ask the US ambassador, and I want to ask Katrina Lang, that woman, I don't know if it's a girl or a woman, are you not aware that Nigerian government said that they collaborated with ISIS to kill Shekau? Did you not hear that? So you feel that that is not insecurity. Insecurity is happening only in Biafra, nowhere else. That is why we must pray for Eastern Security Network. You know, the Fulanis never banked that they will meet ESN. They never knew that we will come. They never knew. All these years, as I was telling and I'm preaching on live on air, I kept telling you people that are going to come. I never rested. We kept planning every blessed day to defend our land. Nobody can come out and say, oh, I gave them this, I gave them that. Chukwukikabiam provided. No politician, no governor, nobody. Today we are the ones that drove away Mietiala from our land. No forest again is being occupied by these people in our land. They are feeling the heat every day. Don't they know that already? Of course they know. In our land, every blessed day, police station is being punched down. Nobody will ask themselves, what did the police do? So you think that somebody can just wake up and walk into a police station and just burn it down like that because they're mad? You know they're not mad. Ask yourself, the world should ask Nigeria police and Nigeria army, what did you actually do that people will hate you this badly? What did you do to them? Oh, you think I'm talking about Biafra land the East? No, you are mistaken. I want to give you news. It is there, but it will not receive due prominence because it wasn't done by people they hate. You know that collective hatred they have for Biafra. That collective, that animalistic hatred for the Igbo man. For all this, That is why anytime a police station is destroyed in the East, they amplify, they magnify it. But I want to shock all of you this morning. Because there's a news that broke today. Angry youth set police station ablaze in Niger. Angry youth set police station ablaze in Niger. Is it headline for Channels TV? Of course not. Why? Because the people that set the station ablaze, they're not Igbo. Or presumed to be Igbo. They are not Biafra. They are not Ibubio. They are not from Akwa. They're not Efik. They're not from Cross River. So it's not news. No. We want that one that happened in Igbo territory. So we can, because some of them even hate Igbo without even knowing. Even when they begin to express their hatred, they don't even know that they're doing it. Example is here. Protesting youths on Monday, being today, vandalized and burned Gauraka police station in Tafa, local government area of Niger State, over the abduction of 15 persons by bandits. Why did they burn it down? Because the police did nothing. The police are working with the bandits. And I want to tell you that in Niger State that's been under siege. 15 persons were abducted. The villagers from a place called Gauraka went and burnt down their police station. Instead of the police to protect the people, the police are busy protecting terrorists, Fulani terrorists. Because the DPO is Fulani. IG of police is Fulani. Area commander is Fulani now. Don't you know that? Are you following what I'm telling you? Do you see why on this noble platform people must reason? We compel you to use your senses to be able to reason properly as a human being should. So burning of police stations is not just happening in Biafra land, it's also happening in Niger State. But there is no aerial bombardment. The governor of that state has not called the Air Force to come and bombard them. He has not called for military occupation of that very place. But the whole person, the man allegedly, is calling Air Force Army to come and kill his own people. And you're telling me that such a human being deserves to live? Or that such a person deserves to be invited to attend the church service by an archbishop? Do you think that is proper? I am telling you that a police station has been burnt in Niger State. Did you hear the Niger State governor come out to say, oh, they are this, they are hoodlums, we are going to kill them, we are going to suffocate them? No. Because the police is guilty. 15 people kidnapped by bandits. Police chased the bandits. Police said no, they're not going anywhere. They burnt down the police station. The bandits moved from house to house. As they were moving from house to house, kidnapping people, they kept calling the police. The police never responded. That's police in Nigeria for you. Fulani police. Because they are in a hurry. 2022 is almost here. They are in a hurry to move, to take as much land as they can before the negotiations will start in 2022. Then Britain, Catherine Land will tell you, oh no, you're all Nigerians, you have freedom of movement, wherever you are, you can be a Nigerian there. That's what they want to do. That's what they want to do. A pregnant woman was also taken, and that got the villagers angry. People sustained injuries. Oh my goodness. Well, some people said, oh my goodness. Many people were killed in the incident as well. Fulani killing people in Niger State. Killing Nupe people. They call them we Northerners. Who said you are Northerners? You are Nupe from Niger State. You are not a Northerner or anything. You are Nupe, and Fulani people are killing you. But in order to smooth over the whole thing, they say, people are killing Nigerians. No, it's Fulani killing Nupe people in Niger State. They came to our land, they came to Biafra to kill, and we said, no, you cannot kill us. If you instead of you to kill us, we will kill you. Now they brought in their army and their police to be killing innocent people, abducting innocent people. The youth were protesting over what they termed as the increasing spate of abductions in Suleja and Tafalogo government area. They took to the road on Monday to block the Kaduna-Abuja Express Road. The youths went further to vandalize the police station and set it on fire. It is not headline news, is it? Because it's not those that committed this very crime or this very act. They aren't Igbo people, so why magnify the news? It's just a news you come across and you move on. You cannot magnify it because Igbos are not involved. The government of Niger State, I'm waiting. Maybe tomorrow they'll start a bombardment, but I know it's not going to come. Compare and contrast that behavior by the Niger State government to what Hope Uzodinma is doing. And then you get the perfect definition of an efulefu. Did it stop there? No, I have not finished. I have not finished. I want to let the world understand what is going on in a damnable zoological republic. One day, the police station burnt down as motorcyclists and police clashed in Lagos. In Lagos, Tinubu, are you listening to me? In Lagos. In Tinubu's Lagos, police station was burnt down. Are you people aware of this? A police station in Ile-Epo bus stop, Okeodo, on Lagos Abeokuta Expressway was on Monday, the same day, set ablaze. Because there was problem between motorcyclists and the police. Everybody now knows that the police is the problem. Fulani Nigeria police is the problem. Fulani Nigeria army is the problem. We don't know where the terrorists are. Those you put in the police and in the army, where are they? Those who claim to have repented. Now working for ISIS. Now working for Boko Haram. You see how Fulani people are playing with. You know, sometimes I blame the editors that we have. Somebody said that Fulani have taken over their hometown in Oka. I don't know the place. I don't believe that is possible. In Biafra, and of course it's not possible. It's not possible. I blame newspaper journalists. I blame some of you who half-educated, dim-witted people that went through. Sadly, you know, somebody wrote a very moving piece that when people go to school in Nigeria, they go through a system of miseducation. They're not educated properly. A people without a sense of history, without a sense of perspective, they don't know where they're coming from, therefore they don't know where they're going. My good friend and brother, and happy birthday to him, Dele Momodu, who is 61, incidentally is the same age as Nigeria, or older than Nigeria. Dele is older than Nigeria. Isn't that bizarre? They're around about the same age as Nigeria. So, if you want to make a reference point, you start from 1960. Everything before 1960 doesn't exist. In other words, you're confused.
So those who are like Obasanjo that came before Nigeria was ever granted their flag independence in 1960, these are confused generation. For what they say, oh, they're elders, they're not elders. They are confused people. They don't know where they're coming from. So if you ask Obasanjo, who was your father? What nationality was your father? He cannot tell you. That means he doesn't know where he's coming from. If you ask all this, I'm an elder statesman, as Mr. Elder Statesman, maybe like somebody like let's say in Clark, you are in your 90s. What nationality was your father? He cannot tell you. Even in his 90s, he is confused about where he's coming from. Now, how can you know where you're going to? If you don't know where you're coming from, how can you know where you're going? That is why whenever you meet a madman or a mad woman on the streets, on the road, you ask them, oh, where are you going to? You tell me, I don't know where I'm going, because he or she doesn't know where they're coming from. You have men who are in their 90s, saying they are Nigerians. They are older than Nigeria by nearly 30 years. They are saying they are Nigerians. And I want to ask you, sir, what was your nationality before the white man came? Oh, you're waiting for the white man to confer nationality upon you before you discover who you are. Please see that this whole thing doesn't make any sense. People that want to hold on rigidly to this viewpoint that they are Nigerians, I want the world to understand how foolish they sound. Nigeria became a country in 1960. Britain came, stole everything from us and said they're protecting us. That's why we are called protectorate. Before 1914, protectorate means people who are under the protection of the Queen. Why do we need Queen Victoria or Queen whoever to protect us? I'm asking that question. We are called protectorate, North and South. And in 1914, they put us together and said, now we are now a colony of the British. Colony of the British. In other words, you are slaves of the British. You don't have any control over your destiny or your future. You are our property. In 1914, Britain made everybody their property. And I want to ask people then, the Ezekiels of this world, the hours of this world, what nationality was your father? And anytime we ask that question, no Nigerian can answer it. Nobody can. Because they don't know where they are coming from and they don't know where they're going to. They are confused and very. That's why I said that the most idiotic person to encounter in life is a Nigerian. A one Nigerian is the most idiotic fool you can ever meet. Because in a debate, they cannot last for 5 minutes. Simply ask them, where does your father come from? My father is a Nigerian, nationality Nigerian. And his father. They say, I think he was, but I don't know. Now, if you don't know, how can you build a future out of something that you don't know? That is why being a Nigerian is the most foolish thing that can happen to anybody in the world. A police station was burnt today along Lagos-Abeokuta Expressway. Channels to TV hasn't reported it. There is no curfew, no aerial bombardment of the settlements along Lagos-Abeokuta Expressway. None whatsoever. But in Imo State and across Biafra land, the Igbo Fulefus are doing their best to please their boyfriends in the north. They are, because they are rent boys. That's what they do. Those they give their backside to in the north. They want to please them. Mrs. Tambural wants to please honey. Honey, baby. I don't know what they will call it. Maybe honey and baby. Who knows? If you see the way Wike was laughing, you will know maybe the guy whispered darling or baby in his ears. You can see the way he was laughing. You can see the way he was laughing. Darling, baby. When you want to, you're dancing, maybe you're in a club, you're somewhere, and you want your wife to feel good. You whisper something in her ear. You see the way she will laugh and smile. That was what happened to Wike. They're doing darling with the lives of his people. But we're not going to let them. Let me remind everybody there was a police station burnt down along Lagos-Abeokuta, but no aerial bombardment of Yoruba land. Because Yoruba governors, they have sense. Fulani governors, they have sense. They are not stupid. It's only in the east. You will invite the same people that killed you between 66 and should I say from 1945 till today. You invite them to come and kill you more. I can't understand this. That tells you who these people are
And that police station. I told you one police station burned down in Niger State, another one burned down in Lagos. Nothing has happened. This confirms that Hope of them and Wiki are working with the gender-with masters to kill as many people as possible. These are murderers. And that is why those of them from the southern part of the zoo are the worst educated fools on this very earth. See the southern Nigeria, east and west. Iberiberism is of the highest order. They think they're educated, they think they went to school because they can speak one or two grammar, put sentences together, maybe do research, do copy and paste, and write their junk. They think somehow they've arrived intellectually. They are very empty, very vacuous, and there is nothing in their skull at all. These educated people from the south, I went to school, I have 2 PhDs, I have 4 PhDs. They are there with somebody without work certificate. They voted for him in 2015. The idiot died in 2017. They went and manufactured ordinary rubber mask, rubber latex, rubber mask to put on the face of any idiot that comes around. Tell you, trot him about saying he's Buhari, and you all agree he's Buhari. There is no type of blackmail that did not come under. So you say that Buhari is still alive. I said, tell them no, he's dead. Anybody should be allowed. I have pulled my face before. Pull that boy's face, you will see that Buhari is dead. But because the frontal lobe of your brain is not connected to the other parts of your brain, that is why you cannot listen properly. That is why I keep saying that there is a disconnect between the frontal lobe of black people, the part of the brain that reasons and thinks, and the rest of the body. Because there is no other justification, there is no other reason as to why something so clear, something so obvious, something so blatant, that even the so-called chief of army staff died. And the president, and all of you are witness to the fact a whole Putin will come out in the rain to perform a national duty. Look at Macron of France. An obscure soldier, was a policeman, died. Macron came to lead the nation in mourning. Chief of army staff, you appointed only a few days, you claimed you appointed only a few days ago, died. Somebody who flew to Paris, flew to London, cannot travel for 5 minutes to go and he is the commander-in-chief. One of his top men died. And you claim that this Buhari is a military man. You are telling me that a military man will be in office and the fellow officer will fall and he will not go to the burial or funeral? Oh, this UG, who did this thing to you people? Who did this to you people? If it was a civilian, I can even understand. Macron is a civilian, the president of France. Yet he will attend military service, or should I say ceremony or burial. And you claim somebody who is a general, as a head of state, another general serving him died, and he did not go. In which planet Queen Elizabeth II, her Britannic Majesty, will even attend a woman as the head of the army? This one is commander-in-chief of the army. You see what they call it? C. They call it C when this UG C. Your top army officer you appointed into office died. You couldn't drive for 5 minutes, but you flew for I don't know, maybe 6-7 hours to go to Paris to attend the conference. And you are telling me that person there is Buhari. Do you not see how foolish all of you are in this UG? I hate you people, honestly. You make me sick. Your stupidity is astonishing. Had it been a civilian president, I can understand. So you claim Buhari is alive. But Buhari is a general. And his fellow general died. And he did not go, come on, this UG. Black people. No wonder we are the lowest of the low in the whole world. We are at the bottom of the rubbish pile. I'm telling you the truth. The way we reason, God, you people, you make me sick. A general, a serving general who went to war, so you claim, is alive. Because I know that the late Buhari, had he been alive, oh, for goodness sake, he will be there. And he will speak without the aid of any written paper. But as somebody said, because of Islamic rule and all the rest of it, They didn't have time to coach him on what to say. They didn't practice. They didn't give him time to practice maybe 4 or 5 months in advance to come and deliver a speech. And you're telling me that after this display of idiocy by the person you claim is Buhari, white people will take you, a white man will respect you as a black person. You're joking. They can't respect you because you have no respect for yourself. You people, you make me sick. A general, not a civilian person, a general. He was a general. And the man he appointed only 2 or 3 weeks ago died and he couldn't go. And I tell him, he's Buhari, he's not, he's shy. Hey! There is no Buhari. The late Buhari would have attended the funeral. There is no Buhari in power, for goodness sake. You dumb monkeys from Africa. You make me sick. Actually, every day I ask God, are you sure it wasn't a mistake? Your God, don't make mistake. But are you sure black people, when you were thinking about them, are you sure there wasn't doubt somewhere? I have never seen a people as foolish as this. I have never seen in my life. A general, head of state, commander-in-chief of the armed forces. The chief of armed forces, chief of army staff died. And the dead cannot bury the dead. A dead man, Buhari. Aisha has gone on the ground as usual. Dubai, here suffering. She's a little girl. I'm older than her. Aisha is only 50 years. She has to. I'm not asking her not to enjoy life. She's more than welcome to enjoy life. But stop deceiving the people. The educated intellectuals from the East and their counterpart in the West, the sophisticated moronic brigade in the West. You see what you have done to yourselves. Only the a Fulani man can become a major general without fighting any battle. Do you know how the only military accomplishment of Ibrahim Atahiru, the late chief of army staff that was buried, was 2 days ago or whatever? Do you know the highest battle he has ever fought in his life was to invade my house, as a result of which my parents died and 28 of my men. That is the only thing, because they sent him to Borno and he messed up. You don't know that? Ibrahim Atahiru, you don't know that? They sent him to 82 division in Enugu. For some of you, they say, why Biafra celebrate? Why won't you celebrate the idiot's demise? Who is he? Who is he? The only military success he ever had in his life was the death of my parents to invade my house. He's a general. So in his CV, if they ask him, what are your accomplishments as a general? Where did you fight? Which theater did you operate in? The only theater he fought was in Semafaru. I went to Nnamdi Kanu's house to invade it. I invaded his house, his compound. That's all. That's as a general, and he's a general. Fulani. That's what they have done to you people. A Fulani man can become a major general without firing one bullet in anger, in war. Have you noticed that all the generals you have in Nigeria, all their thought of duty is killing civilians? Have you ever noticed that before? They only promote them when they kill civilians. That's all they do. Did Nigeria manage to recover Bakassi? Obasanjo, are you listening to me, Obasanjo? You are there, the money lover. You claim you don't like money, but we know you do. After all, you were taking 1 naira in those days from MTN, have you forgotten? That was why when you were sharing the license, you had to go and do a deal with a South African company. MTN was from South Africa. You gave the license to your brother, Adenuka of Glo. When you scratch MTN card in those days, every 1 naira will go to Obasanjo, true or false? Oh my goodness. Zoo. Fulani, I want to ask you, all this nonsense is a general. I want to ask you, you are there to defend the territorial integrity of Nigeria, is that correct? Where were you people when Bakassi was taken from you? Bakassi was given to Cameroon. You went there, we saw your body bags coming back to the road, passing on my ordinary gendarme of Cameroon beat you in Bakassi. Now, I want to know why you would appoint anybody a major general in Nigeria, based on what? Which word did you find? Have you ever won any territory or conquered anywhere for Nigeria before? But you're asking a major general because you are Fulani. wretched cowards. Ibrahim Atahiru's only distinguished honor came when he attacked my house with troops from 82 Division. Troops, army, came from Enugu or Hafiambu Binze. That led to the death of my parents. And the Fulani Janjaweed, they were rejoicing that my parents died as a result of the trauma they underwent when this same idiot that died a few days ago stormed my family house and killed 28 people in the process. That is the same person that some Biafrans, some idiotic Igbo people will be saying, oh, we are mourning our chief. You know, sometimes I don't know. There must be an ant or a disease that have eaten our brain, to be honest with you. You are celebrating a man that came to kill your brothers and succeeded in killing some of your brothers. My own parents died as a result of it. You're celebrating, you say, oh, we are mourning our chief of staff. That is why I said that what you people are suffering from is what I call the Hausa syndrome. You know, after the Fulani is subdued and rendered the Hausa people useless, they started supporting everything that the Fulani man did. Are you aware of that? That's exactly what you're doing. It's not Stockholm syndrome, it's just you just fall in love with your kidnapper. No, this one you worship your oppressor. I feel sorry for some of you. Fulani. As I tweeted earlier today, let me tell you the tweet I tweeted earlier today. Do you know the Fulanis, they have no sea, they have no river of note. Only if you can consider River Niger as being theirs. Do you also know that Fulani people are in charge of all the seaports we have? Do you know it's the Fulani man that is in charge of Ugbocha, Port Harcourt Seaport, in charge of One, in charge of Warri, in charge of Calabar? They are the ones that locked it and said no ship can come here. If you want to clear your goods, go to Lagos. Now, one small deal they got with Yoruba corrupt politicians. Let every freight land in Lagos so we can tax them and take all their money. That's wickedness I told you about. That is something that our people don't understand. Those that idiotically call themselves Niger Delta. You see, when a Igbo man is being punished, all of you are being punished as well, isn't it? Because of this punishment being meted out to an Igbo man, Calabar Seaport cannot open because an Igbo man may benefit from it. Ugbocha Seaport in Igbo land itself, in Igbo land, it can't open because Igbo man will benefit. Warri, how about Warri? Oh, Warri is very, very close now. It's close to Obanam, it's close to Asaba. They will benefit. Why don't we shut it down? And after seeing all of these things, you still come out to say you're a proud Nigerian. Do you see how foolish you are? Fulani people controlling the sea, they have no sea. If you throw them into the water, they will drown. They're like stone, they don't swim, they don't know how to swim. The people that actually own the seaports, own the areas that can even swim, they are not nowhere to be found. And how about the oil? That's you want to take our oil. That is why you want Biafra. I want to ask you a simple question. Do you own the oil? The answer is no. Now let me tell you why they want one Nigeria, because the Sultan of Sokoto, who is the head of the demonic Fulani Caliphate, owns, is it how many oil wells? Is it 36 or 38 oil wells he owns? One single man. Why would such a person want Nigeria to break? But when you hear him talking about keeping Nigeria warm, you will think that he has this love for you. He has love for his oil wells. He doesn't give a damn about you. That is why there is no cleanup anywhere. That is why they can pollute the land and do whatever they like. And you still love them. And that is why some people that call themselves Niger Delta youths, you know this, I don't know what is wrong with them. They call themselves Niger Delta youths. They always support the Fulani. Despite what the Fulanis are doing to them, they still support them. There is an advanced form of the Hausa syndrome that they're suffering from. Even the Hausa people who are going to wake up, there's some of them are still in slumber. Very, very sad indeed. They control the oil wells. You go to school, they score the lowest in exam hall. They are the lowest. But that person that scored the lowest is going to be the chief of family staff tomorrow. Watch and see. In front of your eyes, what can you do? You complain, you grumble, you go back home and you sleep. You sleep on your wife's chest and that's it. You forget everything. And they say, oh, don't worry, darling, tomorrow will be better. And that's it. That is Nigeria for you. They come last in class. They are the lowest though. If you go and check JAMB, go and check WAEC, they are the lowest of the low. But they produce a customs chief, they produce chief justice of the federation, they produce attorney general, they produce immigration comptroller general, they produce comptroller general for prison, they produce IG of police, they produce chief of air staff, they produce chief of army staff, they produce chief of naval staff. They come last in class, and we don't want Nigeria. Let us get together and build Nigeria. People that came last, then why do you have to go into school then? What is the zoo for you? They say, why we don't want the North, why we don't want Nigeria to break? Why North does not want Nigeria to break? Arewa Consultative Forum. I want to give you the reasons that they gave. He said, there is no way any part of Nigeria will succeed without a civil war. We are so integrated that it is impossible for us to sit at a conference table and allow each other to go their ways. It's impossible. In other words, they are foreclosing any avenue for referendum. They are asking for war. When that war comes to them, they say, NNAMDI Kanu is seceding. They want to secede. How can I secede from something that was formed in 1960? My father is older than me. How can my father secede from something that is older than? I can't understand the life of me. Let me tell you something. Now we are going to add another subject when Biafra comes. We are going to establish as part of the medical sciences an anatomy course called Studying the Brain of a Black Man. I want to understand why blacks are so foolish. I want to understand that part of their brain that predeceases them to foolishness and stupidity. I want to understand it because it doesn't make any sense to me. They keep using the word secede. Have you noticed that they don't want to use the word self-determination? Never. They don't want to use it because Britain advised them. Don't use the word self-determination, because if you use the word self-determination, the world will know that Nigeria is an artificial construct. The world will know that Nigeria is not organic. The world will know that we created this monstrosity for you. Always use secession. So to give the impression that Nigeria has been in existence for over 1 million years before now. Do you understand me? Are you following what I'm preaching? I'm sure that some of you, they are saying there is no way we can separate without going to war. That's what the rulers of Nigeria is telling you. Fulani Caliphate is saying, why is that the case? Because we in the north, this is their own word, I'm quoting them verbatim, because we in the north fought the war to keep this country together. So it will be a contradiction for those of us who try to stop this country from breaking up to now be engaging in activities that will break up this country. We don't want this country to break up. Nigeria is a great country as it is. We have problems, but those problems are not enough for us to break. Do you understand them now? In other words, that Britain gave them the land called Nigeria as compensation in perpetuity. Britain gave it to Fulani, do whatever you like. That is why Catherine Land can come down to the east and be crisscrossing, going from one government house to the other, telling them who to kill. But the same Fulani ravaging, killing, raping, and murdering people, nothing is happening in their land. There is no Catherine Land over there, telling them who to kill. Now, Fulani have said to you, we are not going to let you go unless you are prepared to fight a war. I now know that you understand their mindset and where they are going. Now the problem is this. How can people come out and claim that Benue is theirs by right of conquest? I want people to understand this. How is it possible that the same Fulani that is responsible for 6 terror organizations in Nigeria, they themselves funded and founded them, all of them? How come you people want to be in the same country with such people? I can't, I kept thinking today, how is that possible? How? Because they infiltrated us with the help of the British, and they conditioned us to love them even after their impunity towards us. That is what defeats me, honestly speaking. How did the Fulani manage to get us to still love them? Some of you are Fulefus. Some of you want Nigerian rubbish, idiotic people. How is it possible that Fulani managed to convince all of you to love them, despite what I have done to you? Then I looked at the case of the Hausa people, and then it dawned on me that we are all suffering from an advanced form of Hausa syndrome. Do you know why I'm saying this? They say Niger Delta Youth Council mourns death of the Chief of Army Staff. Are you sure those people are Biafran? Some of them? This Niger Delta rubbish. Are you sure they're Biafran people? Are you sure that the same people that gave birth to Atakabura, are you sure it's the same lineage? Because I don't understand. They did a press release. We, the leadership of Niger Delta Youth Council, received with great sadness the sudden demise of the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Ibrahim Atahiri, who died in a plane crash. We want investigation. Now let me ask you something, you idiot, you moron, calling yourself. What the idiot's called? Maybe it's a DSS group, who knows? He says it's called the Niger Delta, whatever garbage. Let me remember their name. You know me, I don't take prisoners. I tell you the truth. You may not like it, but it is the truth. And I must preach it. Their name is Niger Delta Youth Council. You people are foolish. Very, very foolish. Let me ask you something. Where's Ken River from? Ken River is from the Niger Delta. Is that correct? Ogoni land, so to speak. Going by your own definition. After all, Imo State is also part of Niger Delta. Ebonyi State is also Niger Delta, but let's leave it to one side anyway. When Ken River was killed, how many Arewa groups issued a statement condemning his death at the hands of Abacha? Let me repeat my question to these Niger Delta Youth Council idiots. Maybe looking for money, you want to buy dry fish, maybe a fish, your kai has finished. Let me ask you again. Ken River was an icon of the Niger Delta struggle. Is that correct? How many Arewa youth groups issued a statement lamenting his passing or his death at the hands of Abacha? Now you understand that you are suffering from an advanced form of Hausa syndrome. It seems to me the more they oppress us, the more we love them. That is how foolish we have become. I don't know if the Northern Sharia youths ever cried when Sariwa was killed. The most advanced form of Hausa syndrome. Look at the way the Hausa people was emasculated. Hausa Fulani, we Hausa Fulani. Until we came, after lambasting them for 3 years, consistently is now Fulani. Are you hearing about Hausa anymore? Let me ask the question, are you hearing about Hausa anymore? Hausa is gone, dead, buried, finished. Yes, I'm saying, Nigeria, we regret the passing of Ibrahim Atahiri, Chief of Army Staff. But you people were the same people complaining that there is no federal character in appointments in Abuja. Is that not correct? When they appoint the next Fulani man now, you complain. After a while, you start loving him. Because that is the way they conditioned you to behave. Very, very sad indeed. I'm going to go back a little bit in history. But let me start from now. This is a news headline from the Zoomies where Al-Banawi appointed ISIS West Africa Province Boko Haram leader, arrested commanders loyal to late Shakao. Are you following me now? The same Al-Banawi, the son of Muhammad Yusuf, the founder of Boko Haram, the person that Muhammad Buhari groomed personally to say, since your father is no more, you can take over Boko Haram. And Shakao said no, they have not reached power. Then, this happened in 2015. Are you listening to me? In 2015. Now, Al-Banawi was released from prison. Go back to the old preachings I made on this very boy. I met him at John Tozo's court in Abuja. He was released by the Chief Justice of the Federal High Court now, John Tozo, that they wanted to use to jail me, and I told you, Judge, you cannot jail me, you are a fool. It was John Tozo, the present Chief Justice of the Federal High Court of Nigeria, that released this terrorist, this killer of ISIS. This is ISIS we're talking about, you know. I have their facts and figures. Now, the Islamic State, ISIS, West Africa Province, under the new leadership of Abu Musad al-Banawi, has taken over all territories under the control of the late Abubakar Shekau in a major revenge onslaught against the family, because when he grew up, he became of age.
Buhari pushed him to go and take over his father's mantle. Shekau said no. This was the revenge. And how was it possible that Shekau was ambushed? Because Shekau attended a peace meeting called by Ibrahim Atahir, the dead chief of army staff. And what I'm giving you is facts. I don't have time for rubbish. We have the very, of course, maybe apart from Mossad, we have the very finest intelligence in the world. I'm telling you this, the M branch. How was it possible that Shekau was surrounded? Because they wanted the continuation of that very meeting. I told you this thing many years ago. They called a meeting, they sat together, and they said to Shekau, stop attacking mosques and Muslims. Go to the south, go to the east and take it. And Shekau said, no, we cannot take the east. I want to give you one explanation that I've never told you people before. I was very, very close to Boko Haram leadership. Are you aware of that? Very, very close to them. They told me a lot of things. Boko Haram leadership told me, I won't tell you the name of the person, told me in confidence the person was being held at Ikoyi prison. I was in Kuje because I was instrumental in making sure that people who are not guilty are released from prison, regardless if you call them terrorists, Boko Haram or not. So they loved me very much. I'm being honest with you. They were very close to me, and they told me something. Shekau told Buhari, you cannot take the east. That the east cannot be taken. Buhari said, okay. When he was alive, Buhari now said, okay, if that is the case, I'm going to divide the organization. How do you think that Shekau knew that Buhari had died? That was why he called the idiot, the little boy that parading, Yusuf Abubakar Muhammad. He knows his name. Shekau knows Buhari is dead. Go and watch, I think it was the second to his last video he made. They called for a peace meeting so they can plan on how they're going to push to the east to take the whole of Nigeria by next year. That was, I told you before, that was a timetable. That is why this slaughter is going on now in Niger State, in Benue State, and some parts of Kogi. They're entering Kogi, maybe around October they'll be in Kogi. And by then, when I ask you to make reference to this broadcast, you say, oh, he said it. How many times did I tell you about Al-Banawi, the son of the late founder of Boko Haram? How many times did I tell you? Did I not tell you they were working with this Buhari government before Buhari died? If not, why would the government go and align with ISIS in order to defeat Boko Haram? You see what I'm saying about common sense? Common sense. You need to be able to reason. You know, in those days when you were small, if you're misbehaving, you have visitors in the house, once your stupidity takes you to the living room and your mom looks at you, you will know, she will convey a message to you immediately. And you take out your useless self from the place. Your mother will look at you, only looking at you. You know your mom wants you to go and bring a plate, or to go and wash your plate, or to go and have a shower, or to go and take something and eat. But she will not say anything. She will only look at you. You understand the message she's trying to convey. And that is why when your child is, you say, what I cry my issue. You don't have to say anything. Do you remember when I told you that ISIS and Buhari regime APC that they are one? Did you believe me? You didn't. Of course, in this UG, you're black. How can you believe fact when you say it? If we had been able to reason properly, do you think Africa would be as poor as it is today? Of course not. It's because we cannot reason. I told you that they are part and parcel. They are in this game together. Buhari wants an attack on the east. He doesn't want the army to do it or the police to do it. He wants to use terrorists to do it. And ISIS was the perfect people to do this very job. I told you this many years ago. Do you know that today, surprise, surprise, Nigeria government is partnering with ISIS to defeat Boko Haram? I received message in the spirit. And when I want to preach it, something will tell me that I will say, why won't I preach it? After a while it comes to pass. You will see the facts and evidence before you.
How can any sensible government anywhere in the world partner with a terrorist group, the number one frontline terror group in the world, to defeat another terror group? Where has that ever been done before? That was what killed Ibrahim Atahiru. Are you aware of that? He was the one that masterminded it because he was a failure in Borno when he went to fight Shekau. Shekau defeated him. So he was very desperate to redeem his name. So he went to ISIS and gave ISIS a deal. We're not going to attack it. That is why they changed their name from terrorists to bandits. So ISIS can do whatever they like. No police will arrest them, no army will arrest them, no bombardment. Sheikh Gumi can go and negotiate with them, nothing will happen to them. The key was to make them numerically stronger than Boko Haram, to make them the acceptable face of Islam, Fulani Islamic terrorism. And he succeeded. I know that Shekau was injured. He wasn't killed. He was injured. That's why they cannot display his body. He was injured. He was not killed. But I'm coming to that in a minute. The gospel from heaven. That's what I'm giving you. And they know, in Asrock now, they're shaking. Oh, how does he know? He has come again. I thought he was no longer going to broadcast. I know all these things. There is nothing we don't know. We know everything. That is why we managed to defeat Mietiala with the little meager resources. We defeated them because we know what they do not know. If I want all the governors dead in one night, they will all be dead. But I don't want them dead. At least not yet. Now listen. Do you know that Ibrahim Atahiru wanted to capture Shekau alive? Are you aware of that? So you can interrogate him and ask him, how come you're getting all this support? Because they know it's in Sambisa forest. Nigeria army has enough men and equipment to circle Sambisa forest and to engage from all sides. But most of the people in the military hierarchy of the zoo, they are all Boko Haram sympathizers, almost all of them. Another lesson for the Fulefus and the intellectual brigade to learn from, because the Fulanis don't kill their own. Never. They understand that these are the few soldiers we need in the future to fight this very war to dip the Quran in the Atlantic. Buhari knew that very, very clearly. That was why Buhari was so disappointed with Shekau, that when they swore him as the president, Shekau continued, he didn't stop. That was Buhari's major disappointment with Boko Haram. They were his babies now. Who doesn't know that? And Ibrahim Atahiru, that died a few days ago, took billions upon billions of dollars to ISIS, to al-Banawi, and said to him, al-Banawi, take this very money, make it possible. I am going to strengthen you. You're going to be the face of Fulani terrorism in Nigeria. And he accepted it. And now they called Shekau to a meeting. At that very meeting, Shekau was attacked. That was what happened. And in revenge for the attack on Shekau, they brought down the plane. Because two people parachuted from that very plane before it crashed. They opened the door to decompress it. It's called decompression. That's that thing they tell you in the plane. When in case of cabin pressure, loss of cabin pressure, pull this mask and put it on your face, you get oxygen. You remember that drill they give you every time you fly? These two assassins were in the aircraft and they jumped with a parachute. They're in Nigerian Army, Nigerian Air Force. These are the same people that they are putting, Boko Haram, they painted Boko Haram in the army. They are the ones that killed him for attempting to sabotage Shekau. And the new commander now is very, very mean. I'm telling you, even deadlier than Shekau. The new guy is, oh my word, very mean. And they now have war on their hands. I'm telling you. Do you know that the Nigerian army, do you know that Ibrahim Atahiru confessed that the Nigerian army doesn't have the strength to fight Boko Haram? That was why he brought in ISIS to do the job for him. Are you aware of that? That was why, so that there can be a leadership tussle. You know that thing they try to do with IPOB? Anybody we sack or expel, bring him, or he's IPOB after 1 month. He just die natural death, of course. Because Elohim is in charge of everything we're doing. You know that the ISIS leadership and Boko Haram have been fighting the supremacy war. I've been telling you about this for very many years. He will take over. And finally, they have tried to do what they can to silence Shekau, because Buhari was not happy before he died. And all this foreign caliphate, including Sultan, nobody's happy. They want Shekau to face the East. Their problem is to take the East. When Shekau said no, Buhari, before he died, they told him about Ruga. He wants Ruga. Fulani settlement in every community, in every local government across Nigeria. When we said no, he said okay. He now asked Mietiala to take over. That was when Mietiala was killing people. Now they know that Mietiala can no longer do the job. They now contracted ISIS to do it. That's your one Nigeria for you. Obasanjo, are you listening? One Nigerianist. Let me tell you something. Boko Haram will not stop. And the fear of the Nigerian army is that they cannot fight this war on two fronts. So it is better for them to get ISIS to do the job. ISIS that they can trust and rely upon to be doing the killings, the terrorism, sacking villages in TV land, taking over, Nipe land, doing all of these things. That's what they prefer. And then they can now move the Nigerian army to come to the east to meet us. That was their plan. That's the game plan. They wanted to do this deal with Chad. Unfortunately, it is Dabi died. Now that is, you see how Elohim was. That was the deal. Let the Chadian and the Niger troops come in to help them to stabilize the north, while the main bulk of the Nigerian army will march with their tanks to the east. That's the game plan. The whole thing has fallen apart because there is no Buhari anymore. And ISIS is now in charge of your lives. Boko Haram may pity you a little bit. ISIS, they have no pity whatsoever. No pity whatsoever. They can bring in as many armored cars as they like. Only one landmine will destroy it, disable it, to park by the roadside. Do you understand me? This is 2021, not 1967. They must understand this. That we are going. It doesn't matter. What are they going to do? Nothing. The same way we defeated Mietiala terrorist group and they brought in the army and police, we are going to defeat them. After that, they'll start bombing us from the air. Then after that, they will give up. For you to be free, you need to be stubborn to a fault. And I want to show Fulani Janjaweedism what stubbornness is all about. They're not stubborn. I want to prove it to them. Their children will talk about us. Fulani kids, in years to come, they will sing folklore with our names. They will say they never knew that such people existed. If you think that they're putting the lives of people on my weak Dave Umahi in political office that is going to deter us, you are dreaming. We are unstoppable. That's why I said, before we came, there was something like us. Now we are here, nobody can attempt half of what we're doing. And when we are gone, you will pray and cry that we live forever. I'm telling you. They don't know what's, you don't know what is going to hit you. You have no idea. Anybody telling me that Nigeria will survive this present format, I'm telling you, I can bet you anything in the world. I will bet money against you that the zoo will fall. It's only coronavirus that saved them. Only coronavirus that is still holding them. Very, very soon. That is the reason why APC political leaders in Yoruba land met together and said, we support the position of the southern governors to ban open grazing and movement of cattle by land. Tinubu, Bajabiamila, Sanwo-Olu, and other Southwest APC leaders support southern governors' ban on open grazing, condemn separately. Of course, that is given. Everybody is making money, going to condemn it. I want to condemn it. You see a very ugly old man with pot belly, spilling over even his knees. He cannot get up in the morning. He can get up one day and go and marry or decide to marry an 18-year-old fresh graduate because of hardship, because there's no electricity. The economy cannot grow. I want to tell you something. You see, those of you who are in the West, ask anybody who is in Europe or somewhere in North America. Before you get a woman, you have to buy flour, you have to buy chocolate, you have to talk, convince, you have to look decent and presentable. But you see, in poverty-stricken Africa, all you need to do is to have money. Because a girl needs to do her hair, she needs to buy makeup, she needs to do this, she needs to change her underwear and all the rest of it. So she needs money. Regardless, there must be money. Money must change hands, whether you like it or not. Because there are no jobs to go to. They become very desperate. Do you know when I discovered this very thing? It was as far back as 2005. I kept researching one day I kept asking myself, why is there no electricity, constant supply of electricity? It then dawned on me that the Fulanese did it that way deliberately in order to make life very, very cheap. Do you know if you supply electricity 24 hours a day, people will not give a damn about the government. People will be creative enough to make something for themselves. Now they have to impoverish everybody. That is why I hate Obasanjo when he's doing preaching. This is sanctimonious rubbish. Obasanjo destroyed the stockfish market in Aba, destroyed the Okreka market second-hand clothing. Obasanjo destroyed the glass factory in Aba. By a stroke of the pen, Obasanjo you're looking at. Very evil man. Evil man, I'm telling you. Evil upon evil. Ask Obasanjo who stopped second-hand clothing market in Aba. Ask Obasanjo. It's a very simple question. He will tell you it's him that stopped it. Now, Tinubu, all the APC people from Yoruba land, they met together and said, we support the southern governors, what they have done by banning movement of cattle on foot from place to place. Is that not correct? Yes, it is. Wait for it. Today, 24th of May, a statement was issued by Asarok. Not by Buhari himself, but by his Garba. And Buhari is alive inside Asarok. 17 governors met from the south, something of national importance. He could not address any of you. Once again, Garba. And they're claiming that Buhari is alive. Garba Shehu, presidential spokesman in a statement, recalled Buhari approving measures. What they're trying to say is that Buhari is not happy. Buhari moves against killer headsmen, says open grazing ban illegal. Buhari, a president of Nigeria in a democratic dispensation, is telling you that banning open grazing is illegal because they rely on their cattle to do the main attack for them. That is their justification for entering into your farm. For them to come into your land, they need the cattle. To say, oh, we are grazing. Do you understand their trick? That is why, by all means, by every means, they need their cattle with them at all times. Do you know that somebody who calls himself a president is saying open grazing ban is illegal? I want to prove to the whole world tonight that your average Fulani Janjaweed is a bundle of idiocy. I also want to prove to the world tonight that Nigeria doesn't have educated people. You see the senior advocate talking rubbish. All of them, none of them is educated enough to understand what it means to adhere to the rule of law. You know, when you hear Malami, when you hear General Bashir, rule of law, they don't know the meaning of it. Do you know that the justices you have in Nigeria, the senior advocates in Nigeria, they don't even know the meaning of the rule of law because it's in English. It's an English phrase. Because they are not English people, because they are not versed in the nuances of English language, they don't know what it means. I am telling you, if you like, go to your professor of law tomorrow and say to professor of law, tomorrow in any university in Nigeria, what is the meaning of the rule of law? He doesn't know what it means. But this night I'm going to teach you for free. So tomorrow when you go to your lecture hall, you'll be able to pose in front of the others about what rule of law means. I now want to tell you that this present regime, this is present terrorist bandit regime you have in Asorok, Fulani Caliphate, Cabal, they don't know the meaning of the rule of law because they are all quota graduates. They're not educated people. Why do I say what I'm saying? Rule of law means what does rule of law mean? It means following a precedent by law. That is why anywhere you go in the world, if you have a case, that is why they say, Akeredolu versus Ondo State, or Ondo State versus water resources, or Brown versus White. Why do you think when you get to court, maybe your lawyers preparing a brief, they cite all these cases? Is to let the judge understand that this case has come before a court before, and this was the determination. And given that this determination was reached in the past, I expect you to follow the rule of law and reach the same determination because both cases are the same. Precedent in law, rule of law. I'm now trying to teach you something that I'm never teaching in university because you're in a zoo. It is called precedent. Not president, precedent. P-R-E-C-E-D-E-N-T. Precedent in law. That is the meaning of the rule of law, where law holds supreme. Not the dictates of man, but law itself. What do I mean by that? Let us go to Cornell Law School. Where people are learned, not zoo schools. To understand what precedent means, before I now tell you why the entire Fulani presidency is a bloody joke, because they are ill-educated. I want to prove to the world that Nigerians are not educated. I want, forget your science, an advocate, a PhD. These are a bunch of idiots. They know nothing. Precedent refers to a court decision that is considered as authority for deciding subsequent cases involving identical or similar facts or similar legal issues. Precedent is incorporated into the doctrine of stare decisis and requires courts to apply the law in the same manner to every case with the same facts. It means anytime you steal my goat and somebody is found guilty of that, stealing of my goat, anytime somebody else's goat is stolen, my case will be referred, cited as NNAMDI Kanu versus goat stealer. Do you understand? To let the judge understand that similar thing happened in the past, and this was the decision reached by this honorable judge, or right honorable judge. I therefore ask you to adopt the decision of that very court. Simple. Law is very good. I must tell you this. I don't even know why I didn't study law anymore. My goodness. Do you know that this very precedent is elementary law in every school all over the world? Even the lawyers in Nigeria, they practice it, but they don't know the meaning of it. Why am I saying what I'm saying? You have somebody called the Attorney General of the Federation, who should have guided whoever they are calling Buhari not to make such a stupid utterance that open grazing is a ban on open grazing is illegal, because it is not. It is a law. It is a precedent law. Precedent, not president. Precedent law, P-R-E-C-E-D-E-N-T. Because a man called Justice Adewale Thompson banned open grazing on the 17th of April 1969 and warned of unprovoked killings by Fulani headsmen in 1969 at the height of the war of Biafra, or war against Biafra. A precedent law was made by Honorable Justice Adewale Thompson. He banned open grazing in Nigeria. According to the doctrine of stare decisis, it means that anytime you have a case involving Fulani headsmen and anybody, the pronouncement of Honorable Justice Adewale Thompson must hold sway. That is the meaning of the rule of law. People need to pay me. People are going to pay. Because what I'm teaching you can never learn in any zoo school, forever and ever. It is called stare decisis. It means, I will spell it for you. stare is Latin. staredecis. Stare decisis. My goodness. It is called, it promotes the even-handed, predictable, and consistent development of legal principles. It fosters reliance on judicial decisions and contributes to the actual and perceived integrity of the judicial process. Therefore, if Thompson in 1969 can ban open grazing, any other judge overturning it goes contrary to this very rule. You are not maintaining judicial consistency. Can make your problem. Are you going to pay me enough for this? I'm preaching the gospel of heaven. Now you understand from the AGF, AGM, TTM, all of them are useless. They don't even understand law. Their own laws they don't know. Their own laws, because if you are a student of law, there is something called precedent. Every court decision is considered as authority for deciding every similar case. Since Adewale Thompson has said it in 1969, it must, as long as Nigeria remains one, practices the same legal system. What Adewale Thompson said in 1969 is the law of the land. There is no open grazing in Nigeria. Fulani people have been disobeying the law since 1969. And these are the people you want to be in the same country with? These are the same people you want to be in the same country with. Is that what you're telling me? Of course not. Absolutely not. And we're not going to have it. They don't even know the law that they... When you go to school, you go to ABU, Ahmadu Bello University, you come out with the lowest score, and you become the Attorney General of the Federation. I mean, no one can blame you. No one can blame you. And why are they doing this to us? You may ask yourselves, why are they doing this to us? Because they hate us. But that's a program for another day. I am going to preach it. Maybe in the next 2 days I'll preach it. But this evening I don't want to overburden you with too many facts and figures. I don't want to overburden you with too many, should I say, theories and as to how things are supposed to work. Let me tell you how Biafra will be different. You see, in Biafra, oh dear me, everybody from nursery school will know what their rights are under the Constitution, the rule of law. Anybody that goes against the rule of law in Biafra land, oh my goodness, you regret the day you were born. Do you want to become like Nigeria, where people go to school with PhD in law, claiming every day, rule of law, they don't even know what it means. Because if Nigeria practices the rule of law, how come a law that was made in 1969 April, a president can come out to say that law is illegal? A judicial pronouncement. My goodness. Let me bring this program to an end here. I have an announcement to make. Biafrans must be very careful at home, especially our leadership. Some people in leadership positions are dabbling into security affairs, and I'm not going to have it. I will only give a general warning now. Next time I'll dismiss you live on air. No coordinator on the ground has any deal. Don't because Dave Umahi is saying, bring all your best thing and I'll go to Abuja. Some of you will stupidly go and meet that idiot. If you meet Dave Umahi, you're gone. Shekau went for a meeting. Peace meeting, let's move and let's march to the east. Let's do peace. and there he was attacked. Do not listen to these people. They are demons. I'm telling you the truth. You must be very, very careful. We must all be very, very careful and be your brother's keeper. They can abduct as many as they like. After all, we lost 5 million during the war and we are still alive today, isn't it? The most populous ethnic group, believe it or not. So it doesn't matter how many days. As our men, any day they say they have gone into the bushes and taken out our men, then I will have reason to worry. They can kidnap as many people as they like. They think that by kidnapping them, people will start shouting and they say, oh, please stop what you're doing. Can't you see we are suffering? You will even suffer more because we're not going to stop. We cannot stop. Get this thing. It doesn't matter. I don't pay kidnappers ransom. And I see Hope Uzodinma, Wike, and Omahi as kidnappers for fun, and that's what they're doing. They can kidnap my entire village. I don't give a damn. I don't know for some of you, but I only have one pursuit in life, and that is to restore Biafra. Anything else can happen. God in heaven knows I don't give a damn. That was why I said I will sacrifice anything sacrificable to get Biafra. It doesn't matter what it is. If Elohim says to me today, if you come out now and they cut off your head, Biafra will come, I will give it now. I will waste time. So people who are being kidnapped will do our best to bring you out. But no amount of writing junk opinion by all these multi-purpose filofus can stop us from doing what we're doing. They have not given birth to the person. Our mission is irreversible. We will pay any price. I want to give you another historical example or context. Go and read about how the Russians defeated Napoleon. Read about how they defeated Nazism, Adolf Hitler. There's a movie I want some of you to watch, Enemies at the Gate. Go and watch it. I think it's Clive Owen, is it? Clive Owen, I don't know who did that, who played the lead role in that movie. You know what movie I learned from it? Some of you watch cinema for entertainment. Me, I try to learn from every circumstance I find myself in. Go and watch Enemies at the Gate and see people who are patriotic, how they defend their land. Go and study the history of Afghanistan. Why no superpower has been able to overpower them till this day. You do know that Afghanistan, they defeated the British during the European wars. Are you aware of that? I'm not sure you know. Nobody can take Afghanistan. It doesn't matter who you are. If you like, have the best technology in the world. If you like, have nuclear weapons, have satellites everywhere, you cannot defeat them. That is what I want Biafrans to understand. We have an iron will. This mission we've embarked upon, we are undefeatable. I can assure you of that. They can come to and kidnap everybody above the age of 18. That is their business. It's not going to, our men are in the bushes. Nobody's touching them. So you don't need to worry. Our land is secure. They will come and they will die there. That I can assure you. And I want to thank you very much for listening this evening. And maybe I will come back maybe in the next 2 days to complete this epistle. But I'm sure that this evening they now know that nobody who claims they've studied law in the zoo is actually intelligent. Because if they are, this debate about Fulani, a grazing rat and all that rubbish shouldn't exist. A justice quashed it in 1969. But here we are going to preach this very gospel every time that we're opportunity to do so. But despite what we have said, maybe out of anger and frustration, I say what I say because I love you. I don't hate anybody, to be honest with you. It's your stupidity that I hate. I hate the ignorance of a black man. I hate the fact that blacks are so stupid. But I say what I say that they may be able to change and be able to embrace the mercy and the grace that God Almighty in heaven has bestowed upon them. That is why I want every ethnic nationality in Nigeria to be free, not just Biafrans, everybody to be free. That we may bequeath a future worthy to our children. With all the love in my heart, from me, from here, good evening. Good evening, wonderful people, great Biafrans, regardless of where you are, where you're domiciled, even those waiting for the finals of the Champions League between Man City and Chelsea,
all of you here gathered this evening, morning, noon, or night, depending on where you are. I welcome each and every one of you to this very, very important and urgent broadcast this very evening from where I am. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to some of you. I will not keep you for too long because we are passing through a lot. And any legitimate distraction you can get is most welcome, so I will try not to keep you away from what you have planned this very evening, especially for those of you who are avid football fans waiting to watch the Champions League finals. My name is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of the largest mass movement on the face of this planet Earth, the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB. I am the director of Radio Biafra and Biafra Television, and by the very special grace of the Most High Elohim, a servant of the wonderful people of Biafra. Today is the 29th day. In a few hours' time, I will be commencing my midnight prayers, and I'm sure that most of us will be able to join as well. I'm not going to do it live on air, of course. I will pray very privately, and I will encourage some of you to also do the same. Tomorrow is very, very important. In fact, tomorrow is our own holy day. It's the holiest day in the calendar of Biafrans. Every 30th of May, it is a very, very holy day, the holiest day of the year for us. Very, very important. We remember the bravery, the courage, the unbridled patriotism of those that went before us, the class of 67 to 1970, and in perpetuity we shall honor and remember them always. I said always, every year, in perpetuity until the end of time. And this evening is not going to be an exception. I will ask you please to make sure that a lot of people are listening, they're watching us. For some of you who are on Instagram, I welcome you. Those of you who are listening via my page, private page on Facebook, I also welcome you. To those who are listening via YouTube, you're welcome. Those who are listening via, of course, our very, very glorious IPOB community radio app, we welcome you. Those listening via Radio Biafra, those listening on FM across Biafra land and in parts of the zoo, those of you who are, of course, watching or listening via satellite, I welcome, of course, Biafra Television, please. We are also on Biafra Television. People are also watching us on University of Radio Biafra on Facebook as well. If you want to watch us or listen to us, you should be able to do so. Please tell those who are around you. We'll be very, very brief, please, I assure you. But before we proceed, let us pray very, very briefly. And I will say the Lord's Prayer this evening, please, so that we may proceed to bring to you what we have in store for you this evening. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our sins as we forgive those who sin against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever, we pray. He say. One thing is obvious that I want to remind the zoo this very evening is that we are indestructible. And we are not going to stop until we get what we are looking for. What we're asking for is simply a referendum that will lead us to the democracy, the freedom, the liberation that Biafra portends, not just for the trapped and subdued indigenous populations in the damnable contraption called Nigeria, but the whole of Africa as well. Something we have posted has been trending all day. Very, very important that there is a very brief recap. The reason why we are here this evening is to warn our people about the complete lockdown of Biafra land. In fact, over 2 days. People will go to church and do nothing else tomorrow. And then on Monday, there will be a complete chaining of the entirety of Biafra land. Everywhere will be under lock and key. There are moves by some individuals, people who are Fulani slaves like Dave Umahi, to try to circumvent this very important and critical date in our calendar. Dave Umahi is a Fulani man masquerading as an Igbo man. Dave Umahi is urinating on the grave of our soldiers and our heroes. That very idiot was asking me this evening, who did I discuss it at home with? And I just asked myself a very, very pertinent question. You and I, you are a governor of the state. You claim you're a leader of the people. You and Nnamdi Kanu, who should be reminding each other about the importance of the 30th of May. You claim you're a leader. You don't even understand the meaning of leadership. You have, all of you idiots in government houses don't even have an idea. You don't have a clue what leadership is all about. In case you have forgotten Dave Umahi and all the rest of the multi-purpose Efulefus we have in our land, all you Mieti Allah servants, I want to remind you as to why we got to where we are today in this effort to restore Biafra. Times Magazine of London, 7th of October 1966. In 1966, a whole full year before Ojukwu declared Biafra. In 1966, 7th of October 1966, this is according to the Times Magazine of London, and I'll read. The massacre began at the airport near the 5th Battalion's home city of Kanu, the Nigerian Army, 5th Battalion. A Lagos-bound jet had just arrived from London. It was going to Lagos, but it did a stopover in Kanu. And as the Fulani Janjaweed passengers were being escorted down the plane into the customs shed, a Fulani, what should I say, Hausa Fulani this time around, because they were still under the spell of the Fulani then, a soldier, a Nigerian soldier, stormed into the airport, brandishing a rifle and demanding to see the Nyamri. According to Times Magazine, it is the Hausa slang for "where are the damned Igbos." These are people that had nothing to do with what was happening in the zoo. Nothing whatsoever. They were flying in from London, and they were all massacred in Kanu. This happened on the 7th of October 1966. We remember and we, of course, commemorate the massacre of people, of the Tutsi people of Rwanda. Everywhere else there is a genocide, people stood trial, and there were reparations made. But in the case of Biafra, this global conspiracy has continued. And one thing struck me when Dave Umahi in his outburst said that I am a fool. That was what he called me. And he proceeded to say that who did I discuss sit at home with? It has now been made very clear to me that the reason why our people are being marginalized, the reason why we are third-class citizens in our own land, the reason why Mieti Allah can come and move their cattle about however they like it, the reason why they can impose an idiot, a criminal like Opus or the Imo State, the reason why all these senators and all these House of Reps members are being chosen for us by the Fulani Caliphate is because of fools like Dave Umahi. Because the Fulani now understand that they can do anything they like to these people, that they have idiots like Umahi that will defend their position. Ever since we drove away Mieti Allah from Ebonyi State, Dave Umahi has been incandescent with rage. He's been very, very upset. Because Mieti Allah said to him, if you are there and you allow your people to drive us away from Ebonyi State, you can no longer harbor, should I say, the wish or hope to become the president of Nigeria. That is the problem that we're having today. You're telling me that somebody that claims he went to school, that he's an engineer, somebody who claims he is a political leader, do not understand the importance of remembering those that fought that he may be alive. It goes for all of them. And in fact, I may say, let me give some credit to some other governors. This time around, it's only Dave Umahi that came out. Do you know what the idiot said? He said anybody opening his shop on Monday in Abakaliki, if you fail to turn up to open your shop, if you observe the seat at home, that you will lose your shop. And I dare Dave Umahi to try. I dare him to try it. I dare him to try it. Instead of Dave Umahi to be convincing IPOB as to the importance of remembering the dead, we are the ones now reminding these idiots, these morons, as to their duties and obligations as the political leaders that they call themselves. These are the things you must understand, because right now we are in a state of war. We are in a state of war. It is the express wish of the Fulani Caliphate to kill our people. Their plan during the war was to kill every male, every adult, male and female, up to the age of 10. And and then groom them to become Janjaweed slaves. That was what happened. They tried that experiment with a few people. MNK was one of them. Go and ask. Some of you do not understand your history. You have no idea where you're coming from. That is why some of you do not know where you're going to. That is why fools like Omahi are confused. That is why they do not understand what we are confronting, what we are facing. I want Omahi to understand something very, 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 very carefully. To pay attention to what I have to say. You were against IPOB, your army, your police. You people are the ones inviting the army to come and kill your own people. Our land is the way it is today because of Hope Uzodinma. Hope Uzodinma thought that we are in the era of 2017, 2018, 2019. Bring the Fulani army to come, kill one or two people, and everything will be quiet. No, not anymore. They are going to die in our land. Some of you idiots, some of the people, some of you, should I say, natural born saboteurs and traitors. Some of you fools that can never see what the enemy is doing to you is only when there is a retaliation that you start to yap and to complain. I want to remind each and every one of you that Nigeria have been killing us since 1945. Since 1945. And your peaceful agitation never got you anywhere. Begging and pleading never got you anywhere. They killed in 1945, killed in 1953, killed in 1950. In fact, every year since 1945, they've been killing you. They slap you on one side, you turn the other one. That was why they cut off the head of Akaloga. Nobody said anything or did anything about it. That is why none of you is among the Security Council in the zoo. You don't even understand. You don't even reason very well. You think that by saying yes sir, yes sir, yes sir to everything that Fulani says, that they will love you. You are a fool. Therefore, why you are an idiot? You are a fool, a complete idiot. You should have focused on your 419. You should have used your computer to be scamming white people. That is your job. Or that was your job, and maybe it still is. Before you became, the Fulani picked you up. Because what the Fulanis did was to go and pick up vagabonds in our land to make them governors. Rochas, or Carlo, and yourself. Will you people come out in the public to speak? When our land was our land, can you people come outside to speak? Because in our land, once you are a criminal, you will not be allowed to speak in public. Once you are a thief, you can never be allowed to speak in the gathering of the elders. It's impossible. You cannot do it. But of course, we are living in strange times. We are living in the time of the Fulani Janjaweed. That was, if not that people rose up and said, no, Araruma would have been the governor of Imo State today. Another criminal, another murderer, another killer. These are the type of vagrants that the Fulanis are bringing to come and lead us. Dave Umahi, you're telling me you don't understand what happened to your people. You don't understand that we lost 5 million people. Look at all the commissioners of police saying, oh, don't come outside. No, you can go. Dishonor the dead. Don't remember your heroes. Let me remind you what they did to you, because some of you do not know. As they were running from the aircraft, as the massacre was going on, there were Igbo people amongst the custom officers, and they dropped their chalk and they fled, only to be shot in the main terminal by other soldiers. I hope, Dave Ma, you're listening to me very carefully. I am not the person to remind you to honor the dead, because with great position comes great responsibility. I don't want to denigrate the death of Abiola because he did very well for his people. The Yoruba political leaders, they fought and agitated until June 12 became a public holiday. Is that not true? One man, one Yoruba man. And we lost over 5 million people. Do you see why you people are not leaders? Why you're not cut out to lead? Have you not seen Netanyahu stand before the whole world during the commemoration of Holocaust that happened in Europe? Every blessed year. Every blessed year. Have you not seen Her Britannic Majesty, the Queen of England, Queen Elizabeth II, stand at the cenotaph the 11th of November every blessed year to remember those that fought and died for their country. Do you also know, Dave Umahi, in your stupidity, you don't even begin to acknowledge that had all these men that perished in the trenches had they not died in the trenches? Look at what is happening in Plateau. Look at what is happening in Taraba. Look at what is happening in what's it called, in Benue. Look at what is even happening in Niger State. The same thing. Look at what is happening in Yoruba land. The same thing could have been happening to us today. Let me tell you something that you don't know. Because these men fought and died for us, they gave us hope. That was the job of Ojukwu. Ojukwu was the Moses of our time, our trailblazer. God used Ojukwu to say to us, there is a promised land somewhere called Biafra. Only when you people are worthy will I lead you to that land. Israelites were wandering all over the wilderness for 40 years. We have been wandering now for over 50 years because of our sinful nature, because of our wickedness against our own people. This same army that killed our people and slaughtered us is the same army that you criminals are inviting into our land to kill the same people that their fathers were killed by the same vagabonds that you're bringing in. Do you see why we despise, why you people are lower than vermin? One, you don't even know your responsibilities. You have no idea what it means to be a leader. You don't have a clue what it means to be a leader of a people. You people should have been the ones directing us and saying, these are the days we honor. These are the things we are going to do. Did you take the lead? The answer is no. Until IPOB came, or until Chukwu Kikabiama determined that we should come. Instead of you to say, this is a very laudable initiative. How do we get the government of Nigeria to acknowledge 30th of May as the day that a grave injustice was done to a particular race? You idiots, due to what I will call political expediency, you are more or less interested in safeguarding your own private political position. Shame on all of you. Some of you say, oh, but the Yoruba agitators, they don't insult their leaders. But their leaders fought for the death of one man, one single man, Abiola, to be recognized and immortalized in the calendar of, should I say, Nigerian politics. You lost over 5 million people out of cowardice and fear. You can't even rise up to defend or argue for the right of these people to be remembered. Do you see why you're not leaders and can never lead? All of you are rent boys. What people are doing, you are Yahoo, you're just in office serving Fulani interest. And you claim you're governors. No matter if I were to be a governor, or had I been a governor in our land, there is no amount of provocation that would make me to go to Abuja to beg for Fulani soldiers to come into our land to kill our people. I will never do it. Never. Not in a billion years. But it goes to show the level of hatred that these people have for us. It goes to show the extent they are prepared to go in order to subdue the truth. And Dave Umahi is the one championing it. Why are you threatening people with their economic livelihood? Why? Their means of survival. Why? Because you know you will lose. In a straight fight, you will lose. And so Uzodinma is now losing. You people can make all the noise you like. You can come out and talk whatever rubbish. You can falsify the news. You can pay all the journalists in the zoo to write your own narrative. That's entirely your business. But the truth will always speak for itself. And the truth of the matter is that you people cannot win this very war. You cannot win it. Not in a trillion years you cannot win. Nobody in history has ever defeated a volunteer army of the people. Go and read history. Nobody ever. Go and study it very, very well. We are in very critical times. If you go to my page, you will read it. I only tweeted a bit of it so that others can see. If you Google the Times Magazine of London, 7th of October 1966, you will see what they did to us in your so-called one Nigeria. If after going through this, if after reading all this, you still believe in one Nigeria, as a Biafran, more or less as an Igbo person, as an Efik person, as an Ibibio person, then believe you me, there is something fundamentally wrong with your brain cells. You are not well. And these are the people that the likes of Ojus Okalo, Dave Umahi are forcing us to belong to. These are the people that killed us. Imagine what our soldiers will be thinking in their graves, wherever they are lying today. That the same people that came to annihilate our race are being invited into our land to continue the killing by those that claim they are political leaders. And you want me to respect you? How is that possible? How is that possible, I ask you? How? If not for IPOB, would anybody remember 30th of May? Of course not. But you are political leaders. We are the leaders. We want to go. Look at the idiot. So after this very pathetic and hopeless display of cowardice and mediocrity, you think I will allow you to go to Abuja to go and negotiate on behalf of IPOB? Is that what you think? One family will look at you, you will start wetting your pants. Your boss ought to be soaked. Because you're a coward. That is the only time you want to exercise your powers. But when Mietiala was raping and killing our mothers, you wretched, idiotic coward Dave Umahi came on television and was crying like a little baby. Did you ask the army to come to kill Mietiala or to flush them out of Ebonyi State? No, you did not. I gave the order to the men on the ground. And today, we have rid Ebonyi State of Mietiala terrorist group. You did not do it. We did it. Not you. The only time it matters to you is to bring in army to kill your people. That is the only time the people have courage and strength. That is why you people don't deserve to live. I'm telling you the truth. You people are evil, beyond evil. Look at Gani Adams. Iba Gani Adams. Look at Akintoye. Professor Akintoye, look at Sunday Igboho. Let me ask all you idiots from the East, fools, how many times have you heard any so-called Yoruba intelligentsia or politician rise up and say, arrest them all, kill them all, do this, how many times I'm asking you? How many times? Yet you don't learn anything. That is why Fulanis are begging Yoruba every day, begging them, we will give you this, don't break away. But look at you idiots begging every day. Oh, yes, sir, yes, yes, Alhaji, yes, Alhaji. You have nothing, but you don't learn. You're not intelligent, all of you. So-called governors, you don't know nothing. They come, they promise you Senate President. The only people that had about 6 or 7 Senate President, the only one group of people out of their idiocy. When Fulani now saw all this nonsense with the help and support of the British, their white masters, ordinary Senate President you can no longer have, you can no longer get, you can no longer enjoy, never again. The time they gave it to you, it was like ping pong. After this person is that, what's that man's name again? I've forgotten his name. After that, it was Chubakadib. After Chubakadib, it was Payasang. After Payasang, oh my God in heaven, only one people. The same thing you're doing today, there for mine. All of you idiotic governors. That's what you're doing. And when you were doing it, you thought you were doing your people a great service, but you were doing them a greater disservice. Do you know why? After all that nonsense you did, thinking you're serving the zoo, you're serving your passenger, all of you are loyal, you go behind the back. Ever undermined Chubakadibu. Chubakadibu came out and undermined God knows whoever. The other person, Peros and him came. One by came. Only you people. Only one people. And when you were doing it, you thought you were advancing your political careers. But today, look at the consequences. No Igbo man holds any meaningful position, not even deputy. None. That tells you that the path you people are traveling is disastrous. Disastrous. What stops you from, there's something called magnanimity. What stops all these governors from being magnanimous? To say, okay, you people have done very well so far. Let us take it over from here. Every 30th of May, there's going to be a lockdown of all our land. At least, if you try it only once, believe you me, the next day your phone will ring, and that your boyfriend, that your lover, that Alhaji that is loving you, he will upgrade you maybe from 1 room to the penthouse of the hotel, maybe Transcorp, where they're using you people in Abuja, because you're all rent boys. We know that for sure. We know that before they give you any position, they deny you. That's what they do. They will sleep with you. Isn't that what they do to all of you? All the people you call your governors, ask them who doesn't have a boyfriend that is an Alhaji in the north. But they are married with kids. That is why they have no soul. The Fulani will need to do that to them. It's called Dandaudu, in order to remove the humanity from them. If you don't know, let me tell you. These are the idiots. Some of you, wretched, I don't know how to describe you. These are the idiots you call your leaders. Do you know the meaning of leadership? Do you understand the meaning? Look at Yoruba governors. They are singing Yoruba national anthem in their schools. Compare that to the idiots that you have in Biafra land. Dave Umahi. That is a local, I don't know how to put it in English language. We'll see. I am warning everybody tonight, if you come out on the 31st on Monday, you are going to die. I don't want Nigerian army to kill you and then you start blaming people that are innocent. Because some of you hate yourselves. Self-hatred is the key killer of the destiny of the East. Self-hatred. When you hate yourself, other people will hate you 4 times over. If you come out on the 31st, I'm warning everybody you're going to die. That very day. And should the Zoo army attempt any stupidity, they will be confronted on that very day too. I want people to leave the roads open. Can you hear this way on the 31st? Don't come outside so that stray bullets will not touch you. Don't come outside. Let us settle this nonsense once and for all. Because the Nigerian army, they are made up of cowards. They always attack civilians. That's what they do. You defeat them, they start attacking civilians. Today they blocked Head Bridge. Can you imagine such rubbish? They blocked Head Bridge, shouting like mad people. What they are trying to do is to see if by inflicting collective punishment on the populace, somehow you will turn against people who are fighting for the liberation. I want to remind them that the Cameroonian army tried it in Ambazonia and it failed after 8 months. Now every Ambazonian is a freedom fighter. You know, sometimes they think that by oppressing people, by killing people, somehow they will scare you into submission, not knowing that they are grooming and breeding hardened freedom fighters that despise the zoo with every sinew of their body. That's what they don't understand it. Look at Imo State. Only because you killed the consul. Only because will kill you. Look at Imo State. Imagine when you kill the top leadership of IPOB and then you get to us. Imagine what will happen. Even every living organism, including amoeba and Euglena viridis, even single cell animals will perish. We are getting there very closely. And you are going to suffer. The zoo will suffer. And all of you informants, let me warn you, if you know your brother, your uncle, your sister is an informant, please please prepare for their burial because they're going to die. If you're an agent, Igbo, PG, all these people, and you're pointing hand, saying IPOB lives here, they live there, it is only a matter of time you're going to die. You will die. Because you are part and parcel of those pointing out freedom fighters to be killed by the enemy. Are you telling me that Ojukwu fought for nothing? That all our soldiers that perished between 67 and 70, that they all died for nothing? Is that what you're telling me? That today you're proudly working for the Fulani Janjaweed. Today, the border has been opened in the West. Oduduwa fighters have confronted the Sioux, they have opened their border in the West. Are you aware of that? Are you aware that gallant Oduduwa fighters have opened the front in the West? All you do is to gossip, come to Facebook, come to be writing junk, rubbish every blessed day. When they came to my house to kill me on the 14th of September 2017, did I do anything wrong to the zoo? I was fighting for my people, that's all. When they killed us at National High School, what did we do wrong? At all. What did we do? How did we offend anybody? I ask you. Nothing. They were killing us. Now that God has sent his angels to come and protect the weak, now you have discovered where your pen is. Every day you're typing and writing rubbish, as if it has any effect or it will have any effect on us. Of course, you know it's going to. It will never have any effect on us. Look at the people telling you, do not come out, make sure you disobey this at home order by Nnamdi Kanu, don't obey him. The same people, but in their own land they have Sharia. When they were agitated, when all these police commissioners in River State, in Imo State, in Abia, in Enugu, in Ebonyi, when you people were, you Muslims were agitating for Sharia in the north, did anybody stop you? But we're in our land. You're in our land, telling us what to do. I said it before and allow me to repeat. As soon as Biafra comes, at every entry point into Biafra, every seaport, every airport, every land crossing, there will be a DNA kit. We'll have a sample of Fulani Janjaweed DNA on one side. And we'll have a sample of Biafran DNA on another side. We'll test everybody coming in and leaving. If you have a Fulani Janjaweed DNA inside you, we'll send you back to the Sahel. You go there and live with them. You people make me sick. They don't understand that they're making us stronger. You don't know. Go and look at the history of freedom fighting. You are making us stronger. Hitler killed 6 million Jews, thinking after killing them, somehow the Jews will bow and submit. Today, Israel has the best army in the whole world. That's how human life is. I want to let Dave Roman understand something. Take your phone. Some of you have 3 or 4 phones. Take one of your phones. Tell that your phone, your mobile phone, you're holding in your right or left hand, I am going to use you to injure my body. You see, this body you're going to suffer. Start to rub your phone on a particular spot at the back of your arm or anywhere of your body. Keep rubbing it. Every day, keep rubbing it. You know, previously your skin used to be very soft. But as time goes on, you will find out that that place you've been rubbing all the time, putting pressure all the time, has acquired some measure of hardness. That is human nature for you. And I want every Fulani Janjaweed to do this very, very simple experiment. Take any object, be rubbing it against your skin slowly. That's your skin that is very soft. After 3 or 4 days, you will notice that that part you've been rubbing all the time has developed a semblance of toughness. Even in nature do not capitulate. What makes you think that we are going to capitulate? Impossible. Maybe your father is a permanent secretary, or maybe minister, or maybe commissioner, or maybe eating from Hopus or Dave Romahi. Maybe they gave you a contract. All of you. Nobody is stopping you from enjoying whatever you're enjoying with government. But allow those fighting for their freedom to fight for their freedom. You have no right to intervene. Allow me to read. On the 31st, if you come outside, you will die. If you're a road transporter, if you're a transport worker or whatever, you know how people behave. They want to die. Who can tell me what to do? I'm going to drive. That day you will perish. On the 31st, you will perish. So that when you die and go to the world beyond, you will meet the likes of Ikonso, and they will even deal with us. They're dealing with that idiot at Atahiru right now. Do you understand me? The era of our idiocy has come and gone. All that, the era of Efulefu has finished in 2021. If you finish writing all your rubbish, on Monday you will sit at home. On Monday you will be inside your house. Because there are places in our land where foolishness is in very high supply. Omaha is one of them. One of the most foolish places we have on this earth is Omaha, my so-called hometown. Very foolish people. That was the last headquarters of Biafra before Biafra fell. But they are very, very foolish. But on Monday, we are going to teach them a lesson on Monday. Let them come out again to go to Ban Market, to go and open shop. I want anybody, any chairman of any market that is opened, any market you open, the chairman will hear from us. In Biafra land, any market you open, you will hear from us. Another idiotic place is Enugu, our own capital. Look at how foolish all Biafran capitals are. Enugu is another place. I don't know if half of them is born by Fulani. I have no idea. I'm warning all of you in Enugu. On the 31st, you sit at home. If you come outside, you will experience miracle. That miracle you've been waiting for all your life, you will see it in broad daylight. Enugu is known for their stupidity and non-compliance. Omaha is known for their stupidity and non-compliance, and those are Abakaliki. If you attempt to come out in any of these places, anything that befalls you, you carry it on your own head. Because people are foolish. On the 12th of June, all of you will sit at home. It will be a holiday. You will remember Yoruba man. You idiots. You will remember a Yoruba man by sitting at home. One man only. In our own case, we lost 5 million people. And if you don't sit at home, we'll make you sit at home by force. People, no wonder we are suffering. You would have no appreciation of the sacrifice of the dead. You think everything is mercantilism, is buying and selling. You convert every situation into a currency. You always look at the monetary value of every circumstance you find yourself in. That is why we have saboteurs and traitors within. They want to convert their position into money so that Abuja can recognize them and come and give them money. But we'll get all of you one after the other. You will see what will happen to you. Worry is Biafra land. They must join the lockdown. Asaba always complies. Asaba will comply. I want Calabar to be locked down as well, everywhere, because we all died together. To Janjaweed, we're all Nyamri. That's how they see us. Ken Serowe has been forgotten, hasn't he? Nobody remembers Ken Serowe anymore. Because we cannot come together to fight. But the time has come. We must come together to fight everywhere. Can you imagine? Do you think that a Southern Commissioner of Police in Kanu will tell them what to do? They'll cut off his head that same night. But an idiot can come to our land and tell us what to do. They'll give money to punch this way, give money to all these corrupt journalists. They'll write whatever rubbish. And you're claiming you're serving the people when you're serving the enemy. The Nigerian army cannot fight any war or battle. They are cowards. Anytime they are defeated, they will go to the nearest village to look for who to kill. I was told that they plan to go to Ihiala tonight because they are cowards. Go to the bush and look for people who are looking for you. you're going from house to house, doing showman, as if what you're doing on the road affects people in the bush. You think they give a damn about what you're doing on the road? If you like, go to a village and bomb it till the kingdom come. It cannot stop men from the bush from coming out to do their work. And for the very first time on the 31st, in the next 2 days, I will give the order. If there is any stupidity anywhere, I will give the order for ESN to leave the bushes and come out on the streets. From the 31st, up one age, day after tomorrow. Allow me to warn all your governors now. Any state governor starting from Dave Umahi, I swear to God Almighty in heaven, if you try any rubbish on the 31st, by trying to penalize anybody opening their shop on the 31st, I will ask ESM to come out on the streets of Abakaliki. At your also, because you're a fool, a complete idiot you are. Go back to your 419. You have lived all your life deceiving people and calling them to make money. Before the Fulani recognized you and appointed you, same thing with Hope Usadema. He was secretary of 419ers in Lagos. Who doesn't know that? Look at Ararume. All criminals and vagabonds. These are the idiots that you call political leaders. And you want to go out. Well, bring whatever you like. Let me go to Abuja. You that you go there and later will raise your hammer and lower your trouser and deal with you. They will take away your boxer shot from you. You are the one who can represent us. A coward like you. Did you defend the Boy State? You wretched idiot. Did you defend the Boy State? I'm asking you. It was IPAB that did it, not you, fool. When you defeat the Nigerian army, they will go after civilians. That is why I am warning tonight. Nobody should go out, please. After 6 p.m. every blessed day. You know, our people are very stubborn. If you're a young man or woman, you go out in the night, they will kill you. If you don't stay, if you leave the roads open so that men can meet them, we know there will be no casualties. Leave the road. Every 6 p.m. across Biafra land, people should be in their houses. Leave the roads open. Stop interfering. Because when they see you, they will arrest you. Anybody they see, they arrest. We have arrested the sponsors of Look at Fools. We hired new consultants in the USA. You arrest somebody who is selling watermelon as a sponsor, who is sponsoring IPOB. Are you not an idiot? And they will ask their zoo journalists to write, and they start writing nonsense. They hate you. Nigeria, or should I say Nigerians, hate you as a Biafran with passion. That is something that Dave Umahi doesn't know. That is something that the other idiotic governors do not know. On the 31st, we shall tell the whole world that we mean business. Complete and utter lockdown. Shut down everywhere. I know 1 or 2 idiots will carry their basket. We are going to market. Can they change home water day? And they really that day. The land will eat you that very day. As you're going out to look for what the children will eat, the land will eat you instead. Complete lockdown. I have given the orders this evening to make sure that Omuahia, Enugu and Abakaliki is part of what we're doing. Any chairman of any market, be it Obani market, be it any market that opens on that very day, you're a gunner. A lamb more. Highest thing, they will write about it for 2 or 3 days and will be forgotten. Complete lockdown. We must remember those that made it possible for us to be alive today. We know that in Aba, they are there. The Zoo soldiers, fallen terrorists in uniform. They are camped. These are Boko Haram people that they've not Boko Haram. In fact, this is what are they called again? Al-Shabaab. They are camped in Aba now, in a hotel at Ngwa Road, by a place they call MNK. There's a hotel there. They are there. And the person who is directing them is a Fulani boy that grew up in the area. Their operation will start tonight. That is the reason why I'm doing this broadcast. In Aba, everybody must go inside tonight, so that anything we see outside on the road is bushmeat, or should I say road meat this time around, or township meat. Clear from the roads from tonight. Clear from the roads tonight, so that when they are approaching, we can see them. I am warning of those who didn't go. You know how people don't listen. And every informant will be identified. Can you believe that Inhejirika was talking rubbish at Abia State or whatever security summit? Inhejirika, an Igbo man. Do you know what he was saying? That the government should do whatever they can to protect informants. I don't know, there is something they drink. I think once they go to Abuja or Lagos, there's something they give them, they drink. A previously sensible person will start to talk like an idiot. Yejirika without shame, sacked by Jonathan, although he was doing well relatively against Boko Haram. You want to come down to your land to recruit informants to be pointing at people. And anywhere you see an informant, please, you know that hand, that finger they used to point at houses. Don't kill them, just cut off the finger. So that they will go back and tell their children how they lost one of their fingers. They're in Aba tonight, and they are everywhere, in and around Owerri. Do not go out at night, leave the road open for men to engage them, because they are cowards. They always take out their frustrations on civilians. That's one idiot was writing, I don't like to be killed. Remember Sakibian? But they have been chased away from every Sharia state in the north. Attacked and chased away. Once in a while you see channels TV, they will write, we killed 10 Boko Haram today. Have you ever seen them before write and say we've killed ISIS before? You people that cannot reason very well. What does that tell you about the relationship between these terrorist governments and ISIS in West Africa? But your brain will not go there, will it? After all, you're in these UG black people. What do you know? Your brain can never get there. I'm asking you, have you ever seen them write on the pages of newspapers that they successfully engaged ISIS in West Africa province? No, never. They always say it's Boko Haram, Boko Haram, Boko Haram, because them and ISIS are working in tandem. A terrorist government. A terrorist as a police commissioner in the East telling us what to do after killing us. Should I say 5 million of us many, many years ago. Every informant in Biafra land will be identified, arrested, and dealt with. I can assure you of that. I know that Dave Umahi is serving Fulani interest in our land. Ever since we drove away his Miyetti Allah friends, he has been at the forefront of the arrest and execution of many young people in Ebonyi State. This evil man even had the presence of mind to ask people not to remember the dead. Are we just remembering them for nothing? They fought and died for us. Even on every January the 15th, the zoo called Nigeria will remember their soldiers. And you're asking us not to remember those that saved our lives. Without them today, who knows? Maybe I'll be asking Ahmed. Who knows? We must honor them. As somebody wrote now on Instagram, a word is enough for the wise. It's another one we put on the 31st. You know the way we love dead bodies. Your obituary will happen. At least we'll go there and eat rice. Ndara. Monday is a lockdown, 31st of May. Complete and utter shutdown of the entire Biafra land. Evil people like Dave Umahi cannot be allowed to prevail over what is good. We often lament about marginalization of our people, but we are the ones making it possible for Fulani to marginalize us. Because if we rise up and say enough is enough, they cannot start that rubbish. You think that by begging they will love you? They will love you? Of course not. Every Sabo will go down. Every supporter of Fulani genocide in our land will go down. This generation is not joking. You can go inside the township and arrest as many people as you like. That is your business. The real men are there in the bushes. If you say, have you ever wondered why they cannot go into the bush to go and look for men? They're always outside. They're running around from one checkpoint to the other. Come into the bush. And to all apologies of Fulani genocide, I want to remind you of one thing. What did we do to you in 2014 when you killed us. 2015, 2016. What did IPOB do then? Nothing. The more you kill us, the more we protest, the more you kill, the more we protest, the more you kill. Until at a time, God sent his angels to say enough is enough. And that's the era we're in now. And you think we're going to stop? Of course not. Instead, everything will die. You know, it's incremental, gradual. Very soon now, I will introduce what I call the air gun solution. Air gun is not air gun. The air gun is the Israeli freedom fighting movement, along with Haganah, that blew the British out of Palestine, so to speak, or also out of the land of Israel. We are getting there very slowly, very, very slowly, because they can never win. See, Dave Woman, you cannot win. The zoo called Nigeria can never win, because we now have the army of the people, indestructible by the grace of Almighty in heaven. And on that very note, we have come to the end of this very brief program. Let me remind you once again, please, tomorrow is a mini sit at home, so to speak. Monday is the real deal. 31st, nobody should come outside. If you have relatives in home, I can't tell them all. Don't tell them. Because they wait now, around 12, they'll start creeping out. They'll see, our people are very foolish. Let me try and see if I can open my shop to see what will happen. Until your brain will be on the floor. Then an alarm, your eyes will open. Thank you very much for listening. And you sit at home wherever you are on Monday. From me, from here. Good evening.
Good morning, Africa. Good morning, the world, wherever you are in the world. Thank you very much for watching Punchline Africa Television. This is the only television in the world, in Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa, that talks about Africa. What ails Africa? What kills Africa? Where are we? Why are we the continent with perennial conflicts? Why are our people abusing human rights? Why are people being killed? Why is there Boko Haram? Why is there Al-Shabaab? Why is there a war in northern Mozambique? Today, from Cairo to Cape Town, Dar es Salaam to Lagos, Lagos to Abuja, Abuja to Port Harcourt, Gabon. Today, from Maputo to Rwanda, Kinshasa, Accra, Tripoli. What is happening in Tripoli makes Africa look a very bad continent. My show this morning is a simple show. I'm going to see what we can do for Africa. I have stood firm for the last 5 years. I've stood firm on this television station, stood by the people of Biafra. I am not going to be intimidated, but I will ask the questions that are supposed to be asked. General Buhari has not answered my questions for the last 5 good years. I have sent messages for them to answer why people in that great nation of Africa, with a population of 220 million people, why are people dying? Why are human rights abuses taking place? Why are tribes, the Fulani killing the Igbo, Christians being killed by Islamists, Boko Haram taking people, killing people day and night, abducting young girls who should be in school. I want General Buhari. I am also a general. I left the army with a rank lower than yours, but in the rank of a brigadier general by rebel activities that I've conducted worldwide to struggle, the struggle for my country. We shook hands and we left. But I want to ask a question. Why have you left Nigeria to collapse? An economic big hub for the people of Africa. We look at you with the huge population, and you are there as a president, claiming to be a president. That you have no moral authority. You promised people in your first term, General Buhari, that you will finish Boko Haram in 100 days. Are you part of Boko Haram? These are the questions that I want to put across. Our television station wants people to understand why Nigeria is collapsing, why Nigeria is disintegrating. Is there a state called Nigeria anymore? Because I don't see it. It has fallen to bandits, hostage takers, kidnappers, Boko Haram, people coming, corruption, people coming in the southeast killing people. The people of Onitsha. I have a friend in Onitsha who always documents everything. And by the way, Buhari, I'm also an international lawyer. I'm waiting for Fatou Bensouda to leave the scene. If they have spared you there, I'm going to take you there. I have a right as a citizen, as a member of the United Nations, as a member of International Criminal Court. My country has signed a signatory to ICC. I'll deliver you there. It doesn't need a Nigerian to deliver you in the ICC. So take notes on this show and understand we are not joking. You might joke with Nigerians whom you cut their limbs off every day. But some of us are going to take serious international channels to make sure that you land in, whether you wait as a president today or a former president, you will be answerable to the atrocities that you have committed against the people of Nigeria and the Biafran people. Thank you very much. My guest today in the studio, whom I'm interviewing, this is the general headquarters of Punchline Africa Television. We want to take the opportunity to thank the government of Republic of Kenya, the East African community, the African continent, for listening to our plea, giving us the freedom to discuss issues that destroy Africa. We have no regrets for stating statements truthfully what is going on in Africa. The truth is that there is no Nigeria anymore. And if Africans are waiting for Nigeria, and they go to AU and they say, we have Nigeria, we have Buhari, maybe we have Buhari 6.1 feet, but we don't have Nigeria. I have no good words. His Excellency, President Buhari, has to pull up his socks. We are crying for the Nigerians, for the state of Nigeria. It is collapsing. The killings, the murder, the rape, the defilement, the destruction of property, the slaughter of youth, because of one thing they ask for, freedom to express themselves, is what makes me very upset. But let me cool down and I come to my guest. My guest today is Mr. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of indigenous people of Biafra. Welcome to the show, Mr. Nnamdi Kanu.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir, and thank you for having me on your wonderful program today. It's an honor I've been looking forward to for a very long time. For very many years we've been watching, and I'm glad to be here today.
Thank you very much. Today we are honored, and we want to start off by giving you a chance for us to know you, because many of my people in Kenya, and as you are aware, Kenya is a member, is the chairperson of Africa Peace Security Council. The authorities in this country, Kenya, are watching. They want to know the difficulties that you have. Two, Kenya also has a lot of Nigerian refugees who have come to Kenya to apply for asylum, especially from the southeast of the Biafran area. They are here, and we should not keep quiet and tell lies. There are many here. They want to know in East Africa, in Uganda, in Tanzania, in Zimbabwe. I've found very many of them. Zimbabwe has given them a lot of asylum. We want to know you. Who are you, sir?
I am Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB. I represent every aspiration and hope that over 70 million people harbor all over the world. Our job is to restore Biafra in peace and not in pieces by seeking a very simple route via a UN-supervised referendum or plebiscite, as the case may be. We are here to restore our land to the way it was before the white man came. What we are doing is nothing against Nigeria per se. What we are trying to say is Nigeria as presently constituted is not working, and we are doing all we can to try to raise the levels of human development, of our understanding, education, health sector, the economy, and all the rest of it. If we continue to remain in Nigeria, not just are we going to suffer, but the whole continent of Africa is going to suffer as a result, as a consequence of the ineptitude, the corruption, the backwardness, the retrogressive mindset of the people who are presently in charge of that very place. Initially, most people tend to see us as not being Pan-African enough. I am a Pan-Africanist. I believe in the unity of the African states. My preference will be for Africa to have one nation, one government, one people, even one language if it is possible. I am a subscriber to the very fine influence of Kiswahili amongst the people of East Africa. And I wouldn't mind if that were to be the lingua franca for sub-Saharan Africa. I don't mind at all. But we must face reality and we must face facts. We as Africans are tribal by nature. We are ethnic by nature. That is why every Christmas, every Easter, every celebration that we have, we go back to where we come from. We go to our villages, we go to our town. That is who we are. And we're not going to deny that. What we are trying to do is to reassert who we are before the white man came and destroyed every vestige of honor and dignity that we once had. And in Biafra, we are going to restore that. And from Biafra, the rest of Black Africa will also be free. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for explaining the position of Pan-Africanism. Because critics talk about, as much as we are Pan-African station, we always talk about Pan-African unity. But I've argued my case before the AU, and they said, you cannot talk of Pan-African unity. One part of Africa is bleeding. How that cannot be. In Nigeria, there's one part bleeding. In Gabon, Cameroon, there's one part bleeding. We can't talk about Pan-African and leave people who are bleeding. I am happy that you have touched the word Pan-Africanism. Many Africans, including your former leaders, have said Nigeria needs rearrangement. I picked something from you. I want to see this rearrangement. What is this? Babangida. Former President Babangida said Nigeria needs a rearrangement. Yes. Because it can't work anymore. The marriage cannot work. It is true that the marriage cannot work. It is true that the people, the Igbo, are discriminated. When they go to Abuja, they are told go home. Where yet the home is Nigeria. Abuja is Nigeria. I've done investigative work undercover, and I've discovered all these things. I'm not being told by you, but I've been with my Nigerian people who have actually ended up being discriminated in their own country. So given this scenario, I want to find out from you. From what perspective do you think Africa should come in, the whole of Africa should come in to bring the plight of the Biafran people, the indigenous people, whom you have been fighting for? How do we come in as Pan-Africans?
How you can come in is by doing what very courageous leaders in Africa did in relation to the case of South Sudan. Because in the case of Nigeria, the center can no longer hold. Everyone knows, the whole world is aware of the fact that we are ideologically, psychologically, culturally, religiously, and socially diverse. There is no meeting point. It's a very good thing that you talked about East Africa, for instance. In East Africa, there is some semblance of cohesion because Kiswahili is the lingua franca. Perhaps somebody from Uganda may understand somebody, or should I say some people from Tanzania. Some Tanzanians may be able to understand somebody, let's say, from Rwanda, because they speak the same language, they have the same understanding. So that is the basis for building something called a national cohesion. In the case of Nigeria, that is conspicuously absent. It doesn't exist. Now, the fact of the matter is this. Africa, the way it is presently set up and constituted, are merely colonial constructs, where you have people coexisting happily together. Perhaps they are very fortunate. In the case of West Africa and Nigeria in particular, I have nothing, and I repeat, nothing in common with your average Fulani person. I have more things in common with even a white British person than I do with a Fulani person. I mean, we have nothing in common. Their value system is markedly different from ours. We cannot see eye to eye. I give a very simple example. The recent case of the banning of the movement of cattle on foot in the southern part of Nigeria, for instance. In the north, that is a normal thing for them to have. But in the south, it is absolutely strange having people walking around your neighborhood with AK-47. At the slightest provocation, they kill people. That type of culture is alien to those of us from the south. And that's what we are trying to say. And it's a very good thing that we are not alone in seeking for a distinct, or should I say separate identity. Our Oduduwa, our Yoruba brothers are also asking for the same thing, because they too have come to the realization that this Nigeria is unworkable. The Middle Belt is doing the same thing. It is not born out of hatred for anybody. That is the mistake that people keep making all the time. Most analysts and, should I say, news journalists tend to think that somehow we hate Nigeria. Of course, that is not the case. What we deplore, what we detest and cannot live with is the level of hypocrisy, the level of ethnic jingoism going on, being, of course, perpetrated by the Fulani people. And this is what I want all Pan-Africans to be able to see, that Biafra will be there piloting and moving the affairs of the whole of Africa forward. Because we have said it repeatedly, without Biafra standing on its own, the rest of Africa will continue to suffer and to flounder. And for us to be able to get to where we are supposed to be to, there has to be a very comprehensive and holistic rearrangement of the present state of Nigeria. You are well aware. I ask you to go and read at the comments and statements coming from Katrina Lang, the British High Commissioner to Nigeria. Every international norm and diplomatic protocol. That's what's happening in Nigeria. Nigeria doesn't exist as a country. It's not a nation. It's not a state. Nigeria is just a merely business enterprise. That everyone with a vested interest in Nigeria, by which I mean most European countries with their companies in the oil and gas sector in Nigeria, all they want to do is to exploit and to take away without adding anything in. Ogoni hasn't been cleaned up. People are dying in River State, right across from Igbocha and then the coastal region. Everywhere you go, there is mayhem and disorder. In Lagos this morning, the same thing. Everywhere you go to, Nigeria is crumbling because there is a palpable agenda of the Fulani Janja with Caliphate to take over the lands belonging to indigenous populations. And we have said no to that. We're not going to allow it, and we're not going to have it.
Okay. Thank you very much. You brought me to a very serious question. A question that has been nagging both the locals, Africans on the continent, and the question of external darker forces. You have just mentioned people who are running the show, the oil companies. For example, they are watching. They have never raised anything on BBC, CNN, or international agencies. We don't hear, apart from we struggling as Africans ourselves. These agencies are not helping to say there are human rights abuses in Nigeria. For example, Nigeria, the American embassy closed its consulate in Abuja because of the huge numbers of people applying for asylum to go to the United States. But American embassy did not go far, and the American government did not go far to condemn and put sanctions on Buhari for failing to contain the malaise that has killed Nigeria. Two, if you look at the Total Oil, Shell BP, they have taken part in extraction of minerals, oil, and so on and so forth. They are doing it when they are seeing human rights abuses in southeast of Nigeria. What do you say about that?
It is because we allowed them to. Total is an oil company, is a private concern. Of course, it's a huge corporation, we know that. The same goes for Shell, for BP, for Halliburton, for ExxonMobil, and all the rest of them. They operate the way they like in Africa because we've allowed them to. I was in Texas a few months ago. Most of these oil companies are there. But the type of environmental degradation and damage that we're witnessing in Biafra land do not obtain in Texas, because there they have laws governing their operation, how they exploit, how they extract and distribute this very vital natural resource. But because Nigeria, I think it's a cliche that Nigeria is corrupt. What people don't understand is the depth of the damaging effect of corruption that you have. And I'll give a very simple example. We cannot expect white people to have regard for us when we do not have regard for ourselves. That can never ever happen. Do you know that in Nigeria they import fuel? Are you aware that Nigeria imports petrol?
Yes, I've seen the queue. I've seen the queue at the petrol station. Yes.
Do you know that Nigeria imports kerosene? Oh. They have 5 viable state-of-the-art refineries. Not one of them is functioning, not one single one. When white people are operating in such an environment, seeing how foolish and how stupid the entire country is in terms of their priorities, how do you then expect them to have respect for you or have regard for you? They can go into our land, they can pollute it. Katrina Lang, the British High Commissioner to Nigeria, can be running the show, or she likes, because there seems to be a recognition that these people do not reason like human beings. That is the fact. That is the fact. Tell me what an ambassador will be doing, crisscrossing the entire nation, telling them how to run their security architecture, telling them who to kill and who to spare. Our lawyer had the mom killed 2 days ago. Barrister Okorafor, the mother was assassinated only 2 days ago. All because he was exposing what the army is doing to innocent people. That tells you all you need to know about Nigeria. Nigeria is an albatross around the neck of Africa. Nigeria is the only country in Africa actually dragging Black Africa backwards because of their ineptitude, because of their criminal mindset, and because of the drive of the Fulani to dip the Quran in the Atlantic Ocean. That is the problem. There is nothing wrong with Islam, don't get me wrong. There are some very wrong interpretations of the religion of Muhammad that the Fulanis are using as the driving factor in their push to take over the land belonging to indigenous people all across Nigeria. They've done the same thing to a relative extent in the Middle Belt. They took a chunk of Yoruba land in Ilorin, where they have an emirate today. The same thing they're trying to do in our land, and we said no to it. And the whole world is there. The US mission is in Nigeria. The UK is in Nigeria. EU is in Nigeria, the UN is in Nigeria, and there is wholesale murder and slaughter of people going on in Biafra as I speak to you right now. This very minute. The same people, they claim they know where Boko Haram is from where they launched the attack. The same country is openly supporting ISIS in West Africa. Go to the newspaper pages yesterday, you will see it there. Nigeria government actually supporting ISIS to take over the terror franchise from Boko Haram. They are not hiding it anymore. There's a terrorist who is there as a minister. Now tell me which country in the world will allow a terror sympathizer to be a minister of state only in Nigeria? How can such a country be allowed to exist? Because of what some corrupt people are gaining in America, because of what some corrupt individuals are gaining from Europe, because of the corrupt tendencies of Catalan Lang, who is the UK High Commissioner to Nigeria. That is what is happening to us. And because we have no reason not to challenge this very orthodoxy of repression and oppression, that is why that woman keeps gallivanting all over the place, deciding who should live and who should be killed. It is not the fault of Total, not the fault of Shell, not the fault of Mobil. We allowed them, we created the environment to allow them to be so corrupt that now they're controlling our lives. And that is what Biafra will be turning. I did not say that Biafra will stop the business of Total. I never said I will not do business with Shell. No, not at all. But it has to be business between two human beings, not a set of human beings and one set of animals.
Thank you very much for that question. Let me come back to the question of referendum. You parted ways, and most of us have parted ways with Buhari about the referendum. The people of Biafra have said, and the entire Nigeria, not only Biafra, most people that I meet or whom I've met, including Obasanjo, several times I've confronted Obasanjo. By the way, me and Obasanjo, we can't sit on the table for 2 minutes without exchanging tables because I can't manage. I have asked, and Obasanjo asked, why don't you give a referendum? The marriage is broken. The marriage is gone. The marriage is not worth it. Do you think the referendum issue now can help to stabilize Nigeria? And if so, when and how can African Union, the Commonwealth, the European Union, and the UN can help to make sure that this referendum is put in place?
The only way to go is a referendum, because I am a Democrat at heart. I believe that the democratic will of the people must be expressed at all times, and that is the basic governing principle of a livable society. I am an advocate of referendum, and the sooner they conduct it, the better. It's been muted in the past through their so-called rejigging of their constitution, through their so-called Sovereign National Conference, which has been coming on and off from time to time. Any new arrangement that seeks to keep Nigeria together as one must be subject to the will of the people. So either way, a referendum is going to come anyway. It may be delayed, but it is ultimately going to come. Now, one thing you must understand is this. There are very corrupt countries around the world. Maybe on the surface of it, they are not corrupt. But they have very corrupt operators that would prefer Nigeria to remain in the very hopeless state that it is in at the moment. Nigeria is in a very hopeless state. A lot of people are making money by virtue of the corrupt nature of Nigeria. Do you know that Shell BP can sell 1 million barrels of crude oil in a day and only report that they only sold 100? Do you know there is no meter? Where the crude oil is being loaded onto the tankers at the terminal in Biafra land where I come from, there is no meter. You can take as much as you like and declare whatever you like. These interests want to keep Nigeria one. Every ambassador to Nigeria gets a welcome handshake of $1 million. Once you're posted to Nigeria from a well-to-do country, so to speak, the ambassador is bribed immediately there and then. That is how you start your work. You will not believe what I'm about to tell you. Do you know that the U.S. ambassador to Nigeria organized, or should I say convinced, the Biden administration to to allow the US military to come for an exercise in the Gulf of Guinea in order to checkmate Biafra and Ambazonia, freedom fighters. The same people did not go to the north, where they have Boko Haram, where they have ISIS, where they have Ansaru, where they have Fulani headsmen terrorists. People tormenting, killing, raping, kidnapping, and pillaging on every blessed day they do this. Do you know that it is not the recommendation of the US ambassador to Nigeria that US must commit their troops to the north? That they are in the Gulf of Guinea, exercising, saying that we're there to fight crime both on land and on sea. But there is no crime going on. The places where the crimes are going on are all in the Sharia north. And I want to bring you back to this idea of referendum once again. Do you know that the Northerners, the Fulani people, they agitated for Sharia in the 12 northern Fulani-controlled states of Nigeria, excluding Middle Belt? Do you know that your good friend, as you are saying, Obasanjo, gave it to them?
It's not my
referendum. You're a good friend because I hate him more than you do.
Okay.
The man is a joke. Let me tell you this. Do you know that the Fulanis campaigned, including Buhari, of course, the late one who is in Saudi Arabia somewhere in the shallow grave? Do you know that these people campaigned for Sharia to be introduced in Fulani-controlled northern states? I think about 12 or 13 states. There was no hoo-ha. Nobody opposed them. In other words, the Fulanis themselves have divided Nigeria into two by virtue of their insistence on having Sharia. That is why today the Chief Justice of Nigeria is a Sharia lawyer, not a secular lawyer, not a secular judge, a Sharia court judge elevated to the position of the Chief Justice of a secular federation. Now you tell me.
Your Excellency Nnamdi Kanu, is this the man, the Chief Justice, who said his papers were eaten by termites?
That's correct, yes. It's him.
Oh my God.
That's the type of
yes, continue.
It's him. He is a Sharia court. He's an Al-Kali in a Sharia court. But today, he is the Chief Justice of a secular state practicing common law. How do you expect us to accept such nonsense? Who in their right mind will live under such condition? Who in their right mind will? That is what we want Africans to understand. It's not that we hate anybody. We are Pan-Africanists. I want one Africa. I want one united Africa. But an Africa found on the basis of justice, fairness, equity, and progress. Not one found on retrogression, on backwardness, on corruption, on stealing, and on looting. That tells you all you need to know about Nigeria. Can you tell me why they're deploying troops to Biafra at the moment? Killing people every blessed day. The same people drafting or asking their troops to be deployed to Biafra land, they know where Boko Haram are. They know where to find ISIS in the north. But they will not go and confront them. It's only to come to the east to kill people because we are peaceful. Such injustice we are no longer prepared to tolerate. And that is why, referendum or no referendum, we are going. We are going. It's as simple as that.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Nnamdi Kanu. Let me bring you back to 1966. Several constitutions had been negotiated. But none addressed the fundamental question of social justice differences, political tensions, economic marginalization, competition, ethnic imbalances. In all this, from 1966, several constitutions have been brought. People started fighting. In 67, the war ended. Since then, upon the military took power. Obasanjo, Babangida, another one who died, and another one, several of them. The changes, nobody has been mentioning what ails Nigeria. At the center of it, it looks like you are mentioning it now. I can see, any observer on Nigeria can see your plight, just as we can see the plight of many African countries. When you talk of 13 states having Sharia law, a Chief Justice who says his papers were eaten by termites becomes the Chief Justice based on Sharia law and using common law. Now, should the changes be made and should the adjustment be made, is there any hope that Nigeria remains alone? This is a question from a very senior head of state in Africa. He has asked me just now, I should put it to you. He's from southern part of Africa. Can Nigeria remain together in case these are addressed? Yes, sir.
It is up to the people of Nigeria to decide if they want to be together or not. During a referendum or a plebiscite, I'm only entitled to just one vote. Only one vote. It is now left for the people to decide what to do. That is why we said to Nigeria, we don't want to break away unilaterally. We want it to be done with the consent of the people. And during the early life of this APC terrorist regime in Nigeria, they did actually mute the idea. They discussed it among themselves that whatever new arrangement is being proposed must be subject to the will of the people. I will say to that question, let the people decide. Anything they decide, I'll go with it. Anything that people come together to decide, this is what we want to do, I will submit myself to, because I am a Democrat. What I'm trying to say is that the present condition of Nigeria is no longer tenable. It is no longer tenable. It cannot be tolerated any longer. And that's why we're doing what we can legally and legitimately to bring it to an end.
Okay. Let's come to African Union. President Uhuru Kenyatta is the chairperson of Africa, or Kenya is the chairperson of African Union Peace Security Council. He is the chairperson of all peace and security arrangement in Africa. He is also a member of United Nations Security Council, representing Sub-Saharan Africa. He has huge numbers of Nigerians seeking asylum every day in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania. What do you want him to hear? What do you want him to hear now? What message do you give to them, to the AU, that the situation is not as they think, so that people can wake up and help you?
What I want President Uhuru Kenyatta to understand is this. Contrary to all the fallacious lies and misinformation coming from Nigeria, we are not against African unity. We want Africa to prosper. And what is happening, from what you've said, what is placing now in Kenya and in other East African countries in terms of the huge numbers of people seeking refugee status and asylum, is indicative of the decay and the death that Nigeria is going through at the moment. And unless they step in now to do the right thing, believe you me, they will get millions upon millions of people asking for asylum in their countries in no distant future. Let it not be said that the disintegration of Nigeria will somehow bring an end to Africa's cohesion and unity. It is a lie. It's a lie. It will strengthen it. Nigeria is the country dragging Africa backwards, being purportedly the most populous nation, black nation in the world, with vast reserves of oil and gas in my land in Biafra. A lot has been expected of Nigeria over the years, but each time they have failed. If you go to a place like Rwanda that I'm sure you have been to, if you go to Kigali and see what Paul Kagame has been able to do with meager resources that they have, I am sure the same transformation is taking place all across Ethiopia, taking place all across Kenya. You can see viability of economic life and prospect. None of that exists in Nigeria. They only sell crude oil. and they import everything, including refined petrol as well. What I want African leaders to understand today is this, that Nigeria is the problem of Africa. If you terminate Nigeria, it's like a cancer growing somewhere on the body of Africa. Once you get rid of Nigeria, believe you me, Africa will spring to life. Let them not be deceived. Don't allow yourselves to be deceived to think that we need this huge country with huge population and vast natural resources to be relevant in the world, on the world stage. That is a lie. Because the size of Nigeria, the way it is today, was predetermined by our colonial masters. Britain said, we want to use Nigeria to influence every other country in Africa. That was their game plan. Britain wanted to control Africa through Nigeria. It's there in the official documents. And I'm saying to Africans today, don't allow that to happen. As you say, the level of Fulani mediocrity in Nigeria has made it almost impossible. The best way for us to go is for Africans to understand that Nigeria is a tumor, a cancerous tumor, very dangerous one. Cut it out and Africa will be free.
Okay. Thank you very much. I just want you to take a slow pace now. I want to come to ask a question that has happened to me also. We seem to be swimming in the same field. That's why you see we are the same. The loss of your parents, you did not attend. I also did not attend the death of my father. I have never buried him. I am in the same category like you. I want us to go slow and say, we are not allowed to attend to bury your parents. How did you handle this? I know I am slightly older than you in years. I have handled.
Are you sure?
Yes, I am.
Are you sure?
I'm 65.
My goodness, you look very young.
Yes, I'm 65. And
that's very good.
I have, when I lost my parents, I was also in exile in Britain, and I could not bury them. How did you yourself handle this matter, and how do you encourage others? There are millions of refugees on the African continent, in South Sudan. Some of them don't know where their parents are. But the people have gone to make political leadership, but they have forgotten accountability. That's why South Sudan peace process is collapsing, because there's no accountability. So how did you handle that? And did it encourage you and give you resolve to keep pushing for a better Nigeria or a better Biafra? Please.
It's kept me pushing for a better society for everybody. Everybody, not just within Biafra or within the wider Nigeria, but across Africa as a whole. Because what concerns one black person actually should concern another black person as well. I put my parents' murder by the Nigerian state into context. The only thing that matters to me is the freedom for Biafra, of which I am prepared to pay whatever price that God requires of me to pay in order to ensure that Biafrans are set free. That was how I managed to, should I say, compartmentalize that very grief at that moment in time. And I might also add that my mother-in-law is dead as a result of the same thing. 2 days ago, one of our lead attorneys, they actually threw a hand grenade into the mother's car and killed her and burnt her body only 2 days ago. I see these things as necessary sacrifice that we must go through in order to restore Biafra, that is essentially the kingdom of God upon the face of this very earth. For that, we are prepared to pay whatever price that we are called upon to pay to ensure that the people of Biafra and every other ethnic group being oppressed in Nigeria and wider Africa is set free. That's my mindset. And that was how I dealt with it. As horrible as it was that I couldn't attend as the first child and as the first son, my father's burial, my mother's burial, but I see them as being very essential sacrifices that one has to make in order to ensure that his people are set free.
Thank you very much. I am also the first son, so maybe that's why I started fighting for the Biafran people. Let me come back, take you back to the question of Boko Haram.
Yes.
You mentioned one point which is very clear. Security agencies across Africa would like to know what ails, why is Buhari? By the way, is Buhari or we have a problem here? Because the human being should understand that people are dying. The army, Nigeria has a huge army. Is the army a coward? Are they cowards? Do they protect who? Are they protecting the territory of Nigeria? How does the army allow people to come and kidnap citizens, take them, then in piecemeal release them 2, 3, 4 back? Who are these? Is it an internal collaboration between the army, Buhari, and his generals? Who is commanding this army? Surely the army that cannot even rescue 5 students from girls who have been abducted. What type of army is this? Is there a bigger thing than Boko Haram? I have been requested by another reader from Tanzania to say, why is this Boko Haram menace never cleared? Why is Nigeria not asking for external help to come in to help them? Is it because they want it themselves? Please shed some light to our viewers.
I want Africans to understand one fact today. The entire terror architecture in Nigeria is hinged on the political aspirations and hegemonic tendencies of only one tribe, the Fulani. We have no issues with the Hausa, the Bachama people, and all the rest of them. It is the Fulani. And this game plan has been in existence for a very, very long time, nearly 200 years ago. And they must execute it. I want Africans to understand that only the Fulani tribe alone financed and sponsored almost 6 terror groups exclusively by themselves. Before Buhari came into power in 2015, he said, at the height of the insurgency, an attack against Boko Haram is an attack against the North. I will leave that to one side. I want your viewers to understand something today, which previously maybe they may not have been aware of. Do you know that Boko Haram nominated Buhari as their chief negotiator in 2014-2015? Are people aware of that at home? Do you know that these same people only a few years ago said that these murderers and these rapists, they are our misguided brothers? Do you know that their so-called Sheikh Gumi, who happens to be very close to the presidency, I need you to understand this very clearly, the one negotiating with the bandits, are you aware that their recommendation is for ISIS and Boko Haram to merge together, that they can come south? I want these points to be noted by your viewers all over the world. So when you see these people, you ask them these questions. Do you also know that the leader of the dreaded ISIS in West Africa province, ISWAP, his name is Al-Banawi. Al-Banawi is the son of Yusuf Muhammad, the founder of Boko Haram. Do you know that this man was arrested around about the same time that I was in detention in 2015? Do you know that he was released without trial on the orders of the presidency of Nigeria? Do you know that the 4th largest terror group in the world, the Fulani Headsmen, which the whole world knows, the 4th largest terror group in the world, the Amiyetiala, Do you know that the presidential spokesman came out and said live on national television that these terrorists are legitimate stakeholders in the governance of Nigeria? Are you aware of that? Do you know that despite telling the whole world that these murderers and these killers are from the Sahel, they are not Nigerian Fulanis? Do you know they're forcing us today to give them our land so they can settle in perpetuity? Are you aware of that? Let me also shock you this morning. From the office of the Inspector General of Police of Nigeria, a letter came out titled "Terror Elements to Expand Frontiers of Attack." In this very letter, signed on behalf of the Inspector General of Police of Nigeria, of which Katona Lang and the U.S. Ambassador are both aware. Here, they mentioned the specific places where they claim the leaders of Boko Haram are hiding. Understand this? I want the world to know that this Fulani expansionism is a well-planned, orchestrated move to take over the land of indigenous people and hand it over to marauding Fulani nomads across the Sahel. A letter from the IG of Police of Nigeria. In this very letter, they mentioned the names of the places where they felt or they believed their intelligence told them that these people are hiding. They did not send Nigeria army or police there to go and confront them. Instead, they sent them to Imo State. They sent them to Abia in Biafra land and gave them an order to shoot at sight. And I want you as a journalist, I want you as a lawyer to go back and investigate through the history of Fulani-funded terrorism and insurgency in Nigeria. Try and see if there is any instance where the IG of police or the chief of army staff has ever said to the troops, shoot at sight anywhere in the north. It's never happened before. Only in Biafra, a few days ago. That is to tell you that this is a well-planned pincer movement, basically from the east and from the west, in order to try to take over the geopolitical space of Nigeria for Fulanis across the Sahel. These are the things you need to ask yourself this question. You've been talking about Boko Haram, ISIS, all these murderers all over the place. Ask yourself this question. Has any Boko Haram been convicted before of any crime in Nigeria? Ask yourself this question. Now, let me put it to Africans and to the whole world at large on this your program today. I know that a while back, Al-Shabaab attacked a few shopping malls in Kenya. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, maybe you live in Kenya. You are now residing in Kenya. Is that correct?
Yes. Don't worry. Yes, I am here.
Now, how do you think Kenyans will feel if President Uhuru Kenyatta were to grant some kind of amnesty to Al-Shabaab to now say, Al-Shabaab, you know what? Come and become part of Kenyan army. How would you feel?
I think the Kenyans will go to the streets. The Kenyans will catch the Al-Shabaab and will roast them on the streets.
Now, let me tell you this. This is something that Africans don't know.
Yes.
Do you know that Nigerian army being sent to Biafra land today contains elements of Boko Haram and ISIS in it?
Yes.
Because they are now part and parcel.
I've seen the reports, yes.
Let me ask you this question. When people say we shouldn't fight the army or their police, how do we know who they sent to us? How can you distinguish between a terrorist in army uniform and a serving patriot in Nigerian army? That's the question I'm asking the whole world to answer. How do we know? They incorporated terrorists into their security architecture. How do we know who is who?
Okay.
How?
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Let's just take a short break and take water, because it is hot in here, and I think wherever you are is also hot.
It is, yes.
The interview is fantastic. It has generated one of the huge numbers in the history of Pan-Africanism and this television station. So let me take some water. You take some water. We resume in 2 minutes.
Okay.
2 minutes.
Okay, sir.
On that question and the world, how do you differentiate between Boko Haram and Nigerian army? When
Simple.
Boko Haram,
Simple question.
when Boko Haram has been inscripted, that's better English,
Yeah.
inscripted in Nigerian army to come and kill
Simple.
the people of the
Yes.
southeast. That is the question on the table. When we return, this is Matanga Africa perspective. In Matanga Africa perspective, we look for hot spots. One of the hot spots is Nigeria. Is Nigeria disintegrating? Is Nigeria fragmenting to pieces? Is there leadership in Nigeria? Is General Buhari the general we saw 10 years ago? Oh, this is a different person. How can a leader allow his people to die? How can you inscript a Boko Haram to be a minister in your own government? Oh my God. Is there something wrong? A country that we all looked at as a country, the big giant of Africa. We saw everything in Nigeria. Now it looks like what my good writer, the man who wrote the things fall apart, Chinawa Achebe, was right. The center cannot hold anymore. This state is going. Don't go away. Just we are returning. This is a fantastic show from Punchline Africa Television. We are interviewing His Excellency Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of IPOB, Indigenous People of Biafra. Thank you. Punchline Africa Television. Our show is Matanga Africa Perspective. In Matanga Africa Perspective, we look at what ails Africa, what kills Africa, what makes Africa be called a continent of savages. As we can see in Nigeria, that name cannot go away. Boko Haram is killing people, staking people. We have incorporated it in the system of the Nigerian army, brought them back without remorsefulness. They have not done any reconciliation. And they are then being hired to destroy and kill other people. We have invited, and we shall invite more people to talk about this. We shall invite any other person who wants to discuss the issue why Nigeria is collapsing. A state the center cannot hold anymore. With us in the studio and away taking questions from us is none other than the leader of IPOB, Indigenous People of Biafra, His Excellency Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Welcome back, sir. One question.
Thank you very much.
One question. Yes. After the break, we had to go for some water because it was becoming hot here. To hear that Boko Haram is part and a parcel of the government of Nigeria. It is something that has sunk my heart. I don't know, but I am very shocked. Let me come to this. There is a feeling that time has come, and I will keep on going back to this question, that the United Nations, the 5 permanent members, are part and a parcel of our problem. Now, because you can't exclude any, China is already in Nigeria also. Russia is in Nigeria. America has been there. Britain is there. France, through Total Oil, their presence is there. And a candid question comes. We touched it, then we went away. But it is coming back from the questions I've read during the break. Someone from South Africa is asking, surely, do these permanent members of the United Nations have eyes? Do they see? Because there are some clips here which I don't want to show you on this TV. They are very bad as far as the killings of the youth in Southeast in Biafra. The killings, the slaughter, the torture by the army, by Nigerian army. How they tie youths on their Land Rovers and roll them around the villages. I get these pictures every day from Onitsha. These are not photoshops. These are real things happening in Nigeria. So someone has asked, does the United Nations Permanent 5 have eyes or not? What would you say to them now, today? As we find...
I believe that.
Yeah. Go on.
They have eyes, but for some reason they have decided not to see the evil happening to Biafra. And this is what I want Africans to actually digest. Africans must ask themselves this question. Why is there this global conspiracy against Biafra? I have an answer to that. It is because Biafra portends goodwill for the whole of Africa. And they understand this very clearly. We cannot be blaming the permanent 5 of the UN because we are the ones that created the enabling environment for them to come in, to exploit and to do whatever thing that they want to do. I was having a very serious discussion with somebody and I said to them, do you think that the world prefers this very exploitative relationship that they have with the very corrupt subsequent corrupt regimes that you have in Nigeria? The person said yes, and I said no. The answer is no. USA is more concerned about trade with Japan and EU more than they will with Nigeria. Because in all these economies, people want where they can ship their goods and services to be purchased. They needed to have the spending power. That was the reason behind the USA helping Germany to stand on its feet after the Second World War. The reconstruction of Europe by the US government was driven by economic self-preservation. People would want an Africa that is viable, an Africa that will be like the Southeast Asia, where high goods and services can be traded with ease. Not this very almost primitive, exploitative relationship that they have in places like Nigeria. I don't blame China. I don't even blame Britain. I don't blame Halliburton, USA. I don't blame Ajib of Italy. I don't blame Shell of Netherlands. I don't blame any of these people. We are the ones that allowed them to come to exploit us. So we cannot blame them. See, in life, when you allow yourself to become a victim and you keep playing the victim card all the time, you go into, your mindset will go into a very vicious cycle of this victimhood and you can never come out of it. And I'm saying to Black African people all over the world, if you believe in the equality of every man born, if you believe that all men were created equal by God, then anything white people can do, so also can you do it. If we cannot do what Europeans can do, what Americans can do, what South Americans can do, what Asians can do, we cannot lay any claim at all to human equality. It is our fault, not the fault of the permanent 5. I go back to what I said before. It was these same people that gave oil and gas concessions to the United Kingdom. That was why they prosecuted the Biafran war for them. It wasn't a white man. These were black people. Gowon is a black man. It was Gowon that said no to restructuring. Obasanjo fought on the side of the colonial masters. That is the history of Africa. Joining your oppressors to defeat your own people. That's exactly what is playing out in Nigeria. Nothing more, nothing less. I cannot possibly apportion blame to anybody whatsoever. We should be blaming ourselves because in Africa we tend to blame other people all the time, whereas the fault lies with us. The fault is ours. I remember one thing that the Chinese government said in 1999 when they took back Hong Kong. Chinese government said the 100 years of shame has come to an end. They never blamed anybody. They never blamed the British. They blamed themselves for losing Hong Kong in the first place to the British. And that is how real men should be able to appraise their condition. That we are poor, we are ravaged by poverty, disease, ignorance, and backwardness in Africa is our fault. Not the fault of the Europeans. If we decide to rise up tomorrow to say enough is enough, believe you me, we can transform Africa within only 2 years. After all, Paul Kagame is doing something in Kigali. Why can't we replicate it everywhere else? We must learn to put our people first. When a head of state gets up in the morning and buys a property in Europe, what do you expect? That means you don't love your people. When he gets up in the morning and decides to buy a private jet, that means he doesn't love his people. And these are clear facts. I cannot blame anybody for our plight. I blame ourselves for it. And that is why we are rising up. And I want to make this thing categorically clear so that the whole world can understand me. It doesn't matter what they do. It doesn't matter what the greatest powers on this earth do in relation to Nigeria. Biafra is going to be free, or we all die in the process. I swear to God Almighty in heaven. Death is better than what we are passing through right now in that zoo called Nigeria. And we must be free. I said must. We are not begging anybody for it. Before the white man came, there was Biafra. Before Britain was created, Biafra existed for over 5,000 years before the formation of Britain. How did they decide where I should live? How did they decide which identity I should have? How can a white man come from Europe and decide to call me a Nigerian? What is the meaning of Nigeria? Nobody knows. We must go back to who we are. Be proud of who we are. I am a proud Biafran. I can never be a proud Nigerian because the name Nigeria has no meaning. No meaning whatsoever. Not even in Swahili, it has no meaning. How can a white man come and create a country for me in Africa and I be holding their flag running up and down saying this is my country? Who said so? Can I go to Europe and create a country in Europe for them? On what basis is our argument of human equality when Europeans can come to Africa and create countries? We cannot go to Europe to create countries. How can that be equality? Oh, that is why racist towards us. And that is why we must rise up now, not tomorrow, to support Biafra. Biafra is the beginning of the true emancipation of black people. Ask Julius Nyerere and he will tell you. Thank you.
Julius Nyerere, indeed. In 1967, the late Julius Nyerere was the first man with Dr. Milton Obote. That's why I, on this microphone, I still carry the flag of Dr. Milton Obote. They are the first countries in Africa to recognize Biafra. So in case people are asking why we have interest in Biafra, I follow both the leaders because I have lived in Tanzania and I am a Ugandan. And I live in Kenya. I live in Europe. I'm a global citizen. I follow Pan-Africanism. Indeed, one other question before I bring this to your side, you address your people, and then we make it, call it a day. We have covered most of the things. Some of them you will bring them in your own address, which you will be given a chance to do so in 15 minutes also. There are so many ways, constitutional ways of struggling for freedom. I believe you know where I'm going now.
What's this?
We have tried. For over 10 years you have tried. You have done so well. You have awoken the people and said, wake up. We are being slashed one by one. Buhari has allowed people to buy daggers. You know, I saw my investigative journalist came across 100,000 daggers. How do you buy daggers for who? You import daggers. Are there so many cows to slaughter in that place? I looked at it and said, these are daggers to come and kill other people. If the constitutional route of referendum fails, what other constitutional means would you use?
We insist on constitutionality.
Yes.
And we are going to have it. When Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King started to try to rearrange the social order in America. Some people felt it was impossible to do, but eventually he succeeded. When Nelson Mandela, and I'm sure your good self, and all other anti-apartheid campaigners started, even with the support of Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan. This is something people don't know, that Ronald Reagan, a very powerful president of the US, and Margaret Thatcher, of course, the young lady, they all supported apartheid South Africa. They did. They were the ones that labeled ANC a terrorist group. Some people don't know this. It was only a few years ago that the name of Mandela was, should I say, erased from the logbook of terrorists in the United States of America. People don't know this. We are going to insist on what is ours and what is right. We've been occupying our land in perpetuity since the creation of man on this very earth. Somebody came and decided to change our identity, and we said no. The person said, okay, if I'm leaving, I'm going to hand you over to a more brutal caretaker, which are the Fulanis in this case. And that is why they're killing us and killing us till tomorrow. I want to draw your attention to something very, very critical. The order given by the Inspector General of Police of Nigeria to predominantly Fulani soldiers and Fulani police people to go to Biafra land to kill people. Had this announcement been made by any other police chief anywhere in the world, believe you me, there will be someone to appear in here the next day. I want to read for your audience. I'm going to quote him verbatim what he said. The IG of police in Nigeria said, he's a Fulani man, mind you, don't mind the media shout, do the job I command you. If anyone accuses you of human rights violation, the reports will come to my table and you know what I will do. So take the battle to them wherever they are and kill them all. Kill Biafrans all. Don't wait for an order. What another order are you waiting for when Mr. President has ordered you to shoot anybody carrying AK-47 assault rifle? Quote me, even a dead policeman can be tried and dismissed from the force, and his family will not get his benefits. And this is from a police chief. Do you know the funniest thing, or should I say the most astonishing thing of all? The EU has a presence in Abuja, in Nigeria. The British High Commissioner is there, Katana Line. The US Ambassador is there. They've not said anything at all. In other words, that leads us now to believe that exactly what happened between 66 and 1970 is about to happen again, which is kill as many Biafrans as possible. I want all Africans to understand this, that this very policy of genocide and slaughter is sanctioned by the US Ambassador in Nigeria, sanctioned by the UK of all people. Tomorrow they'll be singing songs of praise about human rights abuses, what China is doing, what is happening in Gaza, what is happening in Rohingya. But in Nigeria, they sanction the killing of Biafrans in broad daylight. What sort of justice is that, I ask? I want Africans to know, to ask themselves this question: why is it that the USA and Britain wants this very tiny country to be squashed and killed? What is it that they have that is driving them so mad? Because the future progress of Africa lies in the land of Biafra, and they do not want black people to be developed. That is why they're doing what they're doing. Look at a whole, should I say, high commission running all over the place, telling the country how to be run. The same things that from Nkrumah, Julius Nyerere, Azikiwe, all of them, Patrice Lumumba, Jomo Kenyatta fought. The same thing that Mandela fought. Black people are now tolerating it. The same thing we are fighting. We want independence, we want self-rule today, this very morning or afternoon or evening. One single woman, is crossing the whole of Nigeria, telling the Nigerian police who to kill, telling them who to shoot at. Now tell me how I can be in a country where the chief of police have targeted my people for extermination, and the whole world is quiet. Tomorrow they'll start blaming us for one thing or the other. But we're not backing down because Biafra is coming, and I assure you no Jupiter can stop it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to ask my final question. what does the future look like for Biafra? I'm interested in that. What does the future? Because let me come first. I've struggled for Sudan. My television and my TV struggled for Gambia. You remember you were listening to me when Yaya Jammeh switched off all television stations in Gambia. I took my satellite quietly in Gambia, and Yaya with all the army could not know that I was broadcasting from his own place. I took my satellite phone and we did help to liberate Gambia. I'm proud that South Sudan today, I played a part to call Dr. Riek Machar. You know, at the time the people, Your Excellency Nnamdi Kanu, think that when you interview a man who has a different opinion from the government, you are giving them platform. Yes, we must hear. When we talk, then violence will stop. If we keep quiet, then we shall perpetuate violence. So we should keep on talking. And I picked up a phone called Riek Machar in South Africa, where he had been put under house arrest. I shouted on this television to IGAD and the AU. I made noise to the British and the Commonwealth office. I said, how do you lock a person who should be negotiating peace in South Sudan? It took about 2 months, 3 months. Riek was set free, was told you can now start the negotiations. Everything I've touched on African continent in my 65 years, I've resolved. I resolved a big, huge conflict in Uganda. I think you already know, between the Lord Resistance Army and the President Museveni. People feared to go to the bush to look for this man, younger man called Konyi, very young, still 40-something. I went. I said, you are killing people. People want you to talk. And we have come here. If you want to kill us, you can also kill us. I'm a determined man. I want you to paint for us a picture of a Biafra that does not look Savimbi way. You know where I'm coming from. You have read the Savimbi history. We give him everything, then he turns up, he misuses, he lets us down. Sudan, South Sudan, look, we give them time, Riek comes back, they fight again over power. I have been there for Cameroon, the Amazonian people, I'm bringing them again. Now they have several factions. You don't know whom to call. One calls you, don't call that one, don't call this one. That, you see, these are things that worry me in Africa. Paint for me the picture of a Biafra you want.
Yeah.
Whether today, tomorrow, whether you are there or not there, whether I'm there or not there, we want to see the picture of a Biafra. I love the people of Biafra myself. I love them with the bottom of my heart. From the bottom of my heart, I love them. I don't care about Buhari, what he can say. Whether we meet at the AU, I will point fingers at him. I will. It is coronavirus that has made us not meet now. But if AU was meeting in Nigeria, I would wrestle him. I don't care. Because this is something that is paining the people of Africa. And you can't wear long kanzu, this long clothes, and come there to impress us with your perfume when people are dying. Therefore, I want you to paint for me a picture of a Biafra. What type of Biafra do you want?
The type of Biafra I want is the Biafra of my ancestors, the land of the free, where people are allowed to pursue their daily endeavors without interference from any higher authority, where individual and collective autonomy of every component, ethnic, nationality within Biafra will be guaranteed, not just by law, but by virtue of our existence as dignified human beings. A Biafra that will be demilitarized, a Biafra that will be forward-looking, innovative, creative, run on clean green energy, not reliant on gas or petrol. A Biafra where the police will not bear any arms. A Biafra where people can live and die and you will not see an armed soldier anywhere around you. A genuine republic, a land belonging to the people. We are going to cement this in the way we structure our society. A Biafra that will attract inward investment. A Biafra that will consider every necessity of life as being a human right. Not just in words, but in deed. A Biafra where there will be no strife, no rancor. A Biafra where all men and women will be equal, regardless of their religion, their sex, their creed, their orientation. A Biafra that will maintain open borders to every black soul on the face of this very earth. I do admit that geographically, in terms of landmass, we may not be that huge. The Biafra will operate, or should I say, run an open door policy. Every black person on the face of this earth will be an honorary citizen of Biafra, as long as you're not tainted by terrorism. That is the type of Biafra we want to run. A Biafra where Europeans will sit back and say, we never knew that such innovation and creativity will be possible. A Biafra that, should I say, the likes of Rwanda is a forerunner to, because today they are doing very well as well. That is the type of nation we are going to build. A truly democratic nation, not through the force of arms, but through dialogue and negotiations at all times. Nobody's going to lord it over anybody else. My ancestors never did. That is why we remain the only people not to conquer any other piece of territory, and nobody conquered us until the white man came and our temple fell in 1904. That is the land we're going to go back to. A Biafra of very many nations. A Biafra of autonomous nations within, governing themselves according to their own rules, where nobody will sit at the helm of power and dictate for others what to do. And we are going to accomplish it by the grace of God Almighty in heaven. Now, I know that constant references are being made to Southern Sudan. But I want to let people understand that even after the USA became free from British colonial rule, they also went through a very bitter civil war. And that did not stop them today from becoming preeminent in every sphere of human endeavor. Militarily, economically, socially, in every way. So I do believe very strongly that Southern Sudan will rise up to be strong once again. All these are teething problems. You also mentioned the issue of factionalism. It is when people put the interest of themselves and their controllers well and above that of those that they are serving. That is why I said, and I have said this repeatedly, I will never ever lead Biafra politically. Once Biafra is restored, my job is done. I want to be able to prove to our people what sacrifice means, so that those who will come after us will know how to treat our people with respect and with dignity. The thing about Africa is somebody gets into power and they want to stay there forever and ever, see if there is something in it. The little work that I'm doing for Biafran people is very tiring, very, very stressful. Sometimes I don't even know how these presidents manage to sleep. Maybe they don't love their people that much. If you love your people, you cannot sleep at night. Any president in Africa who is not suffering from high blood pressure, you are not sick. That means you're doing something wrong. You're not doing what you're supposed to do. If you're concerned about your people, then I expect you to be very ill at all times. So that is the type of Biafra that we need. That's the type of Biafra we're going to have. A type of Biafra where the wealth, well-being of Sub-Saharan Africa flows from. And I can assure you we are going to deliver it. We will deliver it. The Pan-Africanism that we talk about is going to start from Biafra, because mind, I did not say that we're just going to have Biafra and then we shut up all the borders. No. What we want to do is to return to our organic political cultural arrangement. Should Biafrans wake up the next day to say, oh, we want to be the same country with Oduduwa, all well and good. Should Biafrans wake up and say, oh, we want to expand into Amazonia, all well and good. As long as you take the consent of the people with you, this nonsense that the Europeans did in Africa, we want to reverse it. That God Almighty Heaven may look down and be very proud to say that at last, I have people who are after my heart, and that's what we intend to do with Biafra. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Viewers, we seem to have covered most of the areas. It is the first time and it's not going to be the last time. Until we liberate, until we achieve the objectives, the aims, the vision of a better people on the African continent. His Excellency Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will return at one time to give us his other views. By then messages, today the leaders in Africa watching, for your information, I linked this to South African President Ramaphosa. I linked this to, of course, the president here. His handlers are watching. President Emerson Mnangagwa, Office of Foreign Affairs, and his President's Office, they are watching. Several SADC members and the several African, Your Excellency, the Pan-African President in Kampala, President Yoweri Gakuta Museveni, he has added another name which is very complicated. Is watching, is interested in the Pan-African views. They are watching, they watched. But I want now to calm down and slow down and give you a chance. Give you another 5 to 6, 10 minutes. Enjoy them. Tell your people the message. Send it to them. Billions of them, millions and millions of them. As we talk in Onitsha, in Abra, in all those places, in all those states, in Southeast, those who are suffering under the heavy, disguised Boko Haram terrorists who have invaded, they are embedded in Nigerian army, coming to kill people. Give them hope. Give them hope that salvation is on the way. Give them hope that tomorrow will be a better tomorrow. Give them hope that Africa is aware. Give them hope that the world is not doing nothing. What we have done today has enlightened so many people, so many countries that have Nigerian refugees who are fleeing because Nigeria is disintegrating. They are benefiting from this program, and it affects the security of the entire Africa. The floor is yours. Take it away.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having me on this program. I've been a very big fan of yours for very many years, and I have studied you extensively. Once again, accept my most humblest respect to you and to the entire crew that put this thing together today. I want our people to understand one very thing. At the end of this very race, Biafra is going to emerge. It doesn't matter what anybody does. And to our African friends and brethren, I want them to also understand this. We talk about Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism cannot take off without Biafra, because we do need a genuinely free country in Africa to be able to drive that very critical and important initiative. We are seeking to build a country that God Almighty in heaven will be very proud of. And though the Janjaweed, the Fulani Caliphate have sent their armies of conquest into our land, that this very day, we don't even know if those who are killing us are doing so on behalf of the Nigerian state or they're doing it on behalf of the Islamic Caliphate. Because as you well know, ISIS is now in Niger State. Very soon they'll be in Kogi, and then from Kogi they'll come into Anambra, and the real war will begin. Remember, very many years ago, I told you one very critical point for you to bear in mind at all times. So basically to guide you in all your deliberations and your thinking about Biafra. They're going to kill us, that is true. But that is not going to stop Biafra from coming. We are going to do all we can to defend our land and to defend our people. The whole world may appear to be against us, but we have done nothing wrong. That is the most frightening thing about this whole thing. If you ask the world, what did Biafra do wrong to you? Nobody can tell. Nobody can actually explain to you properly. Because they want a world where very illiterate nomadic set of people will be in charge of governance, where you have refineries and they're no longer working, where you produce oil and gas but still import kerosene and fuel for your cars, where they want to impoverish the people. For those who may not be acquainted, or should I say familiar with the book that one of our very good friends wrote in years gone by, Walter Rodney. He was at Dar es Salaam University where he was assassinated by the CIA very many years ago. Walter Rodney wrote a very compelling book called How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. What we are witnessing today is precisely what he was trying to explain to us. If you allow yourselves to be taken over by greed, by self-preservation and the trappings that you find in North America and in Europe and in Far East Asia, you will never ever develop your land. We are fighting for Biafra that we may restore our lost dignity. We are fighting for Biafra that black people all over the world may be set free at last. We are fighting for Biafra not that we may have or commence the building of a large empire, not at all. We are asking for a Biafra where we can live and die with a semblance of dignity. Because right now people are dying, but there isn't any dignity. We must stand very tall and very strong, resist our enemies. That thing that we are thinking now that is impossible to accomplish very soon, you will say it. We must remain resilient. We must remain devoted. We must remain unflappable. We are not going to retreat, not one iota. If at the end of this race there is only one Biafran man and one Biafran woman left, may they continue to expand. They killed us, 5 million of us, after the war. After the war in 1970, we had lost 5 million people. But there we are still the largest ethnic bloc anywhere in the entire Nigeria. Because God is faithful. And at this very critical time, this very Elohim that we worship is not going to abandon us. I'm not saying we're going to fold our hands in prayer and fasting alone. No, we are going to do what we have to do to ensure the survival of our race. An attempt has been made in the past to exterminate us. The British supported the killing and the mass slaughter of Biafrans because of crude oil and gas. That Ojukwu told Harold Wilson, we cannot give to you. This resource belongs to the people, and that was the end of it. And he said, because of that, we're going to kill you. And sadly, Britain is still doing something till this very day. A supposedly civilized and advanced country, aiding and abating the slaughter of an indigenous population because of oil and gas. Therefore, I'm asking all of you to remain very resolute, to remain very strong. Do not allow yourself to become distracted. We have almost won. As Dr. Basanga said here a short while ago, we have awoken the consciousness of not just ethnic nationalities within Nigeria, but the entire African continent as a whole. We have won the debate. Now is the time for us to restore Biafra. And once that is done, believe you me, everybody will come to Biafra and to pay homage. Or should I say pilgrimage in this case. So we are winning. Many are dying, I know that to be true. A few days ago, we lost the mother of our very, very formidable barrister, Okorafor. But that's not going to stop us. Because I know that they will kill us, we will kill them in the end. Biafra will come. And Biafra is very, very close. I want our people to develop the mindset of the Afghans. Never say die. There were a group of people called the Mau Mau in Kenya. There were a group of people called the Kumeko in our land. These are the two people that forced the British to a standstill. Go and ask anywhere. And the remnants, of course, of Benin Kingdom, we must acknowledge them because they also fought very gallantly as well. We did not fight because we didn't like the Bible that the white man brought to us or the whiskey that accompanied it. We fought because we are free people. The time has come for us to restore the kingdom of heaven upon the face of this earth. The time has come for Biafra to be reestablished. The time has come for Black Africa to be free. The time has come for every black person, regardless of where you are in the world, to stand tall and to say, I am an African. Remain very strong, remain very resolute, and may Chukwukikabiama be with you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Before you go, I would like to show you the newspapers in Kenya, in Nairobi. You are very far, you must be missing some of these papers. The Standard, can we, production team, I'm on the ground now. The Standard newspaper in Kenya, the headline here is not only Biafra where we still have. The only problem in Kenya, we don't have a crisis of dividing a nation. We have the Standard newspaper said, who failed Uhuru? The blame game. That's the headline. But one key thing that stands out in the newspapers, why we are struggling to put Africa in order, is His Excellency President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta last night opened one of the biggest ports in Africa. You talked of Nigeria having oil, but it doesn't have even petrol at the petrol station. Jesus Christ. But President Uhuru Kenyatta, while yesterday opening the the port in Lamu, he said this port will connect the east to the west, east to the north, east to the south. That is the thing that we have here now in Africa, in East Africa. We want to thank President Uhuru Kenyatta again for putting infrastructure for people to get in a car and take 10 days and arrive in Anambra. Is it Anambra? Yes.
That's right. Yes, that's right. That's
yes.
What we want.
I have been sent so many messages from Dubai. People saying in Anambra, they are married there. Kenyans, Nigerians have married a lot of our people from East Africa. And I hope one day for us, my children, also one of them, my daughters, is married to an Igbo person from Onitsha.
Wonderful. We know how to take care of our wives.
We are united. Another newspaper says good things about Africa. The Lamb Port rose to life with the president is good. You can see it.
Yes, yes.
That's it. And another good thing in Africa, I'm looking for Africa stories. For your information, I am a Liverpool supporter for 43 years.
Like myself.
Or I don't know. My God. Thank you very much. It looks like we are all Liverpool here, but the others don't get worried. We are now struggling to liberate Africa. Don't forget your local team in Biafra, and don't forget.
Absolutely. Rangers Football Club is my first love, and Liverpool is the side chick.
My first team in Uganda is Villa Football Club. Villa, then my team in Kenya is AFC Leopards. Then my team in the world is Barcelona.
Wonderful.
I die with the people of Cantona. I like Cantona, and you can now guess why I like Biafra.
Yes, of course.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable His Excellency Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of indigenous people of Biafra. I want to take this opportunity to thank you and to tell you that my television station is linked, will be linked directly to every system of the Biafran people. Everywhere.
Thank you very much.
We shall, let's today make a formidable move. I am not here for money. I never asked for a penny from any Nigerian in order to broadcast. I started broadcasting with passion. I have already told you one of my daughters is married to a man from Onitsha. And this man comes to my house, tells me the story. You know, in London, he tells me the story. I have been a supporter of the people. That Obasanjo there, you see walking free. It was me demonstrating at the Nigerian embassy for Abacha to release him with Chief Abiola. I wanted them released together with Osuji, who is the president of ICC. We used to come there every Friday for Obasanjo to have freedom. But when Obasanjo came out, he looks for money. Anywhere you find Obasanjo, you know he's looking for money. I'm sorry to tell Nigerians, may God bless me for being truthful and honest. There's no conflict. There's no conflict Obasanjo has ever solved in Africa. Even when we went for Zimbabwe Troika in Melbourne House, Obasanjo sided with Australia to expel Zimbabwe from the Commonwealth. That's the man you have. But thank you very much, God. Jesus Christ, hold us. Don't tire. Keep on the struggle. Keep fighting.
I will.
Keep democratically sending a message. You need a referendum. Peaceful ways. Don't give up. May God hold your hand. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for having me. Thank you very much.
Yes. Viewers, this station, therefore, is for Africa, by Africa, with Africa. Long live Africa. Ciao.
Good morning, wonderful people, great Biafran, wherever you are around the world. We are welcoming you to our live presentation this very morning, our question and answer session this very day. But first of all, before I proceed, I must profusely and profoundly apologize for our late coming this morning. We were about 6 minutes late or thereabout. I was undergoing some medical examination, so that was why the doctor was a bit late. I was struggling and trying to get him to finish on time, but now they are done, so I must apologize. I hate doing anything late. I am a very good timekeeper, I should say, and I do not like people who do not take their timing very seriously, so I do apologize, and I believe that you have forgiven me for being 6 minutes late this morning. I do profoundly and, should I say, deeply apologize for coming late this morning, but we are here, we are live, and we are direct, and as always, heaven is bearing us witness. I understand that all our platforms are go, all our platforms are working. There is no problem. We are on Instagram. Please, for those of you who do not know, at Mazi Nnamdi Kanu official, please, on Instagram, try to share that very link as much as possible, especially for those of you who happen to be on Facebook, because I do believe that when this very program hots up, the forces of evil and of darkness will try to interrupt our transmission on that very platform. Therefore, I am asking you please to be prepared to switch to either Twitter, to IPOB Community Radio, to Instagram, to Radio Biafra app, to TuneIn, anyhow you wish to listen to us, even on YouTube. We are on YouTube on University of Radio Biafra. You should be able to participate this very morning. I am warning those of you who are listening to me via my official Facebook page, the fan page itself. In fact, we are also on my own personal page on Facebook. Not a lot of you know this, but that very page is authentic, it is genuine, it is mine. How you know is if you go there now, we are streaming on that very platform. I welcome each and every one of you. And this very morning is the last morning I will take calls from those of you who are not on Twitter. Anytime we have question and answer session again, or we have an interactive session, if you do not have a Twitter account, I will not take your call. If you do not have a Twitter account, you will not speak on Radio Biafra, please. Very, very critical, you understand. We expect everybody to be on Twitter. Even if you're not doing anything, just follow us on Twitter and simply retweet. If you don't know what to do, everybody must be on Twitter. Everybody must be on Twitter, please. Very, very important this morning. And I am going to pray. As soon as I finish praying, of course, we shall proceed to open the lines for us to begin to take your calls. But as I said, today is the last day of grace. When you call next time, you must be on Twitter. And you're not going to lie to me, please. Everybody must be on Twitter. I don't care if you have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 accounts on Twitter. The more, the merrier. Go to Twitter and open a Twitter account. Is an order from me, please. Very, very important. Because the forces of darkness and of iniquity on Facebook, they are trying to stifle what we are doing. We must continue our relentless march towards freedom. Please, I welcome all of you, and also welcome those of them who are around you. There are some people who are still sleeping. There are some people who, for one reason or the other, may not be able to reach their listening device this morning. Endeavor to inform them that we are live and that we are direct, and this very morning, and as always, the truth and the gospel of redemption will be preached on this noble platform, this glorious platform, this Radio Biafra. Let us pray very, very briefly. And I will, of course, pray, as always, the Lord's Prayer. A very simple prayer. And after praying, then I will address the nonsensical, idiotic, and hopeless propaganda by DSS. A bunch of liars, as Lugard quite rightly said, that the Fulani people are liars. You cannot trust them. That's what Lugard said, the creator of the zoo. And this morning, we shall put to bed their lies against me and this very noble family regarding the state of worship in the land of Biafra come the 30th of May. Our Lord and our God who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Let thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on this earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our sins as we forgive those who sin against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For yours is the kingdom, the power and the glory, now and forevermore, we pray. Ise. That is the prayer that Yahushua prayed when the disciples asked him and said to him, Rabbi, teach us how to pray. Because we are all the children of God Almighty in heaven. That is where we must pray to God now and always. And this very morning I am going to give you a series of phone numbers to call. Of course, some of you may be able to get to us via Signal. Some of you may also be able to get to us via WhatsApp if you wish to do so. Because I made an investigation, we can at least, for the purposes of this very presentation this morning, we are willing to take your calls via WhatsApp as well. But in terms of intra-communication, our Android is almost ready. It's ready, and we are waiting for our iOS, which is an Apple, then to now launch our app that is very safe and very secure, and we can begin to switch over to that very platform. So it is very imminent, and we are working very hard to make sure that we do that. But before I open our lines this morning, first of all, I want to address a cheap local Tombo bar. You know Tombo? You know, we have bar, we have wine bar, and we have Tombo bar. There is a kind of gossip going around. Tombo gossip. You know the one you have in the village bar, where they eat oil bean cereal with hunkobi, and you know Tombo. You know when you go to wine bar, you drink wine, you drink cocktails, you're well dressed and all the rest of it. When you go to Tombo, you can be coming from maybe harvesting angara in the farm. You come in and you branch into Tombo bar. You want to drink a bottle of fine wine with Toba. You know the type of gossip you hear there is different from the one you hear in high-end exclusive wine bars. You know that very well. DSS has descended to what I call village Tombo gossip. I woke up this morning to some ridiculousness. I think there's no limit from yesterday. That somehow there are not going to be any church services on the 30th. If we don't go to church, if we don't go to the temples and the synagogue to pray for the safe repose of the souls of those that have died, where are we supposed to do it? We are going, every church that very day in Biafra land on the 30th is going to pray for the souls of our dear departed, including the very gallant Ikonso. You don't understand that? That's what's going to happen. Nobody is going to ban any church services. Nobody has the right to. Because you cannot, nobody can interfere with the faith and worship of people. Do you understand it? That is number one. And number two, I also read this morning, of course it's DSS, because I came out to defend them back. They have to look for a way to try and strike back. You know the way they behave, as idiotic as they are. You know how they behave. They say that when Biafra comes, every Catholic church, every Anglican church will be converted to a synagogue or a Judaic temple. These people are fools. They are so useless. I have said it time and time again on this platform and in every other place where I have been interrogated on this issue of religion. And allow me to clarify this morning, and with which I think that some of you that actually know me will understand that I cannot say such a thing to start with. That is the Fulani in their desperation to bring their age-long divide and rule. No, that's what they do best. To see can we put enmity between them? Let us try and lie about Nnamdi Kanu to see if they will hate him and stop following him. The same thing they did to the people so-called South. The same thing they did to those of them who foolishly refer to themselves as Niger Delta. The same thing they tried to do between Anambra and Bino when the East was there. The same division they brought between Ikwere, that is Igbo, and the Igbo land itself. The same thing they tried to do with the likes of the great harlot herself in Abuja, Loreto Nochie, and Nyoma, and also Igbo land. The same thing they tried to do with us and the Igbo people who are in Cross River State. The same thing they try to do between us and the Igbo people who are in Akwa Ibom. The same thing they try to do between us and the Igbo people who are in Kogi State. They have come again now with church, because they know that some of us are very foolish and very stupid. When it comes to religion, all our senses, all our thinking faculty goes to the dustbin. Allow me to reiterate very categorically and unequivocally this very morning that in the land of Biafra, if you want to worship one area okoko, a chick, you know, okoko, okay, a picking of chicken, let me put it that way, you are free to do so. You can worship because nobody can interfere with your mood or who you worship. That is why in the greatest religion of all time, which is Biafran religion, a modern interpretation of which is Judaism, they do not do preaching, they don't go on evangelism. Because it is between you and your God. Anything your conscience tells you, is what you're going to do. And nobody can interfere. That is why in our land, in times gone by, in various communities or villages, depending on their, should I say, on their disposition, they choose to worship whatever deity they want. It's not your business. Have you ever heard in times gone by that people from Ideku can maybe go to a place like and tell them that Agraba Ajala, the Chokolese, they are the local deity, that they shouldn't worship it anymore? Have you heard of that before? Because nobody can interfere or come between you and your God. That is why every great religion, in fact the greatest religion you have, is Biafran religion. You don't go about trying to convert people. No, you don't. It is between that person and his God. That is why anything you want to worship now, until Biafra comes and beyond, you are free to do so. Nobody is going to interfere with church services. Never, not now, not tomorrow, not ever. Nobody can even stop you from going to native doctor. If that is what you want to do, that is entirely your business. Nobody can. So we must put to bed all this stupid, wishy-washy, idiotic propaganda by DSS of the zoo. That's all they specialize in. Bandits are ravaging their villages, making their life a misery. All they can do is to sit down somewhere and gossip about something they know nothing about. There will be church services on the 30th. People that want to go to church, they are free to do so. If they want to, but every church must pray to Elohim in heaven for the safe repose of the souls of those that died in the Holocaust. That was the Biafran War, and ever since up until this very day. Now our lines are effectively open and we are going to take your calls. For those of you who do not know, I have over 26,000 missed calls, unbelievable. 26,000. 26,000. Can you believe that? 26,000 missed calls. Can you believe that? On Signal alone. Let me give you the number this morning with which you can and must be able to reach us. If it will open, I know that some of you have it already. This +44. This is a UK number. +44 77 61 82 53 46. I repeat, +44 77 61 82 53 46. That is on Signal. That is the Signal line. I am now going to give you the line for WhatsApp as well. The WhatsApp line, what you will see there is Radio Biafra University. The WhatsApp line is +1 34 63 99 01 88. Let us take this very call this morning. This first caller this very day, give us your name and where you're calling us from. We are live and we are direct. Even heaven and the angels are listening.
Good morning, sir. I'm Evangelist Susan Kumokike calling from Biafra land.
Thank you very much, Evangelist, for calling.
I continue to strengthen you. You see? Please, what I want to find out from you this morning is that I was told that you suspended all prayer programs on radio, including the Passover. I've been trying to find out, because I know that you said what you are doing is 90-something% spiritual.
Yes.
So the normal prayer the IPOB pastors organize on radio, they said you suspended it.
I cannot suspend prayer because I pray before I start this program anytime I'm on air. I pray for all of you 7 times every blessed day. I pray 4 times in the morning. I say 4 prayers in the morning and I say 3 prayers in the evening. On your head and the head of every IPOB family member and every Biafran and every lover of freedom. I even pray for Ududuwa nation to come. I pray for Middle Belt nation to come. I cannot, will not stop prayers. Please go back on air and continue to pray. Because right now we have people who are dedicatedly praying for the restoration of Biafra, because something people do not understand is for a nation to move forward, there must be those praying for that very nation 24 hours every blessed day. We have those who are holy, praying for us every blessed day. Their job is to pray. They are everywhere. They are in synagogues, they are in temples, they are in churches. They are praying every blessed day, I can assure you. The same way it is even in Rome. When you go to Rome, don't you have convent? Don't you have monasteries, people praying? If you go to England, the same thing. If you go to Germany, the same thing. If you go to Russia, the same thing. If you go to the US, the same thing. If you go to Canada, the same. Even in Japan, Shinto monks are praying for their nation. So prayer is very, very important, and we must continue to do so. Thank you very, very much. Return back on air and continue to pray. I have another caller on the line. This caller, give us your name and where you're calling us from. This is Radio Biafra. Can you hear me? No, they are not paying attention. The caller on the line, please, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Mazi Positive.
Please give us your name and where you're calling from.
Yes, sir. My name is Nnamdi Kanu from Texas.
From Texas, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mazi. I was actually reading through a write-up about the Fulani agenda, which is something that you have always talked about. But Mazi, I wanted to talk about two things. First of all, the assemblage of the native doctors by the Ebonyi State Governor, Umahi. I know, that's a topic that should not really be discussed on Radio Biafra, but I just want to speak out to any one of them or anybody that has their information to make sure they get as much money as they can from that man and pay it into ESN account, because we need all that money from the government, the ones that Umahi has stolen and stashed away. And on Mbaka, our father, Reverend Father Mbaka, now that we are supporting him as we should, as our own that he is, he should as well speak up more on the issue of the Biafran people, and he should be in defense of IPOB. And if possible, he should encourage his members. He should open a unit there at the Adoration Ground, because we are all indigenous people of Biafra, and that is something that he has to do. Then the other one is the Arabic school in Ebonyi State. The information that I got is that these hoodlums, these terrorists go over there to hide, and from there they launch their attacks. So the unknown government should pay them a visit. I know it's not ours to discuss, but everybody that knows what to do should go and do what they need to do over there. Thank you, Mazi.
Thank you very, very much. And regarding the issue of Mbaka and preaching of the gospel, and for him to set up a family unit, there is something that we must try to understand. Did you hear when Mbaka was talking about Biafra and myself, the way the crowd responded? Go and watch the entire clip. He said many things and the crowd responded. When he mentioned my name, go and observe how the crowd reacted. Everybody there is a Biafran. Even Mbaka himself is also a Biafran. Sometimes it is a case of misunderstanding or people not being able to appreciate the enormity of this very project that Elohim has mandated us to execute here on this very earth. Sometimes our people do not understand. The same thing with the governors. Because of the penny afro, the peanuts they are picking up from the table, because they want to appear relevant, they do not see the potency of what we are preaching. They don't understand the liberation that will come via this very noble family of IPOB. Or sometimes they know, they choose to ignore it. That's entirely their business. And regarding the other things that you mentioned, of course, I don't know who the non-gunmen are, but I do know that wherever they see injustice, they will tackle it in our land. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. I have another caller on the line. This caller, can you hear me, please? Yes, please give us your name and where you're calling us from, please, if you may.
Martinez, calling from Indonesia.
From Indonesia. Your name is what?
Yes, sir. Okemri O. Martinez.
Okemri, please go ahead. We're listening. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
So I want to thank you for all your effort that you're doing towards our living, because your fight is for our living. I so much appreciate your effort, and I so much appreciate the love you have for the Biafrans. Where I want to hand on is based on the issue of misunderstanding IPOB and the other Biafran groups. I want want to emphasize on that by saying, how can we collaborate with them to work together? Because the case now is that if any other issue that comes up now, the way the agitation is going on, one may fight each other. The way I'm saying things, please, how can we collaborate with each other to make sure that everybody carry along? Like aside Okobo, what the councillors of them, please, how can we collaborate and make sure that everything works together? Because we are in the battlefield that we don't need to have any differences. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Are you implying or suggesting that we should collaborate with people who are openly working for the zoo, working for Mietiala? Is that what people are saying? Are you telling me that somebody that collects payments from Saudi Arabia is somehow going to be a part and parcel of what we are doing? We must be disciplined at all times. The discipline we have in IPOB, I do not believe that any other collection of people have it. That is why, okay, how come they started before us? Let me ask you this question. They started before us, but they are being invited to a meeting courtesy of what IPOB has been able to do, not because of what they themselves have done. The only reason why people are calling for a meeting is to see if there is any way they can bring IPOB to the table. Is that not correct? That's what they're trying to do. Nothing more, nothing less. Now, let me ask you a question. If these people that you're asking us, why can't they come and join IPOB? Why must everybody open their own shop? Oh, come, let's collaborate. How many of people are there? The hotel building moron that keeps yapping every blessed day, how many people are following him? Let him come out for a rally. People who stood him outside. I passed through Owerri and Owerri was locked down in 2017. I was only passing through Owerri. I did not go to, I passed only through Owerri. Owerri was closed down completely. I want that hotel building demon working for Yetiala. Let him come out and hold a rally outside. He will be stoned. You will not see up to 500 people there. Let him go and try and see. Now, you see, we must, there has to come a time when we stop behaving like fools. We must stop behaving like fools and stop being sentimental for the sake of it. These people that are everywhere organizing themselves, how many people are you? How many of you?
Sir, sorry for interrupting. Sir, those people don't have numbers. But they only have few people that they're using as a servant to us.
But it is, listen to me, it is your job to subdue them. Listen to me, it is your job to subdue them with the superiority of your argument. If they bring out what they are doing and lay it side by side with what IPOB is doing, nobody in their right senses will follow them. Nobody with brain in their skull. All they do is they gossip. Do I talk about them? I don't talk about them because I know they have nothing to offer. I focus on IPOB. Why not? Why must it be on your own? Because let me tell you one thing. Any day we go to that meeting now, they will record anything that we say. They go to their masters in the north and say, oh, I know how to get Nnamdi Kanu to calm down. We were in a meeting together, trust me, as they have been doing. They'll take money from the zoo government. They'll take money from the governors. Even the governors who are going to Aso Rock and collecting money, saying they can reach me. They don't know I'll hear all these things. The same people that they met said, oh, please, we want to dialogue with you direct. How do we get hold of you? And I told them that the time hasn't come yet. We must avenge the death of all those that they killed. When we are even, when we are equal, then we can consider that. The only thing we can even discuss is referendum. Look at those people. What have they done? People get together, issue press statement, and what have you done on the ground to sensitize people? Do they know how much money we are paying in Washington for our consultants over there? Do they know how far we have gone all over the world? Do you think that Britain can wake up one morning and say to Nigeria, we can no longer help you? Just out of the blue, people did not do any work. Do they know the amount of work that even you yourself is doing? Do you think that those of you who have all the e-warriors that we have, do you think that your job is in vain? How do you think that EU, Angela Merkel, can come and tell Nigeria, go and solve your own problem? If you told Nigeria, you know the solution to your problem, apply it, which is dialogue. Telling the Fulani what to do. Go and do what you must do to save that place that you call your country. Why do you think that happened? Do you think that Britain just woke up one morning and decided to call IPOB and the other persecuted people? If you are a freedom fighter, listen to me carefully, all of you who are listening.
Yes,
freedom fighter, if you are a freedom fighter, you must be consistent. You don't change. And I'm not saying that if you get a superior advice, you will not take it. When people advise us, we take it. If you advise me this morning and your advice is good, I will take it. Heaven knows I will take it and I will apply it. But not when you have nothing. The only thing you have is envy and jealousy. The only thing you have is negotiating with Dangote to bring you cement so it can build a hostel. The only thing you know is to sit down with BDC and be talking rubbish every blessed day. What are your plans? What plans do you have? You know you have nothing. Now what I expect the idiots to do is to collapse that nonsense that he has and ask these people, go and join IPOB. Because that is where the idiot said yesterday, I was listening to him, I hate talking about people, but I'll talk about him this morning. The fool said yesterday that if they are serious about getting Biafra, they must join hands with everybody. But you told us that Biafra had come already. That's what this idiot told us, that Biafra is already here, that he has a government, he has a prime minister, all of them claiming they have Biafra government. Why can't you go to the Fight Fulani headsmen? It was IPOB that did it. IPOB did it in such a way that at the end of the day, Umahi opened his mouth and said, we no longer have Fulani headsmen in Edo. It was done by IPOB and our volunteer command. Do you understand me? What have these people done?
Yes, sir.
They have absolutely nothing. They have done nothing for our people. It's only to be gossiping, yapping rubbish every blessed day, making noise so that they can be noticed by Abuja to give them money. We cannot work with them. Never, ever, ever. If they want to work with us, they should come out publicly and say IPOB is the moving train. We are going to join them as South Africans did with ANC. Thank you very much. I have another caller on the line. This caller, can you hear me? If you can, please be kind enough to give us your name and where you're calling from, if you may.
Yeah, Mazi, good afternoon. My name is Mazi Chinedu, calling from Cambodia.
From Cambodia, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Mazi, I just want to just put a light on what I've said before for the benefit of doubt. Because I happened to run into some people where they were arguing on some statements you made some time ago on your broadcast when you said that all the Igbo governors have been promised the president and the vice president. And they were like, arguing how can all Igbo governors be promised a president and vice president at the same time? So I just asked them a simple question. What I asked them was, have you seen an Hausa man fighting his brother in opposite party? And we are like shaking. Now I have to clear the air. So why I'm making it public so that people may understand more what the Fulanis are doing to our people. What they are doing is that, from what I understand from your broadcast, is that the people in PDP will be promising those in PDP, their fellow party members in PDP from Southeast, that they will do this for them. And those who are in APC will be doing the same thing, doing their own bidding, trying to disorganize those in Southeast and making them believe that they are together in this struggle of getting the president. You know, without knowing that all of them are doing the same thing. Just like what they are doing in what's it called, in police and the army formation. They will use those Hausa people trying to buy our people. And when they get to them, they will promise them heaven and earth and they will be fighting each other. So my advice is that our Southeast governors should know themselves, irrespective of their parties, and know that these people are using them. They should know themselves and stop doing the bidding of the Fulani herdsmen. They are destroying our people. They are making us to hate ourselves. Why they are uniting in the north and working to destroy the Southeast people. So please, my advice is to our Southeast governors for them to reason for once and see reason from what we are saying. We Biafrans are saying that enough is enough. They should stop killing our people. They should stop killing our brothers and forget about Fulanis that they have nothing to offer them. This is what I have to advise them, Mazi. Thank you very much. And God bless you.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much, my dear brother. Thank you for that. Somebody is saying that the volume is low. I don't know what they mean by that the volume is low. But we shall endeavor to try and raise the volume as much as we can. But here this morning we are live and we are direct. Even heaven is bearing us witness because we preach the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. That is why this very noble family is the largest mass movement on the face of this very earth. It is not by accident. It is because here we speak the truth. And everything that we say, we follow it up with action. They claim that the Pampas wearing Sarikin Fulani is back in Imo State talking as usual. Okay, set to go, Makadaya Mama, it will set very, very soon. All of you talking before, talking rubbish, you can hear what the idiot is saying. You can hear what the idiot is saying. So that you don't forget. Let us take this call. The caller on the line, can you hear me? The caller on the line, can you hear me, please? Your name and where you are. They're not paying attention. The caller on the line, can you hear me? People are coming on but not saying anything. Can you hear me? The caller on the line, can you hear me? No. Let me take another one. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Yes, my director. Good morning.
Good morning to you, please. I want to bring your volume up. I want to bring it up, please. Your name and where you're calling from.
Yeah, director, my name is Chidi Obonaya. I'm calling from London, UK.
Chidi Obonaya from the United Kingdom. Please go ahead. We are listening.
Yeah, director. There is one thing I want to suggest. Is it possible that all our ESM commanders be on satellite phone, so that
even if they're going to be on satellite phone, is here we have to give me this advice? Why don't you write privately? You don't know that if they are, how many satellite phones are there in the world? Maybe about 4 maximum. Hausa Fulani, I wouldn't say Hausa Fulani, I do apologize to my Hausa friends. Fulani Janjaweed, they have over $30 billion war chest to keep Nigeria warm. They will bribe anybody, they will cajole, they will assassinate, they will kill, they will do everything within their powers to keep the zoo one. That is how they can sustain the ownership of oil wells in Bayelsa by the Sultan of Sokoto. That is the only way that the Emir of Gwandu can own oil wells in Akwa Ibom. That is the only way they can continue to dominate and make our lives a misery. 30 billion. If you mention satellite phone, they can go and buy up every satellite phone provider in the world. It will even cost them up to 4 billion. They will buy up all of them. Do you understand? Because they control the means of wealth of Nigeria. They can do whatever they like. The vast amounts of money at their disposal is limitless. They can do anything. So there are some advice, you don't give live on air. I accept what you're saying, that is need for secure communication on the ground. But the very first way we can start securing our people on the ground is by those in the diaspora not calling our camps on the ground. That's number one. People, unless you are, in fact, nobody is allowed from abroad to contact commanders and men who are fighting on the ground. You are not allowed to do that. You don't know who's listening to your phone, who's tapping your phone. You can be with your friends recklessly and be making mouth, and you compromise the security of our men on the ground. What you have said is welcome, but we must look for alternative, because you have said it live on air. We can no longer implement it. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. I have another caller on the line. This caller, can you hear me? No, they cannot hear me. The caller on the line, can you hear me? The caller on the line for the last time, can you hear me? I don't like people who are cold. Hey, my goodness. Very, very cold. The caller on the line, can you hear me? Good morning to you. Please give us your name and where you're calling from.
This is Wilson Iboji. I'm calling from Benin Republic.
From Benin Republic. Please go ahead. We are all listening. Go ahead.
I must commend you. Yes. I must commend you so much for your efforts to say that you emancipate this most ancient nation on earth, Biafra.
Very old. I must
commend you so much for that.
Very, very old. Very old.
Yes. So what I want to chip in this morning is this. There is this anonymous that has been predicting every sort of information that are going to happen in the future, and it seems that some of the things that these guys say always come into accomplishment. And the guy also said that there is one Slovakian man that was paid to come and assassinate you, and that the Nigerian army is planning to raid bombs in Imo State. So I want to give an advice also for you to please be very, very careful, even the way you walk, things and people around you. Please, we can't afford to lose you. So when I got the news, I was so much worried. So I want to give you an advice. And also I want to encourage each and everyone who has been trying in one way or the other to make sure that this sovereign nation is restored. I want to commend all of you, and God is infinite mercy will also always show us favor and kindness.
You see, thank you very, very much for that. Thank you very much for that. We have callers everywhere. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please?
Yes, sir. Hello, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you. Your name and where you're calling us from?
I'm Benedict. I'm calling from Italy.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. I really want to thank you for the eye-opening you brought to us in Nigeria. Because I'm not a Biafran, but right from day one, I'll be following you. Because I used to educate people about this Biafra of things, as in the civilization it will bring to Africa, the benefits, everything. So I used to see some people argue about this Biafra of things. Some people are opposing it. But to my own view, I know that this Biafra of things is an eye-opening to Nigeria, not only Nigeria alone, but to Africa. Because we as a Nigeria in diaspora,
yes,
for bearing down in Nigeria. So this is an opportunity. I want to encourage everybody out there to support this.
But where are you from? Where are you from? What I want to ask you, where are you from? You say you're not a Biafran. Where are you from?
Okay, I'm half Delta, half Igbo. My father is Yoruba. So
okay, so you are Yoruba. You are Yoruba. We come from where our father comes from. So you are Yoruba. Yeah, you did well. Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, sir. So I want to encourage everybody out there not to neglect this movement. It's something that everybody should stick to, and you are a blessing. You are a blessing to us as in Nigeria. Yes, because sometimes before you say something, I used to argue a lot with many people out there. Even before I came to Italy, I used to argue with people out there, as in I used to tell them that you are doing a great job, that people they're supposed to support you with everything, directly or indirectly. They should support you and promote you, because this is what we have been waiting for. Yes, our forefathers they didn't do enough. They didn't do enough because we have been oppressed for too long. I don't know, because sometimes let's come to reality. When you see all these HAUSA people, let's say these Fulani people, it is when I traveled to the northern part of the Italy. It was then that I began to understand that we don't relate to these people in any form. As in, the food we eat, there's no place in this world where they call a country when you can't see the people that they don't relate with something, one thing or the other.
Yes.
But when you come to the reality, we are this Fulani. There's nothing, one single thing that I can pick up that we used to relate with them. So how will you call such type of a place a country? For crying out loud. There's nothing you can use to compare that. Yes, they look like more Nigeria. Even we look more Ghanaian more than the Fulani and all these Hausa people. We look similar like Ghanaians and all this thing, but the Hausa, we don't have anything similar at all. So the thing is killing. My head is just, I don't know. So I want to encourage everybody out there to support this movement. It is a great movement, and it is eye-opening. So are they waiting for our generation to pass out before they want to put load into our generation and with our unborn children? So we have to make this thing come to reality, even if we don't even benefit the separation, but let our children, we are fighting this fight for our children, our unborn children.
Of course.
So this is just it.
Thank you very much.
I will still keep encouraging people out there to support this movement, sir.
Of course, thank you very much, my dear brother. Thank you very, very much. I think when he started, he wanted to say, thank you very, very much, my dear brother. He wanted to say half Yoruba and half Igbo, but the mom is from the Delta part, from Igbo land. They put into Delta state, so to speak. So maybe I mistakenly said half Delta, half Igbo. I wanted to say half Delta, Igbo, and half Yoruba. I welcome that very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Myself, I have blood relatives who are Yoruba, for your information. I have blood relatives who are married to Yoruba people and vice versa. One thing I do know is that at the end of this very race, Yoruba, Oduduwa and Biafra will be one. At the end of this race, Oduduwa and Biafra will be one because we reason. Can you see how brave their young people were behaving yesterday in Abeokuta? Very, very brave because they have reason. They can reason, they can think. They now understand that Tinubu is their problem, that Obasanjo is their problem. All these people all over the place, they are their problems. Now they have realized they have woken up. Who is it down to? Radio Biafra, IPOB. Not all these gossip merchants. Everywhere they go, they are gossiping. They have not done anything. The reason why the zoo is collapsing today is because of these indigenous people of Biafra. Nobody else. So if you're calling your meeting and you want to call the entire village, that is your problem. The reason why you want to call a meeting is because of IPOB. Then focus on IPOB and call the meeting. It serves two purposes. It will tell the other people that it is only IPOB that got us to where we are today. Only IPOB that is doing the right thing because the rest are not doing anything. They're not doing nothing. Anybody can wake up tomorrow. I'm Biafra independent movement. Come and join me. Let's mix together. I'm Biafra liberation council, all that rubbish. You have done nothing. Cannot do anything. Did not defend our land. When the history of this very battle is written about, they will say, our children will ask their teachers in schools in years to come, teacher, who drove away Fulani from Edo State? They will say this is IPOB. Now you understand that? How will they remember you? People that you're asking us to go and meet, let us come together, join together. I'm asking you, what have they been able to do? I ask of you, what have they been able to accomplish? Absolutely nothing. You cannot start very well doing, let's say you're a mathematician. You cannot start very well and then you get the answer wrong. You say, oh, but you can see I started well, but I got the answer wrong. It doesn't make any sense. Makes no sense at all. People who were at the helm, who had the courage or who had the grace to stand up to mention Biafra from the beginning, why did you derail? Why did you derail? These are the questions they must answer themselves and stop trying to interfere with. Do you know the plans we have for the zoo? Everything we are doing is step by step. Let me tell people something they don't understand about our method and how we intend to grab out what we are doing. This parrot, the yapping yesterday, maybe I think Dangote Cement is hitting him very hard, so he needs more money. I think cement price has gone up to finish one of the hostels he's building. When such people speak, you listen to them. Are you not mad? That means you don't know what freedom fighting is. You have no idea what freedom fighting is all about. Accumulation of wealth, personal wealth, is not freedom fighting. It's not freedom fighting. When you have the guts to rise up to mention Biafra from the beginning, you should have remained consistent regardless of the circumstance you find yourself in. You should have remained consistent, not dancing about with politicians, not collecting money to put your culture, whoever in power as a governor, not to, these people, you people are mad, I'm telling you. You're not really serving. How many buildings did Mandela own? How many universities did Mandela build? How many people who are tormenting their oppressor is living with that oppressor in that land? 3 places: grave, prison, or exile. if you are leading any serious freedom fighting movement in the world, if you are serious as an Ambazonia president is in jail, the leader is in jail, his lieutenants and commanders, they are outside and they are fighting, they are battling every blessed day. What does that tell you about those who are relaxing in a mansion? Their swimming pool is almost Olympic size swimming pool, swinging around from side to side. They're telling you they're freedom fighters. We are freedom fighters, we are here, we are rubbish. Dining with your enemy. And you have time to listen to such fools. That is why all of you must be guarded in what you do. If you want to talk to IPOB, you talk to IPOB. Not telling me you want to bring this and bring that. And did those people cause you problems before? Is IPOB not the reason why you are calling for this meeting? Why add this and add that and add that and add that? During any negotiation anywhere in the world, you go to the lead movement, it is there in the United Kingdom submission, in their policy statement, in Canada, in the USA. The lead people struggling for Biafra is IPOB, no other person. Not your grandmother, your grandfather. You want to bring, of course, only if they are part of the family, of course. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please? Your name and where you are. The caller on the line, can you hear me? The caller on the line, can you hear me? This is Radio Biafra, can you hear me? Oh my goodness, the calls are so plenty. My goodness, the calls are too much. They are way too much. They are way too much. The calls are too much. The calls are plentiful. Very, very plenty, please. Take it easy. Very, very plenty. Oh my goodness. The caller on the line, can you hear me? Oh my goodness, the lines are jammed, you know. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you, please. Your name and where you're calling us from.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you. Your name. Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Sir, I want to tell you something.
Go ahead.
Which is bothering my mind.
What is that?
There's one I will tell you offline. I'm in Aba. I'm calling from my here. So what I wanted to tell you is that
you're not paying attention. You want to listen to your voice. You're very, very stupid. Very, very stupid and foolish. You want to listen to your voice. Is that the case? You want to hear your own voice. Is that the case? That's why you called us, to hear your voice, so you can tell your girlfriend or your woman that did you hear my voice on Radio Biafra? But he is one. Mad people everywhere. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please? Your name and where you are. The caller on the line, can you hear me? Your name and where you are, please.
Mazi, good morning. My name is Nnamdi, calling from Bremen, Germany.
From Bremen in Germany, please go ahead. We're listening.
Mazi, good morning. So let me just go straight to the point. I don't want to waste people's time because it's early in the morning. I have to give you a great thanks for all you have been doing for us. And I have two things just to bring into today's question and answer. And I will plead for you. So please, it may sound funny, but I just say you should look into it because it has been bothering my mind. Because it has been a long time I tried to put some things together. If we can go do some things in Nigeria in a very special way, but I said maybe if it comes into your hand, maybe it will go more easier and better. I was just thinking if it would be possible to arrange some musicians in Biafra land. So, and these musicians, if they can, I think the son of Fela, which is Shehu, if he can be contacted and with our own brothers, all of them that have been with us, to try to see if they can have connections with some foreign singers to just bring some songs together about the history of what is going on in Nigeria these days.
And why can't they put it down in a book? Why play it in a song? So we can be listening to music and making merry and not take things seriously. Fela, listen to me, listen. Fela was a philosopher. So also was Bob Marley. So also was Lucky Dube. So also was Sunil Kosim. If you, in case you don't know, go and listen to all their music. Go and listen to Fela, listen to Bob Marley, listen to Lucky Dube, listen to Sunil Kosim. They have put all their thoughts, all their thinking, ideology, and philosophy of liberation into music. All we do is that we go to a nightclub and we dance to it. After dancing, we go home and we rest and sleep. It needs to be put down on a book so you can read.
Okay.
You can read and you understand what is happening around you. Not music. We use music to praise God in heaven. We use music to remember people and all the rest of it. Apart from that, it serves no other purpose. If you want to philosophize, if you want to teach people, if you want to propagate an ideology of liberation, the best place to put it is in a written format, in a book. So those who are keen and interested can purchase and also read it. Thank you very, very much for your advice. Thank you for that. I have another caller on the line. This caller, can you hear me?
Thank you, my lord. My name is Chinedu. I'm calling you from Aba.
Chinedu from Aba. Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I have 3 suggestions that I want to make. Then I have one question. One of my suggestions is this, Mazi. I'm asking if you can introduce an online training for our coordinators. A special training for all our coordinators and IPOB
officers. Yes, I agree with you. I agree with you completely and totally.
Yes,
I agree with you.
That course will not be for briefing. It will be an online course. My suggestion to it is that they will even be given a certificate and they will take an exam. Because one time you told us that you are preparing writing a book. So before this book will come, what I am suggesting is that you will start up an online training class at least one time every week. All of them will get connected so that they should be. I want you to bring out the topic reason and the common sense. Bring out every courses that are inside the reason and common sense and teach them everything. I know that some of us know, but let us also go and hear. Part of those things that you wrote in a book, put it in that training for them, put an exam for them, let them write that exam, because many coordinators in some areas, sometimes due to pressure or due to certain challenges, they derail from they cannot withstand the strength of the test of time. So by the time you have these online classes with them, I think it will make them to be strong. That is my number 1 submission. My lord.
Hold on to number 2. Let me answer number 1, then you go to number 2. I did a training on your phone is on speaker. I did a training on Friday.
Okay.
On Friday, I have my certificate now. I did an online training on Friday. And everybody who is a commander on the ground is going to go to the same training. There is a training ongoing right now being arranged for all our finance officers. And I'm sure that Mazi Dozien, who runs IPOB on a day-to-day basis as the head of the Directorate of State, will also make sure that every coordinator gets trained. I think our media people, they go through training as well. So we must be training ourselves all the time. What you said is very, very important. We need to be undergoing training on a regular basis so that when you're reallocated to another position or relocated to another position, you don't start whining, grumbling, and looking for Janjaweed to sell our secrets to, or looking for where our money is so that you can grab it and run away. Thank you very much for that. Yes, your second one, please. And very, very quickly, because others are waiting. Very quickly.
Number 2, thank you. Yes, please, my lord. You know what? Apart from number 2, I will even go to number 3, but let me quickly go to number 2. Number 2 is this: because we are utilizing the resources in social media, which has also helped us. Because during the time of our Lord Ojubu, there was no social media. Now social media has come. But then another thing has come up again. I am asking, it's my personal suggestion. Can we tap into cryptocurrency as a method of payment?
No, not now, because we don't know what is happening to cryptocurrency. We do not know, not yet. We do not know, not yet. So when we are sure of that very means, then we can afford to be able to use it. And thank you very, very much for your call. Thank you very much for your call. We welcome it. Thank you very, very much. The caller on the line, can you hear me? Your name and where you're calling from?
Yes, my name is MNK Nnamdi. I'm calling from England.
MNK from England. Please go ahead and raise your voice for us, please. Raise your voice for us, if you may.
Okay. Okay, sir. So I just want to make a little bit suggestion.
Go ahead.
Is it not all right you asked Garba Shehu and Lai Mohammed where you placed Nyesom Wike?
Yes, because there is something about Africa and their sense of primitivity. And let me tell you one thing that people don't understand. Do you know why the End SARS protest collapsed? Because people said you cannot come from the east to Lagos to violently protest or to avenge the death of those that were murdered or slaughtered at Lekki Tollgate. In other words, you should have allowed it, since it is in Yoruba land, in Yoruba territory, you should have allowed Yorubas to deal with it. And that goes back to the heart of what I've been preaching to Africans from day one. We are tribal animals by nature, we Africans. We are always ethnocentric in our approach to things. If you know that somebody coming from the east to Lagos to protest violently against injustice is bad, why are we in the same one Nigeria? That is the question that some of them in Yoruba media working for Tinubu has not been able to answer. I'll give you another example as to why we are tribalistic. Do you know that Obasanjo came out yesterday to say he is not necessarily in support of Tinubu, but for the Africa Development Bank chairman, Adesanya, whatever his name is. You know, he's a dapper, he's a young man, he looks very bright, he looks very intelligent. If I believe in the zoo, which I don't, I will never believe in, he is the type of person that I may consider to even be a president. I don't mind. He looks very clean and neat. The Africa Development Bank chairman, he's Adesanya, he's a Yoruba chap. Yeah. But do you know that Obasanjo could not recommend any other young, vibrant leader from the East? There is Donald Duke. I remember the time during the first part of this useless rubbish they call dispensation in 1999 to heaven knows, was it 2011 or whatever. Donald Duke was doing very, very well. In Cross River State, people even suggested that he should be the president of Nigeria. But Obasanjo did not recommend him. This was a man that held political office in Cross River State and did exceptionally well. Obasanjo did not recommend him. Obasanjo recommended his own brother again. This is to tell you that people are very parochial, people are very tribal, people are very ethnocentric. They always gravitate towards their own people. That is why Nigeria can never stand. I don't know why people always want to argue foolishly about sustaining one Nigeria. Please go ahead.
Okay, one more thing I want to say, sir. I think our people should not take David Umahi's comment serious that Ibubago is not against ESN.
There is no Ibubago. If we see them, we eat them alive. Always if you think that you are doing Ibubago, come and people see you outside. You can do Ibubago inside the government house, 15 or 20 of them. You can do Ibubago maybe around the government building or whatever. Any day we catch of those idiots wearing those water uniform. Any day we catch them outside, they are finished. That their vehicle, we will turn it into our own. Watch and see what is going to happen to them. Let them come outside now and patrol. Let us see. Come on, like I said to Hope, if you say if anybody wants to doubt our resolve or say we are not doing anything, I want one single community to host Hope. One community. And go say that thing they want to see it. Some idiots are going about saying, oh, they are attacking their own people. These idiots were there when they came to my house to kill me. They didn't say anything. These bastards were there when they came to my house and killed 28 men. My father and my mother died as a result of it. My mother-in-law died as a result of it. These idiots never said anything. They were there when the same Nigeria police and army went on war and killed people. They said nothing. They were there when we were running for Trump, not even for Biafra in Igbocha, only for Trump. They were killing us with their snipers. Nobody said anything. Now the shoes in the other foot and now they're talking rubbish, thinking they can use emotional blackmail to get us. If you want peace in the land, you must set up an open, independent panel of inquiry with a South African white judge, not a black man. When you go to South Africa, you bring a white judge, a white man from South Africa, or white woman, a judge, to come to Biafra land and preside over the case of the slaughter of the innocent by the police and the army that nobody wants to talk about. People talk about unknown gunmen, unknown gunmen, unknown gunmen. I'm asking you, when unknown soldiers were killing people, what did you say? When Obasanjo sent unknown soldiers to go and kill the mother of Fela and Nicola Kuti, did you do anything? When they sent unknown parcel bomb to Delegiwa to kill him, did you say anything? Because anything that calls itself a Nigerian is a natural born hypocrite. And that is why the zoo is sinking and sinking very, very fast. Boko Haram is in fact, ISIS in West Africa, only 1 hour from Asorok. But they are deploying soldiers to Juku Bunker. There are soldiers near my house right now. They have come. The same with Juku Bunker, they have come. Any day they die, they start looking for who to blame. They are the ones looking for trouble. They have come. They are the ones shooting people dead in Owerri. None of you can talk about it now. Nobody can. That idiot, that hotel building, stinking, filthy looking idiot, a fool, complete fool. Did not even talk about the first year students shot dead by the army because they gave the idiot money. Our people must understand we are not going back, we're not going to stop. Let that heaven fall. It's only tear that will come out, not blood. For very many years they were killing us. Nobody was saying anything. They kept killing us. They went to MNK in broad daylight, DSS. When Fulani was attacking Nibo, also Wani, DSS did not go to stop them. DSS never blocked any Fulani, Janjaweed terrorists. Never. It's only us. They came to MNK to come and kill us because we are asking for freedom. The same thing that Azikiwe asked for, Awolo asked for, Tafawa Balewa asked for. Ahmadu Bello asked for, nobody killed them. That we are asking for, and you want to kill us, and you want us to fold our hands while you're killing us every day, and we keep writing it. That is why anything that they give us, they will receive it twice or double. They'll get it up. I said I will bury Ikonso with 2,000 heads of army and police, and it's going to happen. God punish them. Thank you very much for your call. The caller on the line, can you hear me? The caller on the line, can you hear me? No, they cannot hear me. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please? Your name and where you're calling us from, if you may.
Good morning, sir. Mazi.
Good morning to you.
My name is Mazi from India, Damange. I'm calling from the Republic of Ghana.
And where are you from? Your name sounds a bit of course. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes. Please go ahead.
Yes, yes, sir. In respect of our guest of this month, your broadcast, yes. You did mention about that you allowed, you've given them option to can declare the winner at the public place and the vote booths.
Yes.
Then I begin to ask question because if we can replicate what happened to Imo State, my state, what of after announcing the winner and they allowed the winner to run for 2 months or days as usual, they use their normal court order or court whatsoever to impose another person. What can we do to that?
They cannot, because they are not that foolish. Janjaweed are not that foolish. They have a few of them that can still reason. They are not that foolish. Once that person is publicly announced and duly elected as the governor of Anambra State, I'm not sure anybody is going to stop them or try to tamper with the result. But what we are telling them stands. We don't want anybody to announce any result in Abuja. It has to be, they must give guarantees. Or else they know what is coming. They know what is coming. They know what is coming. Thank you very much for your call. Thank you very, very much for your call. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please? Your name and where you are.
My
Great leader. May God bless you. May Chukwukabiyama be kind with you.
You say, thank you too. Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
My name is Obase. I'm from a place called Akeze, one of the smallest republic in Igbo land. I thank you so much for what you've been doing. I don't have much to say, but I said you should continue to hold them on the balls, on the scrotum that you're holding them.
Of course, we are not going to allow them to do anything. Absolutely nothing. They understand it. The Janjaweed understand the way we operate. We cannot allow them any breathing space until, if they want peace, give me a referendum. If you want peace, give me a referendum. If our people don't understand that, as I was responding to the previous caller and the useless hotel building shameless idiot somewhere in nowhere, one thing they must understand is this: we are doing everything we are doing incrementally. If what we are doing, if we had launched ESN, let's say last year, people will misunderstand us. There is a time for everything. Any action we're taking to dismantle the zoo must be guided by heaven itself. If we had introduced ESN in 2017, 2018, 2019, oh my God, people won't understand what we're doing. But now that we have done it, everybody have come to the realization that what we have done is good. So everything takes time.
Yeah.
When the time comes for us to cripple the economy of the zoo, we cripple it. That time hasn't come yet. Allow the people to feel the pain. Let them understand that Fulani never meant well for them. I want them to understand that Tinubu, Obasanjo, all these one Nigeria slaves that neo-colonialists are using do not mean well for them. When we get to that stage, then you sing the zoo. When the Avengers came before, Avengers came a little bit too early. That was why they stopped. They gave them money and they stopped. That is why cavorting with politicians is a very dangerous thing. I'm telling you the truth. That is why we can never honor this their useless meeting that they're calling us to come and do with them. We won't honor it.
Exactly.
You know the way look at what they did to Avengers, and today Avengers is dead. Avengers dead, and nothing was accomplished. Please go ahead.
Yeah. When anybody is talking about you colliding with other people for this struggle, you have to remind them to a man called Robert Sobukwe. Robert Sobukwe was one of the stalwart of ANC during their liberation struggle in South Africa. He left ANC because there was ideological differences between him and Nelson Mandela and Walter Sisulu. He said that the ANC has to be made up of only black people of Africa, so that they will take the glory when they have the
freedom. You mean Walter Sisulu? Yes.
No, Walter Sisulu, Mangoliso, Sobukwe, and Nelson Mandela and Walter Sisulu was in one argument, in one side of the argument.
Yes.
So Mangoliso is saying that the ANC has to be made up of only black African people, no Indian, no white, no Jew, nobody. So that when they get this freedom, they will be proud to say that they get the freedom. Then Nelson Mandela said no, that we Europeans have been here for centuries. So if there is any European that is genuine, they can absorb them in ANC, both Indians and Pakistanis. So this was why Robert Sobukwe left ANC. He was one of the leading stalwarts of ANC, just like Edozie is to you today. He left ANC, but he left ANC and formed a political movement called PAC, Pan-African Congress of Tanzania. But one day, he never attacked ANC. He continued to attack the apartheid regime that was that they were targeting. So he never said anything against Walter Sisulu or Mandela or other liberation struggle leaders. But he focused on the apartheid regime with his new movement with other people that left ANC at the time. So what I'm saying is that when people are saying come to meeting, come and join, you have the opportunity as well to focus your energy on the Fulani whom we are fighting against. We don't have to be with anybody in order to achieve what we are looking for. We already know in IPOB that we will achieve it by the grace of God. So anybody coming and say, come and follow, come and join, you have to remind them that man, Robert Sobukwe, his party is still in South Africa till today. You know, ANC is still there. So, and they are still in different ideological movement in politics today. So that is what I want to say. Then again, there's somebody who made a comment last time. We are hearing a rumor of Vaclav from Serbia.
That is Vaclav. The Vaclav must be afraid of Nnamdi Kanu.
Yeah.
Should be afraid.
Vaclav is somebody. Some of us already know his profile for a very long time, but we know a lot of things are going on. A lot of things are going on in your head. We know that because of some of us who has been outside and who has been on the street movement as well. We know what these people are capable of doing because of their money. We know that they have been pushing hand everywhere, to terminate whatever is going on. But the only thing is that we will be praying, and now we ask you to take personal precaution as well.
Of course, it's only I have been taking precaution for very many years. It didn't start today.
Yes,
they came to my house to kill me. They surrounded my house, and they couldn't kill me. Is it one wretched Caucasian that will? Who is the idiot? Who is the idiot? Where I am, if they see any white person around that very place, they'll kill the idiot. So let him come. Who is the fool? What stupid Vaclav. So thank you very much, my dear brother. Thank you very much. I have another caller on the line. This caller, can you hear me? Your name and where you are, please, if you may. The caller on the line, can you hear me? No, they cannot hear me. The caller on the line, can you hear me? The calls are too, oh my God, the calls are too much. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please?
Yes, my lord.
Please.
Mazi, they are paying people 50,000 naira to come online and agitate that Nigeria is fixable. That is what is going on now. They are paying 50,000 naira to people. Somebody collected their money and ran away. They gave out their money. The guy ran away with the money. So there is another one Yoruba boy that they gave 150,000. His name, he said he's doing Niger Life Matter. So he collected the money. The guy gave me the profile of the boy and the information of what he used to deliver the money to them. IPOB, we work with fast and figures. I have the fast and we post it online. What they are doing. Where thunder fire them is that the Fulani that will do the work don't know how to do English. They don't know anything. They cannot do anything online. So that is where thunder fire them in that angle. And now they come to Biafra land looking for 50,000 naira to share people to go online. To tell people that Nigeria is fixable. Nigeria is not fixable.
My dear brother, you made me laugh this morning, honestly. They are paying the 50,000 naira. Zoological Republic. The caller on the line, can you hear me? The caller on the line, can you hear me? The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Hello, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you. Please, your name and where you're calling us from, if you may.
My name is Mazi Nnamdi David. I'm calling from Thailand.
From Thailand, please go ahead.
Yeah, sir. I want to ask a question, sir. Now the Janjaweed Zoological Republic of the Zoo is disturbing us through this from their agent, Mark Zuckerberg. Last time, there was a time we talked about our own application and how to start using our own application. So I want to know what we are doing to get our own application so we can leave this their devilish Facebook for them and for us to broadcast on our own platform where we can be
We have gone very far in that. We have gone very, very far. Simon has briefed me on the progress we are making, including my secretary, and we are making a whole lot of progress. The Android is ready, but we are waiting for the iOS to be completed. You know that security is key. When you are launching such a project, you don't even want your enemies to know where it's being hosted and what is happening, because they'll go and simply buy over the company. It's happened to us before. Nigeria bought over Satlink before in Israel. I went to Israel, I went to Tel Aviv, and I signed a contract with Satlink, Israeli satellite provider, to be carrying our signal on Amos 5 satellite. And lo and behold, the Nigerian government went and bought over the company for $28 million. Bought over a company in America. That American company now took over Satlink. The first thing they did was to write to me. They emailed me and said, "Oh, please, can you bring your contract that we have with you?" Oh, why don't you change your... They asked me to change my tone, how I preach and how I castigate Nigeria. I still have the email. And I told the woman, with all due respect, go to hell. And that was how we left Starlink. And now moved to the new people that we're with. That tells you what we are. People don't understand the enormity. Look at now, the people 50,000 naira to go online and be writing, Nigeria can be salvaged. Nigeria is free, because they know, everybody knows, even ant on the ground knows that the zoo is not fixable. But that is black people for you. After all, it takes a black man to colonize and enslave another black man. That's where we are. Thank you very much for your call. Thank you very, very much. I have another caller on the line. This caller, can you hear me? Your name and where you are, please. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you. Your name and where you're calling us from.
My name is Uchenna Ibe. I'm calling from Houston, Texas.
From Houston in Texas. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I want to thank you and appreciate you for a wonderful work, sir. My question on this one, not really a question, it's advice kind of, we've spoken before on this issue. They keep scaring us with what will happen when Biafra is restored in terms of using South Sudan as a reference. My question on that advice is, what do we need to do? We need to do everything possible to make sure we do not fight each other,
Who is going to fight us? If the zoo army and police cannot fight us openly, who is the idiot that will try to fight us? Who is the idiot? Is it because we're keeping quiet? If I want all these idiots there, I'll give the order to there by tomorrow, they'll all be massacred. Who is the idiot that's going to start a civil war in Biafra land when Biafra comes? Who is the bagger? I ask you. Who is the idiot? Or you think that making one 10-minute video sitting on your balcony entitles you to let him bring out his army? Let us see. Let the idiot bring out his army. Let's see. Is it because we're keeping quiet? And if you fight a civil war, then so what? Did America not fight a civil war? America fought Britain, became free from Britain, the same greatest country on this earth. USA fought a civil war. Then so what? I ask, if we have to fight a war. If they bring it to us, we'll fight it. Thank you very much. But asking Ohaneze, asking IPOB, this great family that is responsible for destroying the zoo, you invite us, you invite all these other cockroaches, you are dreaming. They are mad people. The caller on the line, can you hear me? What is your name and where are you calling from? He is not paying attention. He is listening to his own voice as usual. And Miss UG, we hardly ever listen. The caller on the line, can you hear me? The caller on the line, can you hear me? They cannot hear me. They are busy as always, waiting and hoping to hear their own voice. The caller on the line, can you hear me? Good morning to you, please. Your name and where you're calling from?
My name is Emmanuel. I'm calling from Akwa Ibom, Biafra land.
Akwa Ibom is doing me proud. I'm telling you, I am so proud of Akwa Ibom. I'm so proud. The land of Philip Effiong. So proud, I'm telling you. So proud of the men there. So proud of them. Please go ahead.
Mazi, please, I have something to contribute.
Go ahead.
We in Akwa Ibom here, we have been misused so much that so many people are ignorant of this very movement. Not because of anything, because of our leaders, our wicked leaders, because they are not leaders, they are bloodsuckers. If you notice that we have oil in our town here, we are the most oppressed people, that even in our parastatals, in our local government, you find nothing than Fulani working in our government. Are you serious? Are you serious? I'm telling you. And what I notice is that the command you give is not being effectively working in Akwa Ibom. Like the land grazing of a thing. If you go to Idoro Road in Akwa Ibom here, you will see cattle running everywhere. You go to Aka Etinan, down to Aka Road, you will see checkpoints everywhere. But Mazi, that is not the case this morning. The case is that we have some resolute ones that is determined to join ESN. We don't have the direct link now to join. And the boys here, including me, we are ready to die for anything to bring Biafra, our country, because of there is a question I asked my dad ever since I've started following you. since 2019. You said, go and ask your parents, where are you from? Who is your indigenous? Where is your indigenous home? And now I went to my father and asked him, you're about 50-something years old, like you told me. Okay, now you are from Nigeria. Where was your father from? My father cannot give me that answer up to date. Imagine, I have been tracing my roots because of the lectures I've been getting from you. Believe me, man, I am from Biafra land, and nobody can doubt me that. As in, no one can tell me that I am not from Biafra. This zoological republic, I am tired of this country. I am going to contribute any quarter to end this country, because this is not a country. This is a zoo, and I want to be in this zoo. This Mazi, what I want is that I would like a link that can direct us, because of we like my friends that is also determined like me, that really wants to join ESN. We need a link to join ESN to defend our father's land, because this is our mother's land, and we need to defend it with all we have.
We are going to, I will send you a link right after this very program, and you'll be contacted on the ground. You have spoken very gallantly, and as I keep saying to our people all the time, they keep talking about what I said. No, the closest relatives the Igbo people have is Ibibio. As I have said time and time again, when the white man came, they could not distinguish between Ibibio and Igbo. It's because of Ibibio, that was why they named Igbo people Igbo, IBO. Because the white man said that Ibibio and Igbo are the same people. And as I'm talking to you now, I want you to take this thing back again to your father and let your father understand one simple fact. The same thing that the Fulani Janjaweed are doing today did to them during the war. They will dress their people up. Janjaweed dress them up in Biafran army uniform. They will go, Britain taught them to do this. They will go and commit atrocities that people may say it is Biafran soldiers that are killing them. Why it is not Biafran soldiers? It is Fulani Janjaweed killing them. This is the thing that our people must understand. This is the thing that they must understand. Now, let me read this thing for you so you understand. Are you Anan? Are you Ibibio? Where are you from? Oron, where are you from?
I'm from Ibibio. I'm from Ibibio.
Now, listen. As I'm talking to you right now, my dear brother, I have gone online. As I'm talking to you now, you know I can multitask. As I'm talking to the whole world, yes. I'm also typing. People don't know this. I can multitask very well. Now, listen very carefully. I am reading to you a Wikipedia entry of Ibibio people, that every Ibibio listening right now may understand this. And after reading this, our people will indulge me, please. I will also read the one for Efik. I will read the one for Ijo, so that people can understand. I have not written this thing. These are things that are written independently and verified by other people. Now listen very, very carefully to what I have to say. The Ibibio people are a coastal people in southern Nigeria. They are mostly found in Akwa Ibom, Cross River, and on the eastern part of Abia. Ibibio people are in Abia State. Are you listening? Abreba, precisely. It is here. It is here. Not me writing it. It is here. Abreba, that is part and parcel and core Igbo land, is also Ibibio. People don't know this, but I'm telling you. Now, let us continue. Do you know what they said? They said Ibibio people are related to Anan Igbo. Is here. And Efik people. Which means we are all one people. Forget about the differences in language and all the rest of it. If somebody, if Ada baby, Ada Nsuka, that I cherish so much, if Ada Nsuka goes into Nsuka dialect, I will not understand what she's saying. I will not hear one single word. If I go into proper Ibeko dialect, nobody can understand what I'm saying. They are all Igbo language. People must. It is saying, who are the people? Who are Ibibio people? Ibibio people are found in Akwa Ibom, in Cross River, and in Abia State. They are related to Anan Igbo and Efik people.
Very correct.
Child. We are all one people. They want to divide us, but they can never succeed.
I have found it myself, like my village where I come from, we boundary with Oruchuku.
Okay.
Okay. Boundary with all people, and we have been very close in tradition. Mazi, please, I would like to contribute something.
Please go ahead.
I will ask this as a request also. If you can host a class to lecture just Akwa Ibom people, because of why I come to realize that we have so many ignorance people around the state here. People don't understand what we are doing on ground. Like, we have been following all your brokers from day one, even from where I did not even join till date. I have been following up, and I can be very proud that I am well educated on what you have been teaching, because of with the fact and figures you have been giving to people when you are always online. Man, I am happy, and what I will say that may the Almighty God strengthen you more, give you the grace, the knowledge, the wisdom to deliver us, because I know you will do. When they say that people are sent by God, I do not believe it. You are the one that have proven to me that, man, I don't have to that people are sent by God. You are the number one example, and I will say that God will always strengthen you. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, I don't have more.
I'm going to call you. I will have this conversation with you in a short while.
I want to join that. It will be possible to stop.
I have now gone to EFIC. You say, thank you very much, my dear brother. My dear brother, please stay on the line. Stay where you are. I'm coming now. Gone back to you. Stay where you are. I'm coming back to you. My dear brother, please stay. Please, those of you who are online now, to go. My dear brother, please stay on the line. Stay where you are. I'm coming back to you. Stay where you are. I'm coming back to you. Just give me some time. I want to clarify something. Stay where you are. Stay where you are, please. I want to clarify something. Stay where you are. I want our people, please, those of you who are online now, to go and Google EFIC people. Go to Google and you write EFIC people on Google. Write it and join me as we educate our people. I told you that all of us are from Anambra State. That is what I said before. I said we are all from Anambra State to start with. Even Arochukwu that you're seeing. Everybody's from Anambra State. When I say that we are all Igbo people, people say, Igbo man, you want to colonize us, you want to go back. I want them to understand, not from me, because everything here has been verified, and I want to read for you. EFIC people. Our dear brother called us now from Akwa Ibom, Ibibio land. I now want to bring to the attention of the whole world. I want mankind to understand what I am saying this very morning about EFIC people. Listen, open your ears, and I read. The EFIC are an ethnic group located primarily in southern Nigeria, in the southern part of Cross River State. Now listen, the EFIC speak the EFIC language, which is a Benue-Congo language of the Cross River family, including Igbo, of course, but they didn't add it here. Now listen. Listen carefully, please. EFIC oral histories tell of migration down the Cross River from Arochukwu. These people from Arochukwu founded numerous settlements in the Calabar and the Creek Town area. People from Arochukwu are EFIC people. The day you see that pig in the creek, and all those idiots yapping their mouth, we are a job is separate from this. I will destroy you with historical facts and figures. It is here. Those that founded EFIC people are from Arochukwu. EFIC, it is here. The Nzuzu people without brain. You will be there, a white man, and not even a white man. Somebody will come from Kotangora to come and tell you that your own brother is not your own brother. Where is Lai Limoke from? Where is he from? Donald Duke, where is he from? I don't know to Igbo people of Cross River State. I don't know to Igbo. It is here. EFIC, oh. Including the Obong of Calabar. EFIC, it is here. It is here, oh. They think you don't know I do my research before I say anything.
Everything I tell you is 100% correct. You see Efiko, you see Ibibio, you see Anango, you see Igbo. All one people. All one people. It is here. People migrated from Arochukwu the same way idiots like Wike is saying that Ikwele is not Igbo. Because that is who we are. Autonomous community. The only people with autonomous community in the whole world. Gospel from heaven. People say, Igbo nation, leave a fake. You claim you are an intellectual. Simple to do research and ask yourself, why is Nnamdi Kanu insisting that he's going to go with a fig, with a bibio, with Anan, with a joke? You have not done that research. If you do the research, my dear brother or sister, you will come to the same conclusion. It is here, it is written. A fig you're hearing, open of Calaban, a fig this, a fig that. We are the same people. There are people from Arochukwu. Migration. We started migrating when Elohim said we should live. I have preached this thing so many times. They don't want to listen. The Biafra you have today are made up of three people. Three distinct groups of people. One are the Bijango people. The very old people. Those that know, that gave the world palm oil processing, how to process palm oil. The Bijango people, very, very old, the oldest people on the face of this earth. Ndibo, old people. They were in our land. The first wave came from Egypt when the movement towards the Holy Land, when Elohim called his children, to go to Holy Land, some decided to migrate. You know, we are very stubborn people. You know, it's normal. They missed the road and started coming. They came through Sudan. They came through the western axis of Mali. They came via Yoruba land, which is including, because Yoruba Empire is even up to Benin Republic, and they came and settled in Igbo land. Second wave, the third wave came from the Holy Land itself, after the Assyrian army invaded and collapsed it. And that is the part of Israel where I stay in. Anytime I go there, you know, the funniest thing is that the earth, the sand there is also red. They have our Georgia, red sand. That's what they have there. In a place called Harish, in Israel, the sand is red, like the sand you have in my village. They came from there. That is the calling of the house of Ephraim and Benjamin. There's something I don't want to tell you about Biafra yet, because I want your brains to develop before I tell you that very story. The calling of the house of Ephraim. And they started traveling, and they went to the Afar region of Ethiopia. They sojourned there for very many years. They started their migration. They went through Rwanda. They went through Congo. They went through Gabon. They went through Cameroon. And they crossed the Omambala River. And before they crossed the river at Omambala, stones fell from heaven and gave them steps through which they stepped on to cross. And once they crossed, Chukwu Kikabiama said that this is the land I'm giving to you. Those are the three people there that made up our land. And from there, Oweri came about. From there, Arochukwu, the priestly clan, our own house of Levi, Arochukwu, their job is to pray to God, and that is their name, Arochukwu. That is where you have where the light of God shines upon the children of men. The light of God shining upon the sons of men in Arochukwu. From that same Arochukwu, they continued their journey, and they founded the great Efik nation that you have. My God in heaven, only if our people knew their history, who they are, because they understand that the only way that the Sultan can control oil wells in Bayelsa is by dividing us. Everybody from a Jaw land, you are from Arochukwu. A Zon is Arochukwu. A Fik is Arochukwu. Fact. And you know, we are doing, do any of you know we're doing our DNA sequencing now of all these people? to bring it conclusively to the table that we are all one people. We are going to shock the whole world. Just forget all this nonsense. We are calling the meeting. ESN is coming to a meeting. We want to call MASOP. How many are there in MASOP? Are they up to 50? Let them come out and march. I am not in Biafra land. If I give the order for people to come out on the streets, my Lord God in heaven, I'm sure you know what the result will be. Idiot, busy buying rod and cement and molding block. You refer to such a person as a freedom fighter? That means you don't even know what freedom fighting means. You have no idea. Let us go back to our line. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please? Your name and where you're calling us from, if you may. I have a caller on the line. This caller, can you hear me? No, they cannot hear me. They cannot hear me. Let us go and take this one. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Please, your name and where you're calling us from, if you may.
Yeah, my name is Ebedemi. I'm calling from New York.
Sorry, what is your name? What's your name?
My name, I'm an Oduduwa lady. My name is Abidemi. I'm calling from New York.
Thank you very much. You're welcome. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, for your great job. Thank you for opening our eyes. Thank you for letting us know that we have been sleeping. And I would like to say one thing. The Yoruba race, the 21st century Yorubas have woken up. Obasanjo is not speaking for us. The old Afenifere, they are not speaking for us. But Adesoya is not speaking for us. And nobody, they are not speaking for us. We, the Yoruba youth, we have risen. And let them say whatever they want to say. Yoruba nation has come to stay. We have come to stay. We are not going to let them dictate our future for us anymore.
Wonderful.
So we've told them, and the Yoruba, we are doing our agitation right now, which is the next stage that we are right now, and we've told them no governor of any kind can stop us from agitating. Any day because we heard the news that they want to start a lockdown in Yoruba states, and because of the rally we are doing, and we've told them any day they are going to start the lockdown, that is when we, the Yoruba, are going to go to whichever state to do our rally, and they cannot stop us.
Amazing.
So we, the Yoruba people, we don't support whatever all these big fools are doing. They are not our voices anymore. We reject them in total, and they cannot speak for us no more.
Wonderful.
And we, the Yoruba, we stand for a Yoruba nation. And we, Yoruba people, if you look at our history very well, you will know that we have so many things to do with the Igbos, the Biafrans.
Of course.
They are like our brothers from another mother.
Of course.
We have everything in common. Our education, everything is together.
Yes.
So these people cannot speak for us. They cannot tell us what to do at this stage of our life. There's an adage that says that the children are the futures of tomorrow.
Yes.
But we have realized that our elders decided to be the futures of tomorrow. When they say these days, it's the adage that says that when a young man, what a young man sees clamping an iroko tree, that an elder sees sitting on whatever. No, it doesn't work these days anymore. This is the jet age.
Yes.
This is the jet age. We will tell them what to do. They don't have the right to tell us what to do.
I agree.
We are the leader.
Yes.
We want to take the leadership away from them. And I'm using this opportunity to tell Tinubu in Lagos. We are bringing the rally down to Lagos. Tinubu and his so-called slaves called Oluomo of Oshodi or whatever. He's saying that Yoruba nation should not come to Lagos. We are telling them we, the Yoruba youth, are coming to Lagos, and nothing will happen. Any state that they shoot anybody and we have any casualty, that state is going down.
Wonderful.
That is it.
Hey,
it's
hallelujah.
Going down.
Hallelujah.
It's going down. That is the spirit of a Yoruba. And all those Fulani that came to Ekitupupa, we have given them 14 days. If they don't go back, there will be fire in Ekiti State. And all those stupid leaders, the governors that are so corrupt, because of their corruption, they cannot speak. All the obas, these people are crazy. We the youth, we have risen, and we don't care. They should not support us. If you don't want to support us, don't talk. But when you talk and you're not supporting us, then you're going down. We are done with all this shit they are doing. They are all going down. We are going to start cleaning from the top. We don't give a fuck about all these stupid leaders that corruption has eaten into their deep brain and they cannot reason anymore. Our people cannot be killed in the farm, and you people say they took people to the police station, and what they did is they lock up the people that took Wakili to police station. What kind of country is that? Double standard. We don't want it anymore. We don't. Yoruba Nation is coming, and Yoruba Nation has come to stay.
Wonderful. I'm very, very grateful to you, my dear sister. I am amazed. I can't say I'm amazed, because what is happening now is what we knew would happen. And for hotel builder, that is something that IPOB has been able to do, to wake everybody up. People are now listening. Even Hausa is listening also in the zoo. I have them communicating with me. Hausa people are communicating with me, telling me how they are grateful that we have opened their eyes. Our brother that called from Akwa Ibom, you can hear what he was saying. He listened to Radio Biafra and went and asked his father a question. The father has not answered him since 2019 till now. The father has not answered that very question. Yet to answer it. We are, as I said, some of you don't know this. I said there are 3 people that make up the Biafra nation. The original aborigines of the land, the ancient people. Ndibo. The first wave of the migration, and I told you that they passed through Yoruba land. That's what I said. They passed through Yoruba land. I am going to shock you. There are people in Yoruba land that answer the same surname with the same meaning as some of us in Igbo land. You don't know this, but one day I will reveal it. And now they have realized that their problem is Obasanjo and Tinubu and all the rest of them, these corrupt people. Allow my 8 years to finish, talking rubbish every blessed day. We are the people. We determine what happens. If in the future Biafra votes to be in the same nation with Oduduwa, that is your business, that is your prerogative. I am not the people. The people will speak. But I'm saying that what unites us is very, very deep. Every time you hear, if you ask them, what is your, classify Yoruba language, say it belongs to the Niger-Congo family. Efik, Niger-Congo family. Igbo, Niger-Congo family. It tells you something. Just do your research. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please? I want to know if you can hear me. Good morning to you. Your name and where you're calling from? Hey, it wasn't showing, the line wasn't coming up. You cannot place calls. This is terrible. Absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible place. Do bear with me. Absolutely terrible. I have a caller on the line. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
My name is Chijo Kepasi from Mafia in Biafra land. Yes. Hello? Chijo Kepasi from Mafia in Biafra land. Chijo Kebasi from Ohafia. Chijo Kebasi from Ohafia in Biafra land.
Yes, please go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead, please. And where are you calling from?
Ohafia in Biafra land. Chijo Kebasi.
Please go ahead.
Okay, what I want to say is that the Fulani are trying to use the strategy which Frederick Lucifer used, which is this warrant chiefs. Warrant chiefs, you know, when Lugan could not conquer the Igbos.
Give me your name, please. I'm sorry to bring you back. Give me your name again, please. Your name again?
Chijo Kebasi.
Basi.
Yes, sir.
Do you know the answer Basi in Akwa Ibom and in Cross River?
Of course I know.
Is your name Basi for real or you're joking?
No, my surname is Basi, my grandfather's name.
And where are you from?
Ohafia
You know, it's the same. That is something. Your surname is Bassi.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Hey, please go ahead. It's for the Fulefus to hear. We want Igbo nation only. Igbo nation only. Come and see your brother answering Bassi. Maybe you will deport him to Akwa Ibom or to Cross River. And it's from Ohafia. Please go ahead.
You know this Ohafia is doing the reason why they called Ohafia is because when these were people that were coming from a journey, so they settled in a forest. So when people were passing, when they see them, they say that these people, as in Oha means a group of people. Then Ohafia means forest. That's Ohafia. That is group of people living in a forest. That is where they got the name.
And let me tell you your history also. Ohafia people came from Ahaba, Asaba, present day Asaba, the so-called Delta State. Ohafia migrated from Ahaba, which is the capital of Delta State, Asaba. That's where they came from.
Yes.
They came and they passed through Ibeku. That is why Ibeku cannot fight Ohafia people. Ohafia cannot levy war on Ibeku forever and ever. It was a blood covenant, a blood oath, taken at a place called Odedanyawo, the present-day Umuahia North Local Government Area Headquarters. Ibeku people gave Ohafia people land there to stay before they moved to where they are today, into the bushes and the forests, adjoining Arochukwu. So that the people must understand this. So half people can even claim that they are not Igbo, they are from Niger Delta, if they want to, because that's where Zu alumni, God forbid. Please go ahead.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that the introduction of warrant chiefs during Lugard was to conquer the Igbos, because the Igbos were not receiving order from any king because we had no kings.
That is true.
And if you look at the Fulani now, this is the same strategy they are using by bringing warrant slaves in the name of Eastern governors so that we can take orders from them.
Warrant governors, you mean? I've heard a new one today. Yes. Warrant governors. Yes. Before it was warrant chiefs. With the likes of the Pampas wearing Serekiri Fulani of Imo State, is now warrant governors that we have.
Yes. Now, they say that once they impose somebody on us, somebody who can give orders, if they can control that person, they can control us. So I'm suggesting that our strategy should be on how to take away this blockage in the name of warrant governors or warrant slaves. Now, there is this question I want to ask. You know, we are in a democratic regime where fundamental human rights are recognized even by the United Nations. Now, I want to ask, is there no provisions made in the international court where we can sue the 1914 amalgamation? Because this amalgamation was not from the consent of the people. The people were not consulted. And that is a violation of human rights, a violation of a right to association, to belong where you want to or where you don't want to. Is there no provision made in the international court to sue this 1914 amalgamation?
There is provision, but you cannot sue them because there is a statute of limitation on it. That's number one. And number two, the court, you are going to also have colonies in Africa as well. So it's not going to all go well. But we are doing things. It's not everything that we are doing that we're going to reveal. But we are making immense progress. Immense progress. We are making immense progress, I can assure you. And thank you very much for your enlightening call. I'm so happy. I'm in love with your surname. That somebody from Ohafia is Bassi. I'm so happy and I'm delighted.
See, listen, it's not only my family. There are many of them that is in Ohafia that is answering this Bassi as his surname. It's not only my family.
So what we are going to do is there's one experiment we're going to do. We are going to send you to an IBBO meeting or an AFIC meeting. And you go there where they'll be talking rubbish about Igbo this, Igbo that. And then you will stand up and introduce yourself as Mr. Bassi. After speaking, you say you're Igbo. I want to see their faces. I will pay anything to see their faces after that. Thank you very much. Gigi, okay, thank you very, very much.
I think the notice about the Nigerian military in Ariara Junction, where they situated their camp. They use this cement bank to build a fortress. If you don't raise up your hand, you can't pass from there. They've been embarrassing people a lot in Ariara.
No, don't worry about that. They know their end is coming. It's only a matter of time. They know that. Then it's inevitable. The angels will find them.
and send them to Elohim for proper judgment. Thank you very much for your call, my dear brother. Hey, this morning, our sister, all of you that contributed this morning to making this program what it is, I commend. The calls are plentiful, very, very plentiful, I tell you. Many people are still calling us, but I'm sure I'll be back again live in the evening in 2 days' time, and then the other 2 days I'll be live. I will also try and make sure that I will also make sure that we are live every 2 days, as I promised you, because the zoo is collapsing, and we have collapsed it completely and totally. I thank all of you this very morning for joining us. It's been interruption after interruption. People trying to meet with me, but I shall see them very, very shortly. I thank all of you for listening. Once again, from me, from here, in 2 days' time, we're going to reconvene 7 p.m. in the evening. It is good morning.
Good morning, wonderful people, great dear friends, wherever you are. This very day, the 7th day of May, in the year of our Most High Elohim, 2021. The time now is 6 minutes past the top of the hour, regardless of where you are. In the blessed land of Biafra, it is 6 minutes past 7 in the morning, and the same number of minutes, regardless of where you are domiciled. I welcome each and every one of you. Today is our very special Q&A session, question and answer session. Now we may be able to clear some of the cobwebs, that we may be able to bring you up to date and up to speed, to allow the world to hear your voice, to allow humanity to appreciate the depth of the difficulties that people encounter in the damnable zoological republic, but above all, to make sure that we are united, all one people, in pursuit of this very noble dream of Biafran sovereignty in our time. My name is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of IPOB all over the world. I am the director of Radio Biafra Television, and by the very special grace of the Most High Elohim, a servant of the wonderful people of Biafra. I therefore say to all of you, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to some of you, because I know right across the surface of this very planet Earth, people are listening to us this very morning, not minding the impromptu announcement of this very program. The whole world is listening, and this very gospel must be preached. As I welcome you, please bring other people along with you. You must share the links. As always, we are simulcasting on multiple platforms. We are on FM in Biafra land, on FM in parts of Lagos. We are on FM in also parts of the damnable, Janjaweed, damnable Zoological Republic. If you are able to listen to us via FM, all well and good. We are also on satellite. Radio Biafra transmission is aired on satellite. We are on Biafra Television. Darlington reminded me we are also on Biafra Television, which is also on Facebook and also on YouTube. We are on University of Radio Biafra on YouTube. Precisely, that is our official anchor, University of Radio Biafra on YouTube. We're there. We are on IPOB Community Radio. We are on Instagram. We are on Twitter. We are everywhere. If you wish to listen to us, I believe that we are also on TuneIn. We are on Garden Radio. We are on Simple Radio. We are on Sweet Radio. However means or way you choose to listen to us, you should be able to do so. The whole world is listening. Everywhere you go to right now, people are listening, not just on social media, but via other means as well. I welcome each and every one of you this very morning. Before we proceed to open our lines, I have a few things to say, but before that, even we have to pray and pray very, very briefly that Elohim may come to take charge as always, that the God Almighty in heaven, whom we serve, adore, and praise, may be able to come down, or should I say, give his angels instruction to stand guard over us, sons of men. Is there anyone in a Chineke nke pụrụ ihe niile Chukwu okike abịa n'ụdị n'igwe? Onye onye bụ naanị ya ka mmụọ na mmadụ na-akpụ isi ala nye, onye ndị mmụọ ozi na-efe, onye mbara igwe na-egosi ọlụ aka ya, onye kpakpando na anyanwụ na ọnwa na-akpụ isi ala nye, onye oke ofufe na-asọpụrụ, onye ebuli mmiri na-aṅa ntị n'olu ya, na nke bụrụ dị ngọzi nọrọ mgbe ebighị ebi. Ọ bụ eji ama ka anyị na-aja gị otuto, ka anyị na-eto gị nsọpụrụ, ka anyị na-asọpụrụ gị. Onye ọ bụ naanị ya na-achị, ihe na-ekere eke bụ nke gị, mmụọ na mmadụ bụ naanị gị kere ha n'oyiyi gị, nna nke bụrụ dị ngọzi. Chineke n'ezi ebube, onye ime eluigwe, onye ọ bụ naanị ya bụ onye mbụ na onye ikpetamazụ, onye na-epụrụ ndị ihu ya na-epụrụ ha azụ, onye ọ bụ naanị ya kpebiri n'obodo ekwensu bụ zuu ga-ada, wee na-ada n'ịrụ ọkụ n'ụbọchị nke taa. Eze ndị nsọ, o nweghị ka o si were ha anyị n'ọnụ, kama ọ bụ ka anyị wee nye vektora nsọpụrụ na iji ama, n'ihi na mgbe niile n'ime ndụ anyị na nke bụ ọ bụ naanị ka anyị erubere isi wee na-akpụ isi ala. Anyị anaghị efe arụsị, anyị anaghị efe arụsị apịrị apị, anyị anaghị efe anụkpa ahụ mmadụ, nna nke bụ ọ bụ naanị ka anyị na-akpụ isi ala nye. Anyị na-asị gị na otuto nsọpụrụ ịja mma site n'obighị ebi ma ọ bụ n'ebighị ka anyị na-arịọ gị. Ise, I prayed in the language of heaven, the oldest language known to man. Before we open our lines this very morning, I am going to ask you to please do bear with me. I have a few things to say, a few announcements to make, so to speak, and then we shall proceed. But first of all, there was something that I tweeted yesterday, which I'm sure that most of you must have become accustomed to. Something I said very many years ago. I said it in the year 2015 when I was addressing the World Igbo Congress in Los Angeles in California in the United States of America. I made it very known to them. In fact, this very morning I'm asking Somto and all the rest of them, Amanachi, all of you, go and find that very clip of my address to World Igbo Congress in 2015 and simply cut out the area where I said in no uncertain terms, very categorically in my assertion, that the Fulani Janjaweed are coming. I said it in that very program. I said it very clearly that their coming is only a matter of time. Go and look for that clip and cut it out and make sure it goes viral. Make sure it is everywhere, because everything happening in the zoo today, I prophesied about it very, very many years ago. And I wanted to go and cut it out because there was a headline that was published yesterday: Abuja schools shut down as truckload of bandits arrive in border towns. Schools are shutting down in Abuja, as we told them. Everything that happened to Biafra during the war must happen to all of them in the zoo. Today, schools are shutting down the same way they shut down our schools during the war. These are the things that people must understand, that begin to come to terms with, that anything we say, anything we proclaim, anything that will give life to on this very platform by proclaiming it must come to pass. I want you to go and find it very, very immediately, very, very urgently, where I said in 2015 during my address to World Igbo Congress in Los Angeles, I made it very, very clear to them: if you don't give us guns and bullets, they will come. And when they will come, it will be too late for all of us. And now they have arrived, as confirmed by this leadership newspaper headline: Abuja schools shut down as truckload of bandits arrive in border town. As I warned all of you that they would come very many years ago. There is no prophet, there is no soothsayer, there is no predictor, there is nobody who can match the accuracy of our prediction, nobody anywhere in the world, because Elohim is with us. We are whiter than white and whiter than snow. That is why all these revelations can come to us before other mortals can say it. We have seen it and we announced it. I told you in 2015 that the Janjaweed will come. I warned you they're going to come. I told you that the Fulanis will come. They will take over your government. They will enthrone a type of nepotism and retrogressive governance that the likes the world has never seen before. And now it is happening before our eyes. It's happening before you. I warned you, if you do not give me guns and bullets in 2015, that the Janjaweed will come, and they have come. They have gone to Abia State. They have gone to Abia State University in Mutulu. They have kidnapped some students. And I want to make it very clear this morning that those that kidnap the students are not Fulani terrorists, not the bandits that we are all accustomed to. They were kidnapped by Fulani soldiers and Fulani police people. Near Lokpa, that is where they are. That is where they are keeping these people inside Lokpa military barracks. It is, I blame Ochus or Carlo. People must announce this very clearly this morning. The kidnap of these students, I am laying it squarely on the doorstep of Ochus or Carlo. Ochus or Carlo, that if Ochus or Carlo, that friend, and should I say boyfriend to Fulani men, that Ochus or Carlo is the person responsible for what is happening. He is the one that gave land to Fulani terrorists in Lokpa. He is the one that made sure they established a military barracks to guard terrorists who are in Lokpa. They are the ones that kidnapped our people. And I'm making it very clear now to ESN all over Biafra land that we are going to comb all the forests surrounding Abia State University. We are going to comb it. And because I am insisting, I know our intel is telling us that those they kidnapped yesterday, they are holding them in military barracks near Lokpa. That is where they are. That Fulani terrorist camp along the expressway after Munochi, if you're heading to Enugu, that is where they are. That is where they are holding them. That is where all the males will have their penises cut off to be sent to China as a delicacy. Maybe wonton soup with penis in it. That is where they are holding our women that are going to marry off to Boko Haram terrorists and ISIS in West Africa. That is where those students are being kept. People that kidnapped them, I don't want Nigerian newspapers, all those zoological republic journalists to be writing junk. I am telling you categorically this morning, it was not the Fulani terrorists that carried out this attack, because there are no Fulani terrorists in Biafra land. We have neutralized them. There is no longer Mietiala terrorizing people. Those who are doing this now are Fulani people in army and police uniforms. And that is why we must stop them. That is why we must recognize, starting from this morning, that the army and the police are our enemies. The Fulani people in Nigerian army, the Fulani people in Nigerian police, they are the ones abducting, killing our people, and we must confront them. That is why everything that Hope Uzodinma is doing, that Sarikin Fulani in Imo State, must be checkmated. That is why anywhere we see them, we must confront them. If you do not confront them, you give them time to go kidnapping students, as they have done yesterday with APSU students. We must be very, very vigilant. We must be very, very careful. The time has come for us to exert our independence in the zoo. The time has come for us to say to our enemies, we cannot be cowed. The time has come for us to let the Fulani Caliphate, the Janjaweed Caliphate, understand that Biafra land cannot be taken over. Those doing the kidnappings, those doing the armed robberies now that we have in our... And that is why it did not come to me as a surprise nor kidnapped. Never as a shock to me. That is the consequence of very poor, weak leadership. Those that you call your governors, this is what they have brought to our land. Instead of them to rise up to support Eastern Security Network, they went about trying to float all this mushroom, ineffective, toothless, whatever vigilante that they have around them, to allow the Fulanis to come in to kidnap. These are Fulani people in the Nigerian army and the Nigerian police. These are not your typical Fulani Janjaweed from Mali or from Niger Republic. It is the work of the Nigerian army. Their barracks is very close to Lokpa. They are the ones providing them cover. That is the terrorist headquarters you have in our land. The settlement, the Fulani settlement in Lokpa, is the place that Ojus Okalu gave to his Fulani boyfriends to go and house their terrorists in our land. I am holding Ojus Okalu responsible for what is that. If any of them should die, Ojus Okalu will bear the consequences of it. And I'm directing the entire command structure of Eastern Security Network to ensure that no vehicle will leave our land through Enugu-Igbocha Expressway, that they are not going to go anywhere. I am asking them this morning to go into the bushes and into the forest surrounding Abia State University in Uturu to make sure that those people are rescued. It is a direct order, it is a command to the entire Eastern Security Network architecture on the ground in Biafra land to make sure that these students are found, and found immediately. And we are going to go into Lokpa to go and search the place. That is where they are holding them. They are holding them in the military barracks inside Lokpa. If they do anything to them, we are also going to excavate the land. We are going to use detection equipment. Anywhere the soil is disturbed, we know that they have buried them in there. We are going to mount a very rigorous, consistent, and round-the-clock vigilance around Lopa. That is where these things are happening from. And our people must understand this. Those involved now in kidnapping, those involved now in extortion, those involved in armed robbery are Fulani people in army uniforms. They are Fulani people in police uniforms. That is why we must not allow the police to leave their barracks anymore. Sorry, to leave their, of course, it's their barracks, their stations. We must not allow the army to leave their barracks anymore without engaging them. These are the criminals. If you allow the army to move about freely, if you allow the police to move about freely in Biafra land, they will kill, they will pillage, they will kidnap, they will rape, and they will slaughter our people. I am praying for the safe return of these very students abducted from APSI. We are praying for their safe return. We are not just going to lament, as some people answering Ohanes and their clone and Bushi are doing. We are going to find them, or else there will be no movement of any vehicle in and around that very area. There will be no vehicle coming into Okigwem. There will be no vehicle leaving Okigwem. There will be none coming into Isugwato. There will be none leaving. There will be none coming into Lopa. There will be none leaving until we find these students, and immediately we must find them. And for these students that were kidnapped and their parents, we warned you before that Nigeria is a death trap. Nigeria will kill all of you before you realize, because some of you are very, very irredeemably stupid and foolish. You do not understand. You cannot read the handwriting on the wall. Why do you think they put idiots like Hopus in power? Why do you think that you have all these weaklings called governors in your area, handpicked by Fulani Caliphate to do their bidding for them? We are not going to allow this nonsense to stand. If they want peace along that very axis of Okigwe, Isipwato and Lopa, they must release these students, and those holding them are camped in the Fulani Ruga camp given to the Janjaweed by Ojos Okalo. Ojos Okalo is the person to be blamed for the kidnap of these students, and he will be held responsible for it as well. We are not going to forgive anybody for this. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. These are the things that we must come to terms with immediately. I am asking the entire operations commander on the ground of Eastern Security Network in Imo State and also in Abia, with help also from Enugu. We must find these students that were kidnapped. We must put the heat on them until they are released, and we know where they are being held. I'm warning the Nigerian army, I'm warning the Nigerian police. Before I do anything, I warn you in advance. I'm warning all the terrorists living in Lopa, you must give up the people that you're holding. These students are in Lopa, Fulani terrorist camp given to them by Ojos Okalo, and we must find them. Ojos Okalo, this is the handiwork, this is what you have done for your people. Because of your desire to serve the Fulani Janjaweed, our young men and women have now been kidnapped. Students of Abia State University, we must make sure that they are released immediately, because we are living in a zoo, in a jungle, a place worse than a zoo. That is why people are dying and they are suffering. And I want you to understand the mindset of those that you call your leaders in the zoo. I want everybody to listen very, very attentively to what I have to say regarding that midget El Rufai in Kaduna. Do you know what that idiot said? He said, we are ready to lose some people. In other words, we are ready to kill some students. We are ready to kill some Nigerian students because we wanted to bombard bandits where they are. It doesn't matter. In every other part of the world, the USA came all the way from America to come to Boko Haram held territory in the north to release US hostages without even killing the terrorists. This idiot, this midget, these are the fools they call intellectuals. These are the idiots in Africa that inhabit Africa that people refer to as educated people. He doesn't mind killing other people's children in order to prove a point. That is what he's saying. It was carried in the zoo, one of the zoo newspapers. Kaduna State Governor Nasser El Rufai on Thursday said, when 29 students of the Federal College of Forestry and Mechanization Africa in Kaduna were abducted, the plan was to attack and kill the bandits, even if it means killing some students. Even if it means that some students will die in the process. Can you imagine? This is the mindset of Fulani Janjaweed, Islamic extremism gone crazy. These are the idiots you call leaders in Nigeria. These are the idiots that you refer to as your governors. Look at the way they are thinking. Look at the way they are reasoning. Are these the type of people you want to be in the same country with? He was not concerned about the lives of the innocent students abducted from this college of forestry in Kaduna. He wanted to prove the point. We are going to bomb the only country in the world where the Air Force is busy bombarding their own citizens. Nowhere else in the world will an aircraft take off in the same country to bomb citizens in that country and want you to go and do your research. These are the type of animals you have as political leaders. These are the type, maybe when you grows old, you begin to reason like Obasanjo. These are the fools that don't even understand what civil society is all about. They don't understand what governance is all about. They do not even have any appreciation of what a democratic discourse entails. They have no idea. All they are concerned about, all they are busy doing every day is how do we kill people? How do we get them to be afraid of us that we may continue to loot in perpetuity? He doesn't care if these other people's children are dead. A sitting governor in a state. And that is what that's what they're going to do around us. They will say, oh, they were kidnapped by bandits. Let us go and bomb them. They'll start raining bombs in and around Okigwe, in and around the Sikwato and Lopa and Umunuchi. We're not going to have that. We are saying, I'm telling you this morning, that the people that kidnapped our students yesterday are Nigerian army and Nigerian police. They are the people that did it. And they must produce those people, or else there'll be no peace along that very axis. When I mean, I am now warning everybody, there will be no transport movement. I'm giving them only 24 hours. If they do not release those kids that were picked up yesterday or thereabout, there will be no peace. There will be no movement from Iguacha to Enugu. There will be no vehicle that will travel from Iguacha to Enugu. No vehicle will crisscross from Isukwato or from Okigwe to Owerri. There will be none until we find them. Because if we allow movement of vehicles, they will smuggle these people out of our land. They will smuggle them out of our land. And maybe by this time, in the next 3 weeks or thereabout, their private parts will be in a wonton soup somewhere in Shanghai. And we don't want that to happen. This is the price you pay for having idiots in power. This is the price you pay for allowing Abba Kyari to impose Hotus on you people. This is the price you pay for supporting idiots and foreign slaves like Ojus Okalu. This is the price you pay for having quislings, weak idiots like OKC also in power. This is the price you pay for a failed leadership. That is why your children have been taken. And I'm warning every Fulani person in the army and in the police, in Biafra land, especially in and around Lopa, those of you responsible for the kidnap of these children yesterday, you must release them. Or else there will be no peace. You must release them. And I want Kadira Ahmed, I want all these people, idiots writing for Daily Trust, I want the whole world to understand. I want the US ambassador to understand. I want the UK High Commissioner to understand. I want the EU ambassador to Nigeria to understand. I want every observer to understand this very, very clearly. Those in AU, those in ECOWAS to understand this very carefully. The Fulani camp in Lopa is where our people are being held. That is where our children, university undergraduates are being held, and they must be released with immediate effect. They must be released. Should harm come to one of them, then you will understand. That is why I am saying today, anywhere you see the army, you will attack them because they are coming to kill, to kidnap, to rape, and to pillage. Anywhere you see the Nigerian police, the same thing. They are your enemies. Nigerian police, they are your enemies. Nigerian army, they are your enemies. Any idiot in Abuja or in Lagos writing rubbish and telling you they are your friends, that person should be stoned to death. I'm telling you the truth. Because this type of kidnap has never happened before in our land. It is happening for the first time because those engineering it are foreign terrorists. And we cannot allow them to prevail. We can never ever allow them to prevail. Please, you must give me some time. Very, very briefly, or should I say shortly, the lines will be open for you to give us your take on what we are reporting today. Because the Fulani, they think they can cage everybody. They think or feel that they can shut everybody up. They have now caged the media. the Yoruba cowardly media have submitted, or should I say succumbed to Fulani threats. That is why yesterday we were reading that 5 million naira will be paid to the National Broadcasting Commission by Channels Television and Inspiration FM for IPOB interviews. And as I keep saying all the time, there is something wrong with the brain of black people. Black people are the most useless creature on this very earth. Lower than animals, lower than monkeys, lower than baboons. I'm telling you the truth. Because you cannot tell me that you stay in a country where Fulani things that only their narrative should hold sway. Where Fulani things that any lie coming out of the mouth of lying Muhammad is what should be accepted as gospel. You banned IPOB, you prescribed IPOB without a recourse to any judicial process. You start down in your office, you said IPOB must be prescribed. We have been asking you to come to your court to prove that IPOB is a terrorist group for how many years now? Since 2017. You have not done so. You have not done so. Now you're telling Channels Television that they cannot, people, the whole world cannot hear the voice of IPOB spokespeople because you want the lies that you're trotting out to hold sway. The same way that you lied that I jumped bail. That is what you want. Any day we now go, or maybe on AIT or anywhere else, to push that lie, you will find them, you will ban them, you will suspend them. That is the type of country that some idiots are calling their own. That is the type of country that some people are calling Nigeria. One Nigeria. May God punish all of you, from Obasanjo to all of you, to any pastor, to any idiot that will talk about one Nigeria. God will punish all of you one after the other. You people are evil. You stay in a country where somebody can come out and keep lying every blessed day. IPOB was proscribed due to the activities. What is that activity? Let us go to your courts to debate it. Let us go to your courts to argue it. You have refused. You have not given us that chance. Since 2017 till now, we have not been to any law court in Nigeria to argue that IPOB should not be prescribed because you're running from your own courts. In the same country, if you lie against IPOB, if you come and you lie against the people, and we somehow found a way to perhaps straighten the records, that the world may know the truth, you find the TV station responsible and the FM station responsible. All of you idiots called Nigerians, you fools, you idiots, you morons are allowing Fulani to be doing these things every blessed day. You people, you allow Fulani to be toying about with your lives because you're cowardly, because you're foolish, because you're idiotic. When they say name, you gotta register. BVN, you gotta register. You don't even ask yourself, what are the consequences of all these registrations that Fulani are asking us to do? Yesterday, they removed a Ports Authority woman for corruption. The Fulani woman, they replaced her with another Fulani man. All of you are just there, idiotically. Anything that Fulani dishes out, you accept it. We just like Obasanjo. Obasanjo is one of the worst fools in the world. That man is an idiot. He's an idiot, I'm telling you the truth. All of you fools, you see what is happening in the zoo, and you keep quiet. Because you want Yoruba people to be enjoying oil and gas coming from Biafra. And God will punish Obasanjo. God will punish that idiot. Punish him 10 times over. Punish him 1,000,000 times over. Because he is evil. An evil, stupid man. And all the idiots going to Obasanjo's altar farm. All the fools going there to pay homage to that Satan. All of you will suffer, I'm telling you. I place a curse on all of you this very morning. You are in a country where you are lying against the people. The TV station called them to find out their own version, which even if you go to a law court, after the state must have presented their case, the accused person will be also allowed to present his or her case. That was exactly what happened. And you people are there, and Channels TV will pay 5 million naira fine. Inspiration FM will pay 5 million naira fine, and you are in a country being ruled by Fulani animals, and all of you are there keeping quiet, not saying anything. Shame on all of you, I'm telling you. All of you idiots that call yourselves Nigerians, all of you monkeys. Sometimes I don't even know why God ever bothered to create black people. I have no idea. You people are idiotic beyond redemption. Black people are fools, I'm telling you. You stay in a country with 6 million people. Fulani, they are not up to 6 million. Fulani, they are not up to 6 million people. Look at the way they are lording it over everybody. Idiots like Obasanjo, a complete fool like Obasanjo is there throwing their part because maybe they made him who he is today. Useless idiots It's only if Channels TV want to be very foolish by paying this fine expression. What they need to do is that every journalist in Nigeria, every media house, if they insist that channels must pay this very fine, they should all shut up shop. All of them should go on strike in the zoo to teach Fulani a lesson. Because of your stupid behavior, that is the reason why Fulani became emboldened to be doing all this manner of nonsense. Anything they like, they can do and get away with it in front of your eyes in a country with federal character. Nigerian Post Authority woman, a Fulani woman goes, another one comes in, another Fulani man comes in, and you're telling me that you're human beings, you are learned, you're educated, we are the elite, we are the enlightened ones. You people are morons, you know nothing. You are foolish, you know nothing. Fools everywhere, and they are this movie. That was the same way that I was in yesterday. They said, oh, everybody should be, look at the way the Fulani are liars. Unrepentant, demonic liars. They lie, they know how to lie. Them and their useless Zoo media. Them and their useless Yoruba Zoo media. Satanic people. I wouldn't call it Lucifer, you people are Luciferians. That is why black people are poor and backwards, because a black person is the embodiment of evil. Black people are evil, beyond evil. All of you were there 14th of September 2017 when my house was attacked by the Nigerian Army and Nigerian police. 28 of my men were killed. As a result of that invasion of my house, I lost my parents. My mom and my dad are dead today. Are you following me very carefully? Do you know that in Nigeria, that is why I'm telling you the truth. If I have a means, believe you me, when I die, of course I will see God. I will ask God the Almighty in heaven, why did you create black people? Why did you create black people? Are the most wicked species of animal in the world. Black people are more wicked than a serpent. Black people are evil. They are evil. A black person is the embodiment of evil. I'm telling you the truth. All of you stupid Nigerians were there. And in fact, as I'm saying this right now, I want the video of the invasion of my house on the 14th of September 2017 to be released to the whole world. To put a lie to this their nonsense. Asking Abaribe should be in prison for not producing Nnamdi Kanu, deputy speaker. That's some idiotic deputy speaker that did not allow TV people in America to speak, or the statement that they wrote to be read on the floor of the house. And you people are there answering on Nigeria. You people are there. These are the idiots who are the helm of affairs in your stupid zoological republic, in that damnable damnation that you call Nigeria. These are the morons, absolute idiots. How can you have electricity? How can you have employment in a place run by these retarded Neanderthals? I'm asking you, how can it be that somebody with conscience, a newspaper in Nigeria, is writing this rubbish? Abaribe should go to prison for not producing Nnamdi Kanu. I was in my house preparing to go to court. You came to kill me. You killed 28 people. My mom and my dad died as a result of it. My mother-in-law died as a result of it. And you people are telling me that you have conscience, that you're human beings? Is that what you're telling me? Is that what you're telling me? You people are evil. Black people are evil, and that is why Africa is poor. God condemned Africa to poverty because black people are evil. You people are evil beyond evil. I'm telling you the truth. In National Assembly, in the zoo called Nigeria in Abuja, that I pray and I hope, I'm fasting that Boko Haram should go there and destroy all of you. You people are evil. Nigeria should not exist. You're asking Abaribe to go to prison. I was in my house. Preparing to go to court. You came to kill me extrajudicially. The press will not write about it. The zoo media don't talk about it. Because they are evil. They are black people. They are black. I stopped blaming God for the plight of black people because the mind of an average black person is replicates that of Lucifer. That is why we are black. Very, very evil set of people. I'm telling you. Why is it that nobody, no human being in the zoo, no media house, especially Yoruba, can come out and write the truth and ask this idiot, deputy speaker of whatever useless house it is in the zoo, what were you doing with a battalion of army and police in Nnamdi Kanu's house on the 14th of September of 2017? Nobody can answer that question. That is why I have come to the conclusion that black people should not have existed. In this Shoji, they are evil. They are evil. Black people are evil. I'm telling you. Evil. Beyond evil. God should not have created black people. Black people should not have been created. They are too wicked. I'm telling you the truth. Not just wicked, but very foolish and ignorant as well. Let us go to court to determine this very case. They don't want to call the case in court. Binta Nyako is there. Call this case in court. Let our lawyers go and debate it in the open to put to bed this lie once and for all. Abaribe is in court. Abaribe went to court and defeated them in court and said the person that stood short was in his house. What were you doing in his house? Killing people. They ran away from court. And this idiot, this monkey, this Fulani, this fool has the guts to mention Abaribe's name. And all of you are doing it. All of you are doing it. As if you're fools. God should destroy black people. Black people are evil. That is why everywhere you go to around the world, they treat you as slaves. Because in your mind, in the mind of a black person, you are satanic. That was what God saw and cursed black people. Your wickedness is your undoing. I was in my house preparing to go to court. And as I'm saying, Sonto and all the rest of them, I want you to release and tag the deputy speaker of animals. If not for a white man, if not for the British, will I be in the same country with these animals? I'm asking you. I can never be. I can never be. These are animals. I have nothing to do with them. Absolutely nothing to do with these idiots. Idiots from the Sahel, idiots from the foothills of the mountain of vultures in Futajalon. I will have nothing to do with them. These are savages from the pits of hell. These are animal, wild beasts, as you can see all over the place. These are the people that you call your fellow citizens in the zoo called Nigeria. Let us go to court to debate the issue of IPOB proscription and tagging of terrorism. They are running from their own court. A newspaper in Nigeria will get up and be writing junk proscribed. When we are the ones begging them, come to court, let us debate this. They are the ones running. Everybody went to court and defeated them in court. Yet the idiot is opening his stupid, stinking, full of mouth to be talking rubbish in Abuja, and papers are carrying it. He said he is the speaker, deputy speaker of the house, Idris Wasi. If not for Queen Elizabeth and Britain, will I know who you are? These Fulani idiots, you contribute nothing to the economy. The other day we saw a young boy from Abia build a transformer, build an electrical system. A little boy, he didn't go to university because we are born as scientists from our mother's womb. We are blessed people. A white man put all of us together in this nonsense called Nigeria. In this nonsense that produce idiots like Obasanjo. Idiots like Obasanjo. Oh, God in heaven. As ugly as his mind is, as devilish as his mind is, they can never speak the truth. Never ever will they speak the truth. And that is why black people will continue to suffer all over the world until the restoration of Biafra. Only Biafra can save black people. Anywhere you go, blacks are suffering, they're killing them, be it in Papua New Guinea, be it in USA. Everywhere you go, we are at the bottom. Nobody is asking himself, why is it that black people always are at the bottom of things? Why? Because you are evil. You black people, you are satanic. Your wickedness is second to none. That was what God saw. God looks into, go and read your Bible, your so-called Bible. God looks into the hearts of men and decide to bless any race according to their conscience of understanding of the universe and the word of God. God saw the heart of a white man, that though white people are a bit funny because they're humans, of course, he said that these people, out of everything I have created, Western Europe
are those who are closest to honesty. That's why they have all the grace. If you don't know, let me tell you that the world, imagine a world ruled by black people from Africa. What do you think will happen? Anything that comes outside will be slaughtered. The head will be cut off immediately. We are savages now. Black people are savages of the worst kind. That was why God gave white people the grace, the Caucasian race. The black race was created before Homo sapiens, before Homo erectus, and then the Neanderthals. Black people started talking before white people, Caucasians, started to speak, to formulate word and language. But God looked at the wickedness of a black man and said, no, these people are evil. For that, I am going to curse them and I'm going to punish them. That is why, without exception, be it the Aboriginal